The Temple of Arabul. I wanted to share a green text of something that happened to me in northern Iraq about 10 years or so ago. It hurts me to share this given what happened and what I saw. I have seen nothing about this in any media at all, especially archaeological news. I assume in part it's due to further instability and/or continued cover-up. Be me, 19, and fresh off the plane at Spiker in northern Iraq, assigned to a unit that worked with the local Kurdish people near Tikrit. A year or two before, there was a massive ISIS attack in the area where scores of insurgents were wiped out for working with us Americans. Our goal was to work with the local Kurdish people to root out these cocksuckers. Little did I know what would happen. Assigned a task force of mixed Kurdish units and some contractors to go north towards Sinjar and look for ISIS forces for airstrikes. Not a bad assignment, all things considered, especially given the convoy was about 50 of us across multiple vehicles. As we moved toward Mosul, a contractor opened up a bit and started talking about his mission, which was not ISIS related. Turns out, we were pulling double duty. Yes, looking for ISIS around Sinjar, but also escorting these contractors to the same area to explore a site. My CO immediately gets pissed. Apparently, this shit happens all the time, where we as the regulars get assignments to do something, but in reality, it's to help the mercenary contractors out with stealing shit or whatever. CO's freakout shuts the contractor in the backseat up. Another hour goes by. Get chirps from ahead that the convoy is stopping. The Kurdish people are regrouping to a defensive position. Heart racing. We pull off in the middle of the mountains. There is ruins all over the place. Radio is lit up with chatter in Arabic and English. Oh fuck me. Start hearing booms. A mix of rockets and gunfire from the west. We form up in a circle like the Wild West. The Kurdish people are flipping out and screaming. Exchange goes on for several minutes. A few casualties of Kurdish and a few of our vehicles are fucked up. Call in support. They are far out and will arrive before sunrise. We have like 8 hours alone, fucked beyond belief. Contractors state we are near where we need to go. The US military needs to leave the Kurdish and take the remaining operational vehicles to continue their mission. CO agrees. We piss off the Kurdish, but get the fuck out, while telling them we will be back after dropping the contractors off. We head south, and we never see them ever again. I am still not sure whether they died or not, or if they managed to survive. The contractors have a specific coordinate set to head towards. It's just old farms and ruins everywhere. As we arrive to the place, the sun has set. Contractors tell us to help them set up a perimeter as we approach what looks to be a small hill. We spot blaze orange flags, like the ones you see when they spray lawn chemicals everywhere around the hill, with a few jutting off. Contractors rush there and start setting up tents. We get told CO's still pissed to hold our position. Staff Sergeant gets word that the Kurdish were overrun and probably died due to intel. Orders are to hold here for reinforcements, which should be about 2 hours out. Confused, as before it was well over that, now it is not long at all. Contractors start asking for help clearing rubble. Turns out, there is an entrance into the hill, and all of the rubble are old mud bricks. Start clearing out the bricks. There is a tunnel in the hill. Contractors call it a mound. Over here the locals protect this place, and ISIS fucking hates it. Saddam was afraid of it and left the area alone. Contractor leader starts telling the others to shut the fuck up. Orders all US military to go back to the tents. Group of contractors go in and remain in there for well over half an hour. Dead quiet outside. Fucking unnerving. Hey Gunny, help me with this. A contractor appears, carrying a bunch of weapons like swords and clubs. Another is carrying a big metal shield. Contractor mentions this site was discovered by the Kurdish months earlier and a recon team was sent out, but the area became dangerous due to ISIS activity. CO asks why we are protecting Indiana Jones shit in the middle of enemy territory. Contractor boss guy appears and tells us all to shut the fuck up and ignore what we say, ignore everything. Minutes go by and the contractors vanish inside the mound again. We are looking at the stuff, really cool jars and swords and shit, like pick related, all corroded and rusty but wicked looking. Boom. CO orders us inside the mound as we hear vehicles approaching. Another boom. We head inside. They use these blue glow sticks to light the path. Inside are faded paintings of people, birds, lions, etc., all along the walls. We head inside deeper until we come upon contractor guards. They are aiming down on us. CO tells them to stand down. We are about to get fucked. Contractor guards order us outside. Pop, 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 boom. That was close. Sounded like a truck was hit by a rocket. Guards show their weakness then. CO pushes past them and we follow into the chamber. It is small and smelled really stale. Inside are stacks of tablets and more weapons and stuff. Contractors are boxing everything up. Contractor boss yells at us, orders us back outside like he could not hear the explosions. The 6 of us hold our own. CO tells the contractors that we are all about to get boiled in acid by ISIS, so we have to hold this room until support arrives. Contractor pulls out a phone, linked to an outside transmitter, and tells us that help will be here in 10 minutes. What the fuck? We hear shouting outside now. Angry fucking screams and shit, as we are fucking having soup sandwiches now. Boom, boom, boom. Another Humvee, probably gone. One of my bros yells, why the fuck we're about to die for this shit. Contractor shouts, this stuff is worth more than our lives. It is the temple of Arabul. I think it's what he said. We hear the contractor boss scream to shut the fuck up. Gunfire and fire back as the guards outside engage the enemies. We open fire as well from the doorway. The return fire is blowing mud brick dust everywhere. Choppers. We hear the thudding of air support. The ISIS gunfire stops and Arabic yelling. Contractors start whooping. We hold position until we hear someone screaming if we're okay in English. Some boys from Langley showed up in some Blackhawks and chased off the ISIS guys. We are ordered back outside. Like half an hour later, more vehicles arrive. Contractors have boxed up a bunch of stuff and loaded onto several. CO asks what the fuck happened. We were told to forget all about it. I have never heard anything about what they found, what they were looking for, etc. I know nothing about that secret operation at all. I have looked on Google Earth and other satellite stuff in the whereabouts where I think we were, and I don't see anything out there that could be the site. Anyone know what this Arabul is? What could they have found? What did he mean when he said, this is the temple of Arabul? Hey, I hope you've enjoyed the story so far. If you do and you want to hear more, please leave a like and subscribe to my channel, and leave a comment down below, as it lets the algorithm know that you like my content and it promotes it to more people. My goal for the channel is to hit 50,000 subscribers, and we're closing in fast, so thank you, and back to the stories. Be me, 18 years old, senior in high school. One morning I get up and go downstairs to get ready for school. Mom is usually up before me. She is sitting at the table, reading the paper. I start making breakfast. From my kitchen, you can hear the doorknob rattling. Sounds like someone is trying to get in. At first, I think it's my dad who got locked out or something. As I'm about to unlock the door, I get a weird vibe telling me to check the peephole before I open the door. I check, and sure enough, it was not my dad. It was some stranger. He was wearing dark clothing, and his eyes looked so cold and dead, like he had not slept in days. He is still rattling the doorknob, trying to get in. I am so frozen with fear, I have no idea what to do. Finally, he starts pounding at the door. My mom starts to walk over. Answer the door, Non, don't just stand there. Mom, no, I beg. Someone is trying to break in. She freezes. Go call the cops, I whisper. She runs back in the kitchen to grab the phone. Guy is pounding harder at the door. Get the fuck off of our property. The cops are on their way, I yell at the door. The pounding stops. I am too scared to check the peephole again. Mother is on phone, frantically talking to 911 dispatcher. Finally get the courage to check peephole. Don't see him anywhere. I don't go to school that day. Cops show up about 45 minutes later. About a month or two later, I am working on homework one night. My window is cracked open. I like to work in total silence. Even the tiniest noise makes me lose concentration. I hear something moving outside. Go to shut my window. Look to see what is making the noise. I see the figure of a man walking around our lawn. Immediately hits me that this is the guy at the door a month ago. Don't even bother to announce myself. Just grab my cell phone and call the cops. Tell them there is a strange man walking around our lawn. He was pounding at the door a month ago. Apparently, this did not strike as urgent to them. They just said they will send someone. I stared at this guy skulk around our lawn for a good half an hour before he decided to leave. He is staking out our house. He is planning something. Cops show up another 20-ish minutes later. Tell them everything that happened. They say it was probably a drunk in the area or something. The police are useless. A week goes by. I cannot get any sleep. Who knows if this guy has been around here again? I am actually fearing for my own life at this point. One day, come home from school. Mom stays home while I go to school and Dad is at work. Front door is locked for some reason. That's weird. Front door is never locked when my mom is home. Grab key from under planter on the walkway. Go inside. I hear a muffled no, please stop it. It came from upstairs. Sounded like my mom. Drop my stuff and sprint upstairs. So much adrenaline running through my body at this point. My mom's screams are getting louder as I approach her door. I burst into her room. This image will never leave my head. It has me scarred to this day. My mom bent over her bed, pants down, face being shoved into the mattress. Guy who has been stalking us for a month has his pants around his thighs, one hand shoving my mom's head down, the other holding her. I am nearly blinded by my own rage seeing this. I grab the closest object on the dresser next to the door, which was some music box that belonged to my mom. I charge at him at a full sprint. This all happened so quickly, he finally realizes what is happening. He turns to me and puts his arms up to try and block me from charging at him. He is a big guy, well over 6 feet. I am 5'8", so pretty small compared to him, probably around 190 to 200 pounds. I did not care about size or strength difference. I was going to kill this guy. I throw the music box straight at his face. He blocks it. At this point, I am in full tunnel vision. I forgot my mom was even in the room at this point, so I have no idea what she was doing. I charge straight at him again. I am unable to knock him down. He grabs me with one hand and starts throwing elbows with the other arm. Know if he gets even a second of opportunity, he will kill me. I jump at him and headbutt him straight in the nose as hard as I could. He stumbles and falls back, grabbing his nose. I grab the music box and get on top of him. I start bashing him in the face relentlessly with the music box. At first, he was blocking it with his hands, but I did not let up for a second. If he was able to get up, I knew I was going to be dead. I smashed his face with the music box like my life depended on it, which in that moment it did. He tries to grab my face to stop me, but I did not let up. Now that he was not using his hands to block, I was smashing the box directly on his face. His face is bleeding like nothing I have ever seen, but I keep attacking. Eventually, he stops fighting. I've probably given him a concussion or brain damage at this point. Keep bashing his face out of pure anger. Finally, his face is unrecognizable, and I finally stop. Finally get awareness of my surroundings. My mom is crying in the corner of her room, horrified. I start breaking down in tears. After we cried for what seemed like a long time, we call the police. Now they show up like it matters. Guy gets taken by the ambulance. His face was fractured in several areas, had severe bruising all over. Gets charged with felony and battery. I am not charged at all, since I was protecting my mom's life, and it was easy to justify why I attacked so mercilessly, given the sheer size difference between that monster and me. Ever since then, I have not gone a single day without thinking of that event several times, and the image of that guy holding down my mom is forever burned in my head. I will shoot my relatively boring story into the void here. Watch Close Encounters of the Third Kind for the first time recently. Get to the scene where the aliens cause all the toys in the little boy's room to turn on and go haywire. The creepy monkey, all the toy cars driving around the floor, etc. Memories flood back from my childhood when I was around 6. I used to have extremely vivid hallucinations while awake at night of similar things. Sometimes at night, it would be like my room turned into hell. Hundreds of different crazy things going on. Little demons and creatures and goblins running around, getting up to mischief. Demonic toy trains riding around the floor. The skin of a crocodile flying through the drawers. Terrifying faces morphing from every surface. If I turned around in my bed, a 2-dimensional creature would slide up between the bed and the wall. All creatures were fairly small, but the one human-sized one was a floating ghost that used the face of my sister. Somehow, I knew this was their leader. It would appear eventually, every time. It would phase through a specific wall. The wall was not scary on its own, but I had the feeling it lived in there. I can't remember what it said, but it berated me. Sometimes, I thought I could faintly hear it in the daytime too. One time, I tried to escape the room, but the door handle broke off as if it was made of candy cane. Weird metaphor, but that is how my brain labeled it for some reason. As I got older, this happened less and less, and eventually we moved. The movie really triggered the memory, seeing the chaos in that little boy's room. Maybe someone else has a similar experience, hallucinating a face-stealing ghost demon as a child. Yo, this reminds me of when me and my older brother shared a room. I used to see this mummified-looking old man/goblin creature that would crawl along the walls, and in the corners just staring at me. I would hide under my covers whenever he came around. I saw other monsters, but that fuck was the only one who made repeat appearances, moving on the walls like a spider. Never told anyone about him, cause I thought, even as a kid, it was a night terror, a figment of my then fear of the dark. Now, I had bad asthma as a kid. Fucking house white carpet and dust would do that, so my brother was taught to be aware of my breathing at night. Never knew until we were talking as adults about ghostly shit we've seen, and he tells me with a distant look that one night he heard labor breathing and sat up in bed to go check on me, and he saw a withered old man peeking out from the thin space between a corkboard that hung next to my bed and the wall. His description near exact to what I had seen, and it was just looming at me as I slept, crawling out from a space it could not fit in. My brother was old enough at this point that he did not see shit in the dark, unlike me, who had a very active imagination. Turns out, one of them was not the product of my frightened child mind. What did Big Bro do when he saw a fucking dusty-ass goblin breathing over me? He laid back down, rolled over, and did not tell anyone about it. Okay, this is going to be a bit of a read, bros. I was chilling by myself on a huge farm in Western Canada in a fifth-wheel trailer at like 2 or 3 a.m. Used to stay up real late all the time. Outside, I heard a pack of coyotes yipping and yowling. Actually sounded really creepy the way they were screaming, but I really was not afraid, as I have heard coyotes many times in my life. But I did think to myself, wow, that actually sounds pretty scary. Not overly concerned though. Immediately after they stopped, it was dead silent, except for something weird started happening. There was the sound of something gently dragging over the top of the trailer, like as if someone were just gently rubbing their hand across it, and it would go all around the trailer, across the roof, and then down one of the sides. I was starting to get pretty freaked out, but still thought it must be the wind or a bird or something, but it did not stop, and periodically, the sound would go to the door, and something would very gently pull on the door handle. I was sitting 6 feet away from the door, and would see the little clasp handle move just a bit, as if someone was gently pulling on it, before it continued scraping all around the trailer, and then back to the door. I am now completely terrified. There was a feeling of electricity in the air, and my hair was standing on end as I sat there in disbelief and terror. I got so scared that I actually said to myself, fuck this, I can't take this anymore. I am going to face this, even though I have no idea of what is happening. I grabbed a sword that I had sitting nearby, as it was the only really practical weapon I had within arm's reach, and booted the door open and burst out into the winter night. Adrenaline pumping, I looked around, holding up the sword, still terrified, took a few steps away from the trailer, and did not see anything. So here I am, standing out in the snow, in my pajamas, thinking, fuck, my imagination is playing a crazy trick on me right now. So I turned to walk back to the trailer, but in a little bit of moonlight, as I am heading back, between me and the door, there was what looked like a very dark black line, as if someone just stuck a broomstick or pole into the ground. As I strained my eyes to see what it was, it sort of was as if that line was a two-dimensional figure from the side, therefore looking like a line, as I said, that all of a sudden turned and became a three-dimensional figure. And it was what looked like your stereotypical grey alien, except it was about 6 feet tall, and looked more like a very dark, gross brown. It was completely silent, walking toward me in this very robotic, insect-like way, with its arms cocked up, almost walking like an Egyptian. The head was very bulbous, and the eyes were huge and blacker than black. I almost had a heart attack on the spot, said holy fuck, let out a scream, and turned around, and ran harder than I ever have before in my life. I, to this day, wish I had the courage to try hitting it with the sword that I had in my hand, but I was so shocked, all I could do was run. Other people on that farm told me that they had had weird experiences, similar to mine as well, and one of the people actually got very mad and defensive and said, maybe other people here have seen that thing too, but don't want to talk about it, so just drop it. It was a pretty fucked up place, that farm, and after that experience, and a couple others, I believe and know for a fact that the paranormal is a reality. Alright X, I occasionally lurk here, but never have anything to contribute to, but I saw this thread and read the old pasta, and it freaked me the fuck out. I don't know if this was a goat man, but here is my story. Summer 2008. Just graduated last year. Fuck yeah. Live with a couple friends. Decide to go camping and celebrate my graduation. Friends joined me, Seth and Amanda. They were dating at the time. Truck full of camping gear, going deep into East Texas woods. 3-hour drive, kill me. Finally get there, set up camp. First night, totally uneventful. Had a fire, cooked some food, smoked some weed, all was good. B, second night camping, spent whole day hiking around area, tired as fuck. Crawl into personal tent, Seth and Amanda disappear for some alone time. Hear a couple screams, Seth must be railing that shit. Couple seconds later, hear both of them run back into camp. Anon, get the fuck up now, something is out there. Asked what happened. Something was moving in the bushes and screamed at us, did not sound human. Say it's just a fox, tell them vixens scream like that, start to calm down. Smoke more, turn on truck for a bit and listen to music. Everything chill, turn off truck, get back into tent. Like 2:30 AM now, pass out. This is where it all gets weird. and neither Seth nor Amanda can explain any of this. Next morning, Seth shaking me awake, looked super worried. What the fuck, let me sleep. Anon, someone broke into your truck last night. Instantly awake, shotgun in hand. All 4 doors of my truck are open. Interior is mud and grass. The fuck? Look at ground for footprints. Nothing there at all. Anon, you didn't hear anything last night? No, did you? Amanda woke me up, 'cause she saw lights from the cab. Figured you were smoking a bowl. Freak out a little. Decide our last night there, we would all stay up. Spend the whole day looking around camp for signs of intruder. Nothing. The whole day we were really nervous and did not really talk about our plan to stay up. We took naps around 6 p.m. and woke up around 8:30 just as the sun went down. Operation Night Watch. Nothing going on. All in Seth's big tent smoking. About 1 a.m. Hear same scream as every night. Amanda turns on waterworks, silently crying and saying we should leave. Hell no. I want to scare this motherfucker for fucking up my truck. Screams go on for an hour. Finally stops. Seth and I load shotguns and step outside tents. Put tons of grass and shit on fire and turn on our flashlights. Can see like maybe 20 yards around campsite. Anon, look. See eyes peering from woods. Fire warning shot and say get the fuck out in loud voice. It fucking screams and takes off into woods. What the fuck, nope. Start throwing shit in truck and add more grass and trash to fire so we can see. About 3 a.m. 80% packed, just tents left. Amanda in truck having full-blown panic attack. Screaming starts again, kinda far away. Light speed tent packing, just throwing everything into the bed of the truck. Screams getting closer. Panic, and fire a shot in its direction. If anyone has ever used a cutting torch, you know that sharp, hot metal smell. Start smelling hot metal, mixed with weak old food, gagging me, it's so bad. About to get in truck, putting water on fire. Look up from fire, see eyes in fading light. It is less than 15 yards away from me, freak the fuck out. Shotgun in truck, fuck my life. Run and jump into truck. 3-point turn. Truck now facing road we drove up. And I shit you not, this fucking thing is visible from the waist up, standing off the road. It had antlers like a buck, and stood probably 7 to 8 feet tall, and it had fucking massive shoulders. I could not really see the head because of the shadows, but the body looked like it was covered in fur, but might have just been my imagination. Seth and Amanda refused to talk about that trip. After I moved out, they deleted me off of Facebook and won't answer my texts or calls. Visiting folks in Pennsylvania, in Erie, high north, and in a part that is pretty much in the woods. Older cousins, parents, aunts and uncles, and grandparents all drive into town for a fancy dinner, celebrating one of my aunt and uncles renewing their wedding vows. My younger brother and I are left to babysit our 3 younger cousins. Don't remember exactly when this was, but I do remember that while I was watching cartoons with him, I learned of Teen Titans Go when I thought they were airing the old Teen Titans for us to watch. It was also in late December. There was no snow, but it was still really cold. Several hours pass, and suddenly, out of nowhere, we start hearing these huge explosions. Straight up sounds like a tank. High-grade fireworks are illegal up north due to the lower humidity. Force of the explosions slightly rumbles the house. I kick into leader mode and start gathering everyone and hurtle them into the basement as the explosions continue. My second youngest cousin, brainwashed from TV, starts biting his fingers like a cartoon because his parents are letting their iPad raise him, but that's irrelevant. Call 911. Operator can faintly hear the explosions. We straight up think that there is suddenly another war. Worry my shit about my family. Next explosion is ear-ringing and sounds very close. Start fearing the roof might collapse on us. Brother is trying to reach our family, but none of them are answering. Eldest cousin is throwing a fit. Middle cousin is quoting random memes. Youngest cousin somehow is the calmest out of all of us by far. Explosions finally calm down, but we wait nearly half an hour before we go back upstairs. Turns out what happened was some fucking idiots smuggled huge fireworks and were celebrating New Year's early. And because of their lack of experience with them, many of them flew off course due to the wind, some flying straight into the woods, one flying straight over our house, and others into neighboring acres. May, 911 dispatcher. Just started the overnight shift earlier last year. Not what I expected, but it pays the bills. Was not looking for anything exciting or life-changing, just steady work. Figured I'd answer calls, pass info to the police, and go home. I know for some people it can be quite traumatic and really stressful, but I thought I could just get through it. Shift's mostly quiet anyway. Just a few hang-ups, a couple drunks, maybe a domestic dispute or two. I've had a few more serious cases so far, but nothing I could not handle. You get used to it. One night, around 4 a.m, phone rings. Standard stuff. Probably just someone needing directions or asking if we can turn off their alarm. Answer it. 911, what is your emergency? Long pause. Then a voice, shaky, female, probably mid-40s. I don't know if I should call. Immediately feel the change in her tone. It's hesitant, but not the usual scared-sounding caller. I think someone has been following me. Suddenly more alert. This is not your typical call. Most of these followed calls end up being paranoia or bad neighbors. Nothing to investigate. Still, something about her tone is different. Where are you right now? Pull up the map on my screen, ready to send an officer if it is needed. I'm in my apartment, 4th floor, at the end of the hall. She pauses for a moment and I can hear breathing. But it's more than that. I wait for her to continue. I've been hearing someone walking outside my door at night. I thought I was just being paranoid, but every time I sleep, I hear it. This is starting to feel off. We get these calls sometimes, but usually it's something harmless, like a neighbor or a guy coming home late. And last night, she says, her voice shaking, I heard scratching on the door. Scratching? That's not normal, not a typical complaint. Ma'am, I'm going to send someone to your location so they can help you out. Professional tone. We are trained to keep our composure no matter how distressing the situation, but something about this does not sit right with me. I'm setting up the unit dispatch when she cuts in. No, it's not just the door, it's something in the walls. She is freaking out, but I can hear it in her voice. She is scared, not just confused. I hear it scratching, tapping behind the walls, and it's getting closer to my bedroom. What the hell is going on? I don't want to dismiss her, but this sounds way out of the ordinary. Most of the time, it's people hearing things, but she seems dead serious. Ma'am, I've sent an officer to your location. Stay on the line with me, okay? She agrees, but I can hear the anxiety in her voice, like she's losing control of the situation. I stay on the line, listening to her rapid breathing, trying to make sense of it all. I just want to get the officer there, but something does not feel right. After a few minutes, I hear what sounds like an officer's voice faintly in the background. Ma'am, we're here. We will check things out. I can't catch all the words, just the background noise, and then her voice again. Don't open it. Don't open the door. Then a loud crash. A few seconds of silence. I am holding my breath, waiting for something, anything. Ma'am, is everything all right? I ask, but the line is dead silent. More static than before, just a low buzzing. Then I hear something strange, another voice down the end of the phone. It's muffled, and I can't clearly make it out, but they are shouting at this woman. Something about something she knows. I freeze. I've been working long enough to know that that voice did not sound like one of our officers. No one I've ever worked with before anyway. I'm trying to stay calm, but I feel my heart rate spike. I grab for the keyboard, typing furiously, trying to pull up the report. I need to know where the unit is, who was dispatched, anything. but the system is glitching. I can't access the file, it's all blank. I try calling the number back, but it won't connect. Try again, same thing, no signal. At this point, I am starting to panic, like really lose my shit. I should be able to find out what happened, where the offices are, why it's all blank. But it's like the whole thing is being erased or the system isn't tracking it, I'm not really sure. I call up the dispatch supervisor, but they don't pick up. Now I'm really on edge. Something is wrong, I know it is, but I can't figure it out. I finally managed to get a hold of the dispatch supervisor after a couple more rings, and he was confused why I was so worried. I gave him the rundown of the situation. He told me he would check things out and take over the call, that I needed to take a break and just calm down, and that my current demeanor was not good for anyone calling. He told me later on that the officer got there fine, and that the lady who called was just extremely paranoid. Said something about missed medication, and that she had a history of calling in like this. I felt a little relieved, but it still struck me as odd. Normally, the supervisor would never take over a call unless the situation was extreme, but I guess with how I was reacting, it would not be good for the morale of the caller. It was unusual for me. I had never reacted that way before. The dispatch supervisor was friendly enough too, although outside work interactions, I'd never talked to them. Had only worked with them on shift, maybe once before a couple of weeks ago. I checked the reports for the apartment complex at a different time, but that is when things really start to get weird. Normally, I would not have access to some of these things outside of a call, but let's just say I have a friend inside the force. And by that, I mean there is this guy desperately in love with me and wants to impress me really badly. That's another story though, and very off topic. He is always giving me bits of gossip I should never know about, and he was more than happy to help when I brought it up. I did not mention much, just said I got a weird dispatch call and wanted to see if I could get closure. Anyway, the building had recently changed ownership. I look up the new management company's details. Nothing on there, just a standard transfer. But then I find something from the old owner's files. They were under investigation for covert operations and unlawful surveillance. The words do not make sense at first, but I keep reading. Nothing about it gets cleared up, but there is this one line that stops me cold. Personnel classified, restricted access. I go back to check the records on the woman who called. She had only been living there for a few weeks, but the officer who was supposed to have been sent to her apartment, his name does not exist in the system. I double check and nothing. It's like he was never there. It's all gone. The guy in the force that I know, he said he'd never even heard of the guy, and they supposedly work in the same department, had never seen him even once. I don't know what's happening anymore, but I'm starting to think something much bigger is going on here. It's not a simple mistake. It's not a glitch in the system. It's like there is something being hidden from me. I can't shake the feeling that something is wrong. I keep trying to shake off the weirdness, but it's eating at me. I start rechecking the call records from the night before. The woman's call. It's completely gone from the logs. I've been doing this long enough to know that's not normal. I try looking up the unit dispatch to her apartment, but there is nothing there either. It's like the whole thing has either been scrubbed from the system or was never logged in the first place, which doesn't make sense because I know I logged it. I double check the call log for the shift and start looking for any pattern. Maybe it's just an error, but why would something like that get deleted? I check the call history for that complex specifically. Nothing out of the ordinary, no major incidents, but that is odd in itself. Most places like that are full of noise, loud neighbors, fights, petty arguments. Yet this place, not a single serious call in the logs. I am feeling more and more uneasy as I dig through the data. I know I should not be poking around this much, but it's hard to ignore the gaps. I call up a fellow dispatcher I trust, someone who has been around longer than me. Hey, you ever hear of a unit called out the building name? The second I ask, I hear a hesitation on the other end. What are you talking about? The building. I had a call about it last night, but I can't find any record of the unit being sent. There is another long pause, and I start getting the feeling I'm pushing something I should not. Yeah, that happens sometimes, they finally say. Stuff gets lost in the system, it's pretty old and you know how that stuff goes. I don't buy it. Dispatcher 1's been in the job long enough to know the system doesn't just lose calls like that. They know as well as anyone else that would be a major security and safeguarding issue and would cause a lot of legal problems for the department. But I don't press it. The more I think about it, the more the whole situation bugs me. I can't ignore the feeling that something is being swept under the rug. I go back to the woman's call. What did she say again? Something about being followed, hearing scratching in the walls. I mean, she could just be a schizo, but I don't know. I just keep coming back to the same question. Why is the woman's call completely missing? Why did no officer report? Why did my supervisor take over like that so eagerly when it wasn't an extreme situation? Why is everyone brushing this aside when I try and report it as just a system error when that is something incredibly serious? I'm starting to get a sinking feeling that it's not just a technical issue. I just had to stop asking around. If there is something going on, I don't want to know. I don't want to get involved in anything like that. I've seen how this stuff works. Things get brushed aside if it's a messy situation, and I'm not about to stir things up if it's just a fluke. So I let it go for the night, but it's still eating at me. I brought it up to the guy I mentioned in the force. At first he was really curious because originally I did not reveal too many details. But once I mentioned where it happened and how my supervisor was acting, which building it happened in, he tried to hide it, but I could see him sweating. Started really clamming up. Told me I needed to leave because he had an emergency and that I could not be there. He has not talked to me in weeks. Let me tell you, this dude would text me obsessively every single day. Not normal at all. Someone fucking help me out here, X, and reassure me that either I'm schizo or the caller was schizo. What the fuck is going on at this apartment complex? I brought it up to the dispatch supervisor on shift, a different one, but once he realized what I was snooping for, he cut me off and told me to just do my fucking job instead of playing Scooby-Doo. Nothing like this has happened to me again, just a one-off thing. I've never had any other calls disappear or anything like that. Working in a shithole bar. Next to the bar sits a large, empty field. Bar is in a residential area, so people walk there all the time. They have to pass the field on the way. Every now and then, a customer will tell me a story about the field. Stories are all kinda different, but they always involve hearing something they cannot explain. I take these stories with a grain of salt, because after all, this is a bar, and most of these people are usually a little drunk when they tell me these stories. But one day, one of my favorite regulars and I are chit-chatting. He is a real down-to-earth, redneck kind of guy. The last person I'd expect to hear something weird from. But he says he was leaving the bar one night. He was passing the field when he heard someone splashing through the puddles in the grass. It had recently rained. He looked. Nobody there. But he can see the puddles splashing violently. Water is jumping straight up, like someone is stomping the water. Kinda spoopy on its own. But then he says that a few weeks ago, he was walking by the field and heard something like a bull trotting around. That is exactly how he described it. Not a horse, a bull. Big heavy hoofbeats. He said it sounded like some big animal was stomping around back and forth. The guy said he got chills and took off for home. This guy is a told old dude, so the fact that he admitted that alone made me believe him. Just have a few more things. Anyway, like I said, he was not the only one who mentioned something like this. That is another reason why I kinda believe it. I will keep this short. Another customer tells me he was walking home once. He hears something in the field. Unlike the other guy, this customer did not liken the sound to anything. could not even describe it. He just said it was the weirdest sound I ever heard. So he paused to listen. Everything seemed totally silent except for this weird sound. No wind, no leaves rustling, nothing. Then the sound stops and the man hears something else. Sounds like footsteps walking towards him from the far side of the field. He listens to them approaching for a moment before noping the fuck out and rushing home. He never saw a soul. Then I've heard another story similar to his. A few different people have said that they've heard what sounded like someone walking alongside them in the grass. They will just be walking home, and they will hear footsteps in the grass next to them, following them. Anyway, I never heard anything myself, and it's not like this was a regular occurrence, but I did hear multiple people mention stories like these over many years. While exploring an unmapped passage of an epic cave system, my group and I had one of the scariest experiences of our lives. We had been expecting to find an exit, but then the whole situation turned into a race against time. Suddenly, we heard strange sounds, and my friend suggested we get out because of them. At first, I thought it was just bats flying around, and I convinced him it must be a large room ahead. But then he said it sounded like an airplane overhead, and that is when I realized what was about to happen. I tried to brush it off, but deep down, I knew the water surge was coming. We had been exploring a section of the cave that I thought was unmapped. We thought an exit was just ahead, and we had left our bags behind as we assumed the end was near. But when we heard the roar of the water getting louder, we realized how serious the situation was. We had no time left to waste. I quickly turned to my friend and yelled that we had to climb to a higher part of the cave, a large dome room that seemed to be completely dry, and the perfect place to wait out the surge. We scrambled through a narrow tunnel and made it to the dry part just as the water surged in, pouring from above. The temperature dropped, and we sat there in complete panic, watching the water levels rise. It was an agonizing few minutes where we thought we might drown. I had a moment of clarity in that cold, desperate silence, and told the girl I was with that I loved her, a feeling I had been holding in for too long. After what felt like an eternity, the water began to recede, and we realized we were no longer at risk of flooding. The water had passed, and we were safe for now. We sat there in that strange, dry spot, considering our next move. We knew our batteries were running low, and our packs, left at the entrance of the cave, were likely gone, swept away by the flood. With nothing left but the fear of being stuck with no supplies, we started debating which way to go. We could follow the dry passage we had not explored yet, or take the known, water-surged route out. We decided we could not afford to explore the new passage. We would have to go the waterway out. To our surprise, as we navigated through the cave, we met two other cavers who had also been caught in the surge. They were soaking wet and just as desperate to get out. One of the cavers, a fearless man, volunteered to scout ahead, finding safe zones through the flooding tunnels while the rest of us followed. We took turns, moving quickly from one safe area to another, knowing that the surge could come at any moment. As we crawled through one of the tight passages known, I had a terrifying realization. I had surveyed the cave upstream earlier, and I could hear the distant roar of the water rising again. There was a risk that the current could overpower us if we get stuck in this narrow crawl. The passage was not tight like a mouse hole, but it was low enough to be dangerous in the event of another surge. If we got caught, the pressure of the water would be deadly. I was second in line as we crawled through the passage, hearing the others ahead of me, but something strange happened as I crawled. I started hearing footsteps I could not place, and a person who was not part of our group seemed to have joined us. This person was moving just as fast as we were, and at first, I thought it was one of the others, but I soon realized it wasn't. My heart started to race, and I felt a chill run down my spine. We were crawling fast, but the more I thought about it, the more I became sure that someone had joined our group without a word. I pushed on, not knowing what to make of the situation. until I finally emerged from the passage and saw the others waiting for me. But there was something off. There were only 4 of us in the room, not 5. I asked the others if they saw anyone else, and they all looked at me as though I was crazy. I could not explain it, but I was certain I had heard and even seen someone else with us. Some have suggested that this was an instance of third man syndrome, where you hallucinate the presence of an additional person in life-threatening situations, but I did not know what to believe. We quickly grabbed our bags, which to our surprise were still dry, untouched by the floodwaters. It was almost as if the cave had never flooded at all, even though we knew it had. We did not question it too much and just hurried to get out. When we finally reached the surface, we realized that we had missed our call-out time, but rescue would not have been mobilized until the next morning anyway. Still, we had narrowly escaped a disaster. Looking back, I know we made a series of mistakes. We were hungover, made poor decisions about our route, and left our bags behind without considering the risks. The weather had been rainy, and though it was not actively raining when we entered the cave, we should have expected the flooding. We also left our GoPro behind, so we don't have footage of the terrifying water surge, which is something I wish we could have recorded for reference. After all of it, I started experiencing anxiety, especially around water. The sound of waterfalls, or even just wind, makes me feel like something dangerous is coming. I don't know if it was just the intensity of the moment, or if it is something deeper, but I don't think I will ever look at a cave the same way again. The cave is a powerful, dangerous place, and I have learned to respect its ability to change in an instant. NJ here. Very peaceful woods around where I live. I very much enjoy hiking through them, riding my bike, and just enjoying the scenery. I live in a generally secluded area, where houses are all a quarter mile to a mile apart. This story happened when I was about 20 or so. Bored one Saturday, hop on my bike, plug in my headphones, and pack some beers in my book bag and plan to be gone for the day. I love doing that kind of stuff. Still do, actually. I had a very creepy driveway about 2 to 3 miles from my house. It's super long and lined with willow trees on either side, and at the end sits an old-style Victorian house. My words really don't do this place justice. It was creepy as shit. No one ever saw anybody come or go to this house. Much talked about within the community, but people would rather talk shit and spread rumors than actually knock on the guy's door and introduce themselves. Decide I am going to investigate. As the day got chillier, I pulled my hoodie up and banked a right into his driveway. Something in my body told me to turn around. Something is not right. I did not listen. I continued on. It was a dirt road, littered with potholes. It had rained heavily the day prior, so it was muddy, and mud had kicked up all over myself. At this point, I was halfway down his driveway, could vaguely see his house through the trees, when I heard a door slam from the distance. I did not even wait to see what the noise was. I turned my bike into the trees on the side of the road, and tried my absolute best to blend in with the woods. I army crawled backwards while dragging my bike, not giving a fuck about harvest mites and ticks, and chameleoned myself as best as I could. I heard the sound of wheels kicking up dirt. He was coming down the driveway. I braced myself for the sound of his brakes as he drew closer to me, but he just drove by. He had not noticed me. My heart was going insane. I was terrified. I laid still for an extra 5 minutes just to be sure. He was gone. I debated myself on what to do. Just go home while I was not caught, or continue investigating. Being young, stupid, and slightly drunk that I was, I decided I was moving forward with the plan. Heart still racing, I got back onto the driveway, brushed myself off, and rode my bike up to his house. No one was home. I dropped my bike, while realizing how far away from anything and everyone I was. Very unsettling feeling. House was completely normal, it seemed. I wasted my time, I thought. I got back to my bike, and at this point, it was starting to get dark, and pedaled my way up his driveway while asking myself why I had trespassed on this dude's property. I was angry with myself. He was a normal dude, just like myself and everyone on the street. Those thoughts dropped on the priority list as I recognized the sound of wheels hitting dirt. He was home and making his way down the driveway. I fucking panicked. I went fucking nuts. I did not know what to do. I did the first thing that came to my mind. I literally ditched my bike, threw it in the woods, and booked it through the forest. I never ran faster in my life. I got about 500 feet before a stickler bush tripped me up and I slammed face first into that wet, leafy earth. Without skipping a beat, I popped right up and continued sprinting. I managed to turn around and see if I was being followed. Through the trees, I could see a shadowy figure under the hue of his porch light. I could make out his outline. He was staring right at me. He was not saying anything, wasn't moving. He was just watching. I made my way to the street, right in front of a neighbor's house. I had run about 2 miles through dense, wet forest, and I looked fucked up when I finally made it out to the street. I was really pissed off about the bike, but I knew I had made the right decision. He did not know me or my bike, and I had never been in trouble before in my entire life, not even at detention. By the time I got home that evening, my parents were in the basement and I snuck upstairs, showered, cleaned up, and ran downstairs to grab some food. Thinking about how much I will miss that bike, I laid in my bed and dozed off to sleep. I awoke the next morning to my mom screaming at me. "What the fuck did you do to your bike, you asshole?" I shot right out of bed. How the fuck did she find out? I thought to myself. She led me to the back door, where I could see into my backyard. There was my bike, hanging from my fucking tree. Late one night. Full moon. Birthday party on a water catch near some beaches. Don't know why we were on a water catch, so fuck off and listen. Everyone is drunk and high as shit. 3 of us go back to the cars to get some shit we forgot. Birthday boy grabs the stuff he needed, then headed back for the water catch. Keep in mind, it was only about a 2-minute walk, but it was really dark, because there was loads of clouds covering the sky. Our friend and I hold back to talk about something. I can't remember what. We arrived back to the party to find that B-boy never returned. Tried calling him, and he did not return our calls. Eventually formed groups and split up. Some teams scouting beaches, others the road, and my team explored the water catch. While walking along, this really eerie, scratching sound appeared like 8 feet away from us, coming from just the other side of the water catch, which is like a 7-foot wall. It sounded like someone dragging a metal object across it. Everyone stopped, looked at each other, stay absolutely silent, begin walking again. Moments later, it started again, and so we all stopped abruptly, and so did it. First nope. Light coming from down the road, but far away. See something run into the nearby vegetation. It was really hard to make out. Pretty sure it was a person, but I don't know. It was really dark. Lights get closer, and it's my friends. We hop in with them, and drive around, calling our friend's name. Hours go by. Hear a blood-curdling scream. Second nope. Phone call. Come help me. I'm on a beach somewhere. I don't know how I got here. I'm really fucked up. You gotta come and find me. There is a lot of small beaches in the area, but you have to go through some forested paths to get there. Eventually find him. He is passed out, but not hurt. Wake him up. Get him home. Phew. A few days later, we find out someone got murdered there that night. Nope. Anyway, since we're in Japan, I will tell you guys about the Nihonzo. It's in Shimabara, on the island of Kyushu. Shimabara is pretty famous for that disastrous eruption some years back. Killed a lot of people, and even a portion of the city has been preserved to showcase the tragedy. Anyway, the Nihonzo is a giant statue of Buddha sleeping, attaining enlightenment basically, and located in a huge-ass cemetery. Anyway, Be me, a handful of years ago, visiting Shimabara with family, because we like to travel and see things. Mom really spiritual, wants to see Nihonzo. Sure, what else is there to do in Shimabara? Walking through the huge cemetery. Didn't realize the statue was in a cemetery. This is strange for a Buddhist statue. Find it. Mom in awe. I am bored and wander off. Pass by several mourners, dressed all in black. Think nothing of it. Keep eyes lowered and looking at some of the graves. Finally look up at grave. Notice someone standing behind it. Wearing all black. Mourner? Why are they behind the grave? Why is their head bowed? Look around. See the whole row of graves have people in black behind them. Think, shit, creeped out, seeing things again. Nope, nope, nope. Mom finds me. Asks me why I have a strange look on my face. Ask her about the mourners we pass by. What mourners? No one is here but us. The priests aren't even out here. Explain to Mom what I saw. She tells me not to talk to anyone until we are out of the cemetery. Be 27 years old. Work night shift at a logistics warehouse just outside town. Been there a little over a year. Not exciting, but it's alright in the grand scheme of things. And on the plus side, there is rarely anyone breathing down your neck. Job is basically unloading trucks, sorting packages, scanning barcodes, loading outgoing shipments. Mindless work, but kind of peaceful. Can throw on headphones, zone out, and not think too hard. Management does not micromanage as long as the job gets done. About a month ago, we get a new guy on the night crew. Name is Derek. Mid to late 30s, kind of rough looking, shaved head, stocky build. Quiet dude, polite, but kept to himself. Only talks when necessary, always short and to the point. Did his work, never complained, but always felt off somehow. Like the kind of guy who is used to being invisible. Figured he was one of those shut-in types. Probably preferred staying at home. First weird thing happened maybe a week after he started. I am unloading a shipment of flat screens around 1 a.m. Look over and see Derek just standing by the bay door, staring at a stack of boxes. Not moving, not doing anything, just staring. Think maybe he's figuring out how to move them or whatever. Keep working. Come back like 15 minutes later and he is still there. Exact same posture. Hands at his sides, just blank. Call out to him like, "Yo, you good?" He jolts a bit, turns and goes, "Yeah, just spaced for a second." Gives a quick half smile and walks off like nothing happened. Weird, but maybe he's tired or got stuff going on. We all have off days. Next couple of weeks, I start noticing it more. Derek will be working like normal, then just suddenly stop. Not like taking a breather, more like freezing up. Eyes go kind of glassy, unblinking. Does not respond unless you physically get his attention. Always brushes it off. Sorry, long day, or just thinking. Nobody else really seems to care as long as he pulls his weight, but I start keeping an eye on him. Then one night it gets worse. Doing inventory in the back. Hear footsteps behind me. Turn around, expecting one of the guys. It's Derek, standing over a clipboard, looking at the shipping logs. But something is off. He is flipping pages like he is searching for something, but barely looking at them. His face looks scared or confused maybe. Ask him if he is alright. He does not answer for like 5 seconds. Finally goes, trying to figure out where the shipment is going. Doesn't really make sense to me. I look over his shoulder. Addresses are all over the place. A few local, others out of state. One is listed as a vacant lot 2 counties over. Another is just GPS coordinates. Don't say anything, but that is not normal. Next day, I check some of the old logs. Not supposed to, but no one really watches the terminal closely. I've been here a while too, and the boss likes me. If he caught me, I could just explain, and he would be cool. He might not even care honestly, Lamau. Look at the last few weeks of deliveries. Most are normal. Retail stores, warehouses, homes. But sprinkled in are these weird ones. No company listed, just private or priority, do not modify. Some don't even have proper addresses, just vague labels like Lot B17 or Container Site 9, or things that are very clearly vacant lots, like the one I saw the other night. It was always stuff marked medical equipment or proprietary electronics. We don't even handle that kind of shipment usually. Decided to pull footage from the night that Derek was acting strange. I am close friends with the guy who works security, so he was more than happy to oblige. Rewind the cameras for the back dock. See Derek standing there, staring at the clipboard. Then this van pulls up around 2:30 a.m. Not one of ours, no company logo, just a plain black panel van. Two guys get out, both wearing dark hoodies, hats pulled down low. They walk straight into the building, through the side entrance. Camera angle sucks, but you can tell Derek sees them. He watches them walk in and does not move. Few minutes later, they walk out again. One is carrying something wrapped in tarp. Can't tell what. They get in the van and leave. Derek goes back to work like nothing happened. Very weird. Security guy does not care. He's an immigrant from, I think, Pakistan. Really chill dude, but you can tell he is just there for the paycheck. I mentioned it to him, but you could tell he could not care less. He did not even take a look when I pointed it out. Was more interested in chatting about League of Legends, and when I say chat I mean complain. A few days later, Derek stopped showing up. Ask supervisor about it. He just says Derek is on leave. Won't say more. Look at the schedule. His name has been wiped from the shift calendar. He has no shifts for the next few months. Go back to check his employee entry in the system. Sure enough, it says he's on temp leave. Ask a coworker what happened and if he was okay. Seems weird to go on leave so suddenly without it being a really serious emergency. They pause and go, "Oh yeah, I have no idea what happened to that guy." Like they already forgot he existed or just did not care enough where he went. How did no one fucking know why he was on leave? Starting to feel really uneasy. Went back to check that night's footage again. Files are gone. Entire folder from that night is missing. Ask the guy who manages the cameras if anything happened. He shrugs, says, "Sometimes the archives just glitch out." Bullshit. They are on a secure server. You have to delete them manually. I said this to him, and he straight up told me it was management's problem, that he would only sort it if they kicked up a fuss. Some people, man. Starting to think I should not have been looking at all. Sometimes, when I am working late now, I get this weird feeling, like someone is watching me from the upper catwalks, but no one is ever up there. I know it's just paranoia, and for not really any good reason too. Start noticing little changes too. Cameras move slightly, certain pallets sealed shut even when they shouldn't be. Once saw a guy in a dark hoodie walking through the loading bay around 3 a.m. Asked around. No one saw him but me. Have not said anything to anyone else. Trying to keep my head down. But I have started documenting everything just in case. Something really weird is happening at that warehouse. Not something paranormal. Something really real. Just people. But the kind who don't want to be seen. Couple nights after Derek vanished, get assigned solo backroom inventory shift. Usually at least 2 of us, but other guy called out. Manager says, just log what you can, no pressure. Warehouse dead quiet by 2 a.m. Only sound is the hum of lights and forklifts in the next bay over. Get for about half the manifest. Come across a shipment listed as miscellaneous electronics. Box is sealed with triple wrap and zip ties. Weird. We don't secure boxes like that unless it is sensitive. Scan barcode. System returns. Access restricted. Weird. Never seen that message before. Try again, and this time it just gives me a standard error, like the item is not in the system. Not the same access restricted message as from before. Go to flag it for supervisor and move on. As I am walking away, hear a loud click from the back wall. Stop and listen. Nothing else. Walk over slowly, thinking maybe it's just the cooling system kicking in. Notice one of the side doors, a heavy, locked one we never use, is cracked open. Pretty sure it was shut earlier. Warehouse policy says to report it, but something stops me. Get closer and peek through. Small dim hallway that runs between the shipping and receiving docks. Almost nobody goes down there unless something breaks. Decide to walk it. Half out of curiosity, half just trying to kill time. Turn the corner and stop dead. There is a second van, parked just outside the fire exit. Same as before. Black, unmarked, no plates. This one is running, engine low and steady. No one inside. Scan the area. See movement near the far end. 2 guys in dark jackets, hauling something heavy out of a pallet and into the van. It's wrapped in tarp, like last time. One of them glances toward me for a half a second. Don't think he saw me, but I back out quick, just in case. Go straight back to the main floor, acting like I did not see anything. Hands shaking a little. Finish logging the rest of my manifest. Go home early. Fake a stomach thing. Next day. Talk to supervisor casually. Hey, do we have any third-party pickups this week? He looks at me, like I asked if we ship bombs. Nah man, only our trucks this week. Why? Just say I thought I saw an unfamiliar van. Must have been someone lost. He shrugs it off, says to let him know if it comes back. Later that night, check the tracking system again. Look up the ID on that miscellaneous electronics box. Yeah, there's no entry there. The ID does not return anything. Not marked delivered, not transferred, just nothing there. I run a query for any other shipments marked with the same tags, miscellaneous electronics. There is only one result left, marked for outgoing tomorrow at 3 AM. Destination, Station 5. No address, no contact, no delivery company. Decide I'm going to stay late and watch. Night comes. Shift ends at 1 AM. I hang around, pretend I'm waiting on a late truck. Hide out in the second floor break room that overlooks the back lot. Around 2:45, van rolls in. Same one. Black, silent, no lights. 2 guys again, different from before though, wearing gloves this time. They head straight to the restricted pallet and roll it out. They move with a weird urgency, like they have done this 100 times before. One of them checks his watch constantly. Within 10 minutes, they are back in the van and gone. Next morning, that shipment is now marked as delivered and there is no contact info there. But it is very clearly fake. The phone number just rings out. It doesn't actually reach anyone on the other end. The email address and other contact info seem legit, but how easy is it just to make a fake email and give a fake name? Go back to check the footage again. Camera logs between 2:40 and 3:10 AM. They show footage this time, but it is not from that night. Someone must have changed it, because there is nothing happening on the feed, and I know what I saw. Whoever they are, they're wiping or changing everything. Decide to confide in one of the older guys, Steve. He has been there 10 years, old school, smokes during break, and does not care much. Ask if he has ever noticed weird deliveries or unmarked trucks. He goes quiet for a second, then says, just show up, clock out, go home. Tells me that in the past, some things have been known to done under the radar, gets us a better deal, helps keep our wages high, and helps keep us all fed. Tells me that it's nothing that should ever involve me. Asks me if I've talked to anyone else. Say no. He nods and walks away. But before he does, he tells me, this is a good, well-paying gig. Don't mess this up for everyone. Doesn't come back the next day when we are meant to be on shift together. Supervisors say Steve needed to swap to a different shift. Starting to think that this runs deeper than just weird shipping logs. Feel like I'm not supposed to know anything, but now that I've seen it, I can't ignore it. Every day I show up, I feel like I'm being watched a little closer. One morning, I find my locker slightly ajar. Nothing taken, but my notebook is flipped open to the back page. I did not leave it like that. Tried to call Derek's number again. Number not in service. Tried to find him on Facebook, nothing. Searched public records. No trace of him living in the state. What the fuck is going on with him? Still show up to work every night. I just keep my head down and keep collecting my check. I don't want to ruin a good gig or get involved in something shady. Whenever I'm on a late shift now, I don't bother investigating anything. Just log it, and if someone cares, then they care. If they don't, not my problem. Still just seems odd to me though. Here is mine, first time telling it. Me and some buddies decide to go out monster hunting one night when we can't go out and drink. Never actually find anything abnormal, just go hunting around in the desert. I live in the southwest for random cool shit, or find deer and other animals while we're hyped up on junk food and soda. Stop at a gas station to get supplies, nothing special. We head out to a few different places we usually go to, nothing happens. Try a new place we had never been to before. It is one of those places that had no trespassing signs slapped all over the place, nothing new, except this one had an old bloody shoe in front of the gate, but we thought nothing of it. We drive around in my buddy's truck for a while, with 2 guys in the bed and 2 in the cab. The 2 in the back have flashlights to look around in the brush, and the entire time we all kinda agree there is a really eerie feeling. We do this all the time, and it's not like this is something new to us, so for all of us to be freaked out, it is a little strange. The further and further we keep going, the more and more old, fucked up clothes we start finding laying in the path. We hit a dead end and go back to take another path. On our way back, driver says he saw something move. We stop, scan area, nothing appears. Probably just paranoia. We keep driving around until we come up on what looks like an old fucked up farmstead. Old horse pens and chicken coops all beat to shit. We get out and start walking around. Whole entire time, the creepy feeling is getting worse and worse. We keep walking around the plot of land and eventually walk down what seems to be a footpath. It was way too small for vehicles. I had tossed in a dip earlier and left my can in my back pocket. As we walk around, we come across what seems to be an old campsite. It looked relatively fresh. We stop at the campsite to talk for a bit about how creepy shit is and decide to go back. As we start walking away, we get a rock thrown at us. We were all walking fairly parallel, so none of us threw it, and we all knew that. We all haul ass down the path. I'm talking oh shit.jpg ass hauling. I trip and fall on my way back to the truck on a rock. My dip and wallet fall out. I don't give a fuck about $3 worth of tobacco. Rather have my life and wallet. Keep going. We all eventually make it back to the truck with myself and last. We hop in and the driver guns it. This area was new to us, so we ended up taking a wrong turn. As we go down this new path, there is a slight hill to our left. We all agree we took a wrong turn somewhere, but our truck is too big and the road is too small to do a 3-point turn. On top of the hill, there is an old truck, not too beat up, but not in great condition either. Its lights are off, but we are all spooked anyways. As soon as we pass the truck, it turns on. It quickly pulls out and goes down the path the way we came. General consensus is that we are fucked. We pull up on a dead end, but it's wide enough to turn, so think we're saved as truck dude has not been seen. 3-point turn is executed. We keep moving. 30 seconds or so later, there is another truck following us. Came from the direction of the dead end. Nobody has any clue where the fuck it came from. That dead end did not have any paths it could have hidden on. Nobody saw it until it came speeding after us. We are not far from actual paved road. Decide to just gun it. Hopefully make it to safety before these wrong-turn cultists assault us. Get to the gate. Truck guy number 2 seems to have lost us. I run out, open it up. However, I notice that the shoe that was there before is still there, in relatively the same position. Only this time, there is my can of dip, lying next to it. This story was told to me personally by a witness and participant in the events, whom I will call Jack. Below is a direct quote from him. My wife, Marge, our daughter Janice, she is 6, and I, live on the outskirts of a small town. Nothing strange has ever happened here. Our nearest neighbors are about a mile away, and the closest building that is not ours is a dilapidated old barn, about 300 meters from our house. As I said, nothing unusual ever happened in my lifetime. No murders, no strange gatherings in the barn, nothing out of the ordinary. That is, until things started disappearing from our home. At first, we did not think much of it. We figured we were just misplacing things. Keys, my daughter's mobile phone, pencils, toys, and other small items. Nothing valuable. But when food started disappearing from the fridge, my wife and I realized something was wrong. We debated for a long time what to do. I refused to call the police. I'm not one to have people poking into my business. This is my home, and I will protect it. So I decided to stay up and keep watch on the first floor at night. I grabbed my double-barrel shotgun just in case, sat in the armchair and waited. Everyone else went to bed, and I stayed there, vigilant. I woke up to a sound. It was familiar, but unsettling. Chomping. Someone was in the kitchen, chewing through my food. At first, I felt fear, but then, indignation took over. I jumped out of the chair and rushed to the kitchen, shouting, "I will shoot your damn horns off." But when I reached the door, I froze. I could not move, paralyzed by terror. In the dim light, only the moon filtering through the windows, I saw something by the refrigerator. It was not quite an animal, yet it wasn't quite human either. It stood in an odd, unnatural way, its legs bent in the wrong direction. It was small, just a bit taller than my daughter Janice, but, honestly, the first thing I remember clearly were the eyes, huge, glowing blue, like 2 moons. The creature stared at me. I raised my gun, and it hissed, its eyes never leaving mine. It seemed to see in the dark, just like a cat. I was terrified. I mean, it's not every day that the devil walks into your house. I fired, but I missed. I didn't understand how. I swear, I aimed at its chest, but when the shot rang out, the barrel was aimed at nothing. Then, the creature knocked me down, threw me to the ground, and started slashing. I screamed, tried to fight it off, but it was so strong, like a bear. I thought, this is it. I am done for. The pain was excruciating, my chest already covered in blood, but then I heard hurried footsteps coming from the stairs. My daughter ran in, followed by Marge. As soon as they saw what was happening, they both screamed. The creature hissed and stared at them, and in that moment I thought, no, you will not touch my family. I screamed, run, Marge, grab Janice and run, save yourselves. Janice yelled, Daddy, Daddy, don't touch Daddy. The fear in her voice was so raw, I screamed again, don't touch my family, you bastard. And then, something I still cannot explain happened. It obeyed. It leapt off me, and in 2 swift bounds, it reached the kitchen window. It locked eyes with Janice for a moment, its glowing gaze burning, then jumped out of the window. That was the last we saw of it. Marge immediately called an ambulance. They arrived about 20 minutes later and took me to the hospital. No joke, my chest was shredded by what looked like sharp claws. The medics asked me what had happened, and I kept quiet. Eventually, I told them that a bear had gotten into the house, but they did not believe me. There are no bears in our area. When I returned home with Marge and Janice, they stayed with my sister while I was in the hospital. The first thing I did was check the old barn. And you know what I found? All the things that had gone missing were there. I have a story that I posted in a thread of my own, but the thread was not getting any traction, so I will post here. This story was told to me by my grandfather. I can't tell you guys the exact year, but my grandfather implied that this story took place when he was a boy, so that would put the story in the late 40s or early 50s. My grandfather was born and lived in the rural parts of the Deep South. His great uncle lived down the road from him. Back in these days, the family kind of lived all in the same general area and knew each other's business, and was involved in each other's work. At this time, my family were farmers and moonshiners. As such, they owned the only car in the area, and when I say they owned, I mean as a collective. All of the extended family, brothers and uncles, etc., used that car. My grandfather and his extended family lived on a road that they owned, basically both sides of the road for what seemed like a couple miles, meaning that my grandfather and his family would live in one house, surrounded by their field and woods, go an eighth of the mile down the road, and my great-great-grandfather would live there, surrounded by his property. Go another several hundred yards down the road, and one of my grandfather's aunt and uncles would live there, etc. This would go on for a couple of miles. I say all this to explain that their road was infrequently traveled by car, as my grandfather's family owned the only car in the area, and his extended family was practically the only family down that road for miles. If there was nothing to do, either on the farm or in moonshining, my grandfather's great uncle would sometimes walk about 5 to 10-ish miles down the road to the nearest busy road for cars. He would just loiter around the intersection at the regional church and wait for cars to pass by to talk to the people in the cars. At this time, you would maybe get a car an hour on a busy day. On to the main story. One day, at dusk, my grandfather's great uncle had to use the bathroom. There was no indoor plumbing, so he had to go to the outhouse down by the edge of the woods. As he was making his way down the path, and since it was very nearly dark out, he noticed a light traveling through the woods. He said that the light was moving towards him, kind of bobbing as it made its way through the woods. Though the motion of the light would have resembled a person walking through the woods holding a lantern, he knew that it was not the case. The light was blue, and it did not light up the surrounding area. It was just a light unto itself. This strange sight scared him, so he froze in place, not too far from the outhouse at the edge of the woods, his eyes transfixed on the light. He said that the light came out into the open. The light, almost a foot in diameter, started to bob more violently, it almost resembling a bouncing ball, though not ever touching the ground, just a violent bobbing. He said that he knew, somehow, that he was going to die soon. He did not know how or the day, but that he would die in the very near future. I don't know how he knew, just that it was a bad omen. He told his family of the light that he saw, and that it was a bad omen, foretelling his death. He also said that he was in fear for his soul, and that he was sure he would go to hell if he died. The very next Sunday, he went to the regional church that I mentioned was about 5 to 10 miles from his house. He confessed his sins and was baptized that day. The Saturday after he was baptized, about a week and a half after the sighting of the light, he was walking home from the intersection. He had spent that Saturday, as he had many lazy Saturdays, hanging out at the intersection and talking to passers-by. Later that afternoon, he decided to return home. He was making his way down the winding road that my family lived on, and he was run over by a car in a curve in the road. As nobody came to the door of any of his relatives, his killers were never caught. His body was found by my family when they went out searching for him when he did not return home that evening. TLDR, grandfather's great uncle sees a blue light at the edge of a field near dusk. Blue light is a bad omen. Grandfather's great uncle knows he will die soon. Goes to church to get right with God. Run over by a car the very next Saturday. Be laid off work for a month before getting back at it. Be living in Chinatown on the 8th floor. Find a labor job on Craigslist roofing. Guy picks me up at a downtown train station. Guy has the typical crackhead shuffle. Fuck, Work for the week. Guy is a fucking mess. Shoulda known. Get back to my actual job, and a few weeks go by. I try weekly, calling Guy to get my money out of him. Finally, late one weeknight, he calls. Come downtown to a shady bar, get your money. I do. Get to the entrance. Someone outside says, "The fuck you doing here, man?" I say, "Here to get my pay from Guy." They say, "He will fucking kill you, man. Don't go in there." Go in. I have never slipped in my life. Find him in the far back corner with people. I state plainly I need my pay. He says, "Let's go outside," and we do. Second I get out, things are not the same. It's like a different city. He gives me a brown paper bag full of Canadian cash. I can't for the life of me count out the bills I need. Things suddenly don't make sense. Guy grabs the paper bag from me and hands me some bills. I take a cab back to Chinatown. Key to my building does not work. I wait to walk in when someone else enters the building. Next day, things are all wrong. Nobody in my building in Chinatown knows me. That night, the cops show up at my door, investigating a 911 hang-up at my apartment. They inform me I am a person of interest in a murder. I relate my timeline from the last 2 days. Something is wrong. According to the cops' timeline, I am missing a day. I am under investigation. Let the cops search my place. They think they will find narcotics. They don't. I stay with friends for the next 2 weeks. Shit is not cool at my place. Everything is off. I go back home, resume my normal life. Through word of mouth, I learn that the guy was charged with a murder on the date of my missing day. I assume this fucking guy was convicted. Things got back to normal, and there has been nothing about it since. Be me. In 2017, I worked for a property management company in New Mexico. This company handled everything from new construction to old foreclosures that the bank had repossessed. Most of the time, my job was just inspecting these places. Sometimes changing locks, sometimes photographing damage for reports. Occasionally, we would get a real mess. Squatters, hoarders, meth labs, you name it, I have probably seen it. But nothing came close to this one place in Valencia County. It was an old prefab home out on unincorporated land. No running neighbors for miles. It was just dry desert brush, a few rusted out trailers in the distance, and a whole lot of dust. It had been foreclosed on about 4 months earlier, and the bank wanted it cleared for resale. The original owner, a guy named Raymond C. or something, I think his name was, withholding his last name just in case I can get into trouble somehow. Call me a pussy if you want. This guy had not been seen since the eviction. Like, not at all. Not a single trace of this guy. When I pulled up in the driveway, I noticed the front door was wide open. It was not kicked in or anything like that. It was just hanging there on its hinges, like it had been left that way for months. I called the sheriff's office real quick, just to cover myself, and let them know I would be inspecting a property with signs of entry. Really did not want any blame pinned on me, or for anything weird to happen. The dispatcher did not seem too concerned at all. They sounded bored, and like they could not care less really. So, I decided the only thing to do was go in and just get on with my job. The place smelled really fucking bad. Smelled like mildew and dry rot. The air was thick and warm, despite it being early spring. The floor was covered in a fine layer of sand and silt. It was like the wind had slowly blown the desert in. But other than all of that, it was relatively quiet. The furniture was all still there. Couple couches, a bed, an old TV with rabbit ears. Everything seemed frozen in place, like someone had just stepped out for groceries and never came back. I started snapping photos of everything like usual, so we had a record. That is when I noticed something a little strange. Nothing groundbreaking, but I definitely picked up on it quite quickly. All of the mirrors in the house had been turned to face the wall. Like, every single one, I kid you not. In the bathroom, the mirrors in the bedroom, even a little compact mirror on a dresser was not spared. They were all flipped around. Not a massive deal, I guess. Maybe this dude was just paranoid or something, I don't know. Still a little weird though. But then I came across the garage while taking photos, and notes on the rest of the place. The garage had been converted into a little workspace. It had fluorescent lights overhead. Also, one of those industrial metal tables in the center, and the walls were absolutely covered in printed photo too. Hundreds of them, maybe even thousands. Too many to count at any rate. Every single one showed the same thing. A long, flat patch of desert. There was nothing else on them. Just dirt and sky and a slight dip in the land. Different angles and different lighting, sure, but always the same patch. The back of each photo was labeled with a date. Some went back years. In the corner was a filing cabinet full of notebooks. I opened one up at a random page, just out of curiosity. Inside of them were logs. Observations, I guess you'd call them. They were always dated. They were always about the hole. At the time reading them, I had no idea what the fuck these observations were referring to. All I knew is that is what he called it. Notes would always be like, hole is slightly wider today, 0.5 inches hit eastern lip. No sound when rocks dropped in, no echo. Magnometer registered slight fluctuation at perimeter. Dreams are worsening. One simply read, it watches back. What the fuck? I was disturbed reading this stuff. I mean, who wouldn't be, right? The last entry was dated a short while ago. About a day after he was last seen, I think. The last entry was just, going to scale down and inspect myself. At this point, it was so much more than being disturbed. I was confused, genuinely confused. There was no hole or whatever anywhere near the property that I could see. Nothing in the house either. I thought maybe he was referring to some kind of structural damage or maybe even a sinkhole, and that he just maybe was not all there in the head. I remembered that there were coordinates in the logbook though. So, I decided I would look up the coordinates mentioned in several entries. To my surprise, they led to a real place. I was expecting it to be some kind of a joke, if I'm honest. But yeah, just a flat patch of desert land about 10 miles away from the house. It was still technically on the same parcel, but it was more than far enough away that I would have no idea without the coordinates. It looked like nothing from satellite view. No building, no sinkhole, no sign of disturbance, nothing. I guess you just had to know that it was there. Otherwise, you would be none the wiser. I should not have gone out there. I did not really have the time to mess around, and I'm pretty sure my bosses would not be happy if they found out either. But I had to see it. And I did it on my own time anyway, so it's not like they could really complain. I drove down a service road, parked, and then walked about a quarter mile past some brush. The GPS guided me the whole way. Just dry, cracked dirt and scrub. And then I saw it. The thing he was observing and taking notes of. A circle. It was perfectly round and about 8 feet across in total. I walked up to it to peer inside. The dirt inside was pure black, blacker than tar. There was no texture and no shadows. It was like someone had photoshopped a hole into reality. Looked and especially felt really off. Like I could feel bad energy radiating from it. There was no smell and no heat coming off of it. I picked up a small stone from nearby off the ground and tossed it in. It made no sound. I thought maybe my aim was just bad, so I picked up another and dropped it directly over it. Naturally, I could not see shit. But again, no sound. That is not normal. I waved my hand over the edge. There was no updraft, no heat or cold, just absence. It did not even feel like it had depth. It felt like it was not there at all, like it was just a big hole in the world. As much as I wanted to stick around some more and investigate the place, I just felt really uneasy. You know that thing people get when they're on the edge of something, and you get that little intrusive thought in your head? I think they call it call of the void or some cringe shit like that. But it's like in your head saying to jump, and obviously you don't listen because you're not an idiot. I felt this, but amplified, like really, really loud, almost like I could actually hear it right there in person. I had some old rope in my truck. I'm sure you'll say, how convenient, but it was from my side hustle. Basically, I decided to get the rope and tie something to it and see if I could feel it hit something down there, or maybe just figure out how far down it went. I had about 400 feet of rope. Don't ask why. I didn't really have much with me to attach it to, so I just used my old toolbox. I mean, I didn't really have anything else. A rock would be too small and could just fall. Anyway, so I lowered it down, and I am not kidding when I say I got to the end of all 400 feet and did not feel a thing. No kind of vibration or motion or any kind of sound. Sometimes they dig wells super deep at like 1,000 feet, so I decided it must be that. Nothing to do except pull it back up. Once I did, my face went white. I did not know how to react when I pulled the toolbox back up to the top and saw that there was only half of it left. Literally split in half. All the tools gone, fallen out I assume. Like I said, I felt and heard nothing, so how the fuck did this happen? I left immediately. Back at the office, I filed the inspection report but left out the garage and the hole. I just listed the property as abandoned, structurally sound, and in need of debris cleanup. 2 weeks later, I got a call. Not from the bank, from a man claiming to be from the Department of the Interior. Said he had some follow-ups about a property I had inspected. Would not say which agency he was actually with. Asked if I had removed or taken any documents or photographs. I said no, which wasn't a lie technically. I left everything where I found it. He thanked me and hung up. That was the last I heard about that. Never had the time to look into it further. I have a few that happened to family members of mine. I have never experienced anything myself. This happened to my grandmother while in college in the 1940s. In dorm room with close roommate. Just relaxing at night, cooling off from the day's classes. Suddenly hear a scraping noise coming from the hallway. Grandma and her roommate shit themselves. Shut the door and huddle up. Listen closer. Sounds like someone forcefully scratching the walls. They sit there motionless for what seemed like hours. All the while, the scraping gets closer. Eventually, it stops, and they tentatively go to bed. In the morning, they learn that a friend of theirs had fallen and gotten severely hurt in the hallway. She had tried to make a noise and make her way to the nearest door to get help, but never made it. The girl died, and my grandmother felt so awed up about being afraid that she never asked how the girl got hurt. She used to use it as a fable, telling me it pays to face off your fears. This one happened to my mom. It's a bit weird, but I will write it just as she described it. In her bedroom with her cousin. She lived nearby, but was staying the night so they could hang out longer. As they are sitting around having fun, the overhead light begins to act strangely. It starts to flicker frantically, which freaks them out, but then it gets worse. The light starts to glow a deep red, and a pitch-black curtain begins to make its way across the ceiling and then down the walls. They go into a panic. Rush for the door to get my grandpa. The door has no handle all of a sudden. They begin to claw and beat at the door. They are screaming at the top of their lungs. Before the blackness reaches them, my grandpa busts in. All at once, things go back to normal. My grandpa comforts them, but is left confused for a while until they come to their senses. My brothers and I used to poke fun at my mom over the story, calling it the evil lamp. She and her cousin still swear by it though, as the most evil thing they've ever felt. Last one for now, another from my mom. Lived on a farm in rural Oregon. Houses on a hill with fields, and then a thick forest at the top. Clear view all the way up from the kitchen window. Forest can't really be penetrated due to blackberries. Around the age of 7, she is playing near the tree line, digging in the dirt. Someone walks up to her. It is a girl in a red dress. Everything seems normal. They become good friends, play every day. But when it's time to head inside at night, the girl just stays near the tree line as my mom heads inside. Stays there no matter how long my mom watches from the house. Eventually, my mom feels sorry for her and asks if her friend can come inside. They act confused, but eventually say yes. Mom goes to tell friend, but she is nowhere to be found. Never sees her again. She asked my grandparents about it when she was much older. They did not know who she was talking about at first, but then remembered. They had said yes, assuming it was an imaginary friend. During that time, they had seen my mom play by herself by the tree line every day, and never saw another girl, especially not in a red dress. Needless to say, this spooked the whole family. Be a guy from Texas. Decide to take a trip to New Orleans. Trip is not important, it is the drive back that matters. So, I am heading home, maybe 20 minutes outside Lafayette. Suddenly feel the onset of an anxiety attack coming on. Has not happened in a while, but last time was when I was driving, and that shit was bad news. So I pull off the interstate. For some reason, I don't stop. Keep driving. Feeling not fully in control of my actions. Heading farther and farther away from the interstate. Moving into a rural area via this little road. Anxiety never kicks in, but now I am wondering what the fuck I'm doing, lol. Pull to a stop. These kids are playing in a small field on my left. Huge field over to my right. I glance over at the big field. There is a black thing walking around out there. Looks like a person ambling around, but wire thin and tall. Surprised to see this shit in broad daylight. Keep staring at it. It's actually really hard to see. I can just barely make it out as it moves around. It gets harder and harder to see until eventually it is just gone. Totally bewildered. Look back over at the kids. They are totally frozen in place. They are all looking bug-eyed at the field. I yell out, "Did y'all see that?" They look at me and nod. Alright, see y'all later. Looking at that man was like looking at a daddy longlegs from far away. Just thin and wiry, barely perceptible. I wonder if the only reason I saw it was because I was panicking, but I don't know. The kids saw it too. Another one. Used to work with an events company. One event took us to downtown Houston. Small party at the Houston Library. Anyone that's worked in this sort of job knows you often work split shifts. You set up before the event starts. Go home to get some sleep while it is going on. Then come back and work overnight to tear it down. Since this one was so small, it was just me and a handful of guys. One of them goes off by himself to take down the lights. Let's call him George. George is on a big ladder by an upstairs window, pulling lights. Pick related. George is by one of those arch windows on the left-hand side. I am walking by, and George stops me. Tells me he hears music inside the building. I listen, and sure enough, I can hear a violin. Figured maybe someone left a radio on. Tell George to just ignore it. It is not our job. But George tells me it is moving. Not sure what he means. George says he's been hearing the music move past him, back and forth. I listen closely. The fucker is right. The sound of the violin is traveling from one window to the next, and then back. Fucking ghost music. George is Hispanic and incredibly superstitious, so I tell him to hurry up before El Diablo gets him. Never seen him work so fast, Keck. By the time we're done tearing down, everyone is aware of the ghost violinist. We stand there for a while, staring up at the windows, listening to the music in the dark. Beautiful piece. Still wonder what it is to this day. Find out later, the old groundskeeper used to play violin. He and his dog are said to haunt the building. Rest in peace, old-timer. You were one hell of a fiddler. Let's tell the story about the field wraith now. Back in the day, I used to walk around my hometown and go scavenging. The big fields next to the long forest following the river always had cool treasure. Knives, bones, skulls, big chunks of scrap metal that could either be scrapped or forged. One day of scavenging, I had a couple of buddies with me. We stayed out past dusk, and we were junk hunting until it was dark. Now, this big-ass field runs parallel to a very desolate and vacant road, so it has those big tall coppery-colored streetlights. Those lights were bright enough to dimly illuminate about half the width of this field. The field is about 2 football fields wide, and it was dimly lit about halfway. We were walking on the sidewalk, the field on our right. Suddenly, my eyes catch movement in the fields. What is that? Me and all 3 of my friends saw this thing fucking hauling ass over the tips of the grass. It was a black hooded figure, arms, shoulders, and a head, just silently speeding across the moor. No legs, just like the picture attached. We stopped and stared at it. It traveled another 50 yards, then suddenly vanished into thin air. Field wraith out of 10. A few murders have happened in that neck of the woods, too. When I was 9, a bunch of us from the neighborhood, loud, rowdy kids, spent our days climbing for a pair of abandoned, rotting 2-story barracks near an old dirt road. People had actually lived there in my memory. I even remember one woman from there who used to drink with my grandmother. Then, out of nowhere, they were all given apartments, and the barracks stood empty for the next 3 years. Naturally, everything you'd expect from an abandoned place was there. Homeless people coming and going, garbage everywhere, puddles of God knows what in every corner. There were still scraps of furniture and old wallpaper, but it was all decaying fast. One of the barracks had something unusual. A single intact door on the 2nd floor, blocking off an apartment. It was old but sturdy, completely sealed shut, and being the reckless kids we were, we decided to turn the place next door into our headquarters. We dragged in random junk, cleaned up a bit, even designated a bathroom, which, in hindsight, was disgusting. 2 unlucky kids were forced to mop the floors. To keep out squatters, we nailed boards across the entrance, leaving just enough space for us to squeeze through. That is when the noises started. At first, we brushed them off as the wind, but then someone pointed out that the windows in that apartment were intact, and wind does not make scratching sounds, like nails dragging across wooden floors. We were kids. Fear was not in our vocabulary, curiosity was. So, every time we heard those noises, we would press our ears to the wall, trying to figure out what was inside. We even tried to break down the door, not that we had the strength. Someone climbed a tree to peek through the windows, but thick, heavy red curtains blocked the view. One of us had a bright idea. We taped the door shut to see if it was ever opened. For 3 weeks, the tape stayed untouched, until some idiot set it on fire. Meanwhile, the noises got worse. The shuffling became more frequent. Sometimes, we heard wheezing. Once, we even heard a raspy old cough, like some frail old woman clearing her throat. We never found out what was behind that door, but none of us forgot the sounds. Years later, I ended up working at the hotel that now stands where those barracks used to be. Hotel Fishery, Kamchatka, Elizava. I worked as a waiter and sometimes stayed the night when it wasn't worth going home between shifts. One night, the place was empty except for me and the administrator. Guests were rare back then. I was in my room, asleep on a soft bed, when I woke up suddenly for no reason. Then I heard it. That same sound, the shuffling, the wheezing, the quiet scraping noise from behind the wall, right where the headboard of my bed was. I broke out in a cold sweat and ran downstairs to the administrator. I asked if anyone else had checked in. She said no. Grabbing her by the elbow, I made her come with me to check the room next to mine. It was empty, spotless. I quit that job a long time ago, but even now, I avoid walking past that place. Summer 2014. Decide that it's time to kill coyotes for that sweet, sweet fur. Grab my bare bones basic AR-15 I got for cheap. I like the way AK slings effects, so I ghetto the sling point to put on the barrel. Sling it on my right side around my neck, messenger bag style. Take my ATV up to a cabin on the mountain. Take the key to my ATV. Start looking around. I have been throwing squirrel and rabbit guts into the woods and shit like that to bring predators around. Check my bait, it's all gone. Keep getting a strange feeling. Guy who lives on the mountain just down the road leaves in his car just as I decide I should look around in the woods. Every time I step, I keep thinking I hear another footstep shuffling through the grass and brush. See a stick figure shape looking thing in the distance a little bit downhill from me. Wave directly at it. It slips behind a tree. Okay, goodbye. Walk back up to the cabin. Decide to sit around and drink for a while. Start hearing coyote yelps and shit in the distance. Get my gat ready to blast a couple fools. Sit with the lights off on the porch and nothing comes by. Then the yelping turns into a distant, "Help me." Look over to the neighbor's house and the lights are off. It does not click that he left. Get up and listen. Help me. Help me. Fuck. He broke his legs and is stuck in a woods with coyotes or some shit. Get close enough to the woods to tell it's on an ATV trail. Decide to take my ATV and AR. Driving towards the person saying help me when I come to a U-shaped dip in the path. Don't hit my brakes, just coast it down. I hear something right in front of me on the trail scream help me, and I freak my shit and try to turn. Flip my ATV and black out for a minute. Wake up under the ATV with it pinned on top of me. Sit still and wait for my eyes to adjust. Start feeling around. Find that my left leg is pinned under the ATV. Try pushing it, but I can't get it off. It's like it got 100 pounds heavier in a couple of seconds. The sling around my neck tells me I still have a rifle. Drag it to me. Realize my arm is bleeding in the meantime. Check over the gun. The handguard is fucked and the stock is cracked, but it appears to still function. I've got 30 rounds to keep me safe until the night is over or someone finds me. Sit and listen closely to the sounds of the forest before I hear something shuffling in the grass that silences everything. It is dead quiet. I don't think I've ever felt more fear than I have at this moment. I hear it shuffling around. Help me again and again. Don't know if I should respond or sit in silence. Its shuffling gets closer. Something appears over the ATV, just like if you had fallen at a bar and the bartender looked at you funny. It looked like it was 9 feet tall. Frozen solid, twiddle my fingers and reach for my gat. Just bring it into my shoulder and sit there, pointed at whatever the fuck it is. Don't want to look directly at it because fuck that. Help me. I hear it climbing over the ATV. Looking away still, but something grabs my face. Fuck, 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 fuck. Mind is blank. Looking for triggerfinger.exe. Not found. Would you like to delete the shortcut? It slowly moves my head over. I am face to face with this thing, and it is looking me in the eyes. It looked like how almost everyone else describes them. Golem that had done crack and carved up its face with sunken cheeks and deep eyes. To this day, I have never smelled anything quite as bad as the breath from that thing. Feel the flash hider on my AR bump into something. Remember, I had it aimed at the thing. Brain reboots. Scream as loud as I can. It screams back. Start yanking, not pulling or squeezing the trigger as fast as I can. Gun is going off. My ears are starting to ring. It grabs my hair and starts slamming my head into the ground as fast as it can. Still pulling the trigger as fast as I fucking can. It rips the fucking gun from my hand and starts beating me with it. It is still screaming as loud as it fucking can while beating me over the head with my own gun. Lights start flickering through the woods, about to black out, when I hear something louder than the screaming. I swear, I saw the thing's head fly open. It drops my gun, screams like a child that's just been shoved in an oven, and runs for it. Drops my gun 10 feet from my head. Light is getting closer. Don't know if I'm dying or being saved. Anon, hold on. Something is tugging my arm. Look over. It's the guy who lived down the road. He's got a huge revolver. We are talking a Magnum Research BFR here. Blackout. Wake up in a hospital. Had a fuck ton of stitches in my head. When I get out, I ask my neighbor what he saw that night. Replies with, a bear. We get them often up here. Not entirely convinced that I was nearly beaten to death with my own gun by a bear. True story. Be me, like 10 or 11. Be with like 4 friends, riding bikes at like 11 PM, cause that's what we do. Down the street from my house lived this old lady. Rarely saw her leave the house, but when she did, her hair was fucked, and she muttered to herself. Everyone thinks she's creepy as fuck. Upper floor, top right window, sealed that deal. She kept a crazy-eyed antique doll in her window that always looked like it was looking down at the street at us. Be riding past there, stop in front of the house. I find a tennis ball, reason we stop. But then we just kinda sat there, looking at the doll. I shit you not, as soon as we are all looking at it, the fucker slowly tips over forward and hits head against glass, now looking directly down on us. Holy shit, what the fuck reflexes. Throw ball as hard as I can at the window. Window breaks in, tennis ball goes in. Doll leans back, as if it's going to fall into the house. My face when that creepy fucker slowly leans forward and falls out the window into the bushes. Get the fuck out. Fast forward like half a year later. Be with neighbor girl who was with me the night of the creep doll, telling me how she keeps waking up to noises in her backyard. We joke and say it's the old Ken doll we buried there as a joke. Next day, she tells me how her father found a creepy-ass cracked face porcelain doll next to a hole with a Ken doll in it. Holy shit, me and that girl flipped out for weeks. Got all friends to come over, and she made her dad burn the doll with gas. The only thing left after that was the burnt-ass glass eyes. Fast forward like a month. Me and neighbor girl plan to sneak out around 1 AM. Plan initiates. I sneak out front door, look down. There is a fucking tennis ball sitting dead center on my porch. Move soon after. Have not talked to neighbor girl. Used to work as a meter reader for the county about 5 years ago, give or take. When I tell you, it is the most boring job imaginable. Drive around rural routes, hop fences, read meters tucked behind people's houses. Half the time, they're buried in ivy or behind some busted grill that no one has used since 2003. Kinda liked it though. No coworkers breathing down your neck. No customers yelling at you. Just you, a clipboard, and a pair of boots. Got assigned a route one morning, way past the edge of town. Outward GPS gets spotty, and road turns to gravel. Old family plots, hobby farms, places where people don't lock their doors because the closest neighbor is a cornfield. First few houses are normal. A couple yappy dogs, a guy in his bathrobe asking if I'm from the county, the usual. Then I hit this address, marked as unoccupied on the sheet. Still have to check the meter, even if nobody lives there. Billing protocol or whatever. Pull up to the place and immediately get a weird feeling. Small single-story farmhouse sitting in a patch of overgrown weeds. Driveway cracked and half covered in vines. House looks abandoned, but not in a collapsed, condemned kind of way. More like someone boarded it up and just walked away. Park the truck by the front gate. Gate is chained shut, but the lock is rusted to hell. Hop it easy. Meter is supposed to be around the back porch. Walk past a rusted out swing set that looks like it has not been moved since the 90s. Backyard is a mess. Garden tools left in the grass. A cracked kiddie pool full of leaves. One of those plastic big wheels half melted by the sun. Get to the back porch. Crawl space door is just hanging there, crooked. It is supposed to be latched shut. This one is cracked open, maybe about 6 inches. Shine flashlight into the gap. Dark at first, just dirt and cobwebs as far as the eye can see. Then I see them. Rows of black, plastic milk crates, stacked 3 high, stretching way further back than the crawl space should go. They look too neat. Perfect grid, spaced evenly, like someone spent real time setting this up. Every crate packed with VHS tapes. Hundreds of them. No labels and no markings, just blank, black plastic. Crouch there, staring for a minute, brain trying to file it under weird junk hoarder stuff. Then I see something written inside the door. Sharpie, all caps. Not for you. Immediate goosebumps. Didn't even bother taking the meter photo like I am supposed to. Snapped the number, stood up too fast, and nearly tripped walking backwards. Got to the truck and just sat there with the door open, trying to settle my hands. Drive a couple miles before pulling over to log the reading. Half consider calling it in, but what do I say? Hey boss, found 100 unlabeled tapes under a house and a passive-aggressive Sharpie message. Doesn't sound great out loud. Let it go. Until a week or so later, I am back at the depot. Hear 2 older guys talking over coffee. They are swapping weird stories from the field, like always. Then one of them mentions a call from a sheriff's deputy. Same road I was on, same house. Someone apparently trespassed and found the crawl space wide open. Only this time, no crates, no tapes, nothing at all under the house. Except for just one thing. Some kind of weird black stain stretching across the floor. They said it was really strange, like some kind of goo. Looked recent too. I did not say anything, just sipped my coffee and stared at the table. I checked my meter sheet later. The house was scrubbed from the route entirely. No reassignment, just gone. I don't drive that direction anymore. Didn't quit the job or anything, but I swap with another guy anytime that side of the county comes up. He doesn't ask why. I think maybe he's got his own story. A couple weeks pass, still thinking about the crawl space more than I want to admit. Tried to tell myself it was just junk. Weird, but not dangerous at all. Except it didn't feel like junk. It felt curated, like some kind of collection, intentional. And that warning, not for you, was not just a hoarder being territorial. It was too direct, too personal. Like they were expecting someone on that route to pick it up. Like they knew someone else might end up on that route and in that place. One night, I'm out with a friend who used to work local law enforcement. We are drinking, swapping stories. He asked if I ever come across anything sketchy on the job. We talk about this kind of stuff all the time, and by now, we're both pretty sloshed, so I am more than happy to start talking. I can't really help myself if I'm honest, once I've had a couple of drinks. I bring up the house, just to see if there is a flicker of recognition. As soon as I describe the tapes, he gets real quiet. Doesn't interrupt, just stares at his drink. When I finish, he leans in and says, "That place, that was not the first." Now I'm locked in. He tells me off the record about a property 2 counties over. Same thing. Unoccupied home, weird storage. Someone finds it by accident. Next week it's gone. Cleaned out like nothing was ever there. The guy who found it did not report it right away. Came back later to show a friend. House was empty. Not cleared or burglarized or anything like that. Empty like broom swept clean Like a team went through with instructions, told myself I would leave it alone after that. But I didn't. Started casually asking around the depot, pretending I was just really into urban exploring or whatever. A couple guys mentioned weird meter locations they had stumbled into. Unlabeled circuit breaker panels, houses with basements that weren't on any plans. One guy said he found a fuse box connected to nothing. No wires and no mains, just a metal case with a deadbolt. Started checking public records in my downtime. That house, no record of recent sale, no permit history. Last listed owner died in 1993. Property tax paid by some holding company with a P.O. box in Delaware. Googled the company. Zero web presence. Like it exists only to own properties. Found a few others under the same name. Mostly empty lots or condemned structures. All scattered across rural areas. Always isolated. Started mapping them. Noticed something weird. They are spaced out just far enough that each one could be visited by a different meter reader on a rotating schedule. No overlap, no patterns, unless you had access to multiple counties' logs. Which I didn't. Not personally anyway, but I knew a guy who did. Old friend from a previous job, now works data entry for the state utility grid. I gave him a list of addresses. Told him I'm looking for weird consumption anomalies for a personal project. He thinks I'm a dork, but checks anyway. Calls me back 2 days later. Says he pulled usage reports. Every single address I gave him shows zero usage, going back years. But every one of them, still active accounts, still paying service fees. No service calls, no repairs, no meter replacements. Just sitting there, on the books, but quiet, seemingly collecting dust. He asks if I am going to publish something about it. Tell him I am just curious. He does not press, but he tells me to be careful. I try to drop it again. Then a month later, I get reassigned a different route temporarily. Guess what pops up on the list? New property, same holding company. I recognize the name immediately. This one is not a farmhouse. It's a prefab unit on a dirt lot, miles off the highway. No driveway or mailbox or anything like that. Just coordinates and a metal gate, half buried in brush. Feel sick pulling up to it. Whole place is too quiet. No insects or wind, just heat and silence. I go through the motions. Walk around the unit, looking for the meter. Find it behind a fake-looking shrub, mounted to the wall. Digital reader. Just says all zeros. Then I notice the basement hatch. Slightly ajar, same as last time. I don't go down. I already know what I will find. Or at least, I think I do. I hope those tapes are the worst thing down there. Instead, I take out my phone and try to take a photo. Camera freezes, like actually crashes. Phone restarts itself without warning, like there's some kind of interference or something. When it boots back up, my fucking stupid shitty iPhone decided to start the scheduled update that I kept pressing later on. It had chosen the worst fucking time, and with the connection out here, it looked like it was going to take forever, so I just gave up. I get in my truck and drive straight back to the depot. Don't finish the route. Turn in my sheet with a blank line for that property. Nobody even asks me or brings it up or asks me where that reading is. That night, I call the number listed for the holding company, just to say. Disconnected, of course. Next morning, my route is back to normal. No explanation. That prefab house never appears on the log again. Coworkers do not mention it. It's like it was never there. Sometimes I think about trying to track them all down. Start a blog, post the coordinates, crowdsource it. Then I remember the spray-painted warning, and how fast they cleaned out the last place, and how nothing about this feels like a ghost story. It doesn't feel paranormal at all. It feels too neat, too methodical and planned, like this has been a long-running operation. I still have that crawl space scribbled in my notes. Still remember the rows of black crates, the cold smell of dirt, and that feeling in my gut when I saw those words. My only question is, what the fuck was on those tapes that made them so important? And also, was it only tapes, or were there perhaps other things in some of the other places? Like I said, the second place I went to, I did not have the stomach to go down there and check. I was afraid of what I would or wouldn't find. If they were just VHS tapes in every location, I don't know why someone would go to all of the effort to do this, to plan this. It just doesn't make sense. Especially when there's such a massive risk that some random person might take them. I mean, I don't know. I just really don't know, X. I've had 4 different paranormal encounters. Here goes. Be me. Be 18 years old. Woods in South Central Louisiana. Just sitting in the truck with 4 buddies, playing poker on the center console. It gets pretty dark, probably around 10 p.m. Suddenly, in a flash, 2 Civil War era soldiers popped up in our truck and looked as if they were walking through the truck, in between front seats and back seats, like it was not there. We all froze and looked at each other for confirmation of that actually happening. Haul 10 gallons of ass out of there. Be me, 9 years old. Still somehow remember this, clear as day. Driving down the road on the way home with Big Sis and Mom. Just before we get to the overpass, which is right in front of our neighborhood, we see it. Again, like a flash, a figure, a little girl, maybe 5 years old, on the smallest little tricycle. Mom slams on the brakes. Girl is gone. Before we can do the confirmation look, a young man, around 18, pops up, pointing to the house on our right. Stayed longer than the little girl, but left us quick as well. Then we all look at each other, still occasionally bring it up. Haven't heard of any odd things happening with that home, but I am not going in it, fucking ever. Be me, 16, with the same friends as in my first account. Same truck, different woods, stay out past midnight, decide to walk out by the lake with our flashlights. Hanging out, talking, but I could not shake this weird feeling. Hear girlfriend say she saw something huge, so we turn our lights off. Sit there in silence for a moment, then we see it. It's just a gigantic figure. It was pitch black outside, but this was even darker, and it rose almost as high as the trees. We all start bolting to the truck. It starts after us. Flashlights stop working. Couple of us trip and fall, but promptly get up. Get to the truck and haul 20 gallons of ass out of there. Be me, 21. Woods in South Central Louisiana again. Very near our home at the time. Hanging out again, same friends as before. But we brought our German Shepherd along because he is a fucking bro. Finally get past the swampy part and into the real woods. Got across a sort of ditch before we enter. It is literally nothing, like the little ditches at either side of small town roads. Dog absolutely refused to cross it. This dog will follow us to town when we leave unless we lock him up, but he still ain't following us now. He is also a hunting dog who's crossed canals and small rivers just to get a duck. Still ain't doing it. Decide to go home. Next few days, he is super spooked. It begins to worry us. Take him to a vet. Vet asks us if we saved him. Saved him? What? From a bad place, like a traumatic home or something similar. No. We had him since he was 8 weeks old, bought from a pro hunting dog trainer. Well, he's obviously been through a bad ordeal. All we could think was, what the fuck happened in that forest? Go home. Still, after 3 days, he is jittery, kind of worse. Weeks after Wood's incident, he gets out. He never runs out of the yard in a way like this. Search the neighborhood up and down for him. He is not there. Search around all night. Nothing. Around 6 a.m., I tell my friends I have a bad feeling. We head back to the forest, to the ditch. I am shaking just typing this out. I have never told a soul about this. See the ditch, but there is something different. The two trees by the ditch were now pointing in opposing directions when they were completely straight last week. I noticed this because of the lack of shade. But in the middle was something I will never forget. A hole just past where the ditch is, where the dog would not cross. Not really a dug-up hole, just a sort of crater, but not smashed up, like the ground deflated in a 6x6 area in between the trees. Sure enough, there lies our dog in the hole. We were so numbed by this, we just crossed the ditch and collected him without caring about what could kill us. I buried him underneath his favorite tree with his favorite toy, a large squeaking duck toy with one missing eye and a couple of stitched up holes from when he dug the cotton out as a pup. We only talked about it once after this. It upset us so much, we all stayed over and drank in an attempt to forget we brought it up. I only got buzzed, unfortunately. Look, I'm a college graduate, a former US Army officer, and currently a paramedic. I am no nutjob, but I truly believe in this kind of thing. I don't dwell on it much, but I got to thinking about it tonight and thought I would share this with you. Have a good night, all of you. This one is personal, sort of. I used to work at a bar as a barback. One day, a few weeks after I started, a coworker told me about the haunted painting in the basement. I thought he was fucking with me. I had been all around the building, and I have never seen no basement. He told me that it has been the only object in the building since it's changed hands twice. He only knows this because of the Mexican cooks that worked there since before the business was ours. The story goes, the painting is always at a 45-degree angle off-center. Over the years, people have tried correcting it. Every time somebody touches the painting, bad things will happen for weeks until it just dies down. People getting hurt in seriously freak accidents, disembodied voices and footsteps, pieces of the ceiling falling on guests without cause, and nightmares. I told my coworker to show me where it was, and he did. Sure enough, there was a trap door to the basement, under a rug by the service station. The first thing you see when walking down the old wooden stairs is the painting. It really is there, still at a 45-degree angle. Like my previous story with the axe, I noticed the basement walls are covered in dust, but the painting is not. After I saw it, I went to hang with some friends across town. On my way back on the highway at about 5 a.m., I thought to myself, I am gonna touch that fucking painting. At that very moment, the hood of my car popped up, blocking my view of the road. I pulled over and was lucky no one was around. I was driving a '93 Oldsmobile, and the hooking mechanism is so solid for the hood, it's basically impossible for that to happen. After that, I decided not to touch the painting. A few years later, I left the business. I still stay in touch though. I had tried to do as much research on the painting as I could. I could never find the artist or the painting online, but I found out it's of a Toto, which is like the Odin of Kachina for the Hopi tribe. Coincidentally, a Hopi was working as a cook there years later. I told him the story, and he said he would ask his grandma about it because she would know such things. She said, white people would not understand. According to her, a Toto is upset because the image of him is in an unexpected place, the basement. She says the haunting would stop if it was properly showcased in the building, somewhere high where everyone could see. I looked up a Toto, and the god seems very undemonic and pretty easygoing, but the hauntings always have a very dark tone to them. This is going to be a long post, but I need all the background information and details of everything in order to convey properly what I need to get across. There was a camp I attended every summer when I was younger. It was set back in the woods, right on the outskirts of a state park. I loved the camp and always went back year after year, usually twice a year, once for a youth camp and once for a family camp, but something strange happened one year that I thought was a distant memory. But recent events have brought it crashing back to the forefront of my mind. When I was 9, I was there for the family camp. At the southernmost part of the grounds were blackberry bushes that I always liked to eat from. One day, I went and started eating right off the bushes like I normally did. After a few minutes, I went to exit the bushes when I heard a noise behind me. Turning around and not seeing anything, I started continuing out of the bushes when I clearly heard a rustling in the foliage directly behind where I was. I turned around and was frozen in fear, knowing I should get out of there, but could not move. Suddenly, something small and fuzzy popped its head through the underbrush and looked right at me. Having no idea what I was looking at, I ran in fear. The thing actually gave chase, and I knew it was following me because I could hear it the entire way as I ran back toward the dining hall at the center of the camp. When I got back to the small parking lot downhill from the building, I turned around and it was gone. I told my dad, my mom, and pretty much anybody who would listen, but they all chalked it up to me being a 9-year-old with an active imagination. Even some playing the whole, "Oh, it was a snipe. Do you want to go snipe hunting" card. I feel like people were not taking me seriously the rest of the time I was there. After camp was over, I had a super vivid dream that I was back in the berry patch. Only now, there were 2 bears there. One was black and in the position where the creature was, and the other was similar to a panda, but bigger and was holding me. I knew the black and white one was trying to protect me, while the black one was trying to harm me. The dream went down the exact way it did in real life, only when I ran, the white bear gave me my escape. Again, I told my dad, and he said things along the lines of, "It was just a dream. There's no pandas here in America. Black bears won't bother you, etc." 2 years later, I saw the creature again, this time with my mom and an older friend of ours. It was then that we realized it was a baby fox. I thought it was so weird because I had never seen an adult fox on the campground. We left it alone, and it just vanished on us. Over the next few years, I would always see an individual baby fox here or there at the camp, but never an adult fox, and never more than one kit at a time, and it always looked like picture provided. It was strange. Eventually, after I became an adult, I found out they had removed the berry bushes, and, although I returned to the camp several times, never saw another fox afterward. Years later, I discovered the missing 411 phenomenon, and started looking into the interesting disappearances of these people. Having always had a fascination with the strange and paranormal, this was right up my alley. Even stranger still was the Fae theory that had been kicked around online. This missing Fae 11 theory really does explain 99.5% of all these cases, and even if I don't actually believe in such a thing as fairies, I always find these stories fascinating. I was looking at a list of a bunch of similarities these cases had in common. Young men and boys, European, usually Germanic in descent, come uprising around the forest like national parks, boulder fields, berry bushes. Oh. My mind went into overdrive when that came together. I immediately began piecing the puzzle together from 24 years ago. I was a round boy of Germanic descent. Grandmothers on both sides were Germanic. Blood tests show I am 24%. Outside State Park in a berry bush, I saw a fox kit, but never an adult fox for years. Every time, it looked the same as well, no matter how long it was in between the sightings. And to top it all off, if it was just me that something strange happened to at the camp, I would just say that was weird and move on. But there was another story about 7 years after mine. I was still at the camp, the time during youth camp. A 12-year-old just vanished from his team in the middle of a game. He was there one moment and gone a few minutes later, completely vanished. Us campers were rounded up and gathered in a building as they looked for the camper. He was eventually found, but 3 miles away from the camp, on the side of the road, saying how he didn't really know how he got there. He just said something about going to visit his grandfather, but he was from the city. His grandfather did not live anywhere around near the camp, and if he was going to town,
he was found the completely wrong direction. The kid could not explain how he ended up there though. He was confused on the whole issue. I just find it interesting that where he vanished was within a rock throwing distance of the berry patch. So here I am wondering, years ago, could it be possible that I was almost Fae abducted? Or am I overthrowing this and just jumping to conclusions? I used to work at a fast food joint during the summer a couple years ago. We had 3 very strange, very disturbing incidents ever since. First story, 11 p.m, closing time, vacuuming inside near the back of the eating area. Rest of my coworkers are in the office or kitchen clearing up. Look outside and see a man standing there staring at me through the glass. He looks at me for a full minute and then I go to get my manager. We go outside and tell him that the store is closed and that he has to leave right now. He nods his head and walks off and almost gets hit by a car without even blinking. Next morning, work opening shift. Find children's clothes with the tags still on them in the garbage outside and M&Ms scattered on the front porch. I should have quit right then and there, but things got stranger still. Strange event number 2. Closing time again. This time, fewer people are here. Just me, my manager, and 2 other coworkers. Working in the kitchen tonight, so that means taking out the trash with someone else. Me and my coworker go to take the garbage out, and we are laughing about a joke when suddenly he goes dead quiet. I look at him and then see that same guy from earlier was behind the dumpster. We ran inside and told our manager and called the cops. They find more kids' clothes, only this time they had the tags off and blood on them. Manhunt begins for the creepy guy. One more story left. This next one is where the shit hits the fan. Strange event number 3. Working a friend's hours for the night because he was sick. Closing time yet again. Decide to disassemble the shake machine. 11:01 p.m. We have that creepy motherfucker from the past 2 events come into the restaurant before we lock the doors. My manager tells him to leave because we are closed. He just stares at us with that same freaky gaze, only now he looks slightly frustrated. He turns around without saying another word and walks out. I shit you not, next thing he does is stand in our drive-thru and start humming. We called the cops immediately and they finally got the guy. I quit a week later. I was done with that shit. Apparently, the guy suffered from some heavy PTSD from the Vietnam War and kept trying to buy clothes for the kids he killed. Thankfully, the blood on the clothes the second time were his own and he did not hurt anyone. He kept coming to our restaurant because before it was even a restaurant, it was a Salvation Army. He was trying to donate the clothes. Freaked me the fuck out though. A couple of years ago, I took a temporary job cataloging inventory for a regional utility company. Not glamorous work. Mostly spent my time going out to storage lots and old warehouse basements, just making sure all the old equipment was logged before they auctioned it off or scrapped it. It was the kind of job you don't think much about, the kind that pays the bills and gets you out of the house. I did not mind it. No one breathing down your neck, just you, a clipboard, and a lot of walking around forgotten places. And that was fine by me. Then, one afternoon, my supervisor handed me a sheet with a handwritten note on it. Special storage, Old North Substation, Beef Furrow. The North Substation had been closed for about 15 years after a structural failure. It was deemed unfit for staff occupancy. Basically, it was too expensive to fix, but not really worth demolishing. So, they just locked it up and left it to rot. I had to meet a facilities guy at the site to let me in. When I got there, he was already waiting, leaning against his truck, looking like he could not wait to get out of there. You sure you need to go inside? He handed me a keyring and practically shoved it into my hand. It's all yours, man. Just make sure you lock up when you're done. I shrugged. Just inventory. Won't be long, I said. He did not answer, just muttered something about it being a waste of time, and drove off before I even had the door open. The North substation itself was a hulking concrete and steel structure, weathered and beat up by years of neglect. Windows boarded up, grass so tall it could hide a small dog, and the rusted lock on the front gate barely holding on. I had to yank the thing open with some effort. Inside, the air smelled like mold and wet metal. My boots echoed on the cracked concrete floors, the silence almost oppressive. Fluorescent lights dangled from the ceiling, some flickering, others long dead. The main floor was mostly empty, just dust, collapsed shelving, and a few abandoned cable spools. I took photos, made my notes, and moved on. That is when I found the metal stairwell leading down to the basement. It was not listed on the blueprint that I had. Now, I know what you're thinking. That should have been a red flag. But I was new at the time. I did not think much of it. Old buildings get renovations that nobody updates on paper. I decided to head down anyway. The basement was cold, musty, like it had not been disturbed in years. The beam of my flashlight caught on something metallic lining the walls. Lockers. Floor to ceiling, row after row of industrial storage lockers. Each one had a number painted on it. Each one was locked with a heavy padlock. I started checking serial numbers, descriptions, marking them down as I went. All standard stuff at first. Spare transformers, wiring harnesses, old electrical panels. Then I came to locker number 7. No padlock. The door hung slightly ajar, like someone had hurried off without securing it. I hesitated, then pulled it open a little wider. Inside were 4 long, wooden crates, roughly human-sized. Each one was stamped with the same black stencil, Archive, Do Not Deploy. There were no corresponding entries for Locker 7 on my inventory list. No descriptions, no paperwork, like it was not supposed to exist at all. I tried to ignore the gnawing feeling in my gut and pried open one of the crates with a crowbar I found on a nearby bench. Inside was a body. At least, that is what it looked like at first, except it was not right. Pale, almost translucent skin, no body hair, no obvious mouth or ears. Its limbs were too long, and its joints were bent the wrong way. I stumbled backward, tripping over the crowbar in my haste to get away. For a moment, I just sat there on the cold floor, heart hammering, staring at the thing in the crate. It was preserved, perfectly. No smell of decay, no fluids, just sealed inside with what looked like heavy medical-grade plastic sheeting. The crate's lid had foam padding on the inside, designed for transport, designed to survive being moved. Shaking, I forced myself up and checked the other 3 crates, all identical, each containing specimens. None of them matched each other perfectly. Subtle differences in bone structure, facial features, or what would have been a face, like different versions of something that was not supposed to exist. I slammed the crate shut, grabbed my stuff, and got out of there as fast as I could. Locked the basement door behind me, breathing hard. I sat in my car for almost an hour, hands too shaky to drive. I kept telling myself it was just some kind of elaborate training dummy, a movie prop, anything to explain it. But I knew deep down I could not shake what I saw. A few days later, I decided to go back. Not to the substation, not yet, but to the office. I wanted to see if my report had been touched at all. Maybe I was imagining things. Maybe I was overreacting. I figured the best way to find out was to ask. So, I got to the office early, before anyone else had shown up. I wasn't sure how to approach this, what I was even looking for, but I needed to confirm what was happening. I walked past the security desk, the cubicles, and the break room, straight to my supervisor's desk. I checked her drawer first, nothing. I checked her file cabinet, nothing. The file with the North Substation reports, I could not find any trace of it left behind. I checked the computer system, every corner of it, no record. It was as if I'd never filed anything about that place at all. I thought maybe it just had not been uploaded digitally yet, or maybe she had just misplaced the file. But a knot formed in my stomach. I could not shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. I wanted to ask her about it, but I was already starting to feel the weight of what I was getting into. The thought of confronting her crossed my mind, but I stopped myself. Instead, I walked out of the office, my legs feeling like lead. I told myself I'd just been paranoid, that I'd misunderstood. But deep down, I knew that wasn't it. So I kept quiet. I went back to the normal routine for a few more days. I even made small talk with my coworkers, trying to act like nothing was wrong. But I could not shake the feeling that something was going wrong. I kept noticing little things. The way people seemed to avoid looking me in the eye. And then one day, I just said fuck it. I drove past the north substation again. I hadn't really meant to, but I was on my route to a different site. The place looked completely different. The chain-link fence had been reinforced, much taller now, much sturdier. Floodlights blazed down from every corner, shining bright and glaring like spotlights. Private security guards stood by the entrance, watching anyone who passed by with cold, calculated eyes. They weren't the usual kind of guard either. They were military grade, not some run-of-the-mill security contractors. The gates were locked and patrolled. No one was allowed near the place without clearance. It looked like the place had become a fortress overnight. I did not understand it. The substation had been nothing more than a derelict building for years. It had sat unused for over a decade, gathering dust and rust, and now they were treating it like a high-security government facility. I slowed down as I drove past, trying to get a good look at the area. The windows that had been boarded up when I was last there now looked freshly sealed, and the security lights illuminated the whole area in an eerie glow. I don't know why, but it felt like everything about that place had been scrubbed clean, as if it was all a cover-up waiting to happen. No mention of the renovations, no company memos explaining anything about it. Nothing. I kept asking myself, why had it been left to rot for so long, and then suddenly, out of nowhere, they start pouring resources into it? It did not make sense. And one more question I don't understand the answer to. Why did they send me in there if they were just going to do this? If they maybe knew that there was something there that they did not want people to see, why would they send me? What was the purpose? I drove away from the substation, my mind spinning, and when I got to work the next day, I could not focus. I tried to go about my usual tasks, but I kept replaying the images of those crates in my head over and over. The bodies, the strange, unexplainable figures. I could not stop thinking about what I'd seen. I told myself that I'd imagine it, that I'd made up some sort of horror movie scenario in my head. So, I tried something risky. I started asking around. Not about the North Substation directly, but about anything related to it. I asked my coworkers if they'd ever worked there, or if they'd ever heard anything about it. I even asked the facilities manager, trying to be casual about it. I was met with nothing but blank stares. No one knew anything. I felt maybe I'd crossed a line I should not have crossed, so I dropped it. I wasn't sure if it was paranoia or if it was real anymore, but it wasn't worth risking my job, or hell, maybe my life, with how seriously it looked like they were taking security. So, yeah, that's all I got. Being a hardcore airsoft player, get in the woods with my team of 5 people against the other team, about the same size, walking on some sort of road in zigzag formation, complete fucking darkness, excluding light from city on my left. Suddenly get feeling someone is on the side of the road I am supposed to cover. Shout, we have a fucking contact. Fire some rounds that direction. Nothing. No return fire. Must be my imagination. Skyrim. Continue, thinking nothing of it. Suddenly, one of my teammates start shooting in that same fucking direction. We hit the dirt and scan the area. See some fucking silhouettes moving soundlessly along the frieze, cover to cover, with a gun, but such a smooth, coordinated movement without loud noise. Talk a bit. All three of us on left side of the road get the feeling there is someone. We just think the enemy is NVGs. Pretty fucking weird for a new team, which was against us, but most reasonable explanation. Decide to fuck it and haul our asses into base because we could not see shit. After some action involving seeing flashlights on this very road we were walking on, we get to their camp and talk. Again, reasonable explanation would be that they were patrolling the road. The fuck guys, we were sitting tight on our asses, but we had fair spook as well. We've seen some red and white LED lights as well. We thought it was you. Those lazy fucks never left the fucking camp. What the fuck were we shooting at? It wasn't just my imagination. I have seen figures, I've heard some light sounds, and I have seen lights as well, as I've got the feeling there is someone with us. Same goes for my friends. The thing that spooks me the most is that we got no reaction. It wasn't all that spooky at that time, since we thought it was just the enemy. But now, when I think about it, fuck. I am from Albuquerque. I will post a few. First one is my most memorable experience. The May, 13 or 14, riding around the Sandia foothills on my dirt bike, maybe 30 minutes from northeast Port of City, over by the tram and that big tramway loop if anyone from Albuquerque is reading. Ride down into a big washed out area, routing down a dirt arroyo about 5 feet deep. Come up on a corner. There is a bunch of garbage piled up. Stop. Hop off my bike, wondering why there is so much shit there. Then the smell hits me. In the next curve of the S-bend of the gully is a pile of dead coyotes, probably 4 or 5. Blood everywhere. Bloody matted fur and shit. Flies everywhere. The smell is fucking awful. I can still see some of the coyote heads, kinda leering at me from the pile. Put my face under my shirt to try and stand the smell. Retreat to the pile of garbage. Look at what it actually is. Cans, bottles, some grocery bags. See a rusty, bloody knife. Nope the fuck out. Ride my bike down the ditch a few minutes. Nothing else to say. Pull out of the ditch. Nothing around on surface level. Ride back home fast as fuck. Tell my parents. They either don't believe me or don't care. Say it's no big deal. I think about this a lot, and it sketches the fuck out of me that someone was out there just murdering coyotes. My parents are from NM too, and from weirder parts than Albuquerque, so I think they know to just not question some of the weird shit that happens. Next one, be me, 18, backpacking and camping in the Gila National Forest. Just me, girlfriend, and my corgi, pick related. Deep in the woods, probably about 30 miles away from where we parked the car. Set up camp for the night on the bank of a small stream. Wide open gravel beach, pretty flat. Tent is at the edge of the beach, next to a hill, to keep from wind. Stream is probably 40 feet away. Night falls. Girlfriend, corgi and I are in the tent, comfy. Outside is very quiet. Stream gurgle and some wind and crickets is all there is to hear. Very late, probably after midnight, we both wake to a loud crunching and dragging sound. Sounds like a tree being dragged across the bridge, like pull, pull, pull. No sound of feet or animal or anything. I take the tiniest peek out of the tent. On the bank of the river, I see something tall. Silhouette had to be like 10 plus feet tall. Silhouette is still. I am frozen cold. I have no idea what is out there. Lean back into tent and close the flap quietly. Tell my girlfriend I did not see anything. Then I notice my dog. This corgi is brave as fuck. Literally chases deer for fun and has barked at mountain lions, but she is curled into a tiny ball with her ears down, totally silent next to my girlfriend. She looks terrified. I tell my girlfriend I did not see anything, probably a bear or elk or something. In the morning, we wake up. Signs something was dragged through the gravel of the beach down to the stream. Nothing else. We hiked back the next few nights and always camped super close to the trail after that. Be me, 15, trekking home from bus stop in the rain. Again, there was not really a sidewalk in the suburbs I was in, so I had to climb around the curb and the shrubs of the people's front yards. A car going in the opposite direction of me suddenly pulls into a nearby gas station and turns around. Guy pulls up to me. He is a big white dude in his 30s. Jeez, it's pouring. Do you want a ride? The fuck? Say no thanks and keep walking. He continues to drive slowly beside me, pleading with shit like, come on, it's no big deal, and you probably live around here anyway. I was already on the side of the car's passenger seat, but he is leaning way too far over. No, he did not seem high, drunk, or stupid. Continue walking and politely turning him down, and I am really trying not to sound pissed. This goes on for several minutes, but it felt like half an hour. Nobody else is out walking on the street, and the cars that pass by are not being blocked by him, so I am practically alone unless I start wailing. Notice the ungrated entrance of condominium complex a few yards away. Shit, it goes uphill. Walk past it as he is still following me. When I am several feet past it, I suddenly turn and bolt through the entrance. I don't look back, but hear him make a U-turn right in the middle of the fucking road. Keep running until I can see the condos. Find a patch of trees alongside one of them and dash through them, which leads to someone's backyard. Notice a bunch of shrubbery against the house's porch, which is low to the ground. Crawl in there, so I am wedged between the porch and the back of the bushes, and I hope I can't be seen. The rain has died down, and I hear his car pull up. Feel my fucking stomach heave. I hear his door open, a pause, and then what was probably a backseat door open as well. He comes stomping through the same foliage, swearing under his breath. Walks by only something like 3 feet past me, scans the yard, and goes into the forest in front of us. He is at least 6 feet tall, and at 15, I was something like 5'5". For the next 15 minutes or so, I watch him scan and search the rim of the forest. He occasionally leaves my sight, but I am too frozen in fear to move. Plus, I do not want to risk making too much noise. He eventually comes smashing out of there. Now he is looking under other people's porches that are like 50 feet away, since condos here often share one long yard. Holy balls. A few minutes later, I suddenly hear someone come out on their porch nearby. Someone who sounds like an old woman asks what the hell he is doing. He noticeably hesitates, then says he's looking for his cat. She sounds indignant and is like, well, I didn't hear you calling for no cat, and do you even live here? Finally, he leaves by circling another condo, and the woman goes back inside. I hear him get back into his car, but he does not drive away. Fuck. Another 20 minutes later, he drives off. I wait for another 10, because I am paranoid he is still driving around, or waiting somewhere else. Considering he had 2 doors open, I probably would have ended up on Amber Alert if he managed to grab me. I would have called the cops, but I did not stop to check his license plate or what kind of car he was driving, so there was no point, and I can only hope nothing happened to anyone else. I have a friend who often tells me about unexplainable events he has experienced. I have known him for 3 years now, and he always tells me about something new that has happened like every month or so. He lives in the country, but many of his neighbors also have unexplainable events from time to time. Anyways, I will post more if you're interested, but I will start off with the worst one. I will do my best to green text it from his perspective from what he has told me. Be my friend. 1 to 2 years ago. He's rather used to harmless paranormal encounters. One day, a friend says that someone had broken into their house while they were gone. Cabinet in living room has been pushed over. Glass and porcelain everywhere. Looks like someone threw it all over the place. Nothing has been stolen, but decides to call the police anyways. All entrances are checked. Windows, doors, locks, etc. No sign of break-in. Officer says that he has experienced something like this before, where there are no signs of break-ins, but a lot of ruined stuff. Recommends a clairvoyant. Fast forward a couple of days. Clairvoyant arrives. Immediately senses some kind of anger. Asks if they have a basement. There actually used to be a basement. Apparently, some old guy who used to live there once fell on the stairs and broke his leg, trapping his spirit in the basement. I have so much more from the same person if you guys are interested, but not really anything as aggressive as this. Parents think it's a good idea to go out drinking with friends and have me babysit their kid. I have no friends and I am lonely, so say okay. Parents drop me off at the house, pick up their friends. Kid's mom tells me how to care for child. Alright, they leave. They have a bomb-ass house, at top of hill, surrounded by woods. Little girl and babysitting is real quiet, keeps looking out windows. What do you say? The deer. Says it like it's the most obvious thing in the world. We live in Wisconsin, and they're out in the middle of the woods. Obviously tons of deer, so just shrug it off. He talks to me sometimes. Excuse me? Get this creepy feeling. Go over to the kid and lean down to her level. Look out the window with her. There is actually a deer there. Holy shit, that rack. He looked like he was on roids. Just staring in at us, not moving. Okay. Can I go outside and see him? Lol, no. Rest of day is the same. Her looking out window, asking to go play with him. Dark now. I am staying up to wait for family to come back. Put the kid to bed and sit in kitchen, reading book. Lights turned off, except for hallway light. Feel like I am being watched. Turn and look into the hall. Little girl is just fucking standing there, staring at me. What the fuck are you doing, tiny Satan? Are you okay, honey? He wants me to go to the fire. Get a sick feeling in my stomach. Slowly go over and kneel by her. You just had a bad dream. Let's get you back to bed. Put her back to bed. Make sure to close her curtains and lock the window. Go back in kitchen. Sit back down. Pick a book. But wait, there is more. Knock knock. Parents home. Get up and go to the door. About to open it. Wait. Why would they knock before coming back into their own house? Oh fuck. Grab flashlight. Lights on back porch are broken, so it's dark as dicks outside. Shine light out into the yard from behind door. I did not open it all the way because I am a puss. Two little glowing eyes out in the dark. It's that creepy fucking buck. Pick up rock from porch. They had a lot of little stones around their house. Chuck it at the deer. He does not even move. Okay. Pulling flashlight inside house. About to close door. When I hear sort of a bark or a yell. Like you have no breath left in your lungs and you are trying to talk. Out is yelled from the dark, where the buck is. Holy fuck. Peek back outside. Maternal instincts kicking in. And I need to defend the little brat from whatever the fuck is out there. Also, parents won't pay me if the kid is dead. Deer is gone. Where he go? Grab jacket from coat rack. Step outside. It is a full moon, and everything suddenly lights up when clouds move away from the moon. Feel a bit safer now that it's not completely dark. Go outside into yard. Scanning the area, something catches my eye. Light down in the woods. Freaking out, I stumble down the hill. There is a small path leading into this huge clearing. All the trees look like they are leading into the clearing, like they are being sucked in. Giant fucking bonfire in the middle. Maybe neighbors are partying. Welcome. Same fucking voice from earlier. Deer is standing by the fire, staring at me. He suddenly stands up on his rear legs. You ever see those videos of people dancing with their dogs, and the dogs kinda hop forward to move cause they're on their hind legs? He starts fucking doing that shit, dancing around the giant bonfire. Suddenly deer all over the fucking place. mostly does, but there are a few bucks. All have massive racks, like 40 points. Just stood there in fear, watching them all fucking hop around the fire. Suddenly, all the deer start fucking hollering, in a way that I can't even replicate. Fucking turn around, start hopping the other way around the fire. They keep doing it again. I can still hear that fucking creepy song in my head. Come to my senses and realize what the fuck I am witnessing. Turn and spring back up the hill, tripping over sticks and rocks, falling down, and just crawling up the hill on all fours like a moron. Run back up to the house, run inside, and immediately slam the door shut, on the brink of passing out, lungs are burning. Eventually find the will to clean myself up, have scrapes all over my fucking legs, pants torn. Parents come home, ask me what happened. I thought I saw something outside. I tripped and fell. They look skeptical, but say okay, pay me, and send me home with my parents. Go home, fucking traumatized, don't want to eat, can't sleep. My face when, a week later, my parents take me to their house to chill, and the kid shows me a shed antler she found that looked like it was from that fucking deer. First encounter with the Barghest. About 17. Live right next to a small wood. Pretty cozy. About a quarter-mile thick and 5 miles long. Bunch of cow fields between my housing estate and the woodlands, all uphill. Woods break out into sheer cliffs. Above the cliffs, Ilkley Moor, a big expanse of nothing. Walking home from work, so I walk along a road that stretched out on the moor. Moor has fairy circles, rocks and circles that have been there for centuries. Path leads me by the cliffs. I can look right down into the woodland because it just peeks under the tree line. Woodland is not very dense. You can go deer spotting with ease on an evening. I've even seen a young stag. Spot this large, black shape through the evening twilight. It's a dog, slinking through the trees. Think somebody is out walking their dog. They are not. As the shape comes into focus, I notice the thing is fucking huge, more like a bear, and its forelegs are huge, making it like a bulldog in shape, but much bigger. I drop down into the woods, following a path that gets me up quicker and in the opposite direction of whatever the fuck it is. I start bolting down a steep, downhill path. The thing must have noticed me, because it starts fucking careening for me and making this fucking painstaking noise. If it was growling or anything, I would expect just an escaped animal, but this thing was barreling towards me, making the most ungodly metallic sounds, like metal thrashing against metal. I just lose all sense of thought and rush as fast as I can down this narrow, hilly path, the air feeling like fucking fire and tasting copper on my tongue. As I clear about halfway down the track, the screeching metal sound stops. I don't. I keep running. I reach a crossways of the path, and the Barghest is already there, barring my pathway further down the hill. Nope. I don't skip a beat in running. I dash down the other way that leads into the woods again and try and cut down there. The screeching is following me, louder and louder, like I am being chased by a car wreck. Every time I look in my peripheral vision, I see the black mass closing in. I literally do a 180 in the air, as seeing the jaw outline of the dog on my left made me think it's going to pounce. Expect to see this unholy monster dog barrel past, sounding like a train from hell. Nope, it's gone. I don't let up. Out of all breath, I weakly keep running. As soon as I get on the path, the screeching returns, and I feel something brush my neck ever so lightly, causing me to jump out of my skin and bolt as far forward as I could. That's all I did now. Forward. Forward keeps it out of my peripheral vision and makes the noise quieter. This just drives me further into the woods until I just start barreling south, knowing I will eventually fall out of the woods. Still on my tail, I crash through holly bushes and stinging nettles. I just want to get out. Splash my way into the deep rock stream that flows through the woods. No more twisted metallic sounds. No more shadows on the edge of my vision, and no more wet breath on my neck. I clamber up the bank of the stream and look back. There it was, no less than 5 meters from me. This huge, blank mass, like a dog, but shaggy and with claws like a bear. Most people think wolf-like when they think Barghest because it's supposed to be an evil dog. This thing looked like a very brave Doberman got it on with a grizzly bear, and its eyes were like burning coals, looking straight through me, like I shat in its oatmeal. I slowly backed away from the shore as I fucking bolted through the fields and back home. I checked the internet, and Barghests apparently cannot cross water. They are also potents of doom and have a habit of returning. That is why I had 2 other encounters, though one was very small time.
Be me. Worked maintenance for a high-end apartment complex in Denver. Not luxury exactly, but the kind of place young professionals drop money on to feel like they made it. You know exactly the kind of place I am talking about. Polished concrete, smart thermostats, lobby smelled like expensive candles 24/7. Most people stayed less than a year. Nobody really settled in. It was for those kinds of people. Good pay, easy work. Mostly spent my shifts fixing gym garbage disposals and resetting smart locks that people forgot the codes to. Weirdest call I ever got was for Unit 412. I remember it as clear as day. I mean, you will learn quite quickly that there is a reason why I will never be able to forget what happened. I got a request that came in through the work order system around 2 a.m. I think, but it might not have been that exact time. This is quite weird because residents usually went through security for emergencies, not maintenance. I am thinking, what the fuck, man? Why do I have to pick up the slack for other people? Ticket was just 1 line. Unresponsive smell in 412. Tenant won't open door. No name. No attached contact info. Got flagged as high priority. High priority? Please tell me someone is not dead in there. That is definitely way too high above my pay grade. Was half asleep, but protocol says health risk means we have to check. Drag myself in, thinking maybe someone OD'd or had a heart attack. Hallway outside 412 smelled wrong. Not exactly sure how to describe it. Not decay exactly, not sewage either. Thick, sour, metallic, like copper and vinegar hanging in the air, just lingering, and it hit you hard when you walked into it. Knock a few times on the door, but I got no response at all. Standard protocol says, if no answer and a health risk is suspected, we can key in. It is very, very rare that you get to do this. It usually never happens, so it is already something strange for me. And by that I mean, it was my first time. Use my override, door unlocked smoothly. Lights already on inside. Place is spotless. Like, unnervingly spotless. Modern, minimalist furniture, staged like a magazine spread. No clutter, no dishes, nothing personal at all. Not even a jacket by the door or shoes tucked away. Felt more like a fake model unit than someone's home. Start doing a sweep, calling out to announce myself. Nobody answers. About to call it in when I spot it. Small black GoPro sitting right in the middle of the coffee table, still recording. The battery light was flashing red. Picked it up carefully. It is warm, like it had just been used. Stop the recording, set it back down. Keep sweeping the apartment. In the bedroom is a bed, made with hospital corners. The closet is nearly empty. Only 3 outfits inside. They are all identical. Black slacks and white button-ups as far as the eye can see. In the bathroom, toothbrush is still in its wrapper. No other toiletries are present. In the kitchen, the fridge is totally empty, except for 1 unopened gallon of water. No junk drawers, no mail, no keys, no wallet. Even the Wi-Fi was not set up yet. creepiest part was how perfect it all looked. Like someone tried to imitate how an apartment should look, but did not know how real people live. Report everything to the front office. Mark the unit for follow-up, thinking maybe the tenant ghosted. Happens sometimes. People get a job offer somewhere else or end up having personal emergencies. Very occasionally, you get the fuckers who dip out before they have to pay the rent. But the smell never really left my nose. Metallic, sharp, stuck in my sinuses. That night, can't stop thinking about the GoPro. Next day, curiosity wins. Take the SD card home and plug it into my laptop. Only one video file on it, about 40 minutes long. Open the file. Video starts with a guy sitting stiff on the couch. Early 30s, clean cut, same white shirt and black slacks from the closet. Blank expression, staring dead into the lens. Just sits there not speaking for like 2 minutes. Finally says, calm and flat, "This is documentation. For whoever finds it, I am not sick. I am not being forced. I am participating voluntarily. My name is irrelevant. I understand the agreement." Huh? What is he talking about? Stands up, walks over to the wall next to the TV, unscrews the electrical outlet cover. Behind it is not wiring. Small hollow cavity tucked inside the wall. Inside is a folded note. He holds it up to the camera, but does not open it. This was here when I arrived. They said it would be. I have read it once. I am not allowed to read it again. Puts the outlet cover back neatly. Sits back down. Flat mechanical voice again. Every day, I will follow the schedule. Wake at 6, dress, eat, wait, record, observe. At 6 p.m., they will check. If I follow the instructions, I will remain. After that, no more talking. Guy just sits in there for another 35 minutes. Occasionally blinks, barely moves. At the very end of the footage, he leans slightly closer to the camera. Voice drops to a whisper. I hope this is not the real test. Screen cuts to black. Just sat there, staring at my laptop after it ended. What the fuck did I just watch? Is this some kind of weird movie project or something? Felt like something artsy-fartsy that some dumb-ass kid would think up for a movie. Even still, it made me feel uncomfortable. Felt like my skin was too tight around my body. Next day at work, I cannot focus. Keep thinking about the video. Eventually tell the building manager about it. Leave out the part where I took the SD card home. Just say I found a GoPro during the welfare check. Expect her to freak out, or at least act surprised. Instead, she nods like she already knew. She says to me, 412 is not a tenant unit. It's corporate, vendor lease. Ask what vendor. She gets real short, tells me it is confidential. Some kind of behavioral research partnership. Says it's above my pay grade and not to worry about it. Yeah, well that is easy for you to say, lady. You didn't have to watch that shit. I worked in that hallway every day. Could still smell that metallic stink whenever I passed by. Crew sent into deep clean 412 a week later. Industrial bleach, ozone machine, whole 9 yards. Smell still there afterward. Faint, but undeniable. Start calling it phantom metal among the other maintenance guys. Unsurprisingly, it did not catch on, and the other workers did not want to talk about it either. I guess they weren't really the joking kind. Either that, or my autism was shining through too hard. Everybody just kind of accepts that 412 is a little bit weird. A month or so goes by. Get assigned to do some minor repairs on that floor. Grab my toolkit, head up around noon. Pass 412 without thinking about it. Stop dead in my tracks. The door is fucking open. Not wide, just cracked open a few inches. No lights on inside. Dark, totally silent. Should be locked if nobody is supposed to be there. Maybe the deep cleaners just forgot after they had finished up. A little weird for them to be so sloppy though, when they're like super professionals.
Protocol says I should call it in. Stupid curiosity says, just peek real quick. I will still be calling it in. They never said it had to be instantly. Yeah. Stupid logic loophole, I know. Push the door open slowly. Apartment is empty. No furniture, no staging. Bare walls, exposed outlets, except one thing. Across the living room, mounted neatly where the flat screen used to be, I spot a small, black device. It is square and about the size of a thermostat with a single, blinking red light. Definitely not part of any standard unit install. Not Nest, not anything I recognize. Real subtle too. Almost blends into the concrete wall. Get this sick feeling in my gut, like I am looking at something I am not supposed to see. Step back into the hallway, close the door quietly, pretend I did not see anything. Finish my assigned repairs on another unit. Whole time, feel like there is pressure building behind my eyes, like static in the air. Days start filling off after that. Lose track of time randomly. Catch myself zoning out during work orders. Stand in storage closets, not remembering why I walked in there. Start waking up at exactly 6 a.m. without alarms. Even on my days off, sometimes catch myself reaching for my phone like I am about to record something, even if there is nothing happening. Start dreaming about blank apartments, polished concrete floors, minimalist furniture, nobody home. Wake up with the taste of metal in my mouth. I don't tell anyone. I mean, who would even believe me? Who could I possibly tell something like this to? A couple weeks later, get notice I'm being transferred to another property. No warning, just effective immediately. Manager says it's part of a routine staffing shuffle. I don't even bother trying to fight it. Deep down I figure it might be good for me to make a change. Pack up my tools, hand in my keycards. Before I leave, I decide to take one last look at 412. Floor is quiet when I get there. Door to 412 is sealed shut. New electronic lock installed, not a standard smart lock. No keypad, no keyhole, just a blank panel. Nothing to even interact with. Only marking is a tiny etched number in the corner, 412-6. Never seen that numbering system anywhere else in the building. Lean closer to look. Hear a faint noise from inside, like someone shifting their weight on a couch. I take a step back away from the door. My heart is racing, faster than it ever has in my entire life. I don't knock, I don't call security. I decide to just leave. The new property I got assigned to is fine. It's not perfect, and I sometimes have to deal with shitty problems still, but nothing weird. It is a lower-end complex across town. It has old carpets and leaky pipes, but I can't complain, because they are normal problems. I have normal tenants to deal with, and not whatever weird thing they had in the other one. But I still wake up at 6 a.m. every day. I still catch that phantom metallic smell in the back of my throat sometimes. It's never actually there, of course, but I don't know. I still sometimes just feel it. It's a hard one to forget. It sometimes feels like someone is watching me when I walk past blank apartments. That's obviously not happening. It's just my anxiety running rampant. I get like that sometimes. It doesn't help that a voice in the back of my head is saying I did something really wrong, that this transfer is a punishment and not a routine shuffle. But I could just be overthinking it. I mean, I was asked to go in there, so surely they could not punish me for it, right? I don't even know anymore. Anyway, I have not worked maintenance in quite a while now, thankfully. Moved into a different field entirely. Figured getting out of buildings for a living might help. Just woke up one day and felt like a change, like I just felt stuck in a rut. Woke up and was like, is this really all I am going to do for the rest of my life? And that was that. I work outdoors now. I do landscaping work. It's quite freeing actually, and I am fitter than I have ever been, so I can't complain too much. But yeah, That is my incredibly weird story X. I have read probably every green text possible on this board. I just can't get enough of them, and I always lurk in every thread. I have never seen anyone post anything quite like mine though, so I thought it might be worth a share, and maybe someone might find it worthwhile to read. Any ideas on what was going down? I grew up in rural, northwestern Victoria in Australia, where my first girlfriend lived on a cattle station about an hour's drive away from my parents' house. 4,000-ish people in my town, and only 5 families where she lived. The house was on top of a hill that overlooked the whole property, and had a big porch outside the front. The access road and their driveway had the same dense pines from a paper mill plantation nearby. One night, there is a bunch of us teenagers sitting on the porch at night, drinking and smoking like degenerates, when there is a bright red spotlight poking around the trees about 2 kilometers away down the hill. We figured they were deer hunters illegally spotlighting on their property, so she got on the phone and called her dad. About 2 minutes later, there were flashing blue lights, and we all cheered that the cops caught the bastards, until the blue and red lights became vertical. Just like that, they came up and down, instead of moving around the trees. The red and blue flashing went up and down a few times, and then lifted over the treetops, and kept going at a slow pace, like a balloon, not a whoosh like a typical UFO. We hung over the veranda for over an hour, just watching the lights keep rising until they were eventually gone. About a year later, I saw a long bat at night on a foggy night while driving home, and a few months after that, I saw 2 of them moving upright on wheels in the same swamp and the same fog. It's tough to explain, but yes, upright and on 2 wheels, like a Segway. Longbat is my own word for stretched and elongated wombats standing upright in the mist, but everyone I've told, for fear of sounding insane, calls them bunyips. That is the native word for our version of Bigfoot or Yetis. Fast forward almost 20 years, and I am working on another cattle station further out, with the same clear skies and more hot things. This happened to me a few months back, and I am still not sure what the fuck actually happened. Be me, Portugal guy, out late one night a few months back, drinking with bros. Getting late, so we decide to walk home. Take shortcut through back alley, because of course we fucking do. Round corner, see something blocking the light from street lamps at the end of the alley. Looks like a man. He is just waddling around, mumbling something, which now, looking back, did not sound anything at all like a noise that a human would make. Sounded like a drunk man, slurring his words, but if you pitched up the audio and warped the speed back and forth, not really sure how to describe it. Buddy yells at him to get out of our way. The figure does not acknowledge him, so Buddy walks towards him, turning on his phone's flashlight as he does so. The light hits the figure, and my buddy freezes. Could not be taller than 1.5 meters. Built like a man, but had this bulging mass where its stomach should have been that was bifurcated about halfway down and hung to where his knees were. Had hooves for hands and a pig snout for a nose. It was wearing clothes, but they did not go together at all, nor fit his body, like it took them from multiple people. A cowboy hat, a shirt that did not fit its chest, with something in English written on it. Had a small purse hung on its shoulder. Had what may have been vomit staining the bottom of its face. It notices my buddy and starts hobbling towards him. Buddy freaks. The rest of my bros and I snap out of whatever trance we were in and rush forwards. Do the only thing we can think of and beat the shit out of whatever this thing is. It surprisingly went down pretty easy, as we just stand there for a minute, kicking it, to make sure it does not get back up. Grab Buddy and get the fuck out. Glance back, and still see it lying on the ground. Find out later that one of my other bros grabbed the purse it was carrying, hoping to find some ID on who it belonged to, but it was empty. It was not human. The weirdest thing was that while the purse did not have any sort of ID in it, my bro said there were some kernels of corn in the bottom of it, like this thing had been eating corn.
and putting it in the purse for storage. So, apparently some of you have seen them too. People wonder what it takes to kill them. White ash-coated bullets are a favorite, but from my findings, they probably are not necessary. Why? Because a little over 2 years ago, I had a run-in with one of them. I thought maybe I was crazy until I ran across one of these threads on K. Anyways, greentext time. Around 2 years ago, be a moody, cynical 18-year-old. Live on a small farm, pretty close to 2 cities. Walking out late one evening, checking on our electric fence. Get a sudden chill on my neck. Feel like something is watching me, aside from our cows. Look behind me, to see what looks like Smeagol staring at me about 30 meters away. I tried shouting at it, failed the first time because I was literally speechless. Second time, I managed a weaker, "Hey, get out of here." All I had for defense was a buck 110 that I had gotten the previous Christmas, so I take it out and start moving towards our cows. Thing does not seem happy about it, starts hissing and moving towards me. I thought, this is how I die. It took a running leap at me. I managed to mostly dodge it, but it managed to leave a couple of deep claw marks on my wrist. I lost the knife when I tried to recover from my failed evasive maneuver. Thing is pissed now, if it wasn't before. I should probably take a moment now to explain why what happened next happened. Our cows aren't the dumb Chick-fil-A ones. They are Scottish Highlanders. I have seen them kill large dogs, and I heard from another farmer that they have killed black bears. Pigs semi-related. Anyways, that face when one of the mama cows comes rushing in and just blindsides the little bastard. It seriously messed the little fucker up. Thing scrabbles off, shrieking. So, I go inside to clean up, and lo and behold, my mom's just got home from the store. She thinks since I'm not outgoing and bubbly like her, I am depressed. Maybe I am. So she forces me to go to the ER. They clean me up and send me off to a psych ward. I decide to play dumb, because if I say I got my wrist cut from some evil golem creature that looked twice as evil, they will lock me up for schizophrenia, or worse, rather than just plain old depression. I roll with it, get voluntarily committed, stick with the story that I did because of some BS about a family member being close to death, and get out as soon as they finish whatever paperwork. I had been seeing the thing again, usually under moonlight. It does not want to come close to any light, it seems. I do a little googling, see that it's supposedly an urban legend. Hear that white ash is supposed to aid in dispatching them. Crunchtime.png. I knew from the first encounter that it was damageable without white ash. How much so, I did not know. So, I get out my 270 Remington Model 700 deer rifle, loaded up with some zippy hand loads that we use for deer. They break shoulders and other large bones if they hit them, so it ought to mess the thing up some. Leave them there until I see it again. Next night, see it out there again, but it vanishes before I can grab the gun. So I load it up so I can have it ready. Almost got busted for leaving a gun loaded, but managed to keep it as is. Next evening, getting dark, deer comes bounding from in a woods, jumps the fence but knocks off 2 wires. Fuck me. I grab my mag light, fancy bright beam tactical one that's supposedly able to dazzle / blind people temporarily if they get it in the eyes. Grab the rifle. Also decide to grab a .22 Ruger pistol. Figure that at close range, it will do a little damage, and a deer rifle really is not meant for in-your-face fighting. Loaded up with 6 rounds, all I could wrangle on short notice. It is at this point I have another revelation. Why should I go onto the walker's turf when I've got a rifle that will mess it up without me having to get mano-a-mano range? Still sorta light. Take the pistol and the mag light and hurry out to fix the fence before it goes all dark. It starts raining. Sorta turns the ground to mud, but it softens the manure smell some. Finish up. Start power walking back towards the relative safety of our house. Chills.waf. It's back again. Smells something like burnt copper or something like that.
It's back. Flip on the mag light, pull out the pistol, and shout at it. Stay away. I swear, that fucker grins at me. It repeats, stay away, except in an eerie voice. Safety off. It is moving towards me, but hesitantly, because it seems to dislike the light. I aim at its eye, squeeze the trigger, just like how I was taught. Kaboom. Ears ringing, thing is screeching and rolling on the ground. Discouraged it, but it does not seem to be too wounded. Begin backing away again. Thing stops flailing and starts trying to flank me. Kaboom. Cue more screeching. Probably missed it because it was moving. It mad. Get more nervous now. I've used 2 of my 6 shots, and the nearest ammo is my rifle in our garage. Thing dodges behind a tree, disappears. Oh shit. I turn and run towards where I can get outside the fence. Almost make it when I hear that unearthly screech yet again. I whip around, hit it with the mag light, and snap off another shot at it. Kaboom. Missed. It gets this evil look on its face and jumps at me. I swear to God, this fucker jumps at me from 30 feet away. I punch it in the side of the head with the mag light, knock it off balance. It swipes at me. Gun goes off. Kaboom. Don't know where that one went. All I know is I've only got 2 shots left. I kick it away from me. As it gets back up, I give it a nice steel toe in the face. Flips the bastard backwards. It screeches again. Here's something that sounds like muffled rainfall, but lower. Sorta like thunder, but it's growing. Thing jumps me again, during my momentary distraction. Hit the gun again. Kaboom. Drop the gun. Worst feeling ever. Grappling with the monster. It's stronger than me, but not by much. It flips me over, but I get a chokehold around its neck. It screeches again, loudest yet. Tries to break my hold. Not today, motherfucker. I shift into a throw, put that little demon into the side of a tree. It tries to get back up and growls at me. Screeches, but this time, stay away. Too late for that. Punch it in the side of the head. It goes, stay away, and jumps away. Starts circling me in the dark. Can't take my eyes off of it. Try feeling around for the gun. Suddenly, moo.mp3. It is the oldest cow in our herd. Horns like your stereotypical Looney Tunes bull. Comes out of the dark behind the thing. Literally seems to spit it on a horn. Tosses it with a head whip, and before it can get back up, is over stomping on it with her 4 hooves. Rolls it with her horns, rams it against the ground. It's screeching, trying to escape, but Mama Cow ain't playing tonight. She kept on attacking it until it stopped moving and screeching. My face went. One of our cows killed a skinwalker. I pick up the mag light, walk over to the cow. Thing looks sort of like the pictures I've now seen, and sort of like Gollum. It is evil looking. I kind of wonder now if it was a demon. Its head is barely attached to the body now. I stared for a little bit, then looked at the cow, now just standing there, with her patented, doe-eyed look. Look at the body once more. See 2 bullet holes, one in its chest region, the other in the forehead. Forehead did not penetrate. Bullet is embedded in the surface. Chest it went in, don't know how much. Realized that my leg and torso hurt like fury. I've got blood running down from bullet holes. Well, whoop-de-flippin' do. I take a quick look around for the gun, find it, start walking out. Gotta get the blood flow stopped or else. Everything after that was a little disjointed. The cop showed up because someone heard screaming and shots. Did not say anything to anyone except my one friend who showed up at ER. He thinks it was just the morphine talking. If I tell a soul now, they will either chalk it up to my imagination or another mental illness. But hey, when I got out a week later, I got home and found a rotting carcass. At that point, it was not very discernible and looked like a smaller, rotted bear carcass or a large coyote. Now, I'm willing to accept it might have been a mangy timber wolf or a starving, mangy bear, but it was fucking scary for sure. and I would say it was speaking. Regardless, one of our cows killed one of whatever it was. Pick related, my leg after it happened. This is a story from when I first moved in with my boyfriend. It is, by definition, in the middle of buttfuck nowhere. No neighbors, 5 kilometers from any given direction, and the entire place is surrounded by incredibly dense forest. We have our own chickens for eggs, and a couple of ducks. It is pretty spooky at night, and there is a ton of bad vibes about the place. I have some stories about the place too. Be about a year ago. Just moved in with boyfriend. Get home from work, about 10 p.m, and cozy up in the chair to watch some television. Window to the right of me with the curtain shut, so I can't see shit. Half an hour or so later, I heard one of the chickens sounding a little pissy from outside the window. We let them roam the yard. A moment later, all hell breaks loose. Chicken is screaming its fucking head off, and something starts slamming against the wall from outside. Tried to find my happy place. Turn up the television, and tried to ignore whatever is going on out there. Walls and slamming continues. Shitting pants. Call my boyfriend. Tell him to come home, now. Tells me to relax and go upstairs. He will be home in 45 minutes. How long it takes to get to town from here. He makes it home at breakneck speeds and brings me out to investigate with him. Bloody smear against the wall, right outside of the window, and bits of dead chicken around. Ah, yeah. Try not to worry about it. It must have been a coyote. Never said more on it, but he did not seem convinced that a coyote did that shit. Be me. I used to work for a contract cleaning company quite a long time ago. The company I worked for used to specialize in what we would call distressed properties. This involved anything from bank foreclosures, evictions, or estate clearances. Our company was even involved with crime scene cleanup cases depending on the property, the severity, and the price. Of course, that means that we had to undergo specialized training when joining the company to legally be able to handle these kinds of jobs. It's just your basic training in handling biohazards, using different kinds of PPE, personal protective equipment for those who don't know, and that kind of thing. Basic understanding of health and safety regulations. Most of it was common sense, but formal training has to take place for legal reasons. Anyway, most of our jobs were just really fucking sad, if I'm being honest. People leaving behind entire lives they could no longer afford to pay for. Belongings would be boxed up, entire lives in boxes, or sometimes shit would just be scattered across every room in the place, like the aftermath of some whirlwind or some disaster. People at their very lowest. There is one job that I absolutely cannot stop thinking about. It is one that has stuck with me for the longest time, and even years later, I wonder what the fuck I saw. It was a foreclosure job out in a small town. It was probably around an hour outside the city. At first glance, it was just a very standard job. Single-story house on the edge of a cul-de-sac. No broken windows. The grass was pretty tall, but not overgrown to the point it looked like a jungle. Probably about knee-high. The bank gave us the keys, and we got a basic briefing from our boss. Previous owner was some guy called Arthur G. Legally, I cannot give out a full name or any identifiable details, so I am going to try to keep it as vague as possible. This guy had no emergency contacts and no relatives that could be contacted. Just one day, he stopped paying, stopped answering any phone calls, basically fell off the map and stopped existing entirely from an outside perspective. We pulled up to the place at around 9 a.m. I think. I was with my work partner, name is Paul. Guy was in his mid-40s and used to serve in the army, but was discharged years ago due to something medical I think. He did not talk all that much, but he worked very hard, which made my life easier. The front door opened up without issue. The house was surprisingly still,
intact. I can't think of any other way to put it. It was like someone had stepped out to go and get groceries or a coffee and just never came back. Skipped town and moved on with their life. The furniture was still all there and in decent condition. The bed was made. The lights still functioned fine. There was even food in the fridge left over. The power had been shut off for a while though, so it rotted and reeked like death. There were no personal photos anywhere. No mail, no calendars, no medication bottles or anything empty lying around. The closets were also all left barren. The walls were bare, like they had been stripped and scrubbed of anything human. The main floor took around 2 hours in total to clean up. It was when we headed down to the basement when things started to get weird. We found the entrance behind the kitchen. The door was hanging open, slightly ajar. Paul took the lead down there with his flashlight at the ready. The stairs were creaky, but they did not collapse on us, thankfully. At the bottom of those stairs was a large, unfinished basement. It was mostly empty, except for a few plastic bins/containers and what looked like a small office setup that was tucked away into the far corner. There was a desk, a computer, a wall-mounted corkboard, and shelves stacked full of boxes. We decided to start by checking the boxes and their contents. Most of them were filled to the brim with books of all kinds. Scientific journals, philosophical texts, government archives, and declassified documents that were all printed off and bound into paperbacks. A lot of stuff I didn't really understand, if I'm honest. Things about systems theory, whatever that is. Then stuff about pattern recognition and cryptography. This guy, whoever he was, also seemed to have a particular interest in ancient civilizations as well as their myths and histories. None of it was your usual basement junk left to rot. There was no dust on any of the books either. They had not been down here for very long at all. We decided to investigate the corkboard next to figure out what this guy was doing. That is when things got a lot weirder. The entire board was just completely covered in newspaper clippings. They were all meticulously pinned and annotated. Every single clipping was to do with some missing person, not the same one that he was investigating, different people. Most were local, but some were national, with one even happening internationally. They were all different kinds of people who I couldn't really tell how they were connected. Some kids, some adults, couple elderly people. Most of them had photos attached too. There were tons of handwritten notes littering the margins. This guy had noted locations, times, coordinates, and other stuff too. There were also some, I don't know, weird symbols present. I'm not sure how to describe them. Like a combination of shapes with patterns drawn inside them. There was one that was consistent and present every single time. I'm not sure how to describe it, other than like a triangle with wings. It had more, but I can't fully remember every single detail, but those were the main components. There were just lines drawn, connecting what seemed like unrelated cases across the years. Paul just muttered a Jesus Christ and stepped back. There was a thick notebook sitting on the desk too. No title or markings at all. The pages were just packed with notes and scribbles. It wasn't rambling or obsessive. This was clean note-taking. It was neat cataloging, done by someone with a lot of experience logging large amounts of data. It was organized and precise. There were more dates and names marked down. Again, it was missing people. Every note, every clipping, everything in this fucking room was about a missing persons case. Some entries were just summations of local news stories about missing people. They were mostly just pulled from small outlets that were often buried deep in crime sections. Some even had annotations, noting that he could not find these articles anymore after he made note of them, either pulled from the website or just buried underneath other pages. Again, I really did not see the link between them at all, but with the way that they were organized, they had to be somehow, unless we just had a resident schizo. One of the entries noted a small-town disappearance case that had not made it out of regional coverage. Another one
referenced an old missing persons case that had been dismissed by local law enforcement as just a runaway. None of the names were familiar. I had not heard any of these cases or about these people before, not even the ones local. The way that they were all catalogued so systematically though, was he investigating, or did he just know something more? Each entry looked more like a case file summary than just the delusions of a mentally unwell man. On a few pages, there were loose groupings labeled by city names. Under those were rough statistics, something like 8 cases, 11 years, 3 within 18 months, no formal connection logged. Whoever wrote this, it did not look like they were theorizing. It looked like they were tracking, like they definitely knew something more, maybe about who was doing it, or why. We checked the filing cabinets next. There were multiple drawers, all neatly labeled and indexed. Each folder had a name on the tab, and an alphanumeric code that looked like an internal cataloging system. Inside were background reports. Some were clearly pulled from public sources, employment histories, address records, voter registrations. Others contained what felt like deep reports, DMV documents, court filings, even health insurance claims. The level of access suggested someone with more than just curiosity. Some of the folders included printed screenshots from social media, profile pictures, event check-ins, tagged photos. Others had maps with apartment buildings or transit stations highlighted in pen. Then there were the photographs. I could not believe what the fuck I was seeing. Tucked inside several folders were high-resolution photos of some of the missing people he was tracking. At first, it was just things like someone walking to their car, entering a store, sitting alone at a fast food place. But the more we saw, the more uncomfortable it got. The same person, captured in different locations, different times of day, always alone, often at night, always unaware of the person taking the photo. The question is, did this fucking freak take these, or did he manage to get them from somewhere? Either way, just how? In one folder, a young man was photographed getting on a late-night city bus, then stepping off blocks later, then entering an apartment building. In the last photo, he is looking over his shoulder, not at the camera, towards something behind him out of frame. Another folder had photos of a woman in a laundromat, reading a magazine, then walking down a hallway, then approaching a locked door. The final photo was grainier than the rest. It looked like it had been taken through a window. She is standing still, mid-step, eyes fixed on something ahead. We found a series of folders near the bottom of the drawer, stored together, slightly separate from the rest. These were not labeled with names, just dates and codes. Inside each was a single photo, printed large and nothing else. Each image showed a different person, looking directly into the camera. No emotion, no context. The lighting was clinical. Almost like ID photos, but with nothing official about them. Just people, frozen in front of the lens. That was the first time Paul said anything in nearly 10 minutes, just a quiet Jesus under his breath. We did not speak after that. At the back of the basement, behind the shelving unit, we noticed a portion of the wall that looked newer. Clean plywood, no paint. The rest of the walls were drywall, scuffed and yellowing. This section looked out of place. We moved the shelf and found a rectangular panel flush with the wall. No visible seams except a small, perfectly cut outline. At the center, a recessed steel handle and a keyhole. There were no markings, no manufacturer label. It did not look improvised. It looked installed. We did not open it. We did not even try. I don't think we even could, even if we wanted to. I don't have an explanation for what that was, but we both stepped back from it at the same time. It felt wrong, like it was not meant to be part of the house. we did not want to snoop too far and get in trouble. We boxed the materials and labeled them. Then we locked the house and filed a report. We mentioned what we found, that we had bagged property for management to review and take up with the authorities. We wrote a report describing the contents, and that was the extent of our job, really. I did not want to be involved. Our boss called both Paul and I in for a chat and basically got us to give a more official statement. They thought we were joking when they saw the report. I did not sleep well that week. Kept thinking about how many of those people had ever shown up in a national database, how many had made it to police reports, how many of those folders were ever meant to be seen, if the police could even do anything about them now, if maybe it was too late for all these people. A few days later, I looked up some of the names I remembered from the folders. Most did not return anything. A few showed up in online obituary databases with no cause of death listed, or just something that said their body had never been found and were presumed dead. One led to a dead link from a campus newspaper where the article had been pulled. It just seemed weird that this one singular guy had more resources and documentation than the fucking police department. Like, he had proof these people were missing and dead, and there wasn't even a fucking article still up on the internet. Not a single police report or file still active. What kind of fucking buffoons were employed by the city? I had to give a statement to the police. Again, they did not really believe it at first either, but I told them everything I saw. Paul said he gave the same statement as before too. I quit the job about 2 weeks later, told them it was burnout. I've tried to let it go, tell myself it was just a paranoid man spiraling out of control, but I'm not sure I believe it. There seemed like way too much planning, too much, I don't know, inside information. I tried to go back to the house once, just to say. Place was gone, empty lot. Bank said it was demolished due to mold risk. That makes no sense. That house was bone dry, structurally sound. But the records are gone too. Address does not come up in Google Maps anymore. It's a small town, so it wouldn't usually be too weird, but due to what's gone on, it's really fucking freaky. I tried searching for Arthur J. Nothing. Not even a tax record. There is no evidence this guy ever existed. Any insight into this act? Did the police just dismiss it because it's just some schizo drawing lines where there are none? I would really like to know what the fuck we stumbled into. My grandparents shared this story with me, and I have no reason to doubt my grandmother's account. She is certainly not someone who could be considered crazy. My great-grandmother, actually, my grandfather's mother, was a true witch and healer, the likes of which you won't find anymore. During the First World War, she used her herbal remedies to treat people, and even before the war, she had helped the local militia against a particularly tough Lady Adaman. She was well known for her herbs, whispers, and infusions well beyond the region. One day, when my father had just learned to sit up, he experienced a strange attack. The baby cried non-stop for 3 days, screaming, wailing without rest. He could not sleep or eat properly. Sometimes we could get him to drink water, but after a sip, he would start crying again as if in pain. In a panic, we took him to every doctor we could find, traveling to the city in my grandfather's wheelchair, but everyone we saw was helpless. There was no proper equipment, no qualified specialists who could deal with such a condition at that time. My dad's face had turned red and blue from burst capillaries. His screams turned into a wheeze, and his eyes were rolling back into his head. After 3 days, we went to my great-grandmother's house late at night. She must have known we were coming, because she was expecting my parents. When she saw my dad, she immediately instructed my grandfather to bring some fresh, untreated water from the nearby stream and wait with her on the porch. He did as she asked and stayed there, not knowing what else to do. Half an hour later, my great-grandmother came out, carrying my father. He was peacefully asleep, completely healthy, with rosy cheeks and a clean diaper. Here is the strange part. As soon as they brought him inside and shut the door, all noises from the street seemed to stop completely. What happened in those moments remains a mystery, and unfortunately, I cannot ask her anymore. That is how it went. The next story is directly from my grandfather. We were talking after a day of fishing, and he shared something interesting which I will relay in his words. After I returned from the army, I was thinking about what to do next. You know how you sometimes feel drawn back to your homeland. Our old house was in name of the neighborhood, just past the railway line. This was before the fire though. Anyway, I was visiting a friend at the time. He needed help fixing the floors in his house. It was already late when I headed home, and the sun was setting, fading into night. I was walking along the rails, lost in thought, when I saw something strange. A scorched circle. The ground around it was completely smooth. Not a single stone, about 2 meters in diameter, and all around it were tall grasses like cattail, feathergrass, and bluegrass, growing thickly along the embankment. At first, I did not think much of it, and just walked through the circle. As soon as I stepped into it with both feet, everything went silent. It was like I'd entered a fog. I listened carefully, but there was no sound. No crickets, no barking dogs from nearby yards. I looked around, and not a single light was on in any of the windows. As far as I could see, everything was completely still. I got really uneasy then. I stepped back, and it was like the spell had broken. The sounds of the night returned. The crickets started chirping. I could hear my neighbors moving about, the cow shifting in the barn, and the wind rustling in the grass. I took another step forward, and again, nothing. It was like everything had died off instantly. I quickly turned around and started walking home in a forced march, as we were trained in the army. I will tell you honestly, I served in the airborne forces, jumped from planes, and saw death in combat, but I'd never felt the kind of terror that gripped me that night. I went back to that spot again later, and it was the same. Nothing odd during the day, but in the evening or on cloudy days, the eerie silence would return. I will show you the place sometime. It's a wasteland now. This summer, I'm planning to visit my family again, and maybe something will become clearer. We will head back to that spot and see if anything has changed. Another story from my grandfather. After he came back from the army, he was still a young man, very hands-on and keen to figure out how things worked. He loved taking things apart and putting them back together. He would often cruise around on his motorcycle, which he had fixed up himself, piecing it together from parts of old cars. One evening, he was on his way home from work, driving down an asphalt road. It was a quiet night. Everything seemed fine. There was one intersection that everyone considered dangerous. If you weren't careful, cars could crash into the trees on either side. He slowed down as he approached the intersection, looking for any oncoming traffic, and began to make the turn. Suddenly, he heard the furious roar of a truck's engine and saw headlights speeding toward him. My grandfather swerved to the right, hit the brakes, and rolled off the road into the bushes. He was shaken, but not seriously hurt, and the motorcycle, though knocked over, was still in good condition. The driver of the truck climbed out, equally stunned. He started apologizing, saying he did not see my grandfather at all. He had slowed down before the turn and was sure there was no one there. My grandfather reassured him, explaining that he had not seen him either and had only been driving slowly along the empty road. But then, they both fell silent. Neither of them had seen the other coming. Neither had heard anything. Both were experienced drivers and perfectly sober. They could not figure out what had happened, so they both went back to my grandfather's house to lick their wounds and discuss the bizarre incident over a cup of tea. This is a story from me and my parents. It's not a rural tale, but as the saying goes, you can take the people out of the village, but you can't take the village out of the people. We were once on vacation by the sea. I, a little kid, convinced my parents to linger by the bay a little longer. I had never seen such beauty. We were walking along the embankment, an idle crowd enjoying themselves, with shouts and laughter echoing around us. The three of us wandered along the surf, with me collecting interesting pebbles and my father pointing out constellations in the sky. Then, for some reason, my parents stopped and seemed suddenly agitated. I paused, looked at them, and followed their gaze to the sky. Against the backdrop of stars, a perfect equilateral triangle of red dots stood out. These red lights floated silently, forming a perfectly regular triangle in the night sky. There were 5 dots on each side, all moving in the same direction at a consistent distance from each other. Then, one of the outermost points broke away from the formation and moved in a smooth arc, heading in the opposite direction, much faster than its companions. We stood there, amazed. It did not resemble any flying machine I knew, even now. It did not look like anything I recognized, except maybe drones. But back then, in the early 2000s, drones were something you only saw in movies like Star Wars, and most importantly, there was absolutely no sound. As I looked around, I noticed that a few nearby people who had noticed the lights were also watching in awe, silently staring at the sky. Of course, it's selfish to believe that in the vastness of the universe, humanity is the only one with civilization. But while it's one thing to assume we aren't alone, it's quite another to witness clear proof of that hypothesis firsthand. The next story comes from my girlfriend. When she was still a little girl, she moved to our urban-type settlement and quickly fell in with a new group of friends. They spent their time exploring abandoned places. We have plenty of those. Old pensioners' houses, forgotten by their children and grandchildren, slowly decaying and falling apart. Some have become sad reminders of the past, while others are just hangout spots for kids. Among all these abandoned places, one house stood out. Although the outside was overgrown with vines, it did not look particularly old. The broken windows and ivy-covered door spoke of a long absence of the owner. This house sat between the last street in the settlement and a rye field. What made it particularly interesting was that despite the sharp temperature changes in the region, the wood on the walls was only darkened by moisture, with only a few cracks here and there. Unlike the other crumbling houses in the area, this one seemed to be preserved in alcohol. The carved door frames, solid roof, and the possibility of a basement filled with treasures made it irresistible to the kids. After sneaking onto the property, they explored the houses, but found nothing interesting except for some henbane, horsetail, and horseradish. However, one friend did find a rusty old metal comb under the threshold of one room. Deciding to take it as a trophy, she kept it, as none of the others wanted the dirty piece of metal. That very night, her friend had a dream. In the dream, she was standing before a figure cloaked in a robe. As she approached, the figure removed its shawl and turned toward her. It was an old woman, with a cold, sharp gaze and an arrogant expression. The woman calmly said, "Put it where you found it," and the friend suddenly woke up. She somehow understood that this was not just a dream. It was a warning about the comb. The dreams continued for about a week. Each time, the girl got closer to the figure, and the old woman grew more terrifying. Night by night, her features became more distorted, sharper, and her face grew patchy with fur and scabs. Her screams grew louder each time. "Put it where you found it. Put it where you found it." Eventually, the girl could no longer sleep peacefully, and she decided to return to the house alone to return the comb. The others could not join her. One was sick with a sore throat, another went to their summer house, and some just abandoned her. Alone, she hurried to the site, but when she got there, she dug a hole and buried the comb near one of the windows. She did not have the courage to go inside the house itself. The next day, she came down with a fever, but the nightmares finally stopped. Much later, she asked her friends about the house. They did not know much, but some people insisted that the old woman who had lived there had done things like that. There was no other information, and no one really looked into it further. This is perhaps the only non-summer story I am sharing here, but I thought it was worth including in this collection of paranormal tales. One February, back when winters were still real winters, cold, with meter-thick snowdrifts, my friends and I decided to embark on a sortie. Yes, Chikibrike and Damke to the grain elevator area. We were eager to see the endless, snow-covered fields with their ruins. In truth, it was a kind of Russian hopelessness, but undeniably romantic. However, somewhere halfway there, we were caught in a blizzard, a fierce one, where visibility dropped to almost nothing, and all that could be seen was a white shroud ahead. The outskirts of the village were obscured by the storm. The road in front and behind us was swallowed by the swirling snow, and the wind howled in our ears. Our faces froze so badly that the snow on our eyelashes and eyebrows did not even melt. Despite the harsh conditions, we, like young, foolish stalkers, morons, decided to continue. 3 small figures, trudging forward through the endless expanse of snow. Fortunately, after about 10 minutes, the wind died down. We did not want to push straight on to the elevator. Our noses and cheeks, wrapped in scarves, had taken a good amount of frostbite and were now aching, so we decided to take the railroad tracks, thinking it would shorten our route. We trudged along, with the blizzard picking up again. The howl of the wind was deafening, snow pouring into our eyes, and the world around us was a blur, white on white. We could not tell up from down, or how much time had actually passed. The snow, you know, has a way of covering up all sense of time and space. Then, I noticed something that did not belong, something out of place. On an instinctive level, I just knew that something was wrong, something that made me yell, run at my friends, and shove them off the tracks. We tumbled down the snowdrifts of the railway embankment, and as I was sitting below, finally starting to understand what had just happened, the earth trembled beneath us. A distant rumble echoed through the air, and then the snow began to fly up. But when I looked back, I saw nothing. No train. There was just the straight, arrow-like line of the tracks, stretching out endlessly. It was the sound of a train, the unmistakable rumble, but there was no train coming our way at all.
Bime, back in 2019, I was doing freelance IT contract work for a state university. Most of the time, I was just installing new systems, sometimes migrating ancient data from dusty hard drives. This also usually involved trying not to inhale too much mold inside their older buildings. One job that I had was out at their agricultural extension campus. It was a bunch of low-traffic labs and greenhouses way out in a rural part of the state. The job was supposed to be just 2 days maximum. I had to swap out some networking gear in the oldest building on the property, and then I could finally leave. Simple stuff, really. Should not take too long. The building itself was a squat brick rectangle. Looked like it was probably built sometime in the 1960s. Half of the ceiling tiles were stained or sagging. The floor tiles curled at the edges like old paper. The place felt abandoned, even though the light still worked. The lab had apparently been used for soil research up until just a few years earlier, but when I asked who had last worked there, no one could give me a straight answer. Nobody goes out there anymore, was the closest I got to an explanation. Okay, sure, I guess. On the first day, I did a walkthrough to find the server closet. The wiring was a nightmare. Stuff had been added and removed over the years with zero documentation. Bundles of unmarked cable ran into walls that had no corresponding outlets. Let me tell you, this kind of shit absolutely grinds my gears. There is nothing I hate more than things being in a state of disorder. Fucking assholes. I don't know what it is, but it just makes me lose my head seeing something like this. In the basement, where the server rack was, I found bundles of coax and Ethernet leading into a rusted metal door with no label. It had an old card reader next to it. It was dead and unpowered. Someone had duct taped a plastic sign above the frame at some point. The sign just read, "Research storage. No entry without supervisor approval." Naturally, I did not have that kind of access, and I was not curious enough to get myself into any trouble. That isn't my kind of deal. I like schedule and order, and I do not like to deviate if I don't have to. I got the replacement gear installed, cleaned up, and then left a note for whoever the hell was supposed to be managing the building. Believe me, it was as passive-aggressive as I could possibly be without being unprofessional. Just my own small way of rebelling, I guess. After that, I went right back to my hotel. That night, I got a call. Weird to be getting a call so late on in that night. My eyes were glued together, and I had to pry them loose by blinking really fast. I think I remember peering over at the alarm clock on the dresser drawer, and it said something like 1 in the morning. Absolutely ridiculous. It was a company number, it looked like. Can't remember which department, but I had the number saved in my phone. Like the genius I am, it was just saved as Work 5. Fucking idiot. When I answered, nobody spoke at first. I was already not in the mood, so this made me really impatient, and I immediately kept saying, "Hello?" really loudly until someone finally responded. Then, a man's voice said, "Don't plug anything into the wall in the switch labeled freebie." That's all. Click. Deadline. Did not even get a chance to respond or ask or anything. I assumed it was just a prank. Some technician screwing around. What other reason would someone call me at that time for? But then, when I went back the next morning, sure enough, on the lower wall in the basement near the server rack was a little toggle switch labeled in faded marker as freebie. It was not connected to anything obvious, just a small conduit pipe that ran straight into the concrete wall. I did not touch it. I got my stuff together and was ready to leave. I had pretty much finished everything I had needed to do, but something kept pulling at me. The rusted door, the warning, the unmarked switch. The job was routine until it wasn't, and now I wanted to know why. Who was that on the phone? So, I went back upstairs and checked the electrical room. Like I said, something like this is rare for me. A change in schedule makes me feel uneasy. Like literally, my stomach will get a sick feeling and I will just feel uncomfortable. All that to explain how seriously weirded out I was by this to go and do this. I found the breaker box tied to the basement area and saw one breaker flipped off. It was labeled storage power. Against my better judgment, I flipped it on. Back downstairs, the card reader by the rusted door had a blinking red light now. I went back to my gear bag and dug out a universal bypass card. It was a tool I had used before on similar old readers. I waved it in front of the panel, and to my surprise, the lock clicked open. The air that hit me was stale and dry. It had a strange, chemical tang. I stepped inside. The room beyond was not a storage closet. It was a lab, about 40 feet long, with rows of workbenches and glass front freezers lining the walls. The overhead lights buzzed weakly, but still worked. Dust lay thick over everything. It looked like whoever had used the room last had left in a hurry. But what really stood out were the jars, hundreds of them, lined up on steel shelves against the far wall, each one filled with cloudy yellow preservative and what looked like plant material. Roots, stalks, leaves, but the forms were all wrong. Some looked like tiny human hands made of bark, others like fetal animals twisted from vines, all carefully labeled with dates, codes, and what looked like geographic coordinates. I assume that must be where they got them from. Then I saw the far wall, a full corkboard covered in pinned photographs, each Polaroid showing remote wilderness, mountains, deserts, swamps. Pinned beneath them were laminated tags with words like Excavation 7 and Sample Incomplete, Do Not Cultivate. One image showed what looked like a dig site in red soil, with a bulbous black shape half buried in the ground. Written in pen next to it was, "Still active?" My stomach turns. Turn around to leave, and hear a low, mechanical hum behind me. One of the freezers is powering on. Curiosity got the better of me. I opened it. Inside, a series of steel trays were arranged like morgue slabs. On one tray was a mass of vines, coiled tightly like muscle tissue, with sharp, thorn-like projections along its edges. It was strapped down with industrial clamps and metal wire. A digital panel on the side flickered. Containment unstable. Lockdown code required. And that was it. I was done. I shut the freezer and left the room as fast as I could, relocking the door and flipping the breaker off again upstairs. I left the building, got in my car, and did not look back, not even once. Later that night, I checked the coordinates from one of the sample tags. I had felt way too uneasy to stick around and write them all down, but I did make a mental note of just one of them and then wrote it down as soon as I got home. It led to a stretch of forest that had been closed for erosion management since 2004. No mention of any excavations. I searched online for anything. Botanical studies, excavation projects, research papers. Nothing. No papers, no grant records, nothing at all that I could find. Called the IT office, pretending I needed to follow up on the AG lab job. Guy on the phone said, "That contract is already closed out. Don't worry about it," and hung up. Then about a month later, I saw something online. An article buried in a local news site for the state university. Headline was, "Campus Greenhouse Expansion Halted Due to Sinkhole Concerns." But the image used in the article was not of a greenhouse. It was the back end of the AG Extension campus, right near the building I had worked in. Caption said, "Unstable foundation discovered during preliminary excavation." Text of the article was weirdly vague. No mention of injuries, no engineering firm quoted, just one campus PR statement about environmental safety. A month later, I got a notice that my contract was not being renewed. Fine, whatever. They owed me one final invoice anyway, so I sent it off and moved on. Found satellite images of the area from a public geology archive. Compared month over month. Something had been cleared out. You could see tire tracks, equipment paths, what looked like a rectangular patch of disturbed earth. 6 months later, that same patch was covered in new growth, like nothing had been there at all. One time, I went to the bar with one of my friends. I had just turned 21, so I haven't been to many bars up to that point. My friend was drinking on the way to the bar, so he was already pretty drunk when we got there. When I sat at the bar, a cute girl came and talked to me and my friend. She said her name was Candace, and I noticed she had really bright red hair. I assumed she dyed it. It was pretty, but unnatural. Anyways, this girl was flirting with me and my friend. She could tell my friend was already very drunk. To be honest, I played along like I was drunk already too, since it seemed to be working for my friend. I did not know if she was just trying to get free drinks, so I told her we did not have much money. She offered to buy us drinks. She kept buying us drinks, and I started to get confused as to who she liked between me and my friend. My friend went to the bathroom. Before he came back, he was kicked out by the bouncers. He was too drunk. Candace and I went outside with him. She kept telling him to go home with her. He was so out of it, he could barely answer her. I told her he was too drunk and that I could not let him go anywhere. I did not want him to wake up hungover in some random house with no car and no idea what happened. Candace kept pushing it, saying that she would take care of him, but I told her no, because I had to stay with him. I was more sober than him. He was my responsibility. I told her the only way he was going anywhere was if I tagged along. I assumed she thought that I was jealous or cock-blocking, but my friend could barely stand, and lost interest in Candace already at that point. She immediately started flirting with me, and offered to get my friend a taxi to drive him home, and said we could go to her place alone. At this point, I had a few drinks, and I was pretty buzzed, so I agreed. We took my friend to the taxi and walked to her car. I slightly stumbled on the way to her car. "Wow, you're pretty drunk, huh?" she said, smiling, as she held on to my arm. Yeah, I said. I don't know why, but I just felt slightly shy and anxious. Everything was just happening too easy, so I felt uneasy. We got in her car. We drove down the street. "Want to stop at the liquor store and get some more to drink? I'll buy it, so don't worry about paying," she offered. I did not want to drink any more than I already did. I was already buzzed and wanted to be able to carry myself throughout the rest of the night. Sometimes, I made myself look stupid when I'm drunk, so I did not want to ruin anything with Candace more than I already did earlier, with telling her that my friend was too drunk. I told her I was already drunk enough, but she insisted. I did not want to seem lame, so I told her to get me a pint of liquor with some apple juice to chase it. She went in the store and came out with a lot more than just a pint. I assumed she wanted to drink more also, and that's why she got a fifth instead of a pint. On the car ride, we passed the bottle back and forth, but she took tiny sips. I tried to take tiny sips too, but she kept passing me the bottle and telling me to drink. I somehow managed to drink all of my apple juice and pretend to drink the bottle by spitting the liquor in the apple juice bottle. I tossed the apple juice bottle full of liquor out the window before she saw it. I did not want her to know I was acting drunker than I was. She actually believed I was sloppy drunk when I was simply buzzed. I took a couple more sips of liquor and finished the bottle. Throughout the car ride, I called her the wrong name a couple of times to get a reaction out of her. She did not react to it. She just kept letting me call her Carla without correcting me. For some reason, I thought she lied to me about her name initially. We drove up to her house. I pretended to trip and stumble into her front door. She helped me walk inside by holding me up. She opened her front door, which was unlocked. We walked in her house. She closed her front door and then locked it. I thought that was strange, but assumed she did not want anyone walking in on us. I told her that I had to use the bathroom. I walked into her bathroom, locked the door, and looked in the mirror. I just felt strange, like something was off. I felt myself becoming more drunk from finishing the bottle earlier. I turned on the sink to make noise and made myself puke up the liquor that I drank. I flushed and went to the sink and started drinking the tap water out of my hands to sober up. I just did not want to be drunk, but I still wanted to hook up with Candace, so I wanted to pretend to be drunk. I turned the sink off, and I could hear her talking to someone. "He is drunk as hell. He can barely stand up. You do it." Who was she talking to? And do what? I walked out of the bathroom and into the living room. The moment I stepped into the living room, I saw her walking into another room. All I could see was the back of her head, that strange, very bright red hair go into another room. I did not see her face or anything. I just saw her kind of walk fast into the room. The living room was pretty dark. "Hey, where are you going?" I slurred, like I was drunk. She walked back into the dark living room and up to me. "Let's go in my room," she said. I looked at her bright red hair and then into her eyes. They were different. Her face was different. It was another girl with the same hair. That is when I realized it was another girl with the same wig on. It was a wig the whole time. She had changed it with the girl from earlier for whatever reason. My heart felt like it stopped, but I tried to look like I had no idea it was a different girl. I kind of smiled at her and told her I just needed to use the bathroom one more time, and told her sorry I was so drunk. She said, "It's fine, just hurry up in there." I went into the bathroom and locked the door. I heard her whisper something to someone again. This time, I think I heard a male voice whisper back. I honestly did not concentrate on listening to exactly what she said. Something sketchy was going on, and I had to get out of that house. I opened the bathroom window and jumped straight out of it and ran faster than I have ever run in my life. I did not look behind myself or anything. I just ran through the backyard, jumped the fence, ran through someone else's backyard, hit a road, and ran toward the main road. I kept running down the main road until I saw a 24-hour convenience store. I ran into the store and stood straight at the front of the store in front of the camera. I called a taxi and went home. I tried to think what happened that night. What was she or they planning that night?
Why did she tell me a fake name? Why was she trying to get my friend and I so drunk? I thought maybe a robbery, but she kept spending money on us. She kept buying us drinks, and even paid for my friend's taxi cab. And mostly, why did she wear a wig that she gave to another girl to wear? Who was she talking to? What did it mean? And what was in that room they tried to lure me into? The next day, after this incident, I went back to the house with a couple of friends to see just what was going on. Nobody was there. No cars, no people, nothing. Just an empty house. I ended up finding out that the house was a summer rental, and whoever those people were, they broke into that house and used it only for that night, and never came back. This happened to me a few years back, Western Oz. 14 years old, I think. Down south, near Parangarup Range on holiday, staying in a cabin. My family was invited by the parents of my best friend. We all go. Naturally, a lot of walking around the area. We go hiking further southish, end up in thicker wood. My friend, my brother and I usually trailblaze ahead of the others. We come to a small cave entrance ahead of the adults. I am claustrophobic as fuck, but my friend sticks his head in. Can't see shit. No shit, dickhead. Your head is blocking the light, and you can't stick a torch in with you. We laugh, but then hear something coming from the cave, like skittering. We figure it's a possum or something, when 2 ravens fly out. One right into and over my brother's face. We all laugh, continue on. My brother has a small red mark on his forehead, but no damage done. He is being a puss about it anyway. Later on, getting dark, parents back at the cabin, friend, brother and I picking around in the small forest behind it, chucking rocks, climbing trees, etc. We come into a clearing that stretches up the hill to another forest. It's dark, but we see something even blacker. There is a figure standing in the middle of a field. We all go quiet. This thing looks tall even from far away. Ren yells at him to fuck off. Fucking bogan, but a mate anyway. Figure gets taller somehow, then stretches out his wings. This guy is not a man anymore. We realize it's a giant bird thing. A giant fucking raven. My brother runs first, then I do, and then my friend, yelling after us, back into the forest between the clearing and the cabin. We run for a minute, then stop in the shadow of a big tree, thinking we lost it/him. Brother is crying. Friend says, we will be safe in the tree cover. Daft bastard. What the fuck? Ravens live in forests. We argue like idiots until my brother screams, and we realize it's walking through the forest towards us. Not even flying, just walking, its wings back at its sides. We fucking bolt for it, all the way back to the cabin. Friend almost gets lost, but we end up getting back. We are in fucking tears, all of us. Parents either think we are crazy, or we saw an emu or something. Do emus even live around here? It takes an hour for us to calm down. We can't fall asleep. We can't look out a window, for fear that it will be looking back in at us. Eventually, we left, and we did not see it again. 20 years old now, still get creeped out by ravens and crows. I am never more going down south again. This happened the first time I went to Mexico. I was drinking at the house we were staying at with 2 of my brother-in-laws and one of their friends, I will call F. We were just shooting the shit until one of them mentioned seeing a dark bird sitting on a low branch of a small tree, staring him down as he was walking home the other day. He said it while looking at the ground, and he said it in a serious tone. Everyone got a bit quiet. I did not really understand what was so important about it, so I asked. Maybe I had misunderstood what he was saying. F said it was a bad sign. He said it could have been a witch or a bad spirit marking him. I did not really believe in that stuff, so I asked more questions. In Mexico, seeing a dark bird was a bad thing, but having it be close to you and stare you down was even worse. So, the guys told him to go to a good witch tomorrow to get cured just in case. He agreed,
and we kept drinking and having a good time. The day after that, we were supposed to hang out and butcher a pig together, but F never showed up. One of the guys left to check on his house, and he was not there. Later on that day, we learned that he was in the hospital, and he was not going to be back until tomorrow. When F got back, we went over to visit him and see if he was okay. He looked as if he had been in a bad fight and had bandages all over his arms and head and legs, and even his torso. We asked if he got robbed or something. He did not want to talk about it. He just said he had to see the witch lady to get cured. We asked him what all happened to him. We thought somebody jumped him and we were going to find him and fuck their shit up. After a bit of pressuring him, he said, "You won't believe me. I fought a bird." We just looked at him kinda odd. We thought he was cracking a joke. He said that that night we were drinking, on his way home, he was being followed by a black bird. It kinda spooked him, but nothing too bad. When he got to his house, as he was making dinner, he heard rustling on his backyard, so he went outside to see what that was. He steps outside and sees a tall, bulky figure under his orange tray, which he thought was someone trying to steal some oranges. So he walks over to confront him, and he notices the figure shines a little on the light. Says it was like a man-sized bird, just staring at him from under the tray. F tells me he is paralyzed with fear at this point. He tells us he thought he was having a nightmare, but when the cold of the wind hit his face, he realized he was not dreaming. Then the figure somehow kicked his chest and started scratching him and pecking at him. I saw his stitches. They looked long as fuck. He said he fought it as best as he could, but he fainted when he felt so much of his blood hit his face when he was trying to cover up. He tells me that the pecks felt as if he were being kicked by a horse. I think he fainted out of panic. His wife found him outside when she got home, all cut up and bruised, took him to the hospital, and when F came to, he instructed her to leave to her mom's house until he was cured. That was the first thing I ever experienced there. I did not believe it at the time. It spooked me, but I did not really know much about Mexico back then. No, I don't dare talk about that stuff while I am there. It is always in the faces. When someone says they experienced something, you really don't believe it until you look in their eyes and you see that helplessness inside. It is as if they know you won't believe them, as if they were alone, because nobody would ever believe them. Scared shitless, and with nobody to tell this stuff to. Nobody that would actually believe them. That face of helplessness. Fuck that. I'm off to bed. Let me know if you want another one when I wake up. Be me. Late at night, playing Halo 3. Balls deep in some King of the Hill. I hear a knock at the door. The fuck? Who knocks this late at night? I go grab a kitchen knife and walk to the door. I look for the peephole. I see a skinny guy on the other side. Who is it? Danny. The hell is my neighbor doing knocking on my door? What do you want? Can I come in? No, sorry, bye. I go back to the couch to resume playing Halo. Knocking continues for a couple of minutes, and Danny asking to come in. The knocking stops. Go back to the door and see Danny still standing there. He is looking right at the peephole. His eyes are glossy. Danny begins to walk to another house. I turn off everything and go to bed. I bring the kitchen knife with me to be sure that no weird shit happens. After a strange night's sleep, I wake up. After I get up and get breakfast, I realize something. My face when I remember that Danny had died 2 weeks ago in a car crash. This took place about 10 years ago at my dad's farm in Dillsboro, Indiana, about 45 minutes away from Cincinnati. He has 39 acres of grown over dairy land, and the house he lives in was built in the 1790s. Neighbors tell stories that the home was a KKK meeting place sometime last century, and they say that there are bodies on the land. Be me, walking from the back door of the house to my car to get my CD case. Pitch black outside, except for a weak light next to the door. This part of summer, at 11 p.m., the woods should have been alive with noise, bugs, birds, etc. I get about halfway between the house, with my dad's dog following, and my car, before I realize it is dead quiet, not even wind. Silence everywhere. I turn to look down at my dad's dog, Bummer, to see how he is reacting. Always listen to your animals. They can hear and smell more than you can. Bummer is not there. Never was. Bummer is sitting in the doorway to the house, looking at me, ears up, completely alert. I heard that motherfucker walking next to me, but he had never left the doorway. I called to him, but he refuses to come out of the house. He gets to his feet, whining and looking at me. This is starting to get too spooky. Silent when it should be loud. Dog won't come out, even though it's his favorite thing to be outside. Something is out here. I bolt for my car and get in. I turn on the headlights, pointing back towards the house. Nothing there. I grab my CD case, turn off the headlights, slam the car door, then run like a little bitch back to the house. The whole way back, it felt like something was chasing me. That feel of fingertips on the back of my neck. The dog is totally on guard. I have to grab his collar and pull him out of the way to shut the door. I ask my dad about it, and he says, "Oh, that. Don't worry about that. Won't talk about it any further. Too spooked to walk out later to leave by myself. What the fuck is in those wood sacks?" Walking around downtown with Buddy, about 16 or 17. Get bored, go back to my car. Pass by dirty drunk dude. He strikes up a conversation by saying he liked one of our shirts or some shit. Say thanks, and start to keep walking. Looks like a 40-year-old party boy that never quit partying. Sees me start to hop in my car to leave. Starts saying he lost his keys and wallet and needs a ride down the road. Smells like he washes his shirt in fucking beer. Negative on that. Say we are not going that way, and in a hurry. He starts saying he needs bus fare and does not want to walk. He is hardly standing and is almost begging. Tell him to fuck off and open my door. What the fuck did you just say? He goes full rage. Pulls out a shitty, curved pocket knife with a dirty ass blade. Freeze. Heart drops. This fucking drunk tweak is about to fucking stick me. Grab my police baton I kept in my car door, and I yell at him to fuck off. Friend is fucking frozen. Useless. Drunk bastard pacing, and at one point he took some quick steps toward me, leaned forward, ready to stick me. After a bunch of yelling and the drunk bastard pacing, he gets far enough away for us to get in and speed off. The threat of being jabbed by a dirty homeless drunk with a dirty knife sticking me while my friend was fucking frozen still scares me today. I don't chill with that pussy boy anymore, by the way. I was watching the Jeffrey Epstein documentary on Netflix last night, and I am spooked. Literally had a mini panic attack with all these memories flooding in. As I am laying in bed watching, a girl's face flashes across the screen, and I recognized one of his victims as one of my really good childhood friends. I don't know if I should be telling you all of this, but here is my story. I have lived in South Florida almost all of my life with crazy controlling parents that would not let me do anything as a kid. No phone calls to friends, no extracurricular activities unless it was academic. Could not have friends over, and you can forget about me going over to anyone's house. Plus, my dad worked at my school during my elementary school years, so I had to be on my best behavior at all times. So, when I finally got to go to middle school, I was so fucking pumped. Finally, some type of freedom in any form. My personality started to shine, and making friends came easy to me. Fast forward to a year in, and I had become really good friends with these two girls. We can call them Heather and Sharon. They were both pretty, popular, friendly, but what fascinated me the most was that Heather was the only girl in middle school that I knew that was able to sleep over at a boy's house. It was something so foreign to me, since my parents told me I could not even go on a date with a boy until after I graduated. High school or college, they did not specify. So, I automatically thought she was the coolest chick I've ever met in my entire life. Throughout our friendship, we were known as the tripod. We had all the same classes and lunch periods, so we all got pretty close. Over time, Heather would always ask me to hang out with her and Sharon, either after school or on the weekends, but with my parents, there was no way in hell they would ever let me, no matter what I did or said. I did attempt multiple times to ask for permission with no success each time, not even a maybe. I was so bummed because I always felt left out, having Heather and Sharon hang out without me, something I would eventually become grateful for. One day, while sitting out in the courtyard for lunch, Heather pulled me aside and asked me what I thought about skipping school for one day. I instantly freaked and thought about that automated message the school calls home with to let parents know you are not at school. If my parents ever got that, my ass would be toast. So I shut that idea down right away. Kinda laughed it off because there would be no way to pull it off. But she literally would not stop asking. So eventually, she convinced me, and we were ready to start the planning. It took us about a week every day, during lunch, trying to figure out how to pull this off. The thrill of it had me so excited, as I have never done anything like this. The plan was to have my mom drop me off at school as usual, and have the girls there waiting for me, and we would simply just walk off to the gas station that is near the school, and have one of Heather's friends pick us up. Not sure how I planned on dodging the school call, but whatever. Oh, and I forgot to add, Heather made it a point several times to remind me that I need to wear something that would give me an innocent look. I blew this off because I was already 13 years old. I looked innocent enough. Plan goes by smoothly, and we are walking to the gas station, but as we are walking, Heather's cell phone is blowing up. Like, constant phone calls and texts coming through. Each one she answers, just meet us at the gas station like we usually do. At this point, I am confused because I thought it was supposed to be the tripod hanging out for the day. As we get closer to the gas station, I see a group of like 7 other girls standing there, and they are around my same age range, 12 to 14 years old. Some girls I've seen around school, others I do not recognize, but they all perk up when they see Heather walk up. All of a sudden, Heather yells, "Who is ready to make some money?" And almost all of the girls raise their hand and start cheering. I grab Sharon and ask her what she is talking about, and the look that Sharon gave me is one I will never forget. It was like she was saying, "Get out now while you can." It just made me very uncomfortable, and she never ended up saying anything. It was just weird. A big group of young girls who should be in school, just hanging at a gas station. As we are standing there, 2 black Lincoln Town cars pull up and make a sudden stop right in front of us. Heather starts numbering the girls and tells the first group to get in the first car, and as they do, the car speeds away. The other one slowly rolls the window down, and I see this older man with sunglasses on just sitting there, smiling. He asks if we are ready to go to the mansion, which excites the 2 other girls standing behind me. He opens the door, and they both jump in, followed by Sharon. Heather is standing next to me and nudges me to go on, but as she does, I start going off on her, asking her what the hell is going on. Where are we going? Who is this man, and why did she not mention this in any of her plans? She is looking almost annoyed at me and says, "Out of all of the girls I bring, You are the only one that is giving me a problem. I thought you would want to get out and finally have some fun, and with your body, you could make a killing. At the time, I was so naive. I did not know exactly what she meant, but by the tone of her voice and how pressured she was making me feel, I ended up backing out and ran back to school. As embarrassed as I felt for bailing on my friends, I feared my mom and her belt a lot more. Plus, going off in a car with someone I have never met screamed stranger danger. I am so grateful that my parents put that fear in me, or else I don't know if I would have made that smart decision. After that, I barely hung out with Heather again. She tried a few more times, but I just got bad vibes from her and cut her off. But I always saw her randomly walk out of school towards the gas station, always with a group of girls. Sharon, on the other hand, she started to spiral into a depression slowly. She would only hang out with Heather and would cling to her like a lost puppy. I noticed she would miss school more frequently, until one day, she just stopped coming altogether. Years later, I found out she took her own life, and recently, after watching the documentary, I am convinced she was one of Jeffrey Epstein's victims, and Heather was one of his recruiters. I should have mentioned, this happened in 2004 in West Palm Beach. I reached out to the only childhood friend I stayed in contact with, and she confirmed that it was in fact my friend whom we went to middle school with in that documentary. Since this morning, I have contacted a friend who is in law enforcement to see if I could speak with someone about what I know. Even the little information I have could help out in some way. As for Sharon, I never met anyone in her family or had any contact information, as I was on major lockdown back then, and this was 16 years ago. Still trying to track them down to see if they knew about any of this. It could explain why she might have taken her life. I will keep you updated if I can. Be me, 14 years old or so, obsessed with paranormal shit since I was a small child. Be in Scouts. We are going to be camping in Gettysburg, i.e., what is probably the most haunted place in the US. Oh fuck yes, time to bullshit with some people. Fire up the early internet and navigate across a black background, angel fire rotating gift your shit. Come across a summoning guide for shamans or whatever, i.e., spirit guide trash for hippies. Haha, this is fucking rich. Print out how to summon a spirit of the night or something close to that. Been a long while, because I am an edgy teen and this will totally be hilarious. Day of trip, Scoutmaster happily announces that there is a surprise. 2 paranormal investigators will be visiting all of the scouting campsites this weekend. We sit down at twilight and they show us pictures of the TNT area in West VA. Mothman, one of my favorites. Interest is immediately piqued. Giant lily pads, awkward looking heron birds, purple polluted water, etc. They close photobook and say we will be taking photos of spirit orbs today after it gets proper dark. Ask Scoutmaster if I can take the guys out to an old house we saw that surprisingly was not locked. Say fine, and to be back in an hour. We all head there, and it is furnished, but free of bums. See old doll in the corner. Oh, this gonna be good. Place it at the center of the circle. Tell everyone to sit down and begin seance, lighting candles, calling out to the spirit, cut a finger for blood, etc. Take it super seriously, even though I am laughing inside at how spooked everyone else is getting. Draws to a conclusion. Cold gust of wind rips through the house, causing a few candles to go out, save for 2, which we established was a yes. Everyone screams and says they saw a white mask floating over my head before disappearing. Everyone books it out of the house, even the older scouts. Stride out of house smug because I am hot shit and my ruse is the ruse of the century. Get the feeling that something is not quite right. Family has a history of ghost sightings on my dad's side when he was a boy. Wait, maybe it actually worked. Fuck. Get a feeling I am being watched. Get back to camp. Everyone seems a little shaken, but most are just talking it off. Smaller Scout cries, quite literally, about it to Scoutmaster. He gives a stern lecture, and I get pulled aside by my dad, who looks furious, and tells me to cut that shit out. The two paranormal investigators waddle up with their cameras and say it's time to go. Feeling of being watched dissipates. We start walking the old battleground as the paranormal investigators tell us different ghost stories for the area while snapping photos. Guide tells us history. We get to a rock where there are initials carved into it, clean like with a chisel. Guide that was with us tells a story that goes something like a woman who saw her husband killed on the battlefield return from the dead and carved his initials into the stone with a burning hand, and all who trace the letters are doomed to misfortune. Naturally, Crybaby Scout traces it. We go on our way. More stories, more photos. Older Scout falls down and screams. His ankle is twisted, clearly broken from a rabbit hole. Crybaby Scout starts losing his mind and crying. Feeling of something watching just behind my shoulder returns. He blabs about exactly what I did in the house, embellishing parts as children are wont to do. All adults super pissed at me because Piss Baby can literally not hold his piss, as evidenced by his stained jeans. We all head back to camp and everyone ignores me as they mull about before taps. Whatever, solitaire I guess. Older Scout driven to hospital as other scouts powwow about how I am a Satanist or something. Hear weird screaming from the deep woods. Chill runs down my spine. Dad says it's just a fox. They make weird noises. Okay, sure. Night goes on. Camp lights seem to be fading in and out. All kerosene lamps die at near the same time. Scoutmaster laughs and says he guesses it is lights out. We go in our tents. Try to sleep. Constantly sounds like someone is heavily sighing just outside my tent. Ignore it. Clearly, people messing with me, I think. Wake up late to the sound of Piss Baby Scout screaming, saying, "She's gonna get me." Anger towards me reignited. Just like our campfire. What? Scoutmaster himself put that out after drown, stir, drown, etc. Why is it still smoldering? Dirty cloth doll next to log near fireplace, same as the one from the house. Scouts are visibly nervous. Can see something in the tree line. Shine light. Fox, sitting and watching, darts off when light hits its face. Neat.jpg. Next day is filled with a lot of scouts injuring themselves, like the scoutmaster cutting his hand, several scouts being burned, etc. Usual stuff, just more of it. Gloomy day with lots of clouds, looks like rain. Paranormal investigators return with the photos. Every single one I'm in has a large, white oval orb above my right side or behind me. Every single one. That is neat, but I am getting a bit spooked. Scout cool guy, everyone has one of these tryhards, comes over to the table and slaps the doll from the night before on the table, asking who put this in his tent. No one did. Obviously a low-tier prank attempt. Scouts start telling investigators what I did. Oh boy, here we go. They get serious and start asking me questions. Are confused when I tell them about the seance in the house. Are you chumps serious? Say I should see an exorcist or something. Scoutmaster yells at us to pack it in, since it looks like it's going to be a massive rainstorm, and he does not want to deal with that shit in the morning. We all pack it up and head home. Dad gives me a stern lecture in the car all the way back. Tells me his own stories and how his ghost was friendly and to knock off this edgy shit. Sure, whatever, old man. Arrive home as storm hits. Hard. Lights go out. Creaking starts in the house, from all over. Scratching from inside the walls. Family what? A mom starts getting spooked. Little sister and I remain skeptical and insist it's just more field mice again. Hear another fox call. Look out window. Fox is sitting in the middle of the yard. Look up to the window the family is peeking from, then trots back into the tree line. Unpack my bags. Dirty doll is there, under some clothes. Lol, what? 4 out of 10 revenge prank guys. apply yourselves more. Night is filled with the sound of raging storms and fox calls. I have dreamed of a large figure in black twisting cloak floating over my bed, white face mask like porcelain, and it reaches out with long branch-like fingers and points at me before I snap awake in a sweat. Go downstairs and get myself breakfast. Another gloomy day. Go to turn on light. Bulb explodes. Turn on other lights. None work. Probably came back on in the night and I blew a fuse. Go to basement and flip open box. Feels like something is watching again. No fuse blown or anything out of order. Head back upstairs. Feeling of something just behind me does not go until my mom appears. Rest of the day is normal, as does life. Years pass with little things here and there. Start getting night terrors as I get into my late high school and early college years. Wake up with scratch marks on my body all the time. Whatever, probably just had an itch. One day, I wake up and there is a mass of blood around my crotch, slept on belly. Panic and wash sheets without telling anyone. Going downstairs and look out window. Fox is there again, watching. Not uncommon anymore. I had taken to calling him Robin over the years. Shiver runs up spine though. He is always a bit eerie. Putting sheets in wash. Look in bin to see if anything else needs to go. Pulling other things out. Dollars in the bin. Feeling of not being alone is back and my hair is on end. Didn't we throw this out after that trip? After enough weird dreams and scratchy walls at night, I am tired of it and the doll is back. Maybe I did call something. Take doll out to the backyard in the woods and set it on a cut tree stump that night. Prop up umbrella over it. Apologize for disturbing the spirits. Walk backwards, keeping my eye on it for a short time. Fox shifts through the tree line, sits and watches me. Think this thing maybe just has rabies and I am going to get bit. Just sits there as I leave. Take my sister out to the forest after a few days to do target shooting with my new bow and explore. We come across the stump and the doll has gone. The umbrella is still there. Sharing stories about my childhood with Dad one day. Laughs and says if I remember waking him up all the time about the shadow lady. Don't remember ever telling him anything like that. Light over the kitchen table flickers briefly. I laugh nervously and look to the backyard, scanning the tree line, but nothing is there. Still get bad dreams at times, but have lived a normal life since. X has a terrible character limit for posts, and I did not account for that, so sorry. That is my experience though. I am not too sure what it is, or may have been, or if that bogus ritual on the early net is legit, or if that fox ties to it at all. But there you have it. Don't fuck with spirits and things you don't understand, even if you think it's all just bullshit. I have been caving as a hobby for several years now. Nothing really creepy ever happens caving, but I have been in some dangerous situations which have left me questioning my sanity or the sanity of those around me. Very few people have run into anything traditionally scary. There is not a lot of weirdos or serial killers that deep underground. No chance of being abducted. It's mostly just the danger of falling, getting stuck, or even going a little crazy. I've seen more than one person lose their mind a full mile underground. I used to cave with a gang of people from our university club, but I've been out of university for a few years and had just been doing my own thing. One weekend, me and my friend, let's call her Jane, decided to go on a trip to a cave with these guys. It was a chance to see how the old club was doing. The club taught us how to cave, and we, in turn, taught the new guys when we were the old ones. The club had been around for decades, since the 1960s, and generations of students had compared themselves to the last. Some of those generations accomplished a lot, securing funding to keep the club running, while others were more about partying than proper caving, but they always brought the club close to ending, and yet it carried on. The weekend was planned for 3 days of exploring. We set up a shared base camp with tents, a kitchen area, and everything a dozen people would need to survive for a few days in the woods. This was a usual spot for the club, as it allowed access to an entire network of caves across the mountainside. Members had been camping there for over 50 years. Everything went well the first day, with Jane and I going off to cave alone for a few hours, but we made sure to get back early to relax while the others were still out. We liked to read, give each other back massages, and do restful activities after exploring. However, as the evening set in, no one returned to camp. Only after the sun fully set did we see their flashlights moving through the forest, laughing and talking. They were in high spirits, saying they were just coming back to resupply before heading off to another cave. Cavers don't care much about the time of day. It is always dark underground, so whether it's day or night does not matter. They explained their plans for a late night trip, but it started raining, making me feel uneasy. I did not say anything about it, but went along with the group. We decided to join them for a night caving trip. This particular cave system was a river inside, with a few levels of corridors to explore above the water. The entrance was tight, requiring careful climbing with footholds. It was not a major challenge for experienced cavers, but it could be risky if you lost your footing. As we entered, one girl got stuck in the entrance, and it was her second ever cave trip. Jane and I were a little put off by this, especially since she had already panicked in a larger cave earlier that day. We watched as two of the leaders helped her calm down and eventually got her inside. The rest of the group moved ahead, and I felt something was off. I asked the leader, a girl I thought knew how to cave, what time it was, but she did not have a watch. I was stunned. When I asked how she planned to manage the time on call-out, she told me she had not left one. Call-outs are critical when caving. Without one, no one will know you're missing for days. The leader had no safety equipment or first aid kit either, so I quietly took charge and told her I would be the call-out. I gave her my watch and began heading back to the entrance. When I arrived, I found the two leaders sitting with the girl who had been stuck. I informed them of the situation, and they asked me to retrieve an SRT kit, a rope and harness, just in case she needed to climb back up. I was happy to do it, because it was the first time I'd seen any sensible preparation. As I made my way into the final passage that would lead me back to the surface, I saw a light flicker on and off in the next room. I called out, but when I got there, the light was gone, and there was no one in the room. I heard someone moving, but when I checked, I found nothing. There was, however, a small crack in the wall I had never noticed before. I figured it was just another team in the cave, so I kept moving. When I reached the surface, I noticed the leaders had not brought enough equipment. I quickly realized that if something went wrong, they would be in serious trouble. I scoured through the camp for extra gear and found some in Jane's bag. It was a lucky find. A bit later, I returned to the cave with the proper gear. The other cavers at camp were baffled by the poor preparedness of my team. I explained the situation and said I would use the extra gear properly, returning it first thing in the morning. The other cavers offered to help me with the extraction, but I turned them down. I think I just did not want anyone else to get caught up in the mess. As I descended back into the cave, I saw a couple of team members at the entrance. They seemed freaked out, clearly disturbed by something. As I approached, they jumped in surprise. I asked what was going on, and one of them mentioned hearing strange sounds. It had freaked the leaders out, and they had ushered the group to leave as quickly as possible. But in the chaos, Jane had gotten separated. They had gone back to look for her, and eventually, she came rushing out of a passage, screaming at everyone to run. Panic set in as they rushed to escape, but as they moved, they could hear someone chanting in the dark behind them. I handed over the spare equipment to the others at the cave entrance and instructed them to stay put while I went back to find Jane. The whole time I descended, I kept expecting something to grab my feet, but I made it to the bottom without incident. When I found one of the leaders, she was nervously giving instructions to a member. I took charge and told everyone to vacate the cave immediately. No more discussion, no more exploring. The leader and member reluctantly agreed and began climbing toward the surface. I found the rest of the group a few 100 feet back, but Jane was still missing. I was hoping to get everyone out at once, but without Jane, I had to move cautiously. One by one, I guided the others to the surface, making sure they stayed together. I told them to wait for my return. After sending them off, I turned back into the cave with my flashlight on full blast. I found Jane about 15 minutes later, hiding behind a small gorge near the entrance. She was focused on the tunnel, her headlamp fixed on the far side. I asked what was going on, and she whispered that there was something in the cave with us. Just as she said this, a large black shadow darted across the room, so sudden that I fell back in shock. Jane did not even flinch. She had been watching it for a while and muttered, "It does not have a face." I grabbed her by the shoulder, guiding her away, but she never looked back. Whatever it was, she had been keeping an eye on it for a while. As we made our way back to the group, I saw the shadow follow us, entering the room after us. It was large, walking like a human, but something was not right. We picked up speed, making it to the last room where the others were waiting. I asked the leaders what had happened, and they explained that the panicking girl had gotten stuck again. They tried to secure her with ropes, but the water was rising, and it was becoming an emergency. When I found out the water level was rising in the cave, I felt a bit of relief. At least the water would flood out whatever it was that Jane had seen. For a moment, I hoped that whatever it was would drown. We spent what felt like an eternity trying to calm the girl, but she was still too panicked to move. I lost it and shouted at her to get out of the cave, shoving her forward. She finally managed to calm down enough to get unstuck, and I let the others go first. But as I reached the final stretch, I saw the water level had risen dangerously high, and the usual tunnels were filling fast. I shot up through the final shaft, relieved to get to the surface. The others were milling around, oblivious to how bad the situation had been. Jane and I shared a disgusted look before we headed back to camp. At camp, I told the group they needed to get their act together. I told them they had been ill-prepared, acting like cowboys, and that their recklessness could have cost us all our lives. I have not gone back to the club since then. After seeing how unprepared they were, and how they had blindly embraced their final descent, I knew I could not be a part of that anymore. Please, never be like these people. Be me, circa 9 years old. Be outside playing, pretending I was a wizard. Find a stick and start swinging it around. Cool stick. Decided to just walk around. Nobody around, which is strange for the summer. Not even a birdsong. Not even the wind is blowing. Takes me a good 10 minutes to notice. Start feeling uneasy, as if something is watching me. Start walking back home. As I keep walking home, feel more and more paranoid. Start fast walking because I feel spooked. Get to one of the pastures where they grow potatoes. See a flock of all different kinds of animals walk the same direction that I am walking. See a rabbit stop and watch me as I walk. As I start getting home, I still could not hear anyone. I finally get home and my mom and dad are not home. I start freaking out and crying. Feel like I have to hide, so I go to my room and get under the sheets. Lay there for what feels like ages. Suddenly hear birdsong again. I perk up and run out of my room to try and find my mom and dad. See them both in my living room. Run to my dad and give him a big hug, as he was the closest. Honestly, this might have just all been coincidences, but to my child mind, it was something else, and after all of the shit I've seen, I honestly am willing to believe it might have been something else. Fucked up story about an old roommate. Alright X, here is the story of my ex-roommate, whom we will call John. He was kind of a dumbass, and a crackhead, and had a bad habit of eating my food and getting into my shit when I was not home. But this fucker had some of the most amazing hookups for weed, and when he was not being a completely greedy bastard, it was some of the best smoking I ever did, so I was almost willing to let his shit slide before I decided to move out. We are going to break the story into 3 pieces as follows. 1. Moving in and meeting John. 2. Meeting the guy John has been getting his weed from. And number 3. Deciding to get the fuck out of there. Part the first. The summer after my sophomore year at college, I decided I didn't want to keep hiding my smoking from my parents, so I started looking for an apartment and a roommate who would not mind me smoking. I actually kind of met John for a friend of a friend of a friend while talking about hookups, and his name came up, and I was told he was looking for a new roommate. Apparently, the last one had just kind of skipped town without paying his half of the rent. At the time, I thought, bad karma, and assumed that the guy was a dick. I think now that I understand what really happened after living with John for a while, that will come up later. When I showed up to take a look at the place and ask about rent and shit, John was outside, moving a bunch of his stuff his last roommate had left behind out to the dumpsters. We started chatting up, and I told him I was looking for a place. We talked about my job, then weed, and we went inside, and I matched him for some meds, and we smoked a couple bowls. I sent some stuff later, saying I would basically stay until late fall, and then see where it went from there. I thought I saw some useful shit, like a lamp or something, in the dumpster, so I went back later and kind of picked at the dumpster. The last guy had ditched all sorts of stuff he could have at least sold before taking off, textbooks, etc. I ended up taking a lot of it and selling it. It ended up paying my first month's rent or so. John was pretty cool at first. He had a pretty consistent supply of sour diesel and some OC Kush that smoked like a dream. He claimed that his dealer got his stuff from a bunch of local growers. I did not really care. He would sell it to me cheap, and I could leave my pieces out in the open without worrying about any drama at all. By the 3rd week, we'd settled into a pretty steady routine of getting blazed Wednesday night. I worked Thursday, Friday, wake and bake Saturday, invite some friends over Sunday, and smoke, work Monday, then maybe work Tuesday, otherwise just kind of winging it. This is where we move into part 2, where shit starts to get really, really weird. We get it, dude, you smoke. Part 2, where shit started to go bad. I started to notice that some of my stuff did not seem like it was staying where I left it, so I set up a camera on the bookshelf in my room. Sure enough, I caught footage of John fucking with my stuff when I was busy at work. He wasn't taking anything, just coming into my room and touching my crap. He would look through my papers, look under my pillow, fool around with the books I had on my desk, all sorts of weird stuff. And I mean, he did not take anything. Pocket change, money left out, weed, nothing at all. I had no idea what was going on, but I did not confront him about it, because I did not want to deal with the awkwardness. Around this time, I ran into one of the little side annoyances of living with someone who usually has good weed, which is people coming by at weird hours of the night to buy. A really skinny, anxious-looking woman showed up well after midnight one Saturday asking for John. I told her I was his roommate and that he was not home at this time. He was out meeting some friends, I think, and she freaked out and asked if she could buy from me instead. I asked how much she was looking for, thinking weed, but then I discovered she was looking for crack. I freaked out and told her I did not deal with anything like that and locked the door. Feeling pretty riled up and thinking I'd already caught him in my room anyway, I ran into John's room. It did not take long to find evidence that not only was he selling it, he was doing it too. I was pretty freaked out. I have never smoked anything other than weed, not even cigarettes, so this was a pretty big deal for me. When John got back, sometime around 5 a.m. I think, I tried to talk to him about the woman that came by, but he was barely understandable. so I just let him just go to his room and pass out. I went back to my room and locked the door, feeling thoroughly disjointed. I was almost asleep when I heard something fiddling around with my window. The AC was kind of shit, so I had left my window open a crack with a fan on for the breeze. When I looked up, someone was hunched next to the sill, fucking with the screen like they were trying to get in. I shouted and threw a buck, and they ran off. I went out to the kitchen window to see if I could get a good look at them as they took off, and I kind of regret it. Whoever it was, they were apparently naked. I saw someone pale and bony tearing off between cars and into the bushes across from the apartment. I did not sleep for the rest of that night at all. When John finally woke up, I confronted him about the woman and the weird naked guy trying to get in my window. I assumed it was another desperate crackhead. I had a hard time staying angry at him because he got genuinely sorry, begging me not to leave because I was such a great roommate, saying he would buy me an ounce of strawberry cough to make up for all the trouble I had to deal with. So I relented. I said fine. He told me he'd been trying to quit the crack for a while and did not even sell it anymore, and that anyone who showed up in the night was probably just really hard up for effects, or else they would not have even thought of him. Then he said he would introduce me to his dealer on Saturday, which brings us to part 3. Part 3. This is when I started to realize I needed to get out of there, even if it meant moving back in with my parents, or just being fucking homeless instead. That Saturday, his dealer, who we will call Louis, came over. He was a really clean, well-spoken white guy in his 40s, really neatly cut hair, clean skin, etc. He brought some hash in addition to the weed, then just watched us smoke it. I felt really weird just smoking while he watched. He constantly smiled really weirdly. When I asked if he wanted to smoke at all, he explained that he did not smoke his own product. He did this awkward little wink which made me feel really creepy, as he told me that he was into something a lot more exciting, and that he had been screening John for a while to see if he was ready to get in on the game. I would tell you more, but you could get in trouble just for hearing about it, so we will see if you're right for it as time goes by. I started to feel really shady about the whole setup. Granted, I smoked myself stupid that night, but in the morning, I decided that I was not going to smoke anything for a while, nothing at all. I handed my whole stash over to John, told him I was going to take a tea break because I wanted to look for a new job, and started taking more video. John did not come into my room for several days. At this point, it was late summer, and when I finally caught him in my room, it was not on film. I woke up in the middle of the night with him crouched next to my bed, fucking trying to cut off a piece of my hair. I clocked him in the face and pinned him to the floor after knocking the scissors out of his hands. He did not even fight. He just burst into sobs, and I realized that he was wasted. He started blubbering and apologizing, and kept calling me the wrong name. Then I started to feel really fucked up. He said something along the lines of, "I'm so sorry, Keith. I'm so sorry. I didn't know. I'm so sorry." Just apologizing over and over and over. He said something about being in too deep and how he was so scared. I tried to calmly suggest maybe getting help, trying to settle him down, and he started making this fucked up, keening, screechy sound, saying no one could save him, that he was damned. At this point, he leaned over and puked all over the carpet next to my bed and passed out. I dragged him into his own room, then came back to clean up the floor in mine. The twin bed in my room had been there since I moved in. I just put a new mattress pad and sheets on it. There were also some boxes of notebooks and shit that had been there before, but I still had not bothered to dig through. I moved them to clean up the vomit and noticed something under the bed. I lifted the box spring to get a better look at it and got the really pleasant surprise of seeing an uneven, red-brown stain about the length of the bed. It looked pretty obviously like blood. Someone smarter than me might have called the police and just taken off, but I was afraid of just calling the cops on a red stain in my room, not to mention the fact that there was weed and pipes and shit all over the apartment and the crack in John's room. I grabbed my keys. I was about to leave, but as I stood in the front doorway, I stopped to listen. There was someone fooling around in the darkness under the carport. There was a weird kind of scuttling noise coming from the direction of my truck. I shouted into the dark, and this time, not one, but two naked-looking fuckers tore out of the shadows into the bushes. I pussied out and went back inside, which turned out to be the best course of action. When I went back a few hours later, when it was light out, they had disconnected a bunch of shit from my engine and stolen some parts. Unfortunately for me, most of my good friends in the area were out of town on vacation, and due to a messed up relationship with my parents, I did not want to call them and ask them to come pick me up, but I had to get out of there. When John woke up, he did not seem to remember the night before. I told him about my truck, and he got all freaked out and apologetic again. He helped me find a number for a towing company, then offered to drive me to the repair place. I got really nervous when I realized that we were driving in an odd direction, and he said that he wanted to stop by Louie's place real quick to buy something for some friends. I should probably mention that I had not seen any of John's friends at the apartment for a few days. It's mostly been him driving out to hang with other people, whom I never ever saw. I asked him who Keith was, and he got really uncomfortable and said it was his last roommate. I asked him if he knew why he just up and left, and he shrugged and did not answer me at all. His phone went off, and I gathered from what I heard on my end that he was talking to Louie. When he hung up, he pulled off on the side of the road and did not look at me. I asked if anything was wrong, and he started fiddling around with the door pocket on his side. When he turned back, he had a big knife and looked really fucked up. Had a weird smile on his face. I'm really sorry about this, man. Before he could even move, I clocked him for the second time, grabbed the knife, then booked it out the passenger side. I was in a weird neighborhood I did not recognize, and I was terrified, running through people's backyards, jumping fences, clutching this big-ass knife that I was determined not to lose because it was evidence. Someone apparently saw me and called the cops because I got picked up pretty quickly. I explained the situation as calmly as I could. The cop that picked me up took me back to the apartment. Now, how the fuck did he not get like 10 bullet holes? And I let him in, letting him walk in front of me. Huh? No fucking cop is gonna do that. Are you fucking stupid? I could see him looking all over at all the weed shit, but when I showed him the stain under my mattress, he got really serious and told me that I would need to come with him to the station. In the end, I moved back in with my parents for a month or two, and they paid for a lawyer for me, because my room was basically spotless, drug-wise, so I did not get any flack for that. I never heard anything more about Louie, but I did find out about the blood in my room. Apparently, it was a match for Keith, who was missing. John got taken in on suspicion of murder, along with a lot of drug charges, and last I heard, he took his own life in his cell. The police kept the knife, and they never found my camera. It was gone from the apartment. To this day, I have no idea what happened to it. I swear, I saw one of those naked fuckers lurking outside the house a few weeks after the trial was up, but I can't be sure. I was sober after that first night with Louie, and it's still really rare for me to light up at all, even with close friends. No moral of the story or anything. I just guess the lesson I learned was that if I have to choose between smoking out in the open and living with my parents in my 20s, if it means a threat to my life, I am going to deal with paying rent to my rents. That is my story, X-Files. Peace. When I was in elementary school, there was an annual camping trip for every class, so each class got to essentially pick their campground off of a designated list and then go camp there. All the places were within 3 to 4 hours of the school, as I remember. This is in Washington State, so they were all in pretty heavily forested areas. I think maybe it was kind of a lottery system if several classes wanted the same spot, but anyhow, it was on the last week, or maybe the week before of school, just kind of you done good kids type of reward. Well, that's what I always figured, not entirely sure, because we still had to meet up a couple times a day to learn about nature and do assignments. Have not met anyone else whose school did this, so I guess it's unusual. So, 4th grade is finishing up, almost camping time. Class friends and I are all getting excited, talking about maybe revisiting this camp that had a pretty sweet layout next to a lake, so we could go fishing if we wanted. Think maybe there was a little zipline thing too, if the water had warmed enough. Just little boy things. End up getting shafted on the pics though. Don't get any place we've been before. End up going to this place, which I will never return to, called the Buffer. No, it's not the Buffer. Called the Puffer Butte Lodge. Show up to school early Monday morning, and everyone loading on their designated buses with all of their gear. This place had cabins, so we did not have to bring tents along this year. Leave around the time school is supposed to start, 8:30 to 9 a.m. The only adults on the trip, beside the teacher and bus driver, who was not staying, were a few volunteer parents. That year there were 3 moms, can't remember whose, and Brandon, plus my friend Jeff's fathers. More than 20, but less than 30 kids in the class. Think we were on the bus for 3 hours before we finally rolled in. He dropped us off, and teacher verified his return date of same time, Friday morning, unless there was a change of plans. So we have no vehicles out here, but I'm a little kid, so this was no concern of mine. This is before everyone had cell phones too, but the lodge had a landline for any kind of emergency. Place seems pretty legit. Nice lodge with a kitchen, so whole class can meet up for meals and whatnot. A couple ping pong tables, and a foosball table in there too. There were maybe 10 cabins, and the lodge was pretty big, so that place could have accommodated quite a few more people. We only ended up using 4 of the cabins, 2 for boys, 2 for girls. They had bunk beds, so easy to fit us all in there. Get all our stuff unpacked, argue over who gets top bunk, you know how it goes. Ended up losing rock, paper, scissors, or however we decided. So I'm on the bottom, next to one of the cabin's 4 windows, 1 window on each side of the cabin, 2 of which are in the front and back doors. The cabins were all unique, as I recall though. I think one did not even have windows, and some had more than 4. The bathroom/shower place was separate from the cabins, located basically in the center of the camp, in between where our cabin and the girls' cabins were. It's lunchtime by now, so everyone convenes in the lodge for some sandwiches, and our teacher announces we're all to go on a hike after lunch. All students are given these worksheets, and we are to document 2 types of flowers, 2 types of animals/insects, and a few more things our teachers wanted us to look for, just like that. We have to draw them, and then write a little description about it, and what have you. So, the hike begins. Seems like we're mainly traveling uphill. Parents are helping keep an eye on the children, as we would stop every 10 minutes or so, and would roam a bit off trail to inspect possible finds. Everything goes according to plan. We've all filled out our worksheets and turned them into our teacher as we start heading back to camp. Must have been 3 to 4 p.m. by then. Teacher heads into the lodge with our worksheets and a few moms to start dinner prep for 30 people. Not exactly sure if she had planned on grading them or what, and us children got our free time under the other parents' supervision. They had a nice field in front of the lodge with volleyball net and a backstop so we could play some kickball. Did not have a bat or anything, but kickball was just fine. About 10 minutes later, the teacher comes out of the lodge looking concerned. She asked to speak with Jeff's father in private. Can see them through the lodge window. She is holding someone's assignment, and Jeff's father begins to look a little rattled. He comes out and asks Eric, the student, to come inside. Can see Jeff's pops and the teacher asking him about his assignment. Both look pretty unsettled. Eric just seemed to be explaining it, not upset or anything. Eric comes back out. "What was all that about?" I asked. "The teacher said I'm making up the animal that I saw, but I didn't, I swear. I just don't know what it is," he said. Never got to see his drawing personally, but the teacher and Jeff's dad clearly did not like what they had seen. Why had they seemed so upset? Not like we're all the greatest artists in the 4th grade, but you'd think a teacher would let your terrible drawing skills slide, you know? A big bell at the lodge sounded around 6 to 7 to summon everyone in for dinner. A few of the moms had whipped up some burgers and tots for everyone. After dinner, the dad set up a fire at the fire pit near the lodge. We made s'mores and sang some songs we had learned in school, and then told some spooky stories. Around 9, it was time to call it a night, so we put out the fire and headed for the cabins. As I recall, Jeff's dad, who was our cabin leader, had brought along the adventures of Tom Sawyer, or some variation of those stories. He read aloud the first chapter or so, and everyone dozed off. I woke up in the middle of the night with an urge to poop, so I flicked on our cabin's porch light and grabbed my flashlight. Then I made my way to the bathrooms. There was a decent-sized light out front of it, so it was easy enough to locate at night, but I always feel safer with a flashlight. Took care of my business and started to head back toward my cabin. Now I started getting that feeling, the one that so many people get in these situations, of being watched. I could see the cabin porch light in the distance, but something did not feel right. I could have sworn that our cabin had been the one right next to the cabin whose porch light was on, and that cabin whose light was on had been unused thus far on our trip. But as it was late, and I left the cabin in such haste, when I gotta poop, I just assumed I had mixed up the cabins. Walking up to the porch, feeling creeped out, I realize I can hear something, kind of muffled. It's Jeff's dad's loud-ass snoring in the cabin next to the one I am approaching. Hear floorboards creak inside, and then the porch light flicks off, and I book it from my actual cabin, only like 20 feet probably, as I could hear the death snore. The porch light of our cabin was no longer on. Check it when I get back inside, and it was working fine. No one is unaccounted for. If it was someone that was with the group, they definitely were not from my cabin. So I climbed back into my lower bunk. Of course, the window that my bunk is stationed at is facing right out at that cabin. As I am trying to fall back asleep over that snore, I swear, I could see the interior lights of that cabin turn on out of the corner of my eye, maybe even a flickering, but I was so petrified I did not look over. Tuesday morning, Jeff's dad had set an alarm and was making sure we all got up. I tell Jeff's dad about what happened last night. He tells everyone in the cabin that if we need to go to the bathroom, we are to go in pairs from here on out, even if it's daytime. Hear the faint ring of the bell coming from the mess hall, and we make our way down. After breakfast, we had some free time for an hour or two, and then our teacher said it was time to go on another hike. She did not pass out the activity sheets this time. We went on a different trail than the one we took the first day. This time, she was just pointing out various things to us and telling us their name, and things like how Native Americans use this herb for stuff. Some time passes. We had packed trail snacks with us, so we decided to take a quick break. Did not notice it at first, but after we had been sitting around for a few minutes, we started to smell this horrible, rotten scent, like I could not even eat after I started to smell that. The dads with us checked a couple 100 feet around our perimeter, and when they came back, suggested we get moving as soon as possible. Never found out what they saw, but they definitely seemed like they wanted to get the fuck out of there. Get back to camp for lunch within an hour or so. The dads keep glancing behind us the whole hike back. Make some sandwiches and grab some chips. Free play initiated, so me and Jeff are running around doing 4th grader things. I tell him about the bathroom incident last night in the cabin next to ours, and being the ballsy motherfucker he is, he says, "Let's go check out the cabin." Very hesitantly, I agree. At least it's daytime, I tell myself. We tell the parents we are going to head to the bathrooms real quick. We are paired up, so they let us. Make our way over to the cabin. Appears normal outside. He runs right up and opens the door. "Wait," I yell. I am spooked from last night. but he holds none of my uneasiness. He is inspecting the cabin, while I am just peeking in from the front porch. I see something on the bed nearest the window, and this is the window that I had looked last night. I would have been peering into from my cabin. There was what I thought was a lucky rabbit's foot keychain, if anyone remembers those. Weird. Someone left their lucky keychain behind. Like, this cabin is completely empty of anything but this rabbit's foot on that bed. Get closer to it, and I realize this is not a fucking keychain. I could see a small patch of dried blood underneath where it lay, and could see the uneven edge of a recently departed, maybe ripped off but not cut, limb. Jeff, what the fuck is this? We exchange some horrified looks and book it to Jeff's dad and tell him what we just found. Insist he come have a look. When we return to the cabin with him, it's just gone, but that dry blood patch is not. He seems a little weirded out and doesn't think his own son would make this up, but tells us to go back and play with everyone else. He is right behind us on our way back down. We join up with the other kids, and he pulls Brandon's dad aside to discuss what he had just seen. Couple of hours of kickball pass, and it's about time to have some dinner. They made us a bunch of Chef Boyardee raviolis and garlic bread. Ah, yes. Repeat the fire like the night before. Head to the cabins at 9 or so again. This time though, before we go to bed, Jeff's dad tells us that if we have to go to the bathroom or anything, to wake him up, and he will go with us. Wake up in the middle of the night again. No particular reason this time. Well, not in the nature of having to use the bathroom or whatever. Just wake up. Jeff's dad snoring may have done it. I don't even understand how a woman could sleep in the same room as him on a regular basis. It was that ridiculously loud. Not as spooked as the night before. Roll around trying to get back to sleep. Glance out the window, and in the window of the other cabin, there is a human silhouette. I scream like a little bitch and wake up half the cabin, including Jeff's dad. Tell him that I just saw someone in the other cabin. He looks as scared as I am. He had brought a machete and one of those giant spotlights on this trip, like 10,000 candle power, if that helps anyone's frame of reference. Tells us to stay in the cabin and lock the door behind him until he is coming back. We all watch in horror through my bedside window as he reluctantly makes the 20 to 30 foot trek to the neighboring cabin. He's got the machete up, ready to swing, shining the light in the windows he can see from his vantage. Continues to slowly walk up the porch, machete held up, and ready to swing at anything. He does not enter the cabin. He just shines the light around the cabin from the front door window. From inside our cabin, we did not hear anything, but suddenly, Jeff's dad does a quick 180. He is looking around, shining his light at the tree/shrub line. He had heard something behind him. We are shitting bricks, and we hear him yelling at whoever or whatever he may have heard or even seen. Eventually, we see him lower the machete. He comes back and says he did not see anyone in there, but he heard something. Get almost no sleep the rest of the night. Did not hear Jeff's dad snore either, so I assume he was up too. Wednesday morning, we are all up having breakfast. Jeff's dad pulls the other parents and the teacher aside. They discuss what happened the night before, and whatever else had been going on, maybe Eric's picture, and whatever the smell was in the woods, if they had indeed found the source. Our teacher used the phone in the lodge after they conferred. She made it clear that something unexpected had happened, and she told us that she wanted to end the trip that day, but because of some conflict with the bus, we could not get one up there until tomorrow. We did not have any of the regular, scheduled activities, hikes, or whatever learning camp experience that we would normally have that day. After breakfast, the parents had us pack our things from the cabins and move our stuff to the mess hall. We would all be sleeping together in one building that night. We pretty much just got free play all day, besides meal breaks. Did not have a campfire that night, and just hunkered down in the lodge as it started to get dark. After what had happened the night before, I wanted to sleep as far as possible from any of the windows in the lodge. We all dozed off eventually. I woke up again that night too, pitch black in the mess hall. Jeff's dad's snore. It echoed so loudly in the lodge. I wondered if anyone else was even asleep. glanced around the room, and at the far end of the lodge, I saw someone standing there. There was a single-person bathroom at that end of the lodge, so I was hoping it was just someone in line for that loo. 1 or 2 minutes pass, I check back, still just standing there, start to freak out. Can't even bring myself to make a sound, and even if I did, the snore outweighs it so heavily. I reach for my flashlight and shine it down there. No one there anymore. I lay back down, thinking I'm just overly scared from the previous incidents. Night eyes readjust, look down that way again, and now, like 15 feet left of where that figure was, there it was again, right by the foosball table. Hide in my sleeping bag, just terrified. It sounds like Jeff's dad's snore is getting closer to me, or he is just snoring even louder. Poke my head back out again. The figure has moved maybe 10 feet closer. Nope, back under the covers. Snore keeps getting louder and louder. It sounds like he's standing right above my sleeping bag, snoring or mimicking that sound right in my fucking face. Finally, my vocal cords break through, and I muster out a yelp. Immediately, the sound stops. Jeff's and Brandon's dad comes walking inside from the front porch. He was not even sleeping. He was out on the front porch with Brandon's dad. They were smokers, maybe pot too. Did not sleep the rest of that night. Bus showed up in the morning. Never knew what that was, and Jeff and I could never put the pieces together.
Hunting with a buddy. We both went up on a ridge to make camp. I think the ridge is actually called Black Hills Ridge. We sat there and made a campfire, watching the surrounding areas. Suddenly, about 1 mile away, a flare pops off. We watch it fly up slowly and float for a minute, as it illuminated in an orange. About 750 yards away, a green one flies up. We watch this, perplexed. About 200 meters in front is a white flare goes up, followed by a yellow. We yelled down to where it was, asking if they needed help. No response, so we popped a green flare. We carry them all the time. A lot of people do around here. The flares fall, and then something freaked us out. We heard a whizzing sound, and some rocks exploded. We fell to behind an overhand and waited all night in security shifts. In the morning, we went to the flare positions. In one, we found 12 spent casings of 270 and 1 in 45 ACP. In another, a fire pit and rucksack. In the third, 1 single magazine from what I assume was a PSL and no casings. The third was only a fire and the spent case from the flare. I think that some people were hunting one another. I think player 4 won. I found nothing indicating he lost or won, but I'm assuming he actually used a bow, as I only found 3 ammunition types. Human hunters are people whom gather in groups and hunt one another. The largest I have ever heard of was 42 people in 7 teams. Apparently, 34 people died. They used flares to designate the start, and, sadly, the flare colors they used were colors for lost, orange, medical attention needed, red, fire warning, yellow, and a response, green. My fucking face when this fucking thread. I am a sheriff in Oregon, near Mulher Lake. We've had 2 reports of manhunting. The first time, I was 2 miles away from Ruby Ridge. There were reports of flares, gunfire, and yelling. Me thinking, it's a redneck shootout. I go in with M16A1. Fuck yeah, Vietnam patrol rifle. 210 rounds, 223. Colt 1911 with 60 rounds. After the Gulf, I am anal about possible combat situations. It started as a rumor around here 7 years ago when I was a junior in high school. A senior told us that the woods we often go in has seen a large number of disappearances in recent time, his older brother included, and to be careful. 6 months later, 2 bodies were found with a crossbow bolt through one's chest, in the heart, and the other was found with a bullet in the skull. They had armbands with black and white in each of them, and they were well camouflaged. One was ID'd as the senior's older brother. He was round with an SK's carbine, bayonet fixed, with 1 round in the chamber, 3 missing from the magazine, reports found blood on the bayonet. The other was ID'd as a man from Oklahoma. He was found with a WASR with an empty chamber and a full magazine in his hand. He also had an empty airsoft canister of 2,000 BBs with a wick inside it. It was filled with 6 ounces of gunpowder, 15 small nails, and 200 steel BBs. It was a very crude frag grenade. The bullet turned out to be a .30-40 from a Krag rifle. So, backup is 14 miles away, and sitting near a cop car is not the brightest idea. I go in now. All the commotion was the previous night at 10, so just now I go out because the guy who called it in was scared after hearing all of this and called again. Near a stream, I found a rucksack with 2 AK mags, gauze, 12 ounces of booze, 2 bottles of water, and a pack of reds. First red flag. Then I saw 3 sets of footprints lead through a trail. They looked a day old. They led to a campsite that was still warm. At the camp, I found 5 243 shell casings, 8 9mm casings, a 26.5 orange flare, a flare casing, and a sign of a scuffle. Dirt kicked around like a fist fight. At the top of Ruby Ridge, I found a bloody rag, 6 308 shell casings that looked like they'd been through a G3, and a note on a piece of lined paper that said, "I won" in caps and horizontally. Finding all this in 30 minutes, and the fact that the fire was still warm, I was in DEFCON 1. When 5 other guys got there, we had detectives show up. Everybody knew what happened. The most dangerous game had just been played. To this day, the winner is still at large. The second time was the same motherfucking place when we got the call. It was from an anonymous caller at 11 PM. Our rudely formed SWAT team rolled out at 9 AM the next morning to steamroll those motherfuckers. When we showed up, it was creepy as shit. There was sounds of people moving around, but nobody was around. I guess the winner from the last go around wised up. There were 4 locations of interest. The first was a lone 1911 magazine. The second was a wallet with only cash and nothing else. No ID. The third was blood, grey matter, and bits of skull splattered on trees. It came from a woman. Third was a man, obviously deranged. You know that 1,000-yard stare? He was just walking around with a 1911 when we asked him if he was alright. He raised the handgun and we lit him up. The last one was the most chilling piece. There was another piece of paper next to an AR-15 mag. It read, "The answers lie with the speared man. This was the last sporting event. Goodbye." To this day, I have never trusted the woods here in Oregon. From what I understand, some people are willing participants, hence the signal flares to set off the beginning of the match. It almost seemed like the first one was a coordinated consenting deathmatch. The second one was just plain weirder. We think that the woman was collateral damage. Who knows who else died if most of the bodies were not found. Posting here because Kay told me to take this to X. Don't know why everyone seems to think this is some spoofs or fake internet shit, but maybe it's just because I'm an old poster and it seems more normal to me. After Fight Club came out, people started real fight clubs, and no one acts like that is some satanic cult mystery, so don't know why the same should apply to something that probably just got started after the most dangerous game came out. Anyway, though none of this is new, I remember reading back in the day Usernet topics on the hunting forum, or threads on the off-topic category of Free Republic that described all of this. People talking about seeing strange colored flares on ridgetops and gunfire going off throughout the night while out roughing it somewhere far off the trail, or having someone shoot up their campsite only for the shooter to arrive wearing some weird colored armband and apologizing when they realized that the person was not part of the game. You even used to hear about this stuff from time to time IRL at hunting meetups or gun clubs. I would pretty frequently attend meetups for certain types of hunting communities during the late 90s. Bait hunting, call hunting, nesting, etc. Every subset has its own conventions and groups devoted to them. Of course, you also had your weirdos who were more interested in using the meetups for their own agenda rather than to hunt. While I was involved in the persistence hunting community, where you stalk an animal over hours or days until it collapses from exhaustion, had a guy from Montana militia who was going state to state, giving talks at hunting lodges to try and gain more members, tried to use our meetings as a soapbox for his groups at least twice, and even had an Aryan Brotherhood skinhead try and do the same discreetly, but did not end well for him, since you should not leave a bag of meth on your car dashboard if you're gonna park it in a gun range where half the sheriff's deputies in the county go to shoot. Buddy introduced me to a girl named Rebecca he met from his bow hunting. She was middle-aged, well-dressed, and in terms of book smarts, things like the migratory patterns of birds or what sounds you make to get a fox out of its burrow. She knew more than anyone else I had ever met. Still, the more I knew her, the more I could tell she did not start showing up to the meetings because she wanted to hunt. Always on hunts, she would ask us if the hunting had lost its spark, or if we ever wished there was something more intense we could do, or would let it slip. She was involved in those highly illegal hunting communities, like those dipshits who start forest fires to get all the animals fleeing the blaze so they can kill them up close, like shooting fish in a barrel. When she saw this did not faze me, she told me she wanted me to meet some friends who could offer me the most intense hunting experience of my life. Gave me an address and a date, and when I showed up, realized it was a shitty interstate motel near a truck stop. Booked a room and asked everyone there if they had seen Rebecca. No one had. Went down to the bar at the end of the road and spent a few hours there, and finally got a call on the motel phone around 3 a.m, and it was her. Asked if I could meet her friends, since I did not know why the hell I was even there, and she told me they had already met me and were not interested, and hung up. Never heard from her again. Buddy who introduced me to her also lost touch not long after that, and never saw him since. Can only assume whatever her deal was is related to these human hunting people. Was hoping other people might have stories they would want to share for this thread about it. Most of the actual human hunts are more like suicide pacts, to be honest. Couple guys who did not want to live anymore make a show of it. Go so far out in the wilderness, they don't gotta worry about the bodies being found and decide to just hunt each other. Whoever is the last one alive can return to civilization with a new lease on life, or otherwise, if it's a 1v1, it is two men with a grudge trying to settle it in the way men used to. Yet you will hear rumors of larger ones. 42 people was supposed to be the biggest one, and for a lot of the bigger ones, where it's teams of 2, many of the hunters participating don't want to just vanish without a trace one day and not have anyone know what happened if they don't win, so they bring their wives with them. The poor women not even realizing what they signed up to before it is too late. No one ever gives details when talking about how fucked up some of those bigger games get, because everyone can imagine how they can go downhill, especially for the women. But like I said, just making this thread to hear if anyone else has a story, rather than go off on a tangent. My great-grandpa had stories like this. Lived in a pretty rough place, a small industrial town with farmland to the north, and just wilderness to the south. Said it was not uncommon for 2 guys with beef, mostly related to property rights, accusations of theft, arguments over women, etc., to just wander out into the woods, and only one comes back. I always loved hearing his stories, because my mom would just nervously tell me he was just telling tall tales, in a tone that said she did not appreciate her son being told these things. Well, weird that you mention colored flares. I am friends with the local sheriff, and one evening, while I was bullshitting with him and some deputies in a bar, they talked very briefly about weird reports over the years, coming in mostly from campers or teens out fucking around, about lights or flares in the woods, way out there. Apparently, it has been an unwritten department policy for decades that you just do not worry about it, don't investigate. They all had theories about what it was, but I don't think human hunting ever came up. Of course, this area has been host to some UFO hoaxes and the like, so who knows. Secret societies, the real ones, are essentially about wealth and elitism. While it is true that UVA isn't as academically selective as the Ivy League schools, it has a very long history, and was designed and founded by Thomas Jefferson. To this day, and ever more so before, attracts some of the wealthiest scions of the South, and the entire campus is riddled with society symbols and icons. Most of them are social or service societies. I have several friends who were IMPs, and my wife is a Raven, which isn't particularly secret. Another good friend was an Eli Banana, which requires getting beaten nearly to death to get in, making it a rich gang, more or less. The Sevens, the Z's, and maybe the Purple Shadows are the only real mysterious ones. I have no doubt that the Sevens belong to other societies and are among the wealthier people in America. All I can tell you is that my friend was taken to the hospital on the night of his initiation with 4 cracked ribs, a broken jaw, and countless other bruises and contusions. He was among the toughest guys I have ever met, and he spent time in a bad Georgia juve with murderers and stuff like that before cleaning up his act and getting into UVA. He could also drink to the point of death without throwing up or falling down, which is/was, apparently, another unspoken requirement. Also interesting to note is that he was among the poorer kids at UVA. Another initiate nearly lost his eye that night. What is somewhat strange about it is that you never hear this aspect of the Eli Bananas discussed, his descriptions about them. Very Fight Club. First off, I am not a rugged outdoorsman, and neither are any of my friends, but we all generally like the outdoors. Second, pardon my English, it is not the best. And last, this is not a Skinwalker story, but I think it fits in a too spoopified me thread. Last summer, around July of 2014, my buddies and I planned a camping trip to Minnesota around Lake Vermilion. I have family who own land up there, so it seemed like a good place to visit for us to plink and camp. In total, there was 4 of us. Let's call them Sam, Chad, and Tim for the sake of the story. I had a 10-22 TD and a 9mm BHP. Sam had a Weatherby Vanguard in 3006. Chad had a Savage MK2 in 22 LR and an LC9, and Tim borrowed Sam's Weatherby PA08 12G. The day we arrived, we parked the truck at the marina and took the boat and went fishing and caught enough food for shore lunch while Sam surveyed spots to tie off the boat and make camp. Well, to speed up the story, we killed the rest of the day and around 7 p.m. decided to be brave little adventurers. So we tied off to a tree and covered the boat to hide it. We really did not think things through. Someone could have probably stolen the boat, but whatever. Sam and Chad had found a clearing overlooking a large area of the woods that was situated on a large hill with a steep cliffside. We decided to make camp on the edge and watch the sunset. 'Cause I enjoy nature's beauty, okay? Don't judge me. We were all heating up our food on a little propane grill looking thing at around 10ish. Now, this is where shit started to go down. Off in the distance, we saw a yellow flare, which, as I was led to believe, meant a fire warning. This was odd, because we could not see a fire from our relative vantage point. Then we saw an orange flare, which means lost, so we planned to go toward the area, thinking someone was just lost and needed help, and was just using whatever flares they had. Now, we then saw a green response flare, and this is where everything went to shit. No foul smell, no random person added to the group, no skinwalker, no get on the floor. What happened was a solid half hour of occasional gunfire that seemed like a bunch of small shootouts. We listened to it and watched the woods, all with guns at the ready, even though the best gun I had was a 9mm BHP, and Chad only had a 22 and a gun for CCW. The next 7 hours till dawn were the longest of my life, with very little movement or conversation between us at all. We never actually saw anyone come out of the woods. We never slept, and we went to the boat, guns drawn, and only packed the guns up when we were well away from the shore. None of us had any idea what the fuck was going on, but we all came back to get answers. 2 days later, at around 10 a.m., same guns, with the exception of me bringing my own PA08 and Chad bringing the same 870. What we found did not explain anything as to why the events happened, but from what we could gather, there was a shootout between a decent amount of people in the northern Minnesota woods. We searched from roughly flare to flare, and all the sites had things in common. Food packaging, cardboard boxes that ammo comes in, spent flare shells and other garbage. The areas between each flare was where shit seemed to go down, and not the sites themselves. What caught our eye most was spent double-aught buck 12G hulls, but around the hulls was a noticeably large amount of other brass, ranging from 223 to 762 by 39 to 762 by 51, etc. The most oddball caliber that we found was 42 long. I found around 30 rounds of that and still have it all. Along with the spent brass were rags or ripped clothes, and throughout the area was just random stuff strewn around every 15 or so yards. We left and never really figured out what really happened or even why. I'm sorry that there was no spoopy bad guy or anything really exciting, but this is just something I chalk up to people killing each other in the woods. Okay, I think my older brother, I am 22, he is 24, is playing the most dangerous game. Earlier tonight, a few hours ago, I came out to the garage where we keep our computers. He had heavy boots on and darker clothing and was loading up some magazines after answering his phone. I'm headed out. Where to? Don't worry about it. Where are you going that involves your pistol? I got a job to do. Silence. You going to rough someone up? Nope, he says, with a smile. Rule number 2 of a gunfight. Bring your friends, and their guns too. Next time, bro, next time. He headed out to his car, and I followed him out. He locked the door so I could not get in with him. I knocked on the door and had him roll down the window. If you really want to help, go grab my cigs. Dude, if you're going somewhere and you know you're going to get into a gunfight, at least bring my shotgun along. Okay. I loaded up my shotgun and grabbed his smokes for him. Wherever you are headed, man, come back alive. I don't want to see your ass dead on the news. I ain't dying tonight. Call me tomorrow morning if you're worried. I should have enough cash to get this piece of shit fixed up. You've done this before, huh? I haven't gotten a call in 7 months. I will bring you next time though. What the fuck could he be doing? He has never done anything criminal, and I have been with him practically 24/7 forever. He does not do drugs. I'm the smoker in the family, and has no immediate need to rob a bank or anything, much less the equipment. My guess is a game of human hunting. It's really all I can come up with. I have been racking my brain for hours trying to figure out something, but it is my best answer. In a woods with Buddy. 2-week backpacking trip in the woods behind my house. Pack all the essentials. Food, gear, guns. Bring decent firepower because ran into a bear last time. I have an M14 and an M1911. Buddy has SKS. Hike for about 5 kilometers, then take break to eat, shit, etc. Buddy is unpacking food from bags when I go off to take a shit. Walk a little ways out behind some trees. Staring at the ground while shitting. Notice heel print from some sort of boot. Weird. People don't usually hike out here. Tell Buddy about it. We make a few jokes about someone stalking us and forget all about it. We pack our shit and move on. Hike roughly 2.5 to 3 kilometers deeper into the woods. It is starting to get dark, so we decide to make camp for the night. Set up sleeping bags near a fucking giant redwood. Buddy starts making dinner while I set up camp. We have a generally good time, eat, drink a few beers until we go to sleep. In retrospect, we should have put out the fire before we went to sleep, but we were buzzed and not quite thinking straight. Wake up around 2 a.m. and realize that the fire was still going. Crawl out of sleeping bag and put it out. I sit on my bag for a few minutes, letting my eyes adjust to the darkness, and I start to see something in the distance. I can see a red glowing light through the trees. It takes me a few seconds to realize it is a flare. The thought of the boot print comes back to me, and I wake my friend to show him. He says that it is probably just a lost hiker and that we should pop one of our flares. I take out a flare and light it off. Not a minute later, Another flare lights closer to our camp, but in the opposite direction. Another, and another. Soon, there is a total of 5 flares of varying intensity and direction. Then, all at once, white flares light off next to the red ones. Me and my friend are tactically shitting ourselves at this point. We start to discuss what to do when we hear a loud whiz crack. Bark showers us from the redwood behind us and is shortly followed by 2 more shots. I grab 1911 from holster and mag dump in the direction I thought that the shots came from. We grab our guns and tactically get the fuck out of there. Fast forward a week. We hike back out to the spot where we left our gear to check if it is still there. Sleeping bags are tossed aside. Buddy has strips cut out from his. All of our shit from our bags is thrown around. All my extra 7.62 ammo is gone. Notice blood on Buddy's sleeping bag. Get the fuck out. Call cops once back at home. Officer informs us that there have been calls about human hunters in the area. Could have fucking died. Still hike out there regularly. Nothing since. I have a similar hunting horror story, and it's not about skinwalkers either. Hunting with my brother and cousin in Washington, a few miles from the Canadian border. All of us loaded with rifles, 2 ARs and an AK, pistols, all Glocks, a crossbow, flares, radios, etc. We were hunting, but in the likely event we don't find anything, we were going to have a good old-fashioned turkey shoot. 3 of us huddled in a little hutch we made, sitting in silence and watching for deer. Gets boring. I start to doze off. Brother wakes me up, says something weird is going on. I see a green flare in the sky and watch it fall. I think somebody is hurt and signaling for help. Start to get out gear for a rescue op when both of them stop me. A second red flare shoots off some 100 yards away from the green one. They both said this is the second time it happened and were planning to go and check it out when the third flare, the one I saw, went off. Something just did not seem right, so we choose to wait it out. Sun is starting to set. It was the start of fall, so it got dark fast. We are discussing what to do next when we start to hear the gunshots. They were rifle shots, I could tell that much, and it was coming from the flare location. Nobody fucking moves. We hear the gunfight go on for maybe 15 minutes. Swear, I heard a scream as well. Then nothing. Complete silence for the rest of the night. First light, we go to leave. My cousin wants to check it out. What the fuck, are you serious? We do it anyway, but keep a distance. Stay on our side of the riverbank and use binoculars to see the area from 200 yards away. Can faintly see bullet-riddled trees, but that is it. We get the fuck out and never go back to that area again. I always assumed it was drug dealers. People worry about the Mexican border, but that shit happens up north too. Now I wonder if it was something else. I don't have evidence or anything to timestamp shit, so you're gonna have to take my word on this. Because it was not something anyone should have to go through, and also, connection is slow, so it will take long to post. Be out hunting in the woods of Ozarks during hunting season. Been doing this for quite some time, since it means I don't have to go buy meat for large sums of money, when I can hunt and get large packs of meat for free. Deep in the woods, because could not find any deer, so had to move deeper to get a higher chance of finding a deer. Noticed another hunter, since he was wearing camouflage and has a hunting rifle, so did not pay much mind, but kept my distance because somehow something felt off about this guy. Made some distance before settling down and setting up my small spot to wait for any deer to come by. An hour goes by and hear something in the distance which first sounded like it was an animal, so I took my rifle up and waited for my target to come close by. Except it didn't, and the sound started to sound more like it was a person that was moving and not a deer. Something inside me told me to get the hell out of there, which I put it off as just paranoia until a shot rang out and hit the tree next to me. Fucking made me jump, and my first words was, "Watch where you're aiming at, you almost got..." Another round hit close, but barely hit me. Could not see where the shots were coming from, but immediately knew I had to get the hell out of here now. Ducked down and began to run as another shot went off and hit the dirt a few inches next to me. If I knew where he was, I would have maybe had a chance to shoot at whoever is shooting at me, but did not want to risk myself because if I stopped moving, then I would be an easy target, or he would creep up on me and just kill me from a clear line of shot. Began to run when I heard the footsteps begin as well, so now the guy was chasing me as I tried to outrun this maniac. Trying to keep myself together at this moment, because this is terrifying. Someone is trying to kill me for no reason. Managed to outrun him, but I ain't in the clear because I know that he ain't giving up on me, so I try to make as little noise as I can while keeping my head down, moving through the woods. Begin to think back about the guy I spotted earlier and began to piece the puzzles together in my head and came to the conclusion that may be the same guy, but my thoughts were interrupted by the sounds of the leaves breaking. Luckily, there was a huge rock with a fallen tree nearby, so I hid behind it and stayed silent as the sounds came closer. The guy walked literally right past the area I'm hiding behind, but luckily he did not look around the area or I would have been dead for sure. And yeah, I had the rifle with me, but I never expected this to happen today like this. And also, I did not trust myself to be quick or be able to hit him because this shit is not like fucking video games. The guy's footsteps stopped moving, and I held my rifle close by, preparing myself to actually be forced to use it on another man to defend myself. The guy's footsteps began again, and it went away, but I stayed in my area for a long time until I felt comfortable enough to move a bit. But by this time, the sun was beginning to set down, so I had to quickly get back to the dirt road where I parked my pickup truck a while ago. Peeked my head around and surveyed the area to see if he was still there, which luckily he was not. Began to move again while keeping my head down and made slow movements because I did not want to let my position out to that maniac. By the time I got to my truck, the sun was now down and it was hard to see anything past the short distance. So as I got inside my truck and started the keys, that is when I saw the guy again. He had his gun aimed at me and a round went off and it hit the windshield. Quickly hit the gas and got the hell out of there. Managed to get back to town, and first thing I did was went to the police station and told them what happened. Stayed and answered their questions before I had to go on home, since it was late at this point. Time went by, and they never did catch the guy, nor even find any traces of him. Went and got my windshield replaced, and since then, never went back out to the woods again. I don't care if you believe me or not, but when you are going hunting, just make sure you know your surroundings, because there are real fucking crazy maniacs that will kill you during hunting seasons. Indiana guy here. We have human hunters who skulk around in the woods and shit. Terre Haute is an easy place to get stabbed. Walking in woods at this nature park type place. Pretty much a trailer park in the woods. Winter. Park is supposed to be closed, but I live here sadly. Come up to a pond. Can see across it where another trail is. Freeze. Tall ass dude. Gotta easily be 6'5", standing on the other side. Full military getup, camo fatigues and boots and shit. He is staring at me. Lake not too big. We can both see each other pretty clearly. In 0.2 seconds, he pulls a gun and aims right at me. Still frozen. Fight or flight is out to lunch. He fucking laughs and lowers his pistol. Yells, "You're a brave little bitch," and starts walking into the brush, still chuckling. Regain control of legs. Sprint home as fast as I fucking can. Tells park management about it. They say they will walk the area to look for the guy. No one ever did. They did not seem to believe me. I don't know if he was legit military or just a human hunter. Indiana has some weird motherfuckers. Fuck it. I will just post it myself. I really did not want to write this. However, after careful discussion with colleagues, I am going to go with what my guts tell me I should do.
I cannot sit on the sidelines while I observe the UAP field/narrative get filled with half-truths and obfuscations. In this post, I will be providing evidence of documents that cannot be FOIA'd. I will even give my perspective on anti-gravity and the overall landscape of the current UAP field when it comes to intelligence agents that are masquerading as truthers. What I speak on is based on my own experiences and observations from being in the field for almost 4 decades. I have a degree in electrical engineering from a college somewhere in the south of the USA. I will not say the name of the school because it will be very easy for people inside DoD to track me down if I give away too much, considering not many were recruited from the college that I graduated from. I was recruited shortly out of college to work in black operations, specifically on the electrical engineering, microelectronics, and pulsed power side. These black programs do not necessarily care about your academic credentials as much as they care about 2 things in particular. Can you think outside the box? And can you shut the fuck up about it? I do not know everything, but the things I am sure of, I will write about here. Why am I doing this now? Because I was given 8 months to live, and I will do what I can while alive to try and make a positive impact in the community. I sometimes cannot sleep seeing some of the blatant lies fed to the community. Let me put this bluntly before we even get into anti-gravity systems and the suppressed tech. Jay Stratton and Lou Elizondo are 2 of the main reasons why devices based on zero-point energy. We're talking about systems that theoretically tap into the quantum fluctuations of empty space to pull out limitless energy have never made it to the public eye. They have spent decades actively sabotaging the lives of engineers and physicists who got too close. I am talking ruined careers, wrecked families, nervous breakdowns. This is not speculation, it is personal. Lou wasn't just some guy who just got interested in UFOs after working at the Pentagon. That is PR spin. He was deep in the game, embedded in multiple WUSAPs. That stands for Waived Unacknowledged Special Access Programs. These are black projects so compartmentalized that they don't even show up in regular top secret clearance channels. They get waived from oversight and are officially denied to even exist. Lou ran counterintelligence for them. His role was to keep things under wraps, and that included burying real technology breakthroughs when needed. Now, I don't think Lou is fundamentally evil. It is more complicated. He has done good things in this space, things most people will never know about, but it is also undeniable that he is compromised. He puts US national security above human progress, even when that means feeding the machine that's kept all of us in the dark for generations. The Department of Defense is full of war-hungry parasites who want to hoard this tech to keep the military-industrial complex fed. Lou might think he's just serving his country, but at this point, the damage outweighs the justification, and no matter how well-meaning he is part of the problem. Jay Stratton though, different story. That guy is trash. He has done unspeakable things to some of the people I know and work with. No redemption arc there. I don't even want to get started on the kind of backstabbing and manipulation he's pulled behind the scenes. Sean Kirkpatrick, just a pawn, a bureaucratic mouthpiece. He lies with the same polished ease as Ron Pandolfi, another intel veteran whose entire job is to muddy the waters and derail any disclosure effort. And, for the love of God, don't ask me about Jack Sarfatti. In the circles that matter, he is seen as comic relief. Nobody takes him seriously, even if he thinks he is in the loop. Here is a number for you. There are over 2,000 legacy programs operating right now that are focused on reverse engineering UAP, unidentified anomalous phenomena, which is the sanitized term for what we used to just call UFOs. Hal Puthoff recently said on Joe Rogan that we've recovered more than 10 craft. That is a safe, vague statement. The truth? We have got hundreds. That is not speculation. That is conservative. As for Jeremy Corbell, he is a useful idiot. Some of what he puts out is accurate. I will give him that. But when he says stuff like, humans can't replicate or even understand the propulsion systems these craft use, he is parroting nonsense. That is either misinformation or he is just clueless. I don't think he's lying on purpose. I just don't think he knows any better. People like David Grush, Jake Barber, and Mike Herrera, they are the real deal. I have got nothing but respect for them and what they are trying to bring forward. And, just to head it off now, don't ask me about Immaculate Constellation. That name has been floating around in rumor mills and whistleblower circles lately, supposedly tied to some hyper-classified need-to-know program dealing with the most exotic tech or maybe even non-human intelligence. Think, the crown jewel of UFO secrecy, but I have got zero intel on it. Whether it is real or disinformation, I could not tell you. I am not an intel officer. I am an electrical engineer. That said, when you spend enough time in this field, especially brushing up against these kinds of programs, you start to pick up on intelligence tradecraft. You learn how to watch what people say, how they say it, and what they don't say. You adapt. You learn how to run with the wolves. Humanity has, believe it or not, already figured out anti-gravity, and not just in theory. Through a mix of breakthrough homegrown innovation and reverse engineering alien or non-human technology, we have reached a level of mastery that is far beyond what the public or even most classified programs know. And when I say mastery, I don't mean lab experiments. I mean we have built craft that can leave the solar system. That sounds insane, I know, but that is the reality, whether people are ready to hear it or not. Some of these achievements came purely from human brilliance. Think, black project engineers working in isolation and hitting gold. Others had a head start thanks to recovered UAP, that is, wreckage or intact craft not made by humans. The technology we are talking about here is more advanced than even what is hidden inside the most secretive parts of the US military-industrial complex, and that includes the crown jewel contractors, Booz Allen Hamilton, Honeywell, Lockheed Martin, Meta Corporation, Raytheon, Boeing. All of them are allegedly working on different variants of this anti-gravity technology under deep black budget programs. But here is the key nuance. There is a difference between just shielding yourself from gravity or generating a gravitational push, gravitational repulsion, and actually creating what is known as HFGWs, high-frequency gravitational waves. Gravitational shielding or repulsion might allow for silent hovering or sudden movement, like the Tic-Tac UFOs, but high-frequency gravitational waves, if generated and controlled, are a whole other level. They could, in theory, allow for warping space-time itself, enabling faster-than-light travel without breaking physics as we know it. If you are trying to trace the real roots of anti-gravity technology, you should be digging into the work of T. Townsend Brown. He was decades ahead of his time. His experiments focused on how electric fields might interact with gravity, something mainstream science largely ignored or dismissed. That is where a lot of the real trail begins. As for zero-point energy, the elusive background energy thought to exist even in a vacuum, it's not just some mystical idea. The trick, if you want to tap into it, involves manipulating something called the electromagnetic vector potential. That is a more abstract part of the EM field equations that normally gets brushed off as just math, but it might be the key to bending the rules. I won't go deeper into that here, but know that is where it starts. I worked on a private project, quietly run through a BAE Systems lab, that was focused on building a working gravity generator. We weren't using alien metals or billion-dollar defense budgets. We did it using advanced but obtainable components, Tesla turbines, which use spinning disks to move fluid or gas very efficiently, plasma toroid chambers, think donut-shaped energy fields with charged particles, microwaves, crystals, and high-speed rotating magnets. This setup, when tuned correctly, generated gravitational waves, what some call gravitons, the hypothetical particles that mediate gravity. And we are not talking microsignals here. We were producing many kilowatts of gravitational energy. The total build cost was under $3 million. That is not pocket change, but it's also not unobtainable if you are a serious lab. And more importantly, it worked multiple times consistently. One thing to understand, gravitational waves are not seen directly. You detect them electromagnetically because gravity itself is a result of space-time curvature, and those curvatures have real, measurable effects on electromagnetic fields. That is how you know it's happening. You're not just pushing air, you are bending the fabric of space itself, even if just a tiny little bit. Despite all the hype, you don't need so-called metamaterials, those exotic alloys or alien composites everyone obsesses over, to build something that demonstrates real, measurable gravitational effects. You can create macroscopic, visible, large-scale proof-of-concept systems using entirely Earth-based, known materials. It's not about the material being alien, it's about how you use what is available. Simple as that. You will notice in some of the files I'm showing that the Soviets coined a term called rotational gravitation and believed that rotating masses acted as emitters and receivers of generational waves. I am not going to argue with those in the comments that say this is not possible, and I am not going to argue with idiots that don't know how to think outside of the box. My question is this: if the Soviets thought it to be worthy of experimental investigation, then why is it not being done here? Oh wait, it is. It's just going to stay forever classified. Forever. Ask J. Stratton why he prevented multiple inventors from getting their own laboratory. Because many of the inventors he suppressed focused on rotating capacitors, something the Soviets pursued very quickly. I am sure his $1 million book deal helps move over all the people he royally fucked. My beef is that we are classifying basic science that our adversaries are now discussing in more open forums and in peer-reviewed literature. It is bullshit. All for what? So that Lockheed can make science breakthroughs proprietary and own it. The closest I have seen anyone in the public domain get close to describing how the technology works is Lieutenant Colonel Tom Bearden and a few others. The tough part of all of this is taking the theory and applying it to a practical experiment. Not many can bridge that divide, but a small, genius chunk of engineers and some theoretical physicists have. You want to know who a real, high-level gatekeeper of this stuff is? Admiral John Michael Mike McConnell. He currently works at Booz Allen, or at least, that was the last I had heard of his whereabouts. I realize now that being given limited time on this planet makes you think about what really should matter. I want the next generation to have a chance. P.S. The tic-tac is ours, humans. I worked on certain aspects of it, personally. I am not sure what the final verdict is on the truth of this leak. I would like to at least throw this out here, however. I currently work in, and have for several years now, in government procurement and bidding for the corporation I work for. Simply put, I am in charge of keeping us compliant with GSA regulations so we can sell our products to the government, and I am also in charge of finding and pursuing government procurement bids and contracts. Based on how the system operated, the paperwork screenshots looked, and the wording, numbers, and the codes written in the manner that they were, as well as the format, it completely matches up to the GSA, FedBizOps, and US government contracts websites and catalogs looks and content-wise for that period in time. If this was just a LARP, the amount of detail they included regarding the aspect is incredible. Would not be easy to duplicate, because the format and websites updated and changed constantly, and some of what was mentioned no longer exists even, and frankly, was too accurate to be faked. Again, just my 2 cents in opinion. I am not saying it's true or false, just saying I have been doing that aspect for long enough to know that it looked exactly like it should have to be real. I am not in this line of work, but what grabbed my attention is all the personality callouts. Definitely sounds like an ex-employee who's been stewing over all this for years. Could obviously fake that based on watching videos and having a strong opinion, but it somehow feels more personal. I am an aerospace engineer recruiter.
A couple years back, I was recruiting a senior mechanical engineer role. I was talking to a candidate, a mechanical engineer with 25 plus years of experience. According to him and his resume, he held top secret clearance for a good chunk of his career, specifically while at Northrop. Super nice guy, loved to talk, and came across as honest. At one point in the conversation, he said, "I probably should not be talking about this, but back to Northrop, I worked on a craft that could go from under the water to the air, space and back in the same flight." That always stuck with me, because that is mind-boggling technology. Seeing that exact technology mentioned on image number 2, with nearly the exact same wording, gave me chills. This post includes so many images and documents, I cannot possibly show them all, so I will be leaving a link in the description to the original post with the images, so you can view them all there on your own time, instead of me flashing them on the screen for a couple of seconds. You'll notice that the text in the one I am reading is modified to give more in-depth explanations as to what the guy is actually talking about, and to make it more accessible for viewers who maybe don't know as much. I have not changed anything he revealed, and I've only added context and explanation to the post. Sorry, I know this was less of a story and more of a guy yaps about a whole lot of nothing, but I thought maybe it could be interesting with details added and explained. This is a story that I was involved with, but happened to a girlfriend of mine. I was working one night, and when I got out, I found I had a text from her saying she was staying the night alone. Was creeped out and asking if I wanted to come and keep her company. Of course I did. It was maybe another hour before I got started, and she lived in a house with her uncle that was outside of town by maybe about 30 minutes away. As I pull up the street towards her drive, I almost get run off the road by a white truck. I get to the house to find it surrounded by police, many with guns drawn. I get stopped, but she is outside and convinces the police that she had called me and asked me to come over. It was then that I heard the full story of what happened. She had just gotten back from a run, and when she got home, she went straight in, locked up, and took a shower. After relaxing for a bit in the basement, where her bedroom was, she went upstairs to the kitchen. She walked past the front door and found the door unlocked. This was when she texted me, but she did not freak out yet. Another hour goes by, and she is in the basement when she hears glass break upstairs. She panics and runs to her bedroom, locking the door behind her, and hides under the bed. Not sure how long it has been, she is getting ready to crawl out and look around when she sees the door push in ever so slightly and the knob rattle. All the way back under the bed, she texts her mom that someone is in the house and please call the police. A few minutes go by and nothing happens. Just as she peeks out from under the bed, she notices that the door is pushed in, as if someone is leaning against it. At that point, she hears someone talking quietly in the hallway. At first, it sounds like two people, but then she realizes it is one man talking to himself. Arguing with himself, actually. It sounded like he was arguing to leave right away at the same time as talking himself into staying and breaking down the door. Then he mumbles, "Police, yes, the police are here." He repeats this several times, getting louder and louder, until finally he starts to bang on the door. "Hello, we know you are in here. This is the police. Open the door." She does not respond, and after a few minutes, the man starts talking to himself again. She won't open the door. She shouldn't open the door. "I am a nice person. I just want to talk. I will break down the door if she does not answer me." This kind of talk continued for a time, sometimes him talking to himself, and sometimes talking to her. Suddenly, there is silence. A few more minutes go by, and then there is a frantic banging on the door, along with him screaming, "I would not open the door if I were you." At almost that exact moment, she hears shouts coming from upstairs. It sounds like multiple voices, and they are yelling, "Police, is anyone here?" She does not move as she hears movement upstairs, then finally moving downstairs. At a soft knock on the door, she bursts into tears upon hearing multiple voices stating they are the police and is everything okay. It took her a while to get coaxed out from under the bed and to open the door, where she found 6 officers waiting. They took her upstairs. She told them her story. They said they arrived to find the front door wide open and had searched everywhere in the house but found no one. Notes were being taken, and several officers were getting ready to leave when the sound of breaking glass from downstairs caused everyone to jump, and most of the officers drew their guns and ran downstairs. They found a window to the backyard broken almost completely out. It was roughly at this point that I was driving up, and it took another hour before I had heard everything. Everyone was quite shaken up, almost in a stunned state of disbelief. No one had any idea who had been in the house or what they were trying to do. Upon inspection, they had found that glass near the front door had been broken out, then cleaned up so it was not immediately noticeable. I brought her back to my place that night, and it was not until the next morning that I was chilled to the bone, realizing that the truck I was almost run off the road by was most likely driven by whoever had been in the house. Nothing was ever found after that. This happened almost 8 years ago, and it still gives me chills thinking what could have happened. Now, reading this thread made me remember about something that happened to my family. This story took place in the early 80s, before I was born. Heard it from my cousin, who confessed it to me while telling me other stuff. Bear with me. I don't know what was encountered. I don't know if it was skinwalkers, a goat man, or something else. Anyway, here I go. My family used to own several acres of mountain in South Texas. Not Rocky Mountain kind of mountains, but a nice little size and area. No more than a couple 100 feet above land. Beautiful, lovely piece of property, worth a lot of money now, had the family not sold it years prior for no other reason other than just to get money. My father and uncles built a cabin on the property over several years during the 60s and 70s. Had rudimentary plumbing and electricity, as best as you could get being miles away from civilization. The family tried getting to there to vacation a couple times a year, but with the men all being truck drivers on the road for long hours, their schedules seldom synced up. They went when they went. The area was surrounded by some forest, had some critters and wildlife, but it had no spooky legends associated with it, and my family had visited the area on a regular basis. They didn't really encounter anyone outside of some campers who were usually at the bottom of the mountains, maybe a hunter or two. Most of their vacation was spent with the cousins, being children, playing and hanging out. The women, my aunts, gossiped and cooked, and the men, my uncles and usually a couple older male cousins, sat back and drank. Typical Mexican-American family, lol. One particular evening, that all changed. It was my oldest uncle, his son, who was an adult, our other cousins, and 2 of my aunts. They did what I described in my first part. The men were outside drinking, while the kids were inside with the women. Suddenly, they heard a woman scream. It surprised the hell out of my uncle and my cousin. They were genuinely concerned when they heard it again, that some camper or someone may have strayed too far from wherever it is they were coming from and got hurt trying to climb the rocky terrain on a moonless night. So, they take their flashlights and charge forward. When they go into the forest area, the scream stops. My uncle yells out, asking if someone needs help. The person did not respond. My cousin shined his light over an area, and when it passed, the screaming started again. Only this time, the scream was not far away. It was closer. To them, it sounded like a woman being assaulted and murdered. Their first idea was, let's go back to the cabin and go get our shotguns. When they started walking away, they heard a second scream accompany the first scream, except this scream was closer than the first and came at them from the side. They thought they saw someone move in the forest, too fast for their lights. So, they run back to the cabin, and by then there is a third and fourth individual scream coming about. The women and children are freaking out. They ask what it is, and they have no idea. They lock the doors, load their shotguns, and wait. The easiest thing they could do was haul ass in the car when it started, except it was moonless, and it was a tricky way driving down the mountains on a paveless road. This being the early 80s, there were no cell phones or GPS or anything of that sort available to a blue-collar family. They were just going to have to wait it out. My aunt starts praying. The kids are quiet. My uncle and cousin take watch on different sides. By the time 30 minutes passed, they heard something like 20 different screams, all bellowing at once in some demented symphony. They tried looking in the forest through the windows to catch a look of someone, but they could not see anyone. Well, they could not see anyone at the edge of the forest. With it being so close, they kept questioning where the hell it was coming from. They wondered this until they stopped looking at the actual forest area and looked up at the trees. That is when they saw it. Standing on the branches were people moving up and down, jumping from tree to tree. They blended in with the night, with the trees and leaves themselves. Little light reflections sometimes shined off their eyes, even when no light passed over them, and despite it being completely dark outside. My uncle got fed up with this. Despite being religious and afraid, he was not going to take this torment. He opened the door once, fired his shotgun in the air. The sound roared, and it momentarily silenced the screaming things dancing on the trees. He yelled at them, both in English and Spanish, for them to leave them the hell alone before closing the door and barring it. The sudden silence was a brief respite. The people in the trees vanished, but they were still there, and that is when they changed their tactics. They waited for about 15 minutes after they went silent before something happened again. They waited about 15 minutes in silence after the last scream faded. The quiet was heavy, not peaceful, but thick, like the air itself was holding its breath. My uncle and cousin stayed on opposite sides of the cabin, eyes glued to the windows, shotguns loaded and ready. The kids were too scared to sleep, the women whispering prayers under their breath, clutching rosaries that had not been touched in years. Then they started hearing footsteps, not on the ground, but on the roof. Slow, deliberate, crunching steps. The cabin was metal roofed, and whatever was walking across it was not trying to be quiet anymore. It was heavy, but not animal heavy. The pacing was too smooth. The steps circled around from one corner to another, pausing above the front door, then above the back window where my cousin was posted. He said the hair on his arm stood up, and not from fear, but from something else, like static, like the air had changed. Then came the knocking, 3 slow, loud knocks, not on the door, but on the walls. First near the front, then near the side, then the back, a slow rotation, as if something was testing the structure, or maybe just mocking them. They yelled out again, my uncle shouting in Spanish now, furious and desperate, warning them to go, calling on God, threatening to shoot again. No response, just more knocking, always in threes. That is when my aunt saw the shadow move across the small kitchen window. Not a person, taller, thin, unnaturally so. She said it did not walk like a person, it floated past, but left a shadow. My cousin swung his flashlight toward the window, but there was nothing, just glass and the trees beyond. Then came the scratching, not at the doors or windows, on the inside walls, soft, like nails, dragging against wood from inside the cabin. It moved slowly behind the paneling, like something was crawling between the insulation. That was the first time the family really panicked. The kids started crying, and my other aunt grabbed a kitchen knife, standing in front of the hallway to shield them. They never saw the things clearly again that night, but they heard them until nearly dawn. The scratching, the knocks, sometimes a tap 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 at the window, even though nothing was visible outside. And the worst part, they had stopped screaming. They were quiet now, listening maybe, waiting. As soon as the sun started to rise, and they had just enough light to see the edge of the road, my uncle told everyone to pack up fast. They threw whatever they could into the car, did not care about leaving supplies or food behind, just got in and drove. My uncle led the way with a shotgun across his lap the entire time. They did not stop until they were back on pavement, miles away. Later that week, my uncle and cousin returned with 2 other men during daylight. They went back to collect what was left and check for any signs, maybe campers messing around, or animals, or some kind of prank. They found the cabin just as they left it, but there were no footprints, not on the roof, not around the house, nothing but their own tracks in the dirt.
I am a researcher for a government-funded geological institute. No, I am not going to name the organization. Let's just say it is a reputable one. I worked for them, doing some pretty high-level research. I've been with them for a while now, well, used to be. Not anymore, but I'll get to that later. Most people know me for two things, my size and my competence. I'm a big guy. I'm decently muscular, but not bodybuilder level. It's enough to intimidate people if they don't know me too well. I've got a loud voice too, which I'm sure adds to that perception. The thing is, I'm not all just muscle. I know my stuff when it comes to geology. I've got years of experience, tons of knowledge, and enough field work under my belt to earn the respect of my colleagues. They might not say it outright, but they knew I wasn't just some meathead. This is just to give you a picture of me, and why my reactions on this project really mean something. It's not to plump my ego and try to big myself up to strangers. There is one project, one trip, a big one, that has given me a reputation for all the wrong reasons. I would even go as far to say as it ruined my life. Let me tell you all about it. About a year ago, we launched an expedition to the Antarctic. It was supposed to be routine. We were looking for something simple, a certain type of mineral deposit, an anomaly that had been detected by satellites. Nothing out of the ordinary. A standard search and collect operation. 10 of us went, 7 researchers, 2 engineers, and a pilot. We set up camp in the middle of nowhere. It was just miles of ice and snow in every direction. There were no animals, no people, not a damn thing around except the harsh, freezing winds. You've got to understand, the Antarctic is a brutal place, and it is easy to forget how harsh it can be. The ice feels like it is pressing down on you. Everything is so quiet out there, it is unnatural. The first couple of days, everything was going fine. We were setting up the equipment, taking samples, running the standard procedures, mostly gravimetric readings and magnometer sweeps to pinpoint subsurface density shifts. We were looking for anything that could justify the satellite's flagged anomaly. We ran core drills at 3 locations, hoping for ultramafic traces. At that point, it was all textbook. But after a while, things started to feel off. It wasn't the usual discomfort you get from working in extreme conditions. It was more like something else was wrong. One of the engineers, Jimmy, was the first to notice something strange. We'd done GPR scans. Nothing showed up. But Jimmy was not talking about readings. He said it felt wrong when we walked on it. Bounce, maybe. As if the ice was not connected to anything solid. He even dropped a sledge to listen. He swore the echo sounded off. He claimed the ground was not right. It felt hollow to him, like there was something beneath the surface. We all laughed it off at first. He was tired, stressed, and maybe even a little paranoid. The guy had been in some rough places before, so we did not think much of it. But when you're out there, when you're that isolated, those little things start to matter. By the 4th day, things really started getting weird. The equipment started acting up. It was small stuff at first. Lasers not calibrating right, sensors reading off, things we could not explain. We had double-checked everything before setting up, so it didn't make sense. It wasn't just mechanical failure. It felt like something was intentionally screwing with us, but I was still focused on the mission. The samples, the data, and the report. We had work to do, and that is what mattered. We could get through everything else just fine. Then came the storm. It wasn't a massive one, just a few hours of heavy snow and winds. But in that time, the temperature dropped so quickly, it was like we had been plunged into a freezer. When it cleared up, we tried to go out and check the equipment. That is when we realized something was not right. One of the tents had been shifted. It was only about 10 feet from where we had originally set it up,
but it had been moved. Let me tell you, this was not done by the wind. It was way too heavy for that. The way that they are set up and hunkered down is designed to outlast any kind of weather. It would be really silly if a bit of wind could blow away all of our hard work and ruin a mission just like that. I don't know what happened, but when I looked at it, it did not feel like it was just nature messing with us anymore. It felt like something or someone had been around, but I could not really form the words to explain why I felt that way. We did not think much of it at the time. Maybe the storm had shifted the guy lines or something. Incredibly unlikely, but it was our best guess. But we could not shake the feeling that something had gone wrong. We decided to move to another location to get some more samples, but the weirdness did not stop. The further we got into the ice, the more things went wrong. The storm and the isolation were bad enough, but it was the silence that did it. Complete silence. You can't imagine how unnerving it is until you're out there. There is no animal life, no sounds at all, except for your own breath and footsteps. I'm getting ahead of myself though. The real problem came on the 6th day. One of the team members went missing, Alan. He'd gone out to collect some samples by himself, and when he did not return, we assume he had maybe got himself lost and turned around. It wasn't uncommon for someone to get disoriented out there. The landscape does not change, and the snow covers everything. But when we went looking for him, we could not find anything. No tracks, no sign of him at all. It was like he had just disappeared. It was a big mistake on our part, really. A rookie error, because we were too cocky or deep into our work, or I don't even know. It's protocol to never carry anything out alone in case of emergencies. But the place he was going to was so close by, we did not think anything of it. We did not even give it a second thought, which is so strange for us. That is when things really started to fall apart. I was still trying to keep everyone together and trying my best to stay as professional as possible. But deep down, I knew we were in over our heads. We were stranded out there, and the longer we stayed, the less likely it seemed that we were going to make it back alive. Part of me wishes I had not found Alan. If we had not gone out looking for him that night, maybe I would have been able to pretend it was all just bad luck. But we found him. Or rather, we found what was left of him. It wasn't far from camp. He was lying face down in the snow, arms spread out like he had just collapsed on the spot. But that was not what was strange. What got to me was the blood. There was so much of it. It had frozen in the snow, thick and dark. But what really made it horrifying was his body. His parka had been peeled back cleanly, zipper undamaged. His organs weren't scattered. They were missing, removed intentionally, but his boots were still laced tight. No struggle, no attempt to run. He had been torn apart, not by animals, not by anything natural out here. His body was cut open, like someone had taken a sharp instrument to his body and done things that I can't even describe. The worst part, his face was still recognizable. He looked terrified, an expression of fear that I could never have the words to accurately describe. It fucked us all up seeing that. I don't know what happened to Alan. I don't know what killed him, but I do know this. Whatever it was, it's still out there. I don't even know what could do that and could survive in this climate. The days blurred together after that. The cold became unbearable, and the isolation took a toll on everyone. It felt like the world had turned against us. I kept telling myself it was just the stress, the fatigue. The mind plays tricks in these conditions, I thought. But deep down, I knew we were not just dealing with weather or technical issues anymore. Something else was out there, something we could not explain. By day 7, we were down to 4. I was one of them. The rest had either disappeared or, well, I am not sure what happened to them. They had either run off or something had taken them, but there was no trace left, not even a body. At some point, The snow had covered everything, but the weird part was the way the snow fell. It wasn't natural. It wasn't just a storm. It was like the snow was deliberately hiding things. We started looking for any signs of life, something that would explain what had happened. We found more tracks, but they did not make any sense. They weren't human tracks. Not fully, at least. They were too wide and too deep. It was as if something heavy had been walking around, and they weren't going in any direction. They just appeared, as if they had been placed there. No one could explain it, but we all felt it. Something was moving around us, close by. That night, I woke up to the sound of footsteps outside the tent. The others heard it too. We grabbed whatever gear we had left and waited, but when we went outside, there was nothing. Just the cold, quiet air, and more tracks leading out into the snow. We did not sleep after that. We set up IR sensors from our emergency perimeter kit, basic motion detection grid. Just before midnight, every sensor lit up at once, a full perimeter breach, 360 degrees. But when we opened the tent, the snow was untouched. We kept watch in shifts, terrified that whatever was out there would come for us next. But the thing that got to me was not the terror. Again, it was the silence. The entire place felt wrong. Even the wind had stopped. By the 9th day, we were all on edge. The tension had completely cracked. Our communication systems had stopped working completely by day 2, and we had a pre-scheduled date that we would be picked up on. We basically had no choice, just to wait for it. I had no idea what was out there, what had been picking us off one by one, but I had a sinking feeling in my gut that if I stayed, I would not be leaving either. Then, just before the 10th day, something happened that pushed me over the edge. I was alone in the observation tent, checking over some equipment, when I heard something moving behind me. I spun around, but there was nothing. I looked outside, still nothing. But then I felt it. Something watching me. I can't explain it, but it was like the air itself was pressing in on me, like whatever it was had somehow gotten closer. My instincts screamed at me to run, but I could not move. I don't know how long I stood there, frozen in place, but eventually I snapped out of it. The others were not in the camp. I don't know where they went or why they left, but they were gone. All of them. That is when I made the decision to leave on my own without waiting for them. To go to the extraction myself and just go home. I did not want to risk my life anymore, especially not to try and find them. I packed what I could and tried to make my way back to the LZ, hoping the chopper could still get in. But the storm had gotten worse. The winds were unrelenting and the cold was unbearable. I was losing track of time, stumbling through the snow, not sure if I was even heading in the right direction. The radio, of course, was still dead. I was so lucky that we were being picked up on a predetermined schedule. Otherwise, I would have died from the cold or the confusion. I was completely alone. I remember the sound of something really close by, something massive. Sounded like it was following me. The crunch of snow under heavy footsteps. It was just behind me, too close for comfort. I did not dare look back. I ran faster, knowing I could not outrun whatever it was. But somehow, I found the landing zone. The helicopter was already waiting, thank fucking God. I don't know how, but I was able to get on and make it out. I was hysterical. They kept asking me where everyone else was, what happened to them, where was the rest of our equipment, our logbooks and readings, etc. All I could get out of my mouth was, "Please go, we need to leave, please," again and again. They thought I had completely lost it. I was flown back to a base nearby. They gave me time to decompress, to process. In the meantime, they sent a team to find the rest of the people I was with. I was interrogated essentially. I told them exactly what happened, exactly as I told it to you, exactly what I saw and felt. I must have told the same story with the same details 20 different times to 20 different people. each of them thinking I just lost it due to the temperature and other factors. They told me that it was not possible for anything to be out there and that I was a moron, that I had wasted time and resources and that I had fucked everything up, that they did not care about whatever petty squabble caused the group to split up. They just wanted the fucking data. I was scolded and berated, and even when no one else was found, I was called a schizophrenic idiot and given the boot. And that was basically my reputation in tatters for the rest of my career. You'll laugh, but I work in a shitty gas station now. I lean on alcohol to just keep me functioning, and I can barely hold down a job anymore. Only really leave the house for work. Just sit inside, browsing the shithole of a board. I never saw what was chasing me, but I know it was real. I know it was not just my mind playing tricks on me. I don't care how crazy it sounds, and those fucks at my company can go fuck themselves. Go do the research yourself, you assholes, and find out what happens. I honestly can't tell whether they are genuinely stupid or whether they discredited me on purpose. I would not put anything past them. I have posted about this before, and to this day, cannot explain it. Be like 5 years old or some shit. Had this antique rocking chair in my room that always creeped me out because it looked like it had an evil face carved into it. Go to bed, have dream. Fades in from black, starts out at the other end of the house. I am tied down to a levitating slab of bricks. Starts moving forward, slowly making its way towards my room. Get to room, and it stops in front of the rocking chair. Look towards my bed. See 2 children, a little boy and girl, dressed in white colonial/Victorian era clothes, playing chess on the floor next to my bed. They said something to me, and I said something back, but I have never been able to recall what either of us said. Slab of bricks suddenly launches towards the rocking chair. Chair becomes impossibly large, and now takes up my entire field of vision. The face on it comes to life, and starts doing an evil laugh. Its mouth is filled with fire. Go into mouth. Dream switches view. I am now looking at myself from the side, like a 2D platformer. Eventually hit the bottom. Wake up covered in sweat on the living room couch. I have no idea how I wound up on the couch. It would not make any sense for my parents to move me from my room to the couch, and I have never been known to sleepwalk. Maybe I shifted into a different reality. Maybe a spooky carried me to the couch. Either way, it still gives me goosebumps thinking about it. Give me your night shift stories. Weird shit you saw on security cams. Weird motherfuckers who showed up in the gas station you work at. Creepy hospital shit, whatever. Spoopy army story. Stationed in Korea. Little no-name base. Mostly unmanned, except for some kind of seismology outpost, and a few soldiers doing who knows what. Aviation support or something. Small MR, military police force, but largely a formality, as this place is fucking Mayberry, and there are not enough people to get into any trouble. On the base are these little hills that dot the post here and there. These are graves of soldiers killed in the Korean conflict. They were essentially buried where they fell in some areas. Anyway, enough setup. Each shift, we need to do a walking patrol. Is the highlight of my shift because being crammed in a car all day blows. Start mine at about 2 a.m. because once curfew starts, people on base get into stupid shit, and now it's my problem. Walking past a cluster of graves. See some guy. He looks back at me and ducks behind one of the mounds. Hey, military police, come out where I can see you. No answer. Assume it's some people fucking or something, and they are just ignoring me. Go around the back of the mounds. Nothing but shortcut parade field, an area the size of a soccer field, literally impossible to hide in. Radio the station. Men, this is B110. I am out at the gravesites with a subject who has fled on foot. Will advise once I find him. No answer. Whatever. Radio guy is a lazy shit. Keep looking around, but there is nothing to look at. Feel like I am being watched. Radio comes on again. All units, Check radios. Hot mic. A hot mic is someone transmitting without being aware, leaning on the button by accident or something. At this point, my something is fucked up senses are tingling, so I perform a cursory look all around the area and get the fuck out, back to the station. Desk Sergeant is pissed because he thinks I was the one hot micing. All radio traffic records on our computer, so we play back my calls. Mostly white noise. At one point, you hear me say I'm on scene, followed by more white noise. We turn up the volume. Some of it is hard to hear, but some of it is surprisingly audible. Sergeant Long, more rounds, more water. In the tree line, there. Clear as a fucking bell. Was not supposed to be like this. Bricks are shot. Sergeant tells me and the radio guy not to mention this to anyone, to not tell anyone what we heard. Next day, we have an order not to go near the burial mounds, like I had to be told. Anyway, that is my weird night shift story. Since we are on the topic of scouts and camping, I have a kinda spoopy, but not supernatural story from when I went camping as a kid. I was going camping with my uncle's family and some friends. It was me, their son and daughter, my cousins obviously, and 2 mutual friends of school, all of us aged 10 to 14 years old. The plan was to stay for a week over the summer, but things got called short after a couple of days. I mostly hated the idea, but my parents wanted me to get some fresh air. We got up in the mountains. My allergies were killing me. I was covered in mosquito bites, and frankly, I would rather be playing Diamond and Pearl at home. That tells you just how old this story is. We spend the day hiking and stop at a campsite to set up the tents. The girl with my aunt and uncle and all of the boys together. None of us can sleep, so we just flare up our flashlights and talk about bullshit for a few hours until we finally wear ourselves out. Topic comes to scary stories, and my cousin tells us a doozy. Apparently, the town nearby had a killer that disappeared in these woods a few years ago. He tells us he was a disgruntled husband who had to work 2 jobs to support his family. He apparently got fired and came home to see his wife cheating on him with some dude. He snaps and grabs an axe from outside, kills his wife, the guy she was cheating on him with, and their 5 kids before vanishing into the woods. He tells us that he is still running around the mountains, killing any woman or kid that he sees. It was a creepy story, but all of us, I think, knew it was bullshit. We eventually tire ourselves out, talking about whatever dumb shit kids like, and go to sleep. Next day rolls around, and we start hiking again. My aunt and uncle stopped to film shit or something. I think they were into making wildlife/nature videos as a hobby or something like that. I can't remember. All of us just kinda wander off while they are filming, because kids are stupid. Little cousin says she needs to pee. Tell her to just go find a bush, and she walks off. About 30 seconds later, we all hear a scream. We go to find her, and see she is running away from something after pissing herself. We go look where she was running from, to see what got her so spooked. See an old ass fallen tree, laying on top of what looked like a human skeleton, holding an axe. Trip ends for obvious reasons, and we all go back home that night. 99% sure that skeleton was unrelated to the bullshit story my cousin told me, but still, I remember that standing out to me when I was a kid. Work at an outdoor bar, one of those kitschy ones that's supposed to feel like the beach. Huge space. The bar is all the way at the back for some reason. One night, closing. The last thing I have to do is shut off the lights. This makes the walk to the entrance/exit kinda spooky. It is always in near total darkness. The only visibility comes from the streetlight by the front gate. As I am walking out, I see a person standing between me and the front gate. Fuck, it's a jogger. Motherfucker looks huge. You're a big guy. I sincerely think I'm about to get twisted into a pretzel and robbed, or maybe even shot. Are you there, God? It's me, Anon. God hears my prayer. The shape dissipates with a weird buzzing noise. Not disappears. It scatters into a million pieces that look like bits of paper scattering in the wind. Buzzing sound hangs in the air for a moment, and then everything is quiet. Run the fuck out and swear not to work a closing shift ever again. Did I have an encounter with Beelzebub? I was camping in Colorado once with a group of friends. There were about 6 of us. We set up camp in a sweet rock outcrop where there were 3 large boulders leaning against each other with a hole at the top and enough room to sit underneath. This was during a fire ban, so it was the perfect place to put our campfire. We set up the tent not far off. Middle of the night comes and we are running out of firewood. We remember a campsite nearby that had nobody there during the day and plenty of wood, but we had been hearing voices all evening, just talking, nothing strange, and assumed it was that campsite nearby, so we walked over to ask if we could borrow some wood and chop some more to return it in the next morning. The campsite was still completely empty at night. There was a jeep there, and we figured the campers may have gotten stuck while four-wheeling during the day and were sleeping in their vehicle. So we grabbed some firewood with the intent to replace it in the next morning and walked back to camp. There were no other campsites that we saw nearby when hiking earlier in the day, so we were discussing on the way back where the voices were coming from. But we just figured we just missed another nearby camp. Anyway, we are back at camp and winding down. Me and one buddy taking shifts, keeping the fire going and chatting a little and dozing off. And the rest of our group had headed to the tent and started sleeping, and we started hearing what we figured were coyotes or foxes. They can make weird guttural screams that sound like people, but we kept hearing footsteps around the camp, mostly gravel, and going out of our cave to check, making sure no coyotes were in the camp, and never saw anything. Weird screaming persisted all night. Next day comes around, and we replace the wood at the empty nearby campsite, pack up, and get ready to leave after a morning hike. It was a difficult four-wheel trail to get out, and one of my buddies got stuck on an incline and slid back. We started trying to dig him out, and I, being at the top of the incline, but in a vehicle that would not help, drove up the trail to find nearby campsites and see if someone had a rig with a winch that could go quicker. I approached probably 15 campsites along the trails over a couple of hours. Every one of them completely empty and abandoned. The entire area had no human life at all. Generators, trucks, jeeps, all just left at the campsite in the middle of the day. No luck, so went back to the site my buddy was stuck, and we get him dug out middle of afternoon and start to leave. The entire area on the way out was still completely abandoned. Tons of camps near the trailhead, and literally nobody at any of the campsites at all. It became really eerie, and we were trying to figure out if what we had heard the night before was actually coyotes or what, or if it was something else. Anyway, few days later, and some bodies appear in the area in the local news. Said they had died from unknown causes. There were about 4 over the entire area that we were camping in. No idea if the screams we heard were people or not, and no idea where the talking was coming from to this day. Not super scary, but eerie enough. Hey X, I spent time working for a top, global mega corporation involved in aerospace defense, which has been suspected of handling/processing UFO/UAP materials. For the majority of my career, I worked in a level 3 of 5 secure facility, e.g., one needed to pass 3 levels of security gates/checkpoints to get in, which felt a bit excessive, but we dealt with cutting-edge, trade secret technology, and military contracts that included working on projects directly for world leaders. Anyway, my NDA expired a few months ago and have been processing what all to talk about, since there was a lot of high strangeness that happened only when I worked in that sector. I know greentext is popular, so I will give it a shot. Be me, barely drinking age, and scooped up for my skills and drive into a senior organization. The next youngest person in the organization is more than 12 years older than me. It is stagnant as hell, but despite the fact that it's like stepping into the 70s, this is what I live for. Onboarding and getting up to speed on processes and work is pretty quick and easy. Don't fit in though. Everyone was married, had kids, into guns, pickups, sports ball, beer, TV, celebrity gossip, etc. Get noticed by cohort from neighboring division for wearing a leather trench coat, a code/signal of sorts for the nerd types in that facility. Get into TTRPGs, buy first dice set, attend weekly games after work. Pretty cool and good time. Things start to get weird at work. Too much stuff to talk about in a single post, and want to focus on a singular issue at a time. Carry my dice with me on the regular now. Don't really think about it. One day, work is going on like normal, but suddenly, time seems to slow down and halts. Silence. Everyone stopped in mid-action/conversation, etc. Even I can barely move. Air feels like it's made of TV static. Feels like an eternity just to reach for my dice. One part of me was thinking about totems from Inception, since that had recently come out, and the other part of me was thinking that a random chaotic event had to be able to break whatever the spell was. Grab a d6, toss it into my desk drawer, and close it without looking. Suddenly, I am unable to do anything. A golden light, the general size and shape of a human, seems to cut through the world in a lightning-fast movement. I'm at the end of our aisle, so I see this thing the longest, coming right at me. It lingers next to me. That's cheating. Golden light then continues on its way out of sight, and time slowly begins to resume, as if nothing happened. Just a moment later, our generally well-composed manager steps in, flustered and kind of worried. Alright, that's enough war games for today. Manager goes back to his desk. What the fuck? Rest of the team takes a stretch break and turn towards me, giving me thumbs up and acting like I passed some sort of test. What in the actual fuck just happened? There are a lot more strange events like this. Some are more mundane, and some are much more horrific and terrifying. But I wanted to get this one off my chest, because it's one of the more generally profound moments. Does anyone have any insights on what happened? A couple quick ones, situated before and after, respectively, from the first one then. Start first ever 40k Dark Heresy campaign after work. Game Master sends us to a space hulk called the Redacted, fancy old Saxon name. Good game. Next day, Manager introduces new hire for the group, an elderly man by same exact name of the space hulk. Just a coincidence, right? Tell Game Master. He is visibly shook. At this point, he had been out of the company for a year or so no way he knew. I was also the only company man in the group. Chalk it up to weird synchronicity and coincidence. Later, one day at work, have strange vision. A flock of black birds flying through/on the ceiling. Weird, but by this point, I had become rather jaded to the weird stuff that happened at work. Next day, around same time that I had seen the birds yesterday, a water line in the ceiling bursts and floods the office. I would classify these as rather mundane as events, like improbable coincidences revolving around people appearing, and precognition/foresight were rather common. A couple more people involved ones. Shortly after my experience with the time freeze and golden light being, prepping for work, last of my black hairbands breaks. I'm in a bad mood from death by 1,000 paper cuts, and now worse. Good at work, but the company store only has colored hairbands. Whatever, buy them. Can tuck my hair in my jacket so nobody sees. Hairbands are super flimsy and weak, break almost instantly. Bad mood is worse now. Haphazardly take a bunch and tie my hair. Day goes by like usual. On way home from work, need to make 2 or sometimes free bus transfers. Hear a loud whisper that sounds like myself, but older. Feels like it came from in front of me. Don't worry. A man that looks exactly like my father, from face, hair, clothes, size and stature, etc., steps up beside me. Weird. Notice man's hair, also tied by a bunch of same colored hairbands as what I had. Way too weird. Only one bus that came by that stop, and the guy did not even get on when it picked up my group. Bus driver even motioned for him to come on, but gave up after a couple of tries. It should be noted that the strangeness extended beyond work many times. It was only by being involved with that specific organization, though, that there were ever such events. There had never been anything before, and there had been nothing similar in the 5 years since being associated. Another quick event. Leaving my secure building at end of shift. Have weird visions / thoughts of a black woman with purple hair. Small building with small staff, know everyone. Even pretty familiar with all tangential associates and external workers. Nobody like that, especially with such colorful hair. It would be a social taboo. Get outside my building. There is a few other doors. Look to another door and see a black woman with purple hair rushing out, almost running, despite having a major limp in one leg. Never seen her before or since anywhere. One of the stranger and more extended events outside of work. Make rare trip to local major city with group of friends. Things are fairly normal, though there's a lot of strange deja vu feelings, even though I've never been to this part of the city before. Very nice part of town, like it's been recently renovated. Notice shining red speckles on the ground, like sand almost. It's growing. Shimmering red sand consumes the landscape. Nukes going off in near distance. Look at surrounding buildings. Absolute ruination. Catch my eye in a dirty and broken window next to me. Reality snaps back to normal, though the section of the building I was looking at is in ruin, boarded up, broken glass, dirt, etc. Looks like it's been that way for a long time, despite being surrounded by nice and fresh looking work otherwise. One of the friends gives me a strange knowing nod as we continue on. Shake it off. Just stress from work or something. Bound to be just in my head. Go to restaurant where we had reservation. Things are fairly normal for a while. We get our food and tuck in. Building starts to shake mid-meal. Oh fuck, an earthquake, really, now of all times. None of the usual panic, only silence as the other patrons go quiet and look at our table / group. Building stops shaking after a bit. All the other patrons go back to normal like nothing happened. What the fuck? My friends thought that was exciting, but I am shocked. Later as the night went on, we were strolling around a rather empty part of the city, taking pictures of lights and stuff. Everyone's pictures are glitched up, not like usual long exposure, but pixelated. Suddenly, a bunch of Asian tourists, all around, coming out of buildings and alleys, dressed up in Wild West / cowboy get-ups. We get a bunch of dirty looks, like we've done something wrong, or shouldn't be there. Group is weirded out, and we head back to the car. As off-putting as that last one was at the time, I can only look back at it and laugh. And my demonic experience greentext. This was not too long after the experience with Frozen Time and Golden Light Being. Normal day at work, been with the company for a bit, and have been saving money to build my second ever computer. Lunch break. Go onto Newegg. Haha, funny Matrix reference, egg/pods, building computers, simulation true. Notice all the part prices are either $0 or $666. Literally everything on the site, free or 666, from the most simple to the most complex. Can't focus, this is not right. Body reacts on its own. Close sight, turn computer off, grab phone, walk out of office. On autopilot. Wait, I want to investigate this further. Can't control my body. Literally an observer trapped in my shell. Get into hallway. Pull phone from pocket. Body still working on autopilot. Opens call app. Dials 666. Struggle to wrest control of my hand before hitting call button. Hit call button, and finally get enough willpower to hit and call, send after. Get control of my body back. What the fuck is wrong with this building? Go to restroom to splash water on my face. Back to work. Put off building a new computer for several months after that. This was one of the more visceral and evil feeling experiences at work. While I don't intrinsically believe in literal demons or angels, I do believe that a human can be programmed / overwritten by information, and we used a lot of programming demons in our work, coupled with all the corporate life stuff. I feel like my body's reaction, coupled with my partial belief in simulation theory and/or psychic manifestations, what transpired was perhaps an attempt to keep myself from being more tied to the company through getting computer parts through the company connection. Because if the simulation is real, getting a new computer, and especially building one, is a very important ritual that determines one's future. The strangeness followed me across the world even, and though things were rather calm during this, but picked up pretty intensely right after. Visit Japan. Major life goal. Go during winter break. Lots of fun. Celebrate New Year. Attend Emperor's New Year speech. Wake up in the middle of the night after. Everything is made of golden light. Can see through buildings, see people. Pinch self, rub eyes, etc. Definitely not a dream. Effect stops if I cover my eyes, but that's about it. Try to sleep and not think about it. Rest of vacation goes normally. Get back home, still using toothpaste that was bought there. It tastes and feels unlike anything here in the States, and seems so much more effective at tooth whitening. General opinion of everything better in Japan. Start having nightmares about dark nanomachine goo coming after and consuming me. Sleep has been very rough, but go to work like normal, and then return to TTRPG group night. Everything is normal, but then a black goo starts to bubble up from the kitchen sink. Weird. Nobody has used it all day or night. Our game meetings lasted most of the day and long into the night, and we always ordered takeout. We halt the game to try to get the issue to stop. Nothing seems to work. Only letting the water run seems to be able to keep it at bay. I am really creeped out by the goo now, thinking back to my dreams about the nanomachine goo. Apartment complex, several hundred homes. Technician is called and is coming shortly. Black goo suddenly stops. Technician arrives, checks everything, nothing weird to be found. He tells us nobody else reported anything strange. Technician checks local systems and reports back, nothing. Tells us to call again if anything like that happens again. Nothing like that had happened before or since. Stop using the toothpaste after, and the nightmare stopped also. Another strange occurrence shortly after my visit to Japan. Go visit gaming friend at their apartment for a first time. Closer to home than TTRPG Game Master's place, but still never been before. Much smaller place, cozy at least, but also in a part of Old Town. Notice strange sight out of window. There is a mirror in the front yard of a neighboring house. Mirror is pointed towards the road, so I can see the reflection despite the angle. See someone in the mirror playing guitar as if standing right next to it. Radio next to me suddenly comes to life with a distorted guitar song. Radio is decor, not even plugged in or battery power. Lose control of my body like I had at work. Reach for my phone. Swipe the unlock pattern code. Strange metallic pinging noise from my mobile. I keep it silenced at all times. My main screen is blank of icons and shows only the wallpaper, a cube glyph. Turn phone screen with glyph towards radio. Radio suddenly goes quiet. Get control of my body back, pocket phone. Turn towards gaming friend. He is visibly distressed about whatever just happened. We decide to go out instead. Friend moved out of the apartment shortly after, despite having been an ideal location for them and had been there for several years. There is quite a few more experiences I can remember and have notes in my journal on, but aside from mundane things like precognition events, it is mostly unsettling things that are difficult to think about. The last one for now. This was the day after when time froze and I saw the golden light being. Normal day at work. Actually pretty boring considering the prior event yesterday. Strange sensation draws my gaze towards the front of my work aisle. Nothing there, but then steps in a woman I have never seen before. Again, it is a very small facility, and I have seen/met pretty much everyone at this point, both first and second shift. No third shift here, unlike operations elsewhere on the larger campus. This woman looks exactly like the headcanon image I have of a character from the cyberpunk TTRPG I'm currently involved with. Same black/gold two-tone hair that would generally be a social taboo for being too bright in the workplace. Even her clothes are more punk rock casual than the polos, dresses, and button-down shirts that were the norm. Even on Casual Friday, nobody wore t-shirts, and this was the middle of the week. She looks at me, angry. Feels like she knows that she exists only because of me. Goes about her dealings with the team seniors. After she leaves, I ask who she was. Apparently, she is another team senior from our closest sister group. Implication is that we have been working together for years now. She comes over with reports and questions on the regular. Senior could swear that he introduced me when we did the initial tour/rounds. Press X to doubt. Why have I never seen her? Even though I haven't been through the majority of my stay in this facility, it has still been a few years and I have never seen her before. Oh well. Saw her basically every day after until leaving that sector. The last few months are pretty muddled, but I will do my best. There was one night in particular that has been burned into my memory. Dad is retired from the company. We meet up once or twice a week, living in different towns, though still only a half-hour away. We tend to the vegetable garden, play video games, watch movies, go shopping. He has developed a persistent cough, suggest he goes to the doctor, but he is stubborn and prideful and transient. He does not like the idea of getting old. One day, at home, working in the kitchen while he is setting up a movie for tonight, hear a loud pop and digital static crackling noise. What the fuck? Heard this same noise pattern from time to time at work in the secured offices, usually when someone was replaced or inserted into reality, like the two-tone hair woman. She was quite a ways away, and I had never noticed before. But being more attentive in recent years, I'd noticed this same sound, and when checking on where it came from, there would be someone new working where someone else had been, and everyone seems to remember this new person being there. Again, this is a very stagnant organization. There was only one new hire after me, and it was the elderly Saxon man. Kind of worried now. Go check on Dad. World feels like waiting for Jello or something. See Dad sitting in chair. Does not look like Dad though. Looks like a shifting hologram of approximations of what I remember. He is not even wearing the same clothes as he was when I saw him just a couple of minutes ago. Dad looks confused, like what my worried expression is about. Never mind. I go back to the kitchen and continue working. Phone in the living room starts to ring. Dad is closest, so he answers. Hear him pick up the phone. The same popping and static noise. World still feels thick like Jello though, and I can almost see through the wall, as if the phone exploded with static. I freeze up, listen closely. Hear heavily distorted, digital voice, coming from phone. Maybe coming from my dad, I'm not really sure which. Gray, gray, gray. Hear Dad put phone back on receiver. Dad leans into kitchen. I see what you did there. What the fuck? Dad's visual image seems to be back to normal at least, so that's a bit of relief. Hear a knock on front door. Dad goes to answer the door. It is fairly late at night. This is most bizarre. Follow Dad and see him open the door. Dad is just standing there, looking like an automaton. Loud, distorted, digital shh comes from outside. Dad closes door. Feel panicked. quickly duck back kitchen before he turns away from the door. Hear loud booming noise that sounds like a shotgun going off from outside kitchen. Booming continues until it's right outside kitchen window. It stops. Suffering intense insanity. Mental collapse imminent. Muster all of my willpower just to try and push on like everything is normal. Eat dinner, watch movie, V for Vendetta. We make sure to watch it every November 5th. Eventually get home, lay down in bed, wondering what the fuck happened. Haven't even closed my eyes and house starts to shake. An earthquake, why now? Shaking stops, sit up in bed. Hear a booming dark voice that feels like it's coming from right in front of me. Can't understand it. It's guttural, alien even. An ethereal female voice chimes in. He is just trying to do the right thing. House starts to shake again, but stops quickly enough. What is with today? Check internet for earthquake reports. Nothing. Give up, go to bed. There was some other weird stuff that happened with my dad, but that was mostly out while we were shopping. Like stores reconfiguring while doing loops in some sections. People visibly turning into other people while looking at them, but those are more mundane. I have never been a person that really believes this stuff, but I have no logical explanation for my story. Be me, around 15 years old, live in a small town, like 8,000 people tops. Semi-big apartment, have 2 floors. I live in the upper one and have a balcony. Mother died when I was 11, sister living in a big city, and my father is always driving to the Hungarian border. Summer vacation too. Pretty much alone all day. I am introverted, so that's alright. Have 2 to 3 friends that play with me online. One night, exactly around 18 minutes past midnight, because I was downloading Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon Future Soldier, and it finished right then. Hear a sound from my cracked open balcony door. Taking off my headphones and can hear a girl, probably no older than 7 to 8 years. Help, please help me, Papa. I stood up and went to my balcony door. Hand froze on the handle. Brain going into overdrive. It is midnight. Why is someone loitering around outside? Why is a little girl outside at that time? Where are her parents? My balcony oversees a kind of little park in the town. Like 50 meters times 50 meters. Who the fuck is going around there now? Brain literally could not handle all the red flags that were going off. Like 5 seconds later, I closed that motherfucker of a door, switched on all the lights, and shuttered down the balcony door. Just sat on my bed and stared at the balcony with a switch knife. I did not sleep that night. Stayed up till morning and told all my friends my story, which they also have no explanation for. I mean, it could have been a child being kidnapped, but it's highly unlikely. It's a small peaceful town, and a kidnapping would have been the fucking topic of the year, but no one mentioned anything of a child missing. Fuck, I still get goosebumps recalling that child voice. Be 14 years old. Hang out with Bud, call him Josh. Josh is the athletic type. I am a couch potato. We always walk all over the place when I go over to his house. He tells me about this trail he hikes, and even he can't do it without losing his breath. Yeah, right. We go walking. Sure enough, Josh exaggerated. Fun hike. We went around some roads. Came in from the opposite side of the woods. Deep in the woods. Hope Josh knows where he's going. Shit, dude. I don't recognize any of this. God damn it. We press on. There is roads on all sides of this. We will eventually come to another. The dense trees lit up. No more green. Odd clearing of small trees and tall, thick grass. Something in the middle. We go to check it out. We get there, and there is this little trailer abandoned there. Like a moving trailer you would attach to the back of your pickup truck, but with no markings on the side. Inside isn't all that spoopy. We play around in it. Broken random shit all inside. Other stuff around, but I don't find that out till later. We get out. Walk around to the other side. Hazard sign, multi-purpose. The kind that flips between several hazards like a book, set to radioactive. Realization sets in. Look around. Green stops in a perfect fucking circle around this place. Freaking run for it. Get to dense forest and push through it. Cuts and scrapes everywhere. We finally make it back to the road. We give up for the day and head back. Neither of us got sick, but neither of us got tired, even during all that hiking or running. Could be adrenaline, but it was still weird. More with pictures to come. Part 2. Years pass. Forget about the place. Meet this ex-guy. Call him Sky. Sky is best bro. Like, really fucking cool. We are chilling at his place. He invites a ton of his other friends from other schools. 5 friends and his little brother. B17 at the time, so about 3 years later. Sky lives near Josh. Decide he want to see this place. Bring shitty Samsung camera to photograph the location. Take the secondary route in, the way Josh and I came out. We get closer and more comfortable. Sky's buds still the hazard sign. We start walking around. Going to split this up to keep pictures relevant. Part 3. We get comfortable because a large group. Packing knives. We start looking around a little more. Looks like an abandoned worksite. Only one problem. No clear project. Just shit strewn about. We what hard. Hey guys, what the fuck happened here? One of Sky's friends calls. We come over to him, and he is looking at pic related. Tire tracks near there, like skid marks. Someone was in a hurry. We laugh about it a little, and then go back to fucking around. Clearing. Wind is kinda heavy, a little loud. We all gather back together to chill. We are talking. Wind dies. Fucking nothing. Not a sound. We hear shit moving in the tall dead grass. 8 of us, teenage dudes, most of us with knives. We nope like little bitches and break for it the way we came. Noises persist and get louder, seemingly closer. What the fuck? Run harder. Big black guy, carrying Sky's little brother. Still not quite pubertized, not even as good of a runner as I am. We hit the dense forest like a wall. Cuts and scrapes like never before. We push through it. Noises lost somewhere in the woods. They just disappeared, but we were running too hard to notice that shit. We make it back to the road. All accounted for, thank God. We are tired, all cut up and sore. We laugh it off, but most of us stayed up all night. Kind of uneasily quiet. B19 now. Still have not gone back. Can now OC in a woods. Considering going back now that I can protect myself, to see more about what's going on. If I do, I will take a full party of at least 4 guys, and no 13-year-old little brothers to slow us down. Sky still has the sign. All these pictures are the real shit as it went down. I only got a few. This one we got back on the road, after we calmed down a bit. Be me. Walking home one night. See 2 figures in the distance, illuminated by the streetlight. Both wearing striped shirts and black caps, standing on the curb, moving from foot to foot like they're waiting for something. I am about 50 meters away from both of them. Without noticing me, I watch both of them walk behind a tree which is not surrounded by anything else besides a large fence. Starting to get a little nervous. Are these guys gonna jump me? Stroll a little faster. Ready to fight/flight at any given movement. Cautiously approach tree. Fully convinced someone is about to jump me. Walking past tree. Nobody in sight. What? Check behind tree. Nothing. If they were to have jumped the fence, I would have seen them. If they were to have moved away from the tree, I would have seen them. Continue walk home. Skittish as fuck. Every single shadow scares me. Anything I catch a glimpse of in the corner of my eye makes me jump. Made it home safely. Have been questioning my sanity ever since then. This fits under strange happenings and not so much paranormal, so if this is not a story that belongs here, just let me know. When I was 9 years old, my family had to flee in the middle of the night. My father was a police officer and he had shot a gang member when the gang member tried to attack him, They made a threat to bomb our house, and so we left in the middle of the night just to get away. We drove as far north in our state, as far as we could possibly go. Fort Collins, Colorado. This was in the 1970s. There were 8 of us kids, spanning from the ages of 3 to 17. We ended up at a hotel off of the highway. It was the type of hotel that had an indoor pool surrounded by rooms with balcony. So, me and a couple of my siblings went down to the pool to swim while my parents watched us from the balcony. I made friends with a girl who was also swimming. She was older than me, about 11 or 12 years old, if I recall correctly. We all played Marco Polo, dived, raced, and we were just having a really fun time. Let's call her Beth. She was there with a man who I thought was her dad, but when I asked Beth if that was her dad, she said no, and said that she did not even know what his name was. My siblings and I had set up our towels in lawn chairs, and I went to go and sit on one just to have a rest. I was very hyper-aware as a child, abnormally so, and since our family had been threatened, I was even more so. The man with the little girl sat next to me, and soon he was joined by another man. Both of these men were not dressed to swim, and they looked like normal dads, even a little more upscale and rich. They began to talk about Beth. She was on the diving board, and they were discussing her body, commenting on her legs, breasts, etc. in a very sexual way. The men began negotiating a prize for the girl. After a few moments, he said, "I will take her now. Let's go pack her things." And the only way to describe it was that he was very excited and pleased with the purchase. Then he fixed his eyes on me and said, "What is her name?" The man with Beth said, "Oh, well, she's not mine, but what do you want her name to be?" And they laughed. I became very uncomfortable. I was terrified and looked up and saw my mom looking down at me. She beckoned for me to come upstairs, and I grabbed my towel and told my siblings to come with me. The man with Beth told her to get out of the pool. She did not want to go, and they had a tense moment. The other man spoke up and told her that she was coming with him and to get out of the pool. Beth got out, and my last view was her walking out of the pool area with the 2 men. When I got up to our room, I told my dad. He went to the front desk, asking about the girl, and they did not want to get involved. My father walked around the hotel looking for them, but they were gone. He called the local police, but I don't even remember what happened after that. We ended up moving to that town, but left after a year. We never moved back to our old hometown. When I was in college, I went to a workshop at the university there in the town, and that hotel had been demolished. My older sister was in the Big Thompson flood the next year. She survived, but still has horrible memories of seeing people floating down the water who had drowned. I am sure that girl was sold to the other men. It was a very strange occurrence, and I always wonder about her. The 1970s were a really fucked up time, with serial killers and kidnappings and all kinds of horrible things. It was a strange time to be a child. I saw a lot of weird things, and I was also the victim of attempted kidnapping twice in my life. One when I was 13, and one when I was 14. I also remember seeing a man that resembled Ted Bundy when I was a little girl in Colorado. He was getting coffee at a roadside mountain cafe, and we made eye contact as I walked in to get hot chocolate. His eyes were evil. I hope some of you found this interesting. I am 54 now, and my sisters all have similar stories of attempted kidnappings and odd occurrences in the 1970s. Like, my sister and her friend were hitchhiking and were stalked by a UFO or a strange drone from a nearby military base. Cabin story number 1. Not sure if paranormal. Dad owns a casa. It roughly translates into cabin near the nicer parts of Tijuana. It's out in the middle of the desert, between Tijuana and El Paso, almost outside Tijuana actually. Despite being in Mexico, and we all know the state of public safety in Mexico right now, it's actually a pretty safe area. I do believe my dad pays off protection money to some cartel boss, or is at least on some good terms with a higher up, because nobody ever bothered us when vacationing there, even at the height of the Zeta violence spray and kidnappings. I was about 14 years old when this happened. It was about 2 days since we had come down from San Diego. Dad was drunk on tequila by the pool. Mom was sleeping in that day, so I took out my dirt bike and went riding along the desert. I never went too far, but this time I wanted to try and jump a few dunes that was far away, but still within sight of the casa. Besides, it was also near a neighboring village / small town, and I also had a lot of friends there. I had been having fun there for a couple of hours when I noticed that at the foot of one of the dunes sat an old lady in a white floral dress. Being a well-educated kid, I went down to check on her because this was the middle of the desert in the afternoon sun and no place for a frail abuelita. So, I approached her and even called out to her, and she immediately turned to me with the widest grin I ever saw. We chatted for a bit. I just wanted to know if she was okay to be sitting out here in the sun for no reason. But the lady kept dodging my questions and just calling me mijo and saying how healthy I looked and your usual grandma nonsense. Since I thought she was senile at this point, I wanted to head back home. But now, abuelita had hooked her arm through mine and was trying to turn me around in some unspecified direction, telling me that she was gonna fix me some snacks. Then, out of nowhere, I realized little abuelita here is dragging me towards the shack. Where did the shack come from? I am positive it was not there, as I wrote in earlier, and I did not see it anywhere. I am positive I actually rode through the area the shack was. So I tried to wrench myself free, but I couldn't. I told abuelita to let me go, to which she kept saying, "Come, come," over and over again in a monotone voice. When we were about 30 feet away from the shack entrance, I was able to pull my arm free and book it to the bike. I maybe ran about 100 feet to where the bike was. I actually sprinted. I was thinking this was some cartel shit and that I was going to end up in the desert without a liver. I jumped on the dirt bike, and as I turned to look, fucking abuelita is coming at me fast. Not running. She was walking stupidly fast, head held down and cane held in front of her. I mean, when I say fast, I mean fast. I noticed she was making a low hissing noise, so I fucking speed off out of that place and left. When I reached the casa, I decided to turn back, and since I had lost sight of abuelita, tried to do a wide circle around the area to see what was that. After all, how the fuck is some old Mexican lady gonna hope to run after a bike? I was doing wide circles around the dunes, coming around a curve that would soon show me the shack she tried to drag me to. When the area came into view, the shack had disappeared. Gone. Nada. Desaparecido. Missing. It was not there. Scratching my fucking head, I turned to the side, and I see fucking abuelita just dead sprinting in my direction from the fucking desert that was fucking empty just 1 minute ago. I felt like the fucking Ghost Rider, legging it out of there as fast as I could on my little dirt bike. I was genuinely so goddamn afraid I did not even return to the casa. It was in the same desert after all. I rode my way all down to the villa to a bar that my dad used to frequent and used to call both my dad and La Policia. La Policia never bothered to show. Kid calls about weird old lady in the desert. Who the fuck is gonna come? Dad showed up 2 hours later, hungover, not to pick me up, but to drink some more. On the bright side, the bouncers, Chiruto and Asa, were sympathetic and told me that there are still people in Mexico that believe in Las Brujas, witches, and occult powers. It was in their culture, and while they could not decide whether they believe it or not, they explained that there was in fact a local legend about a bruja who lived out in the desert and would fetch children and teenagers for torture and harvesting their organs. Also himself said he had seen a lot of weird crap out in the desert/wilderness and told me to avoid those areas until I had become an hombre for which Brujas had no interest in besides trying to seduce. Anyway, that is my share. I have other stories down from old Mexico, but only one of them is remotely paranormal. Okay, I got one. I am posting from my phone, so green text is a luxury I may not be able to afford, but I will try. Be me, 17-year-old in Boy Scouts around 1998/1999-ish. Doing low-impact hiking/camping for a solid month in Philmont, New Mexico. Been waiting for this for so damn long. Finally get to do this. It's like a rite of passage for people in Boy Scouts who take it seriously and get something out of it, aka pre-army training. We are in the middle of our trip on top of Uraca Mesa, reported to be haunted/trippy as fuck. Freak lightning storms with no reason. Bull lightning in the middle of the night. Hike for hours to only travel 5 feet when you turn around to hike back kinda shit. Well, I can confirm some of this shit, but not all of it. We get to the top and stop for lunch. Fuck yeah, shitty trail mix MREs. Tastes like heaven though, cause it is the best food that we have. I finish my lunch first, and nature calls. Time to water the lawn. Excuse myself from the group. Our trail boss tells me not to go too far, because trippy shit is trippy, and really can happen. Happened to him. Yeah, whatever old fart. You are making this stuff up. Suffice to say, I did not believe at that time. I just thought he was making shit up, / campfire stories and shit. Nope. I go about 40 yards out and find a thirsty looking shrub. Don't worry, shrub bro, I gotcha. Pissing on a shrub feels good, man. Looking around, enjoying the breeze on my dick as I piss, notice a guy about 10 yards away, walking around like he is lost and looking for something. He is looking at the ground real hard, like he can't find his compass or something. Kinda walking in a circle too. Why is he all dressed in black, with black gloves and a black cowboy hat, I ask myself. Huh, odd. Finish pissing. See him stop, and then seemingly jump into a hole in the ground. Decide to go and investigate. Zip up my pants and walk out to where he was. Look for the hole. No hole. Keep looking for a while, wandering around, while making sure I know where my trail buddies are. Still no fucking hole. Find the spot where I estimate his hole to have been. Nothing there but bare ground. Everywhere else is vegetation. Grass, shrubs, and shit. Figure out it's probably a trap door or some shit that they used to jump out of and scare the shit out of hikers. Stomp on it a couple of times. Nothing. Decide to stand on it and jump a few times to let them know I found it. Nothing. Yell down. Hey, I know you're in there. Come out and talk to me. Suddenly get a cold feeling all over. Wind from fucking nowhere. Has not been windy all day long, not even a breeze. Sky goes dark, like the sun is setting, but no stars, no clouds. It is a clear sky, sunny day. Start feeling weak and sick. Vision starts to blur, like I'm going to pass out. Stumble off of the spot. Everything snaps back to normal, and I feel perfectly fine. The fuck was that? Calmly nope the fuck out of there, and walk back to where my trail bros are. I walk calmly, for fear that if I move quickly, it will know I am scared, and come and get me. I was kinda in shock at the whole event, okay? Go easy on me. Check time. Oh shit, it's been a full hour. They will be pissed as fuck. Oddly, it takes less time to get back than it took me to get out to my piss bush. See them in the distance. They are not moving. What the fuck? Keep my eyes locked on them, so as to notice any movement at all. Get closer, about 10-ish yards away from them, and they start to move as though someone had paused them and then pressed play again, like a movie on a computer. Trail boss notices me. Hey, that didn't take long. Did you decide to hold it until we get down to Mesa Base Camp? Sir, what are you talking about? I have been gone for an hour. Shut your mouth, boy. Yes, sir. He takes me aside. and has me retell everything that happened to me while I was gone. He checks my watch for time difference. Full hour ahead. What the fuck? Did you mess with your watch, boy? No, sir. Okay, we'll set it backward by 1 hour, and don't tell anyone what happened until we get back to Tent City. He tells me not to wander away from the group for the rest of the time we are at Philmont. Tells me that they know me now and may try to take me if I am alone. I listen this time. While at Uraka base camp, we have more shit go down. During the night, a bear wandered in and started wrecking people's tents and shit. Nobody was hurt. Turns out the whole area around the mesa is haunted as fuck too. So much so that the guys at the Uraka base camp have to sleep in shifts so that they have patrols going at all times. Strangely, there is also a ghost couple that haunts around there, keeping some of the bad shit away. They actually warn people off from dangers in the area. I met them the night of the bear attack. They poked their heads in me and my buddy's tent and told us to stay put for the rest of the night because there was a bear about. I asked the camp leader about it the next morning, and he told me all about them. They apparently will notify the Uraka camp staff if shit is going down and will also talk to campers. But everybody just thinks it's a weird as fuck dream when it happens. None of the camp staff talks about them, and few, if any, campers talk about them either. That's all I have for now. This took place on a famous scout ranch known as Philmont in northeast New Mexico, specifically in Colfax County. Philmont is basically a backpacking thing where you go on planned treks inside like a huge private estate that was granted to the scouts in like the 1930s. So, for context, we were a group from SoCal that had 6 boys and 3 adults. Our adults were no older than 40 years old, since 2 were once active scouts that were no older than 28, and the final one was a father of my friend, who I will call Milo. All of the boys were between 14 and 17 years old. This was in like July of 2013. Day 9 of our Philmont trek. We were almost done with trek. We had to stay at Uraka camp, named after the mesa of the same name. We left our trail camp extremely late, nearing 11 a.m., due to one kid not feeling well. Slowed due to heavy rain, and also lots of incline and decline. We hike for like 7 hours, and realize that we are still a mile and a half out. Decide we will have to set camp where we are if it gets too dark. We reach the base of Uraka Mesa at around sunset. Our navigator, I will call him George, says it is steep and that we won't get to camp in time. We traverse our way up. By the time we get up, sun is setting. George mentions his compass is not working. No one cares, just trying to set up camp. We scramble to set up in the dark. I don't get fucking dinner. We see cat totems randomly placed around the mesa. What the fuck? When I get in my tent, I cannot sleep. Sitting there listening. No sound. Eventually, I hear the slight groans from a short distance away. Straining my ears to hear. Consistent low sounds and walking. I am shitting my pants. We saw no one up here. Eventually, I knock out at around 12 a.m. Wake up to Milo shaking me. He needs to fucking piss. Tell him I am not getting my sorry ass out there. We bicker. Eventually I agree, since buddy system, you know. I don't want to tell him about my sounds, scared to sound like a bitch. We climb out and walk a little ways for him to piss. Decide I should too. While I piss, I hear him start yelping and running back to the camp. I stop mid-piss and run back. We jump in the tent. We zip that shit up and tie the little strings together. I ask him what happened. Said he saw some tall, shadowy figure in the not-so-far distance and he ran. Ask, what if it was just a person? He tells me it is way too tall. We sit there. Walking and groaning returns. Fuck. Eventually it dissipates. I eventually fall asleep again. We wake up, Parents talk about the screams, groans, and footsteps. We tell them what happened. None of our group believes us, says it was just our overactive imagination. New navigator for the day complains of compass does not work until we get off mountain. When we get to the proper staff camp, we explain what happened and why we did not stay at the camp. Counselors are livid. Tell us about how it's dangerous due to lightning. It has the highest amount of lightning strikes in the whole camp. They tell us it is apparently a cursed and evil ground for the Anasazi natives. They tell us the cats are to keep the magpies away. Apparently, they are evil birds. I refrain from telling them my specific experience. I did some research a while ago. Apparently, the natives say they opened a portal to their hell there, and there is all kinds of weird activity, partly due to a large amount of lodestone stones which have a magnetic field. A note first, before I start the story. This photo was not taken by me. We did not really bring any technology for this trip. The picture is probably somewhere near where we did it. The story probably is not too spooky either, sorry. 2006. Be 24 years old. Live in Bulgaria. Decide to go camping with some friends. Pick out southwestern Bulgaria as the desired location. Huge forest areas. Borders to different countries that aren't marked or patrolled. Not really bringing any technology with us, but lots of food. The first few days are pretty cool. Basically looking for the best spot we can find at the moment, mainly relying on rations, but we did catch a few fish from a small stream. Laugh a lot, talking about good times and drinking. For a day, we make it to some hills which look over this mountainside and a valley near a small stream. Very beautiful place, so we stick around, set up camp. We plan on staying here for 5 days or something. Another day goes by. We spend a lot of it bathing and playing PMP with some D6s and a homemade system. In the night, we chill in the grass, chat and draw a bit. Hear something by the stream nearby, like a bit down the hill and past some bushes. There is brown bears in the area, so we assume they might be trying to find fish or something. We pull back to the top of the hill, then yell a bit to keep them from wandering up here. The thing books it out of here loudly, which seems a bit odd. Shrug it off as nothing. We don't really have trash out by the campsite, so we should be set. Night goes by quietly, clear sky and everything. Next morning, we bury the food. We have a bit under the ground in the outer perimeter of the campsite, and we decide to go explore a bit. Mainly bring some water and some fruits. In the direction we head, it mainly seems like some more woodlands, but not dense enough for us to be unable to leave clear marks of our path. I remember this story pretty well because I wrote it down when we got home. I used to keep a diary to keep track of my life. Between work and friends, the days had a tendency to flow by me without me noticing, which at some point began to freak me out a bit. Anyways, let me continue. The trees here are pretty tall too. We see some sleeping bats, which was pretty interesting. Unfortunately, we woke them up and they all flew away. Find some blueberries too. Around 12, so we sit down and grab a drink and eat the berries that we found. Talk a bit about life. One of the guys, Milan, says he thinks we should be careful if there is bears around. He does not like it too much. Another friend jokes that it was probably not bears. We chuckle a bit, but eventually agree to stay together and focus on not having food laying around and stuff, not like we did before. Continue onwards. The place gets really hilly for a bit. The forest thins out. Trees are a bit shorter, younger. After walking around for a bit, we reach a more flat area, still with short trees. There is a super downtrodden graveyard here. No road or any paths. Most of the names are unrecognizable. Evdokia Lazarov, a lovely mother and wife. Silva Lazarov, a kind and beloved daughter. 3 other gravestones. One is pretty much completely broken. The other 2 only has a few letters readable. Look around for a bit. We all think it's pretty cool, but one of the girls and I find it a bit unsettling too. Very close by, there is a small spot with no trees. Move the leaves around a bit, find some spots of stone. Assume it's a building foundation or something. Dig around for half an hour. It is about time we go back. Still feel a little bit uncomfortable, like the feeling of being watched. We head back over the hills with ease. When we reach the more foresty area, we follow the red snares we've been hanging in the trees. Don't see as many animals or birds anymore. Still a few here and there. Hear rustling again. Bears? Someone immediately asks. One of the girls yell for it to basically fuck off. As soon as she does, it books it again. It still makes a lot of noise just by running. Hard to identify whether it's a bear or a deer. When we reach the small collection of berry bushes, which was still rich with berries, it was completely cleaned off. Silva jokes that it is not happy that we stole its berries. I laugh a bit, then realize how uncomfortable everyone else is about it. Perhaps I was just coping with it. I am still not really sure. A few of the red threads have been pulled down, the ones that hung on thin branches mainly. The guy who had been doing it, Milan, says they usually fell down because of the wind if he had not tied it tightly enough. We know it's just bullshit. I do anyways. The rest of the trip back was pretty tranquil. I felt a lot more at ease. Seems like the others did too. The camp was still alright, and it is pretty much getting dark, so we light a fire and prepare some rations and stuff. The buried food crates were fine. Anyways, that is pretty much how far the spooks went. We were a bit uneasy, and I'm sure most of the others had problems sleeping like I did. We also kept watch the next day, but nothing happened. Other than that, the rest of the trip was pretty nice. We went hiking after. The other girl drew a pretty good sketch from the top of the small mountain, and my barbarian was the first character in our PMP campaign to die that day. RIP for a four-step. Once again, sorry that the story is not that spooky. Okay guys, I have got a fresh story for you. Be me, 16 years old at the time. Get invited to house party with the rest of my year. Best friend is invited. We are so close, she is like a sister to me. Later that day, at about 6 p.m. Chilling at friend's house, getting ready for the house party. Best friend, let's call her Jane, goes outside for some fresh air because she feels sick. Jane is out there for at least an hour. I go see her. I ask her why she is still out here. She just stares at me with no expression. Are you okay? She just stares at me. I take her inside. Now, let's fast forward 2 hours to about 8 p.m. Jane does not look right. She insists she is fine, and we head to the party. As we are walking, she starts laughing. Now, this was not her normal laugh. It was really low-pitched. She pukes and carries on walking. 10 minutes later, Jane falls over, so me and another friend carry her the rest of the way. She smells like sulfur. 10 more minutes later, we arrive at the party. We set her down on the couch. We look away for 5 seconds and she is gone. What the fuck? We look for her everywhere and finally find her staring at the fence in the backyard. We try to touch her, but she shakes and does that weird, low-pitched laugh. We leave her and ask the host of the party to take her in for the night and take care of her. We walk home, slightly drunk. As we get home, we see Jane sleeping on the couch and we scream and almost cry. She wakes up. We ask her how the fuck she got here without us knowing. She said she never went to the party and all of that. After getting some air, she had to lie down on the couch and only woke up as we screamed. I ask you this, X. What the fuck did I carry that night? I have got a weird one. If anyone knows what worked for agriculture in Iraq means, please let me know. Be me. In college through the 2000s era. Mom is a big shot professor. As a result, I am a uni brat. Hung around as a kid helping out.
teenager in various psych studies for side apartment, family friends. Spent 8 years at the uni for undergrad and grad school, even though they begged me to apply to a more prestigious uni. What I'm saying is that I love my college. It is a second home to me. So I helped out. We had a certain VIP that loved being on campus. Let's call him the Arab. First and last names are palindromes of each other. Even weirder, it is just letter plus AA, letter plus AA plus letter. The dean is afraid of this guy, so is my boss in IT. The Arab asked my boss to help him write an email. He is notoriously bad with technology, and he has some crazy emails in his contact list. I am talking entire categories of mostly past, and a few, for the 2000s anyway, still elected, including a young Barack Obama in Chicago. This guy adopts orphans as kids and sends them to our med school after he ships them to boarding school. He has done this for 7 men and women now, all wonderful people. He also bought a historical train museum so he could live in it, and spends his time running the little train people can get rides on. One of his sons runs the museum. He failed out of med school, and the staff was paid really well. All of the profits that the museum makes during Eid, the staff gets in bonuses. He also loves building new buildings on campus. He is even so humble, he just wants his name on the bricks, so the uni can name the building after someone for money. He is a wonderful guy, right? That is what everyone thought, that he is a gentle soul. So the dean comes up to me and says, special assignment. I am now attached to the Arab permanently whenever he is here or on call. They will pay me double during these times. Of course I accept. Making bank, helping out the town saint. Before you get any ideas, the guy really was as nice to me in private as he was in public. He was really insistent on fixing how I dress and how I act. Bought me really nice work clothes and really unusual amulets and beaded wrist wraps made out of jade and onyx. I don't know what kind of religion he belonged to, because he hated Abrahamic symbols, yet loved Christmas, but he was devout, and it felt Christianish. In time, he was a friend and mentor, and he was a lonely man. His wife had passed long ago. The first couple of years were amazing. We met Bill Clinton's former Secretary of Defense. They smiled and chatted and caught up. Yeah, if you haven't figured this out yet, he knows practically everybody in the government. Part of my job was securing box seats for him at every major speaker invitation so he could meet them and chat, and get pics of him and the person, and note down ideas for thank you emails and such, and set up gift reminders and stuff. The Arab was functionally, technologically illiterate. One night, he asks about my childhood. I tell him, and he laughs. He is delighted, because he lived in a hotel near where I grew up for a few years. Only problem is, the hotel is a 5-star one. I used to stand on the beach and point at it, and promise my parents that someday we will go on a vacation and stay in a place like that when I have a career. I told him that, and he looked sad, and said his company paid for it and to be careful about wanting things like that. One night, during a warm summer, he became what I can only describe as melancholic. He said he lost his wife, assistant that I remind him of, and most of his staff all in one night. Said someone had planted bombs at his agricultural business in Iraq in his office. He stood outside, talking with some guards when they went off. He was evacuated by the guards, and his remaining staff were lost to bandits who broke in and machine-gunned the entire staff. The thing is, this happened during the Hussein era. I've asked other Iraqis, and they've said it was an incredibly safe time, and that the story is very unusual. Another one. A few years later, I meet a professor through my mom. Cool dude, double doctorate, lieutenant colonel. Guy was a fucking badass in Nam. Had a bunch of shit still in him from some op behind the lines in Lithuania of all places. Said he had to kill a guy, and as he rounded the corner, the guy jumped out from behind some trash with a Makarov and put a round into his chest, and his buddies had to drag his ass back to the US Embassy. Showed me all of the shrapnel wounds, and this very badass photo of him as a junior officer carrying an MA Deuce with his first platoon he ever commanded. He was always very honest with me about his life and said he volunteered for any cloak and dagger shit because he got off on it so hard. He was notorious for ops going sideways and living through it. His back got messed up pretty badly because a helicopter crashed and he had to crawl back to base with survivors in Asia somewhere. Entire office filled with pictures of him getting medals pinned, in the shit, shaking hands, very cool stuff. One day, I'm helping him out, trying to build his class for him, and I asked what working in an agricultural business in the Middle East means. He got really quiet and scary, and this old hunchback man loomed in front of me with the most pissed off expression I have ever seen, put his face practically against mine, and said, "Stay the fuck away from him." Things were never quite the same between us after that. Still an awesome dude. Another one. 15 years later, I work for a very cool corporation now. We get a new head of security. CEO said he pulled some strings, and we are getting him, end of story. He is a really charming dude, and talks about safety procedures and drills non-stop. I ask him what he does. I guarded crops in Iraq, did a lot of agricultural work. I ask him about that phrase, and I say I knew somebody else who used to say that that was his job, and he had a lot of weird stories. The guy joked and said he has a lot of weird stories too, and to treasure them. I told him the Arab's name, and he smiled, and said his mentor talked about him when he was first in the service, and I am very lucky to have had him in my life. Another one. The Arab had a strange quirk on top of other strange quirks. He made me Photoshop him as pale as possible whenever we would get these handshakes with VIPs. Probably the only time I'd ever seen him get agitated. He would just stand behind my chair screaming, "Whiter, whiter," over and over until I was making him practically a ghost, and only then he would be happy. I got a nice vacation out of him once. We drove up to DC. I had to prep a laptop and a PowerPoint for him. PowerPoint was completely innocuous. It was about a charity drive that he was doing to build a monument for vets killed in the Middle East. He offered to put me and my girlfriend up in DC if we agreed to sleep in separate rooms, and if I'd come along and make sure his laptop was 100% working with the presentation. I get there. He drops me off a little ways away from the Capitol at the Trump Hotel and tells me to have fun, and he is meeting old friends and will be unavailable. Really nice guy. Said I did an amazing job and started crying and talking about how everyone will be remembered now, and gave me a really odd shaped bracelet made out of black pearls. The saddest part was his death. Someone had broken into the museum, tied him to a chair, destroyed all of the security and VRs with probably a sledgehammer, took the hard drives, and just sliced the old man open. The officers that moonlighted as campus guards said it looked like it was a robbery. Whole museum was ransacked. Town did a memorial for him. Museum is gone now. His family sold off all of the items and the old mansion. The Arab could have been associated with the Ministry of Agriculture or medicinal base ingredient industry, which there is tons of money in, while a lot of stuff is made in factory laboratories now. Some things are dependent on ingredients that can only be sourced biologically, or are difficult to replicate in a lab, or get the same quality or results from lab-made compounds or substitutes, and some things may not grow outside of certain controlled environments or certain regions of the world. Or to simplify, rare herbs business, which there is a large market for with the medical industry here in Denmark, as well as other places like Singapore, Malaysia, Qatar, Oman, the UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait, Switzerland, South Korea, Japan. With the medical industries of the Singapore, South Korea, Malaysia, Denmark, where I live, as well as certain countries in the Middle East, being world leaders in the field. The reason I suspect his involvement in those industries has to do with his grooming of future medical professionals and pushing for their education in that field, combined with claiming to work agriculture in Iraq. Large sums of money, a staff of his own, and if there is a connection with needing military professionals, and that one story about guarding fields in Iraq is taken into account, I will say he is in the medical industry as a source for sought-after base ingredients needed in the medical industry. I understand. Thanks for explaining it to me, friend. The military veteran in the story was probably responsible for that attack, in which the rich guy lost his wife. Ah, no problem. Had not made the connection between the attack and the veteran myself. If that is the case, pharmaceutical companies may have possibly lobbied or been willing to offer a desk of directors or other high-value position in exchange for an attack on the Arabs' business in order to possibly wipe out an industry rival or take over an industry sector, as has been the case in other industries in the wars following the Saddam regime's fall. The problem with this is this story takes place before that, as a number of previously in control of local business ended up in Israeli and US businesses' hands, or ended up with vacuums which were filled by us and or Israeli companies, such as oil fields, mines, and other raw goods. A more likely option is industrial sabotage, to weaken the regime in Iraq, or their economy, which was not and is still not uncommon with officials who voted in favor of, or other government or military people involved who pushed for it, or decided its necessity in the past, having received payments, or having bought stocks related to the attacked industries, or companies who stood to gain, or who gained from the OPs in the period afterwards, some even gaining high positions there. I grew up in Ohio in the 70s, and me and my childhood friend Joe were outside all the time. We could manage it. Joe lived on a farm that bordered a pretty big forest, and my parents would drop me off in the morning, and we would stay in the woods all weekend. We would only come out for school. We loved pretending we were frontiermen. We would build shelters, traps, practice making fire with sticks, the whole 9 yards. When we got to be in high school, we got this notion to pull a Stand By Me. This was based on the movie of the same name that had just come out. The idea was that we would walk the railroad tracks out in the country, but instead of looking for a dead body, we would find cool bridges to fish from and camp a little ways off the tracks. Of course, we knew this was dangerous and we would likely be trespassing, but we were kids. We had a lot of fun. We did find beautiful rivers. We discovered bridges no one went to. We fished. We hid from trains. At night, we camped in woods just near the tracks and made small hidden fires. Nothing bad ever happened. It was idyllic. In fact, it was so fun, we did it multiple times. Never had a problem. After high school, me and Joe went our own ways. We both left home, but always stayed in touch, and always tried to coordinate visits so we would see each other occasionally. Well, one summer in the mid-90s, it worked out that we were both in town for about a week. We'd do stuff with family in the day, and at night, we would either catch drinks at a bar or sit outside Joe's house around a fire and talk about the old days. One night, me and Joe got to talking about our Stand By Me trips. Well, nostalgia and beer are a hell of a mix. Soon, we decided to take a day, walk the rails, camp one night, and walk home. The day came. We started out early morning. We had my wife drop us off in our old spot where we used to start, right outside our hometown. She thought this was absolutely crazy and made sure to mention it. When she pulled away, Joe suggested that instead of walking the usual route, we would take the opposite direction just to be adventurous. We knew the land well. We had a map, so I gave a "what the hell" and off we set. The day went fine. It was fun and a little sad, but in a good way. We found a bridge and sat on the edge, smoked a joint, and moved on. We had no fishing gear, but we brought some canned food and other stuff. Before night started to set in, we picked a spot to camp. It was a thick, forested area, trees on every side of the train tracks, so you felt like you were in a tunnel. We had brought small hammocks to sleep on, but before we set them up, we decided to do a little scouting of the perimeter. Now, this is what we used to do in the old days too. We would walk the area around a little bit to make sure some dude's house was not just over a hill, and we were actually camping in their yard. We walked maybe 100 or so feet into the woods and up a small incline. We figured if we did not see anything from on top of this short hill, we would be fine. But when we got to the top, we saw an old building down at the bottom, about 100 yards into the woods. It was barely visible. We both pondered over what to do. We both assumed it was a sugar shack or something, because there did not appear to be a clear road from it. From where we were, there did not look to be anyone in it either. All was quiet, no movement could be seen, no lights. We decided to walk a little closer just to make sure. We came down the hill very slowly, and as we neared the building, we saw it was not a sugar shack at all. It was an old church. It looked like it had been abandoned for years. It was a squat, sagging building whose wooden planks were almost black from years of moss and rot. A cross still stood on top of the place, also weathered black. None of the windows had glass, and there were no doors, just open doorways. We got close enough to see inside. There were rows of pews and a built-up section in front for a preacher to stand. We did not go all the way in. We did not want to. Beyond all that, there was no sign of anyone else. No footprints, no paths, no roads. It was a completely abandoned church. We left immediately and went back up the hill to our spot we had picked to camp. Having a hill between us and the church made us feel better, but we were still a little uneasy. We chalked it up to the natural creepiness seeing a church in the middle of the woods would elicit. Besides, at this point it was dusk, and we just decided to rig up our hammocks and go to sleep, and move on at early morning. Night set in, and as we lay in our hammocks and shot the shit, we began to hear something in the direction of the church. Our conversation about it went a little like this. Do you hear that? What the fuck is that? It sounds like people singing. And it did sound just like singing. We both slid right out of our hammocks and hunkered down, straining to hear more. We listened for a minute or two, and the singing continued, but it was not getting louder. Finally, we decided to creep back up the hill and see if we could spy where the sound was coming from. We could still move very quietly in the woods from the old days. It was second nature to us. The moon was barely out, but it provided enough light so you would not walk right into a tree. But it was near pitch black. We did not use flashlights as we crept slowly up the hill, and we did not talk. When we got to the top, we saw light in the distance. It was coming from the church, and the singing was coming from inside. Joe and I put our heads close together and had a hushed conversation that boiled down to, can you believe this shit? The light looked to be candlelight from the way it flickered, and though we tried, we could not make out what was being sung. It sounded like church music, but in another language. We sat and watched for a while, trying to see who was in there, but we only saw occasional shadows. We had no intention of getting closer either. We had about a football field length between us and it, and we aimed to keep it that way. The singing continued for a bit, and then it stopped. After that, a booming male voice began to chant. I was already freaked out, but this voice thoroughly scared the shit out of me. It sounded like some Old Testament preacher you see in the movies, but again, it was like he was speaking in a different language because we could not understand a single word. Eventually, it got to where the single male voice would say something, and then a bunch of voices would answer in song. This lasted for a while, and then they all broke into this long, sustained wail that just kept getting louder. It got so loud and so disturbing that it covered my ears. Then it stopped. At this point, I was just getting ready to say, let's get the fuck out of here, when Joe put a hand on my shoulder and hissed, they are coming out. We were far enough away that we could not make them out really well, but what we could see was a line of figures walk out the open doorway, all holding hands in single file. We could see some of them had flashlights. They began to sing again, and the light from the flashlights began to move toward us and the hill. We booked it back down to our campsite, grabbed our shit, and ran to the tracks. Once there, we ran down the tracks in the direction we had come from. After a few minutes, we stopped and looked back. We saw lights coming down the hill. They were moving erratically, like whoever was holding them was shaking them. We continued to run in spurts and walk as fast as we could. We eventually stopped seeing the lights and came to a road. By our map, we knew a small town was about 15 minutes down it, and we walked there, got to a 24-hour gas station, and called my wife to come and get us. My wife and other friends all just thought it was kids messing around, but I heard those voices, and they sure as hell did not sound like little kids to me. Not sure who those people were, but it was definitely the creepiest thing that happened to me out in the woods. My boyfriend's uncle used to be a guard at this old prison. Has since been closed down in the late 70s to mid 80s. He had a few experiences of his own and also heard of some others. One dude is put in solitary confinement for the night, not because he had been doing something wrong, but because the lock on his door had stopped working and they needed somewhere to put him fast. It is about 2:30 in the morning. BF's uncle is just doing his usual rounds. Suddenly, the guy in the SC cell starts screaming, calling out for help and to be let out of there. Loud enough they can hear him through the soundproof door. BF's uncle and another guard open up to see what the problem is. Guy is as white as a sheet, shaking. They eventually calm him down and ask him what the fuck happened. He says this guy just appeared in his room and sat down on the bed and started to have a conversation with him. Introduced himself. Inmate does not know this, but the man he claims to have spoken to is actually a former inmate who was hung there around 100 years earlier. He's buried literally on the other side of the wall to the SC cell. This happened several times to people who were sent to that SC cell. They eventually have to stop using it, and when someone acts up, they are sent to one in another wing. I have more if people are interested. This one inmate's wife visits him every weekend for the 12 years that he has been in there. Gets sick with stomach cancer, starts to come less and less often. Eventually, she does not come at all. Her sister calls the prison and says that she is in hospital, probably only a month left at the most. One night, boyfriend's uncle is doing his rounds again. Hears a man talking to a woman in his room. Listens for a few minutes to make sure he's definitely not hearing things. Opens the slat on the guy's door up and turns the light on, only the one guy in there. Asks him who he was talking to. He says, my wife. BF's uncle just assumes the dude was doing impressions or something and leaves it alone. Next morning, prison gets another call from the woman's sister. Turns out, she died at around 8 o'clock the night before. Wife of the inmate who was supposedly talking to his wife the night before. The prison counselor takes him in to tell him, and apparently when he heard, he just said, I know. Guards would hear him talking to his wife quite often after that, and it was around then that people, guards and inmates, started to talk about seeing a woman in a casual dress wander around that particular wing. Not my boyfriend's uncle's story, but he was there on the day, and it is confirmed by a bunch of other people. Be about 7 a.m. None of the inmates are out of their cells yet. Guard watching the security cameras says there is someone out in the yard by the wall, dressed somewhat like an inmate. They can't tell if it's one that got out or somehow a civilian who got in. Radios a couple of guards nearby, says the guy is down there. They go to investigate. Call the guy back once they are down there because no one is there. Guard watching can still see the guy on camera along with the guards, tells them this. Guards are adamant that there is fucking no one there. They go into the security area to see for themselves. Definitely a guy there, just standing with his head down. He eventually just fades out. There is still a tape around somewhere. This is the scariest paranormal thing to happen to me so far. Actually, I just posted this on another site because I try hard to forget it. Now that I remembered, I am back to searching for answers. Anyway, I suffered nightmares and night terrors for years prior to this and for years after. I say this because I know what they feel like and when the paralysis begins. I was about 15 at the time that this occurred, maybe younger. One night, I woke up out of the blue around 2 a.m. I was so wide awake, it was as if I never fell asleep. I lied in my bed for a while, furious, because I had to wake up early for school, and I was not feeling tired at all. I suddenly felt tingling, like touching those electric ball things spread across my body. This is usually the first sign of sleep paralysis for me,
and I bolted upright to keep it from occurring, pinching myself as I did so. There was a thin wall between my brother's room and my room. From that wall came a young female voice, no older than 8 years old, asking, "Cousin, cousin, are you there?" Immediate terror, let me tell you. I dove under my covers, because we all know blankets save us from everything, and listened. Another voice, younger sounding and female also, was practically shouting, "Cousin, cousin." I started to rationalize that my brother must have left his TV on. He always had the damn thing turned up loud, and the TV was right against the wall. The original voice responded to the younger one, saying, "I don't think cousin is here," and it sounded pretty sad about it. As I am shaking with fear and damn near pissing myself, a third voice pops up. This one sounds even younger, like a 4-year-old trying to sound older as she shushed her friends. "Shh, the one on the bottom is awake." That was the last straw for me. All 3 voices started giggling from the fucking wall. I shared the bedroom with my little sister, and she slept on the top of the bunk bed. I was on the bottom, and they knew I was awake. The laughing stopped eventually, and it seemed like hours went by. I had gone through every rationalization before finally telling myself it just had to be the TV. I rolled over and uncovered my head, though I kept the blanket close. There was no sleeping. I felt like I drank a shit ton of coffee all at once, and I kept expecting to hear something else. I finally got my eyes to close when I felt that weird tingling on my shoulder. My eyes were instantly open, but I did not see anything. It just felt like there was something kneeling next to my bed. A little voice whispered inches from my ear, "Don't worry, we won't hurt you." I was not tired at all prior to this, but I found myself falling asleep. It was the last thing I remember hearing before, bam, it was morning. Fucking freaks me out to this day, and I have no explanation for it. I worked for the US Census Bureau. When I reached a certain apartment, a raspy voice answered from the other side. He opened the door. The lights were off. He sat me down for the survey interview, and only then did I realize this man was wearing a white t-shirt and boxer briefs. He began telling me about his life and how problematic it was, and began to talk about experiences with heroin and meth. I kept quiet, listening closely. He soon threatened my life. He then did it again, maybe a few more times before he forgot who he was talking to. I tried to leave after 25 minutes. He blocks the door. This man is 65 years old, but has the eyes of 100, decrepit and dead. He finally suggests that we finish the interview. After talking about his taxes for a while, we get to the final question, the phone number. He tells me a 6-digit number 3 times, all of which contained 666 in there somewhere. When that did not work, he said, "Hold on, I'll go get it from my fridge." He walked down the hallway that contained a closet that he had mentioned had a gun in it. I stood up, shouted, "I'm going to get Taco Bell," through his apartment, and left. I sprinted to my car. Good fun. I've got an OC in a wood story. It still creeps me out till this day. Picture me, 13-year-old Anon back in the day. Lives in Birmingham, UK, very rural city. Goes on trip to visit random distant relatives who live near a farm in Herefordshire. Who the fuck is Great Aunt Rose? All they had is one TV with 5 channels and no internet or mobile connection. Their house literally faces a field full of goats and trees. Get bored at evening and go out to play some football with my 2 younger brothers. Actual football, not shitty American football. Begins to get near summertime sunset, but it's okay as my mom and the others are chilling on front porch with drinks. Stupid youngest brother kicks ball fucking missions away into trees nearby. We elect him to go get the ball from the sheep farm. Said we would give him chocolate. Brother and myself are waiting for our youngest sibling to return with the ball. Instead, we hear him shout, "Fuck that." See him return, jogging slightly and looking scared. Says he had seen a stray goat and got scared. Leaves us to go get the ball while he goes back to Mom. I pick up a stick to defend myself while my middle bro decides to use a carrot he had as a wand. Obviously, we were not taking this seriously. Venture on into the trees by the field with my iPod flashlight as night slowly falls and see our fluorescent orange ball with the flash. We run towards it to get it and get the fuck out of there before we meet Randy fucking Goat. We get about 10 meters away from the ball when we heard some rustling nearby. Cliché as fuck. Use shitty flashlight to see what it is. See that it is the Randy Goat youngest had seen. Middle bro throws carrot in its direction. Seems to be no threat. Bro holds flashlight for me while I pick up the ball. Turn around to see tall figure where the goat was, about 20 to 30 meters away. Shit bricks. Stand there in silence and I pick up my stick while holding the ball in the other. Bro flashes light on it. Looks like a dude, at least 6'6", who is wearing the pelt of the goat, but no visible goat carcass nearby. Hear him go to say something. Sounds like he is a stroke victim, and says fuck this in the scariest way possible. Still has not turned around. Me and my bro sprint as fast as possible. Sprint through a front gate and hug our mom while crying. Tell her about crazy goat person. Puts us to bed, thinking we are exhausted. No sleep. Up all night when I realize whatever it was tried to mimic my youngest brother. Shit's bed. Never going to that place ever again. Laxta, mid-Sweden, September 13th, year unknown, probably sometime in the 1940s or 1950s. It was a late summer evening, and the time was around 9 a.m. 37-year-old farmer Anders Peterson from the rural community of Blacksta was on his way home after checking a fence on one of his remote pastures for his cows. Since it was late, he decided to take a shortcut through the forest. After walking for a while, he saw a shining light ahead of him between the trees. As he got closer, he saw that the light was coming from a glade, and, once there, he saw a sight he had never seen before. Anders described what he saw as a dome of some kind, or perhaps it was a large boulder resting on 3 pillars, which may also have been made of stone. A bright light was streaming from under the boulder, and all around him he heard strange sounds as if from some mysterious music. In front of the rock formation, he also saw some small, human-like googly-eyed creatures with large, pointed ears. Anders stopped in wonder, and then the creatures caught sight of him. One of them held a short staff in his hand, and he raised his arm and pointed at Anders with him. After this, he remembered nothing. When the memory came back again, he found himself in front of his house, and once inside, he looked at the kitchen clock, and it showed almost 5:30 in the morning. Where had all of these hours gone? Normally, it took about 20 minutes to walk home. Anders' wife had obviously been worried and had previously been out looking for him when he did not come home. She had found no trace of him. Anders also could not explain where he had been all night. I'm gonna preface this story by saying I have no reason to lie. Lying on 4chan has 0 benefits. What? Am I gonna look cool to strangers? Anywho, a bit of info. Saturday before last, I had the weekend to myself, so I decided to go fishing and camping with my dog at a state park in Texas near Houston. I got there Friday, and for the most part, nothing unusual happened, despite me genuinely hoping for some good spoops. This story takes place at about 6 p.m. Saturday and 3 a.m. Sunday. Loading a few logs into the fire pit, about to get dinner started. Then, from what looks like straight out of the woods, comes a guy. Dressed really business casual. Khakis, short sleeve button up, loafers. Kinda like how you'd imagine a doctor dresses on vacation. Kinda. Very plain guy. Think the typical picture of a man from the 50s. Busy weekend. Every campsite near me was occupied, so I did not find it too surprising that dude just popped up. What was weird though is that my dog, 19-week-old puppy, who is usually friendly as hell to every person, at worst, she will bark once or twice, all while wagging her tail. Not this time. Full on, teeth bared, ears back, hackles, the hairs on their back that stands up when they're angered, up, tail straight, defense mode. Guy does not pay her any attention. After a few seconds, I say, "Hey, buddy, can I do something for you? You should come with me." Chills go down my spine and I reply, sorry man, I was about to go meet up with someone. I wasn't, but I had to excuse out, without saying he creeped me the fuck out. Get in my car and back out. Check rear view. He is staring at me the whole time I am driving away. Come back about a few minutes later, after buying some meat. Guy is gone, so I get started on dinner once again. Skip to about 3 AM the next morning. Could not sleep, so I went to get some night fishing done. Sit on a dock by a boat ramp facing the water, and my dog starts growling. It's that guy. Man is standing at the top of the boat ramp. Reach for the knife I brought with me. Hey, how's it going, man? A few quiet seconds pass. He says, "Come with me," calls me by my name. "You will be happier where I am." I jump up and prepare to book it when he just starts calmly walking down the boat ramp. Hits the water and does not break his stride. He just walks straight into the lake like it was the sidewalk. Once his head disappears from sight, I start freaking out. I call park security and tell them I just saw a man walk straight into the water. Stay calm and return to your campsite immediately. Fuck that. Hide behind a tree and watch. Just one camp patrol guard shows up. Walks back and forth in front of the boat ramp, mumbling, then gets back on his golf cart after about 20 minutes of this. Decide that I have had enough, packed up the car and went home at 5 in the morning. Be me. Last February. Shopping at Smith's on Central and Coors. Hear loud bang. Sounded like when a textbook does a belly flop on tile, but super loud. Feel the ground shake for a second or two. People rush to the front of the store to see what happened, talking with the other shoppers. One lady claimed the building was struck by lightning. We all go back to shopping after a while. A few more minutes pass before the intercom turns on. All Smith's employees, please evacuate immediately. Everyone looks confused. All Smith's customers and employees, please evacuate the store immediately. Rush out the door, leaving groceries in the basket behind. Police and fire show up as we leave. Get home and turn on news. Nothing. Few days later, find out it was a suicide bombing behind the store. Only bomber was killed. Witnesses saw him at the gas station. That face when I almost died in a terrorist attack. Not paranormal, but still a strange happening. Be May, 19. Just this last winter in the country in rural Wisconsin. Sleep in basement at parents' house. Go to college on winter break. Hear slap on window right next to my bed. Wide the fuck awake now. Listening for anything. Nothing. 5 or so minutes pass. Then the sliding glass window has the same crack, like it got smacked. Nope. For the next 30 minutes, all the windows in the back side of the house get smacked. The guest room, the sliding door to my parents' room upstairs, we have a deck, as well as the living room and Four Seasons room. Window by me gets slapped again, huddled in the adjacent corner as far out of sight as I can. Then just alternates from tapping to scratching on my window. Nope, nope, nope. Tell parents next day. They say it was just the windows, that they make that cracking noise due to bitter cold, and laugh it off. Stupid idiots. I'd heard the sound during the day too. It gets fucking frigid here in Wisconsin. 2 hours later, Dad tells me to come out and help shovel snow. Fresh snow, no biggie. Get dressed up and head out. Dad must have gone down already. Only one set of prints heading up from behind house to road. What? Come to think of it, there were footprints up by the garage and sidewalk to the front door. Get down there and see a fuck ton of boot prints in the snow on the patio, on the deck, the stairs up to it, and all around the outside of the house. Hands and fingers smudged all over the window. Dad says not to tell anyone. Trail the prints back up our road. Fucker walked down one side of the road to our place, which is one of the last houses on our lane, half a mile walk, and back up on the other side. Get to the top of our lane. Tracks disappear. Whoever it was got picked up, or the prints are gone due to the plows. Sleep with Bowie knife under my pillow ever since. Whoever it was never stopped at any of the houses up to ours, just went right for ours. Fuck that shit X. I worked at a Boy Scout summer camp a few months back, and I had what I would call the point in my life where I decided I am not cut out for experiencing spooky things. Be first year staff. The camp is right in the heart of a Native American sacred area. The resident tribe actually blessed the camp when it was first opened. Learning all about camp traditions and different ghost stories they have in the area. One strikes me as more interesting than the others. Shadowy figures called Dark Watchers that watch you from a distance and disappear when you notice them or stare you down. Became decent friends with many of the other veteran staff members. Asked them to tell me more stories about the Dark Watchers. A surprising amount of them have personal experiences. Probably at least 80% of the second year plus staff have experienced it. Stories of waking up in their tents to see an 8-foot tall shadow standing over them, staring them down. Stories of shadows and footsteps being noticed outside of tents when people are camping alone. One story of a guy who came out of one of the shower houses only to be confronted by 3 of them just staring at him from above the stall. Being a spoopy addict and loving the nature of ghost stories, I get excited about all of these stories. Secretly hope that I get to experience it as well, so that I have my own accounts of them, rather than just telling stories. Quick note to set up the rest of the events. One of the merit badges I was teaching required the kids to do an overnight camp out in a shelter that they built themselves. So every week, I would take the new class out to the edges of the camp and tell them to construct their shelter before going to sleep. After a few weeks of this, I got pretty used to that campsite and started to memorize its layout. Go for almost a month without a single incident. I periodically ask other staff about the stories and some of the other legends. Gathered enough stories to fill an entire thread. Gets to the last 2 days that I am at that camp before the season is over. Take the last group out to the campsite, nothing special. Rest of the night goes without incident until I wake up around 4 a.m. to go to the bathroom. I go a little ways down the path where I know where none of the scouts have built their shelter, so I don't accidentally piss all over them. Go about doing my business when suddenly I feel like my heart is sinking farther and farther into my body. It feels like every single tree in the forest is watching me, judging. What were just trees during the whole month suddenly feel like pairs of eyes staring down at me. I have been out there enough to know that this is not what it normally feels like. I finish up and start taking the trail back, only to notice that some of the trees near the clearing look odd. Normally, there are some small, barren trees that are just branches attached to a trunk all around the clearing. I am looking at them when I notice that I cannot see past them in the moonlight. It is as if there were shadows of leaves on the trees blocking my vision, making it impossible to see past the trees. I know for a fact that all of the leaves have fallen off of the trees in the area. Get closer to one of the trees because it is near where I have my shelter set up. A massive shadow suddenly breaks out from behind the tree and takes a few steps before disappearing. The after image of a man in the middle of a running motion is burned in my mind when suddenly the other trees start to behave similarly. It feels like every tree is hiding something behind it, and whether it is or not, I really start to panic. Little bitch mode .exe kicks into gear. crawl into my shelter, and toss my sleeping bag over my head, and pretend that I don't feel like the forest is watching me. The feeling keeps getting worse and worse before I start to finally hear footsteps. Not normal footsteps with a rhythm or pacing. Sounds like someone is just stomping into the dead leaves and branches in a way that would make noise, but not be overly obvious. The pacing is what really got to me. It did not feel like they were footsteps at first. It would sound like a solitary stomp, then silence for 5 or 6 seconds before another strike. They keep getting closer and closer. It feels how I imagine a stray cat feels when it knows someone is there, but they are inching closer and closer, trying to get close enough to pet it or something. It finally reaches a few yards behind my head when it comes to a stop. I'm laying on my back in the dirt, locked in place, wanting to breathe a sigh of relief, but that anxious feeling has not gone away yet. The footsteps come back, but they are very far away, and they are coming from the opposite side that they were. They sound like they are circling my position when I start to hear more and more steps coming in and leaving. They keep getting closer and closer before disappearing completely and starting up somewhere else. This goes on for about 30 minutes. The entire time I am paralyzed with fear. At its peak, I counted about 5 sources of the sound before the adrenaline finally got to me. Uninstalling little bitch mode.exe. I snap up off the ground, and I take the sleeping bag off of me and start to look around the dark of the night. Dead silent. No footsteps. No bugs making noise. No wind. Heck, I don't even know if I could hear my own breathing. I stay sitting up like this, surveying the area for about 5 minutes before laying back down, hesitantly. Bucking starts up again at full force. The trees hate me again, and I feel the pit of my stomach turning inside out. Reinstall little bitch mode.exe. Stay awake for another hour or so before it dies out and I get some sleep. The paranoia hit me pretty hard early on that morning, but as I started to wake up more, I felt more and more rational. Anyways, drum rock gets its name from the low percussive sounds that emanate from a massive rock set near a large stone wall that oversees it. People who camp in the area will start to hear what sounds like a Native American high drum being hit in a slow, steady rhythm. One of the stories that one of the veterans told me was about a camp out he went on with his girlfriend and some of his friends. In the middle of the night, they all woke up at the same time with that anxious feeling I was talking about earlier. They were camping near a stream that time, but they did not hear the stream running at all the entire time they had that feeling of unease. They started to hear this hollow beat that shook them coming from the rock. It went on for a while before the drumming started growing in pitch and frequency. Almost all at once, the drumming started to reach a crescendo and the stagnant air around them changed. The winds started to blow once in each direction, north, west, east, south, before dying out completely. After that, the sounds of the stream came back and a gentle passing air returned. The next morning, they were talking about it, and one of them had asked if they had had any weird dreams. Every single one of them had dreamed that there was a bonfire raging, and hundreds of shadowy figures were dancing around it, chanting, while the heat of the fire made them sweat. Another instance with drum rock actually occurred while I was working at the camp. I had went home for the weekend because I needed to get some laundry done, but a bunch of the other staff had chosen to stay and do an overnight trip to Fox Camp. When I had got back to camp, they seemed really shook up and did not seem like they had gotten much sleep. It turns out, one of them had stopped breathing in their sleep and started gasping and choking in the middle of the night. They woke him up and asked him what was wrong, and all he could recall is that he was having a dream that a dark figure was standing over him, choking him. Everyone kinda got the feeling that something was wrong and went to sleep feeling uneasy, except for one guy who stayed up all night to tend to the fire. When asked about it, he said that he could not try to sleep without hearing whispers. They had to pack up early and get back to camp by morning because a new group of scouts were coming in. The guy who was choking the night before was still asleep when everyone started packing up, but he was tossing and turning and speaking frantically about nothing. They said it sounded like he was arguing in his sleep, but it was just gibberish coming out. When they went to douse the fire, he started screaming no in his sleep before waking up. After everyone comforted him and asked what that was about, he said he could not remember, but he felt strongly about the fire staying up for a little longer. They agreed to let the fire burn a little longer before he finally said that he felt better. After fully packing up, they started to make their way back to the main camp when the drumming started up, kinda dully, like it was in the distance, just saying its goodbyes. After they finished telling me that, I had to admit that I was a little jealous. All I did that weekend was laundry. My story about my overnight campout happened later that week. Probably my last post before I go to sleep. Most of the stories that I was told about at camp related to personal experiences with the Dark Watchers and Drum Rock, but there was one in particular that I feel could stand on its own as a horror story or creepypasta without all of the background knowledge. Put frankly, there were many things that the staff were told that we were not allowed to tell the scouts because it would frighten them. The Dark Watchers, Drum Rock, the Kabuki Man, etc. However, one stood aside from the other stories, as it never felt like a spooky story at first. You always had to ask one of the staff members who knew it multiple times because most did not want to think about it. One of the rules we had for going on hikes or overnight campouts outside of the main camp was one that seemed kinda odd at first. Do not leave your camera in an accessible location in your bag. When I was told about this rule, I started asking about it, and it wasn't until the last week that I was there that there was enough free time for the staff member to actually tell me the story behind it. There was a woman who had went out hiking alone in the wilderness surrounding the area. She kept her GPS, flare gun, and camera near her at all times because she knew the dangers of hiking alone in bare and mountain lion country. Anyways, she had been planning a 5-day hike that would take her across many of the scenic landmarks that were near the area. Overall, she had a good time and ran into no trouble throughout the entire trip. Whenever night rolled around, she would set up her tent and go to sleep. The whole trip was considered a success, and she immediately went to a shop to get her disposable camera's photos developed. Looking over her photos, she started to notice that there were pictures taken during the times that were in between the time she went to sleep and woke up. Multiple photos were taken outside of her tent, her campground, local wildlife at night, pictures of her tent zipper open, and worst of all, pictures of her sleeping. I figured it was an actual spooky story made up to scare hikers and campers, but the amount of seriousness and unease the staff member had really worried me. I got to know the guy over that month, and he was not one to joke around. He was an older gentleman with a big old mountain beard. He even showed me some pictures that he insists he never, ever took with his camera. They weren't anything major or creepy like pictures of him sleeping, just pictures of the ground at night with the flash going off, pictures of the trees but upside down or tilted. The whole thing pretty much guaranteed that I would never bring a camera to that camp so long as I live. Be me, 11 years old at the time, Thanksgiving night, outside on a shitty brick porch, live in Arizona, watching stars and shit while family is arguing. All of a sudden, without any warning, entire fucking sky lights up, like it is bright white, biblical shit. White light touching literally everything for about 2 seconds. Light fades, and I can vaguely remember hearing car alarms going off. Wake up as my dad is dragging me inside. Nose is bleeding, and my mouth is completely dry. Anon, what the fuck happened? Why were you outside? Tell them about the light. No one saw it, and no one believed me. Thought it was a shooting star for like 3 years. I still have no explanation for what happened that night. I think God gave me brain damage. So, my girlfriend has a younger sister who has cerebral palsy and autism, and although she is very smart, She can't really support herself fully and will probably need help and guidance for the rest of her life, which is perfectly okay. She is basically our adopted daughter. My girlfriend taught her sister how to walk and talk and basically everything that she knows. One day though, my girlfriend told me how there was 3 instances in her life where her sister basically broke character and told her how she was stuck and could not get out, and that she was trapped and needed help desperately. Her sister talks in a very specific, kiddish, and cutesy way. She is very innocent, and to this day, at 19 years old, talks to her stuffed animals like as if they were real. During the 3 times where she broke character, my girlfriend told me her sister spoke in a certain desperate and adult tone and made a face like she was scared for her life, and literally the next second, her face would change and she would go back to the way she was before. And my girlfriend told me it would be like her sister did not remember what just happened moments before. To this day, it scares her and makes her wonder what if her sister is trapped in a childlike state and sometimes has moments of clarity. I'm not sure, but when she told me, I could tell it was serious, and she has never brought it up ever since because of just how much it creeps her out. Sometimes, I get worried that one day, she might break character and only I will be around and I won't know what to do. She is very sweet and we love her just the way she is, but it creeps me out to think, what if her mind was being held hostage by another? Have anybody else had any similar experiences? This isn't really that spooky, I guess, but I had a pretty weird feeling here, and it was very unsettling. Be me, 17, riding ATVs in southern West Virginia with my grandpa and his neighbor, riding from miles down this road into the middle of fucking nowhere. We are now a solid hour-and-a-half drive from any stores or anything you could even almost call civilization. Have not passed any houses or anything for like 30 to 40 minutes. Not really a road anymore, just a path in the woods that you could not even fit a car down. Notice barbed wire lining the edge of the path. We come to a clearing in the trees, and in this small opening, there is a 10 by 10 camper that looks like it has been there for decades, and barbed wire around the whole property. We keep going. That is not why we're here. After another 2 to 3 miles, we start going uphill to the top of a mountain. All of a sudden, I notice graves lining the road and we stop. My grandpa explains that 75 years ago, there was a town out here that was abandoned after a mine collapse. All of the graves are from the late 1800s to the 1910s. Most of them are caved in because they just used wooden boxes for coffins. Several were too close to the edge of the cliff, and the coffins had fallen out because of the side of the cliff eroding. Look down. 4 to 5 smashed coffins with no signs of bones or human remains anywhere around them. It turns out there are actually a bunch of these random creepy cemeteries in the woods by my grandpa's house. It's always really creepy when you stumble onto one while riding. I was just reading through these and had a memory. Need to soundboard this to make sure if it is actually something odd or not. Be me, on a study abroad last semester in post-Soviet country. I don't want to be too specific, but the main language is not Russian. Got super drunk with some of my classmates at some club in the old town of the city. My phone is dead, so the classmate I'm with calls a ride and has my stop, or what I told him my stop was, turned out to just be in the general area, put in after his. Driver takes us to his stop fine. Now I am there in the car by myself, pissed drunk at 3 a.m. Guy pulls up to some random spot in the outskirts / residential part of the city. It was probably like 0.5 miles from where I lived. I just was not familiar with the area. Too stupid to ask him to try and go somewhere else. Think I can find my way on my own. Walk around for maybe 20 minutes. Absolutely no one in the streets. I mean no one. No cars, no people. Absolutely dead. I come to the realization that I am kind of genuinely fucked if I can't find my way home. I don't speak the native language well, and my Russian is not great. Keep walking around, walking. Eventually, I run across this little old lady in what I remember to be like a black sort of robe type of dress. Not weird, just your regular babushka shit. She, for whatever reason, is just walking around the completely dead city at 3:30 to 4 a.m. I go up to her and ask her if she knows where my street is. I am still blasted, so I have no idea how my broken Russian plus slurred speech was understood. I think she knew where it was, but it was too far away. In fact, thinking about it now, I don't know how I conducted a conversation with this lady, because 100% I could not at the time hold a conversation in Russian, much less in a situation like this. She ends up walking me around and helps me hail this cab that comes by. Only car I've seen on the road after my own cab dropped me off. Anyways, the cab takes me home and I slip him some money. Puke my guts out in the bathroom. Anyway, all's well that ends well. But my question is, how did this situation end up so fortuitously? Was that little lady some sort of protector or what? Or was she just some crazy babushka walking around at 3 a.m? Thanks for reading, Anons. I have a story. It is true too. So, it is 1998, and I am a young Irish teenager. My mom has been dating some new guy for a few months now. Let's call him Paul. Paul is a pretty bro guy. He lets me drink and smoke when my mom is not around, and he has a very similar style of humor to mine, so we naturally bond and become fast friends. But something is off about Paul. He has a suspect lifestyle. He comes and goes at all hours. There is always whispered conversations on the phone, and he always has stacks of cold, hard cash. In fact, in my mother's room, under her mattress, is fucking full of cash. I had never seen so much physical cash before, or since then. I initially jumped to the obvious conclusion that anyone would. Drugs. But Paul hates junkies, has no time for them, so I instantly begin to seriously doubt he would push drugs. I try to forget about it for a while, but as the weeks go by and the pattern continues, it just eats away at me. I have to ask him. I have to ask Paul what is going on. And being a teenager full of stupid ideas that I mistake for bravery, I do just that. Where is all this money coming from? Where do you vanish for days at a time? What is going on? That is the essential stuff that I put to him, and he initially brushes my question aside, tries to avoid it. I keep mocking and prodding at him, saying stuff like he's probably mugging old ladies or he's some baller pimp. He is laughing, but I can see he is frustrated at my mocking, and indeed, it is not long at all before I break him down. Okay, kid, I will tell you what's going on, but you can never say it to anyone, not even your mother. I agree to the terms. I can tell it's something huge by the tone of his voice. I occasionally work for a branch of the IRA. I'm a gun runner. Someone brings the guns into a dock by boat. I drive them from the docks up past the border into the north. He did not expect my reaction. I laughed. I laughed because I was so sure he just spun a story to stop me asking questions. I even told him he was full of shit. Then he snapped back at me. You think I'm fucking messing around, kid? I am going to give you some advice right here, and you will see how serious I am. Don't take holiday up to the north for a week, and certainly don't travel to Tyrone. He stops after that and just walks off. He was clearly annoyed at me, but surely what he was saying could not be true. I refused to believe what he told me. That Saturday in Omagh, Tyrone, a bomb goes off, killing 29 people, including a pregnant woman. It is to be remembered as the worst terrorist attack in the Trouble's history. I remember feeling sick to my stomach. I remember feeling as if I condemned them to their fate. Maybe if I said something to someone, Maybe I could have stopped it. Maybe I could have saved even one person. But I didn't. Me and Paul did not speak much after that. I could never quite look him in the eye. I wasn't scared of him. I was sickened by him. Luckily, it did not last between my mom and Paul. Be me, a junkie. There is this heroin/coke dealer who has this little crew and is always throwing cash around, doing dumb shit. One day over there, buying my shit for the day, announced they are all going camping. They love to do impulsive, random shit. Begged to go with them. I love camping, especially with crazy, cool people such as these folks. Leave Minneapolis to the wilderness outside Duluth. Group of 7 people. Setting up camp. Disorganized as fuck. One couple already fucking in their tent, lol. With all the chaos and getting high, events were not clear until trying to remember later. 2 dudes go to get firewood and make sure nobody else is around to see us using needles and call the cops. Nobody really takes notes or cares to remember that they leave. 30 minutes later, one guy comes back. Where is the other one? I don't know. I went for wood. He went to make sure we were safe to get high. Whatever. He is probably just nodding off somewhere. 2 goddamn hours later, other guy strolls into camp, looking very not high. Where were you? Oh, looking at birds. Lol, what the fuck? What junkie likes bird watching? Nighttime comes around. Dude who came back later acting strange, seems generally confused by our weird activities. Looks almost pissed confused. Junkies be acting strange, always, whatever. Been almost 9 hours since we arrived. People getting dope sick, withdrawal, time to get stoned. Dope is passed around. Everyone desperately starts cooking up. Between cooking and strapping up, I notice the guy just smelling the chunk of dope, looking like he can't handle the smell. What the fuck again? Everyone is done shooting up. The guy is still sniffing the chunk. By now, everyone notices. He cautiously licks the dope. His incredibly strong taste and smell of uber vinegar makes this horrible animal gagging/hacking sound. The fuck? The main dealer guy offers to cook and prepare shot for him. Guy cautiously accepts. Shoots him up. Note, your average junkie does enough dope in one shot to kill King Kong and his whole family. Tolerance is a bitch. Guy's whole body starts to shake. The fuck? That guy was known to be King Tolerance. His eyes are popping out. Everyone's still staring with dopey glazed eyes. He makes this strange, panicked, choking breathing sound, like there's a really wet towel in his mouth and throat. Blood literally pops out of his nose, incredibly dark colored. Horrible, horrible stench permeates the camp. Holy shit. Falls over backwards. Panic ensues. Dude, you gave him too much. Fuck. Main guy goes to help him up. Can't. Stench increases to the point where the rest of us are gagging and or puking. Hear distant scream from forest. Amid the panic, I think nobody else notices. Hear other screams join in. Everywhere. What the fuck? The panic levels cannot be contained. Junkies screaming inside the camp too. Screeching outside camp grows and grows. Ears are ringing. Stench is clogging my lungs. I can't take it. Overwhelming smell and high-pitched ringing. Too much to handle. Blackout. Awake in morning. Look around. Very shaky. Can smell hints of stench from last night. Nobody to be seen. Except that fucking guy. The goddamn guy. Boot sticking up from the log he fell off of. Walk over slowly. Looks like he's been dead for weeks. Skin is tight over his face. White and blue. Eyes sunken. Looks like he lost 80 pounds before dying. Blood covering him. I don't know from where. Withdrawing and losing my mind. Steal the main dealer's car. Go home. And never speak of it again. Never heard a word from or about any of those other people again. Except for one girl, who got put in a psych ward I heard. Never visited her. Damn. Skinwalker couldn't handle all that, I guess. Be me. 22 years old. Land a job at a gas station in bumfuck nowhere woods. Perfect. First few nights are chill, just me and the internet. One night, things start to get weird. Past midnight, start hearing these odd noises outside, like scratching and shuffling. Probably just a raccoon. Check the security cameras. See something moving at the edge of the light, but can't make it out. Decide to be brave, aka stupid, and investigate. Grab a flashlight and the baseball bat I brought with me. Step outside. The air feels heavy. Flashlight flickers, because of course it does. Hear a whisper. Almost sounded like someone calling my name. Anon. Nope the fuck out of there. Go back inside. Lock the door. Look at the cameras again. See a figure pacing outside. It's just an old guy. He stops, looks straight at the camera. I swear, it fucking smiles at me. The power flickers and screen goes black. Sitting there in the dark, only sound is me breathing. I hear laughter from whatever that thing is outside. Power comes back on, thank fuck. Check the monitors again. He is gone, but I swear, I can still feel it out there. Spend the next 2 hours with my back to the wall, bat in hand, jumping at every sound. Calm down. It's just tonight. I will quit tomorrow. We can handle this. Flash forward a few hours to around 2 a.m. Decide to make a round inside, just to check if everything is locked tight. As I pass by the snack aisle, hear a soft thud inside back room. Heart drops to my ass. Open the door. Find nothing. Just boxes and the usual junk. About to turn and start walking back. Then I hear it. A faint whisper coming from the vent. Anon. Sounded like the same voice from outside. Nope. Slam the door, and I dash back to the counter. Try to distract myself by listening to YouTube videos to stay calm. The lights start flickering. Flicker, flicker gone. Complete darkness. Only light is from my phone screen. Hear scratching coming from the front door. Slowly lift my head, and wish I hadn't. There he is, the old man, with his face pressed against the glass, grinning with too many teeth. In the dark, his eyes looked like pitch black voids. His skin was pale and stretched tight, dry. It taps on the glass, like it's inviting me to come outside. I am frozen with fear. Can't move, can't scream, can only watch as it draws a crooked finger across the glass. Let me in, Anon. I grab my bat, get ready to swing if it breaks in. The power surges back. Old man / creature thing is gone, just vanished. Fast forward another few hours. It's like 4:30 a.m. now. Dawn is approaching, but every single minute drags on. Start hearing a noise from the roof, like something is crawling, scraping sound from above. Then, a new sound, a low growl from right outside the back door. It is circling me like a predator. I grip the bat tighter. Sweat starts pouring down my forehead. Then growling stops. I hear nothing for a few minutes, replaced by a soft, cooing, sing-songy voice. It's mimicking an old woman's voice now, calling me to come out. Please come out, Anon. I need your help. I know it's not an old woman. Shaking my head and covering my ears. Then, silence, too silent. Suddenly, a loud crash against the back door. I jump, almost scream, but my jaw tension clamps my mouth shut. The banging continues, like it's desperately trying to get in. I can't take it anymore. I scream back, "Fuck off, I'm not letting you in." The banging stops abruptly. Peek through the blinds. The first light of dawn is breaking. Thank fucking God. Sweet sense of relief finally, but I keep my guard up. As the sun rises, the feeling of being watched fades. Morning shift guy arrives. Drive back home. Immediately, email my resignation, effective as of that day. Hire call girl for an afternoon some time ago. Treat her nicely / decently during the time we spent together. Apparently, she was so used to being treated like shit for being a prostitute that my polite / quiet / non-judging, if a bit weird to some, because I know that I am not a very expressive person, demeanor, even for the relatively small amount of time we spent together, shines as brightly as the sun. Afternoon is over, pay her dues, drop her off downtown, get on with my life. After 2 days, she contacts me through WhatsApp. Later that same day, she adds me on Facebook. We talk a lot over the next week, never about sex. She is quite a decent conversationalist. Stop thinking with my dick and realize she not only found out my real phone number, I have 2 phones, each one with a SIM card. The cheap, shitty one is used for shenanigans, the other for family and work/study. I don't want my niece asking to play on my phone and stumbling upon photos/conversations with call girls, but also she found out my real name. Get more reticent when conversing with her. She apparently notices this, and her next step is to show up at my workplace and start conversations under the guise of doing research for college essays. I work at a government organization, responsible equivalent of the US Census Bureau in my country, so I am basically ordered by law to give in and talk to her as long as the talk remains in the professional realm. Colleagues notice her weekly, nearly daily presence and joke about my girlfriend when she leaves. After a while, things get even weirder. I swear, she found out where I live. Never had hard evidence, but sometimes I would arrive home to a very faint smell of perfume hanging in the air, or things seemingly out of place. That Saturday, call her and ask to meet her in a bar for lunch, near where I first dropped her off downtown. Spend another afternoon with her, setting things straight. 3 hours of exasperation, tears, mild yelling, and drink/snacks to keep the barkeeper from kicking us out. Things are resolved. She basically admits to stalking me for not being a rude, crass, rough piece of shit. I mean, why thank you. Gets quiet when I mention perceived disturbances in my house, which I interpret as an admission of guilt. Drop her off at home, go to mine. She still showed up to my work unexpectedly a couple of times, but that was dealt with quickly. Still keep in contact with her after all of that. She is a decent person on her own and quite fun to talk with. The downside is that, well, no more professional services from her. TLDR, Anon gets briefly stalked by a prostitute. I've got a weird one, but no good personal stories about it, or nothing worth green texting. But in case anyone finds it interesting, I will do a QRD. Grew up in a small country town. Cousins and grandparents all lived in the same town too. Grandparents' house had one room that we all knew was haunted. Any time you spent the night there, you would wake up feeling like a cold hand was touching you. Happened to me a couple of times. After the second time, I refused to sleep there anymore. Same with my cousins. They all claim the same thing happened to them. All of us agreed it felt like a cold hand with long fingers. Weird coincidence. My grandparents both died in that room. Grandpa had a heart attack in there one day. Grandma died in her sleep in there. Nobody is sure why she was sleeping in that room instead of her own, but that is where my parents found her. After Grandma died, we held a wake in the house. A few of us spent the night, and cousins and I decided to sleep in the haunted room together that night. To be honest, I have no idea why we did that, lol. None of us felt the cold hand, except one older cousin who said he felt it touching his arm. He has had pains in the arm ever since then. That's pretty much it. We sold that house after my grandma died. I moved away. Not sure if the owners have had anything happen to them. I got a story too. I was 7 or 8 years old, and me and my family were staying for the holidays in a little holiday village. The village was in south of Germany, near a very small town. We spent almost every summer there, often with other families. It was a nice little place with little wooden cabins and bigger houses for bigger families. It had a playground, a hall for feasts, a little poolside and such. Also, it was in the woods. If you left this village at one side, you came across a canyon in the woods. It was a long descent, and loose rocks were all in your way. My friend Andy, of the same age, and I went down there a lot. The canyon stopped with walls on each side and a collapsed cave in front of you. We tried to enter the cave, but the more stones we loosened, the more came rushing after them. We found some cool bones down there, and little kids we were, We fantasized we found parts of a dinosaur skeleton. Then, one day, we wanted to investigate further and brought a shovel and a pickaxe to clear the rubble out of the cave's entry. I remember it was a Sunday because we snuck away from the church that morning. So, we left the village to the woods to find the opening of that canyon. When we were halfway down, I stopped for some reason and turned around. Behind me, I saw the figure of a man with long hair, and he was somehow shining. Also, the sun shone through the woods behind him, but I remember that he seemed to glow so bright that I could not see his face or his clothes. Just remember he had long hair. He reached out a hand to me and shook his head. I turned to tell Andy, and as we turned around again, the man was gone. He did not believe me what I saw. I told him we should not go down there. I just had that feeling. He would not listen and went on by himself, saying I was a coward. I did not go after him, but left the shovel on the ground and ran to the church to tell my parents. I did, and showed them and his parents the way to the canyon. We got down there, and when we came to the bottom, no one was there. Just the pickaxe he brought stuck in the rubble. So, Andy was gone, and he was nowhere to be found. There was a whole police search, and the volunteer fire department had the cave opened up. It was an entry to an old mine from probably 200 years ago. There was nothing to find, except for other collapsed side tunnels and some more bones. Andy never came back. Be me, camping at Colleton State Park in South Kakalaki in a basic tent. Left dog at home with roommate because it might be too hot during the day. Buddy is with me, and we do basic camping stuff, fires, food, and alcohol. Not an empty park at all. Plenty of people, though none within several hundred yards of our site. Nestled right against an embankment that drops 20 feet or so into swampy land, then a river. We call it a night and bed down. Eyes are heavy. It is unnaturally quiet for such a well-used park. Hear rustling to my right, which is where the embankment is. Fucking jolted awake, eyes wide, heart racing, adrenaline absolutely maxed. Why the fuck did I not bring the dog? Pay careful attention to the steps, and they are clearly bipedal. Rules out all animals in that part of the world. Very slow-paced steps, but very steady. Never felt the need to be so goddamn quiet in my life. I am controlling my breath to the point where I can't even hear it. Peeking out the mesh of the tent, but it is pitch black. Not a shred of moonlight or artificial light. Steps pause like fucking immediately perpendicular to my spot. Is this how I die? I have completely stopped breathing now for what feels like an eternity. Steps continue onwards with their slow pace. The kicker is my buddy did not hear shit because he is half deaf and was sleeping in the bed of his truck with all sorts of shit around him. Eventually, calm the fuck down and fall asleep. Next morning, we are both awakened to the sound of kids screaming down by the river. Rush down to see what is going on. At least one kid drowned in the river. Kid was dragged down below, and all of his friends seemed to be trying to find him. Cops show up, find a body downstream. The head was missing. I don't want to believe it's true, because, quite frankly, it is terrifying, but I need someone to either debunk this or relate to this. My great-grandmother died about 12 years ago. The family is convinced it was spontaneous human combustion. She basically fit all of the criteria from my online research, but I still do not want to believe that this can happen. Yes, she was an alcoholic. Yes, she smoked cigarettes. She's female, and apparently that places her at higher risk of this. She was 84 years old at the time, but was completely lucid. Despite years of drinking and smoking, you would still think she may be in her early 70s. She was mobile, did not have any pre-existing medical conditions, never diagnosed with COPD from smoking or alcoholism, but these may have some impact. We checked on her often, never confused. She remembered things that we didn't actually. Don't forget, it's Billy's birthday tomorrow, give him a call, for example. So, To sum it up, she was as aware as ever, great memory, short and long term, mobile, and fell under the category BMI perfectly. She had a specific bedtime and routine, woke up at the same time every day, made coffee, etc. I always thought to myself that she must have fallen asleep with a cigarette in her hand, or drank too much on a particular evening, or something, anything, had gone differently than her normal routine. But her neighbor across from her said that she had spoke to her around 8 p.m, face to face, and that my great-grandmother had on her robe, nightly routine, lights turned down low, and was not smoking a cigarette or anything. She was getting ready to go to bed. So, when they found her on her bed, in the most mysterious of ways, charred, we were all confused. I still am. I don't know what to believe. I've done so much research over the past 12 years. I keep researching occasionally, and something new will come up, but it does not nearly debunk what happened. I see things about women being alcoholics who smoke being at high risk, assuming it's true, especially those with COPD or on oxygen. Yikes, that is a disaster waiting to happen if you were smoking near your O2. So I assumed that possibly her nighttime routine had changed for whatever reason, and she had a smoke in bed. She never smoked in bed, and fell asleep with it. More details on her findings. She was completely charred and burned to the point of only bones on her upper torso, but both legs still had her nighttime socks on. Her slippers were undamaged at the foot of the bed, where she would religiously take them off every night, and then slip right into them in the morning by walking to the foot of the bed. However, the upper half of her body was completely destroyed, bed and all. Her bed frame was wrought iron, which has a melting point of approximately 2700 to 2900 degrees Fahrenheit, if my research is correct, and was malformed and warped. The wall at the head of the bed had extensive burn damage. Her skull was the only thing left at the top of the bed, while her lower legs remained intact, and even the socks. I did not, and still don't understand, and neither does anyone else apparently. I've been trying to piece it together, but my great-grandmother never smoked in her bedroom. She only had one ashtray, as I was aware, and it was crystal and downstairs, where it remained when the home was entered. There were no signs of another ashtray. Of course, it could have been on a nightstand, or perhaps in her lap, or next to her, and was destroyed in the fire. Anyway, it's been on my mind for a while. I have had lots of paranormal experiences unrelated to this that I want to post about eventually, but this is something real that happened to her, our family, and we have yet to come to a conclusion. Probably never will. If there is anyone out there who has experienced something similar, I would really love to hear about your experience. If anyone out there has completely debunked spontaneous human combustion, I really need to hear it to find some sort of closure. If you completely believe that spontaneous human combustion is a real phenomena, I would love to hear from you too, rather than go off of the limited research and reports I've accessed online. Go to my dad's friends to watch his band play at a get-together. X's little bro tags along. The area where the band is playing is in a little country bumpkin town called Dalton. End up getting pretty plastered on rum and hanging out with X's bro and dad's friend's daughter, who are about the same age. Sitting in a car, singing along to rock music, and mention how I wish I could go spook hunting in a cemetery. The daughter says there is one right down the street, and we decided to go. Get to little cemetery in a clearing, and go hang out on one of those big crypt things. Sitting there, drunkenly bullshitting and smoking cigarettes. About an hour passes, and we suddenly hear what sounds like a woman screaming. Yet it was animalistic in the woods surrounding the cemetery. Nope the fuck out of there. Still don't know what it was. Definitely not a bobcat though. Does not sound the same. Happened in western KY.
I'm lucky to have found a community where people can talk about paranormal things without writing every single thing off as crazy. So, let me tell you my story. I was born and raised in Louisiana. I lived in a normal neighborhood in a normal house with normal parents. My uncle, on the other hand, lived deep in the bayou. I am talking the type of shit you see in movies, where there is a cabin on stilts with lamps hung outside in the middle of a fucking swamp. I did not even think they existed anymore when my parents took me over to my uncle's cabin for the first time. But here I was, right in front of it. I was about 8 years old at the time, and my uncle used to tell me stories about an old hag that lived deeper in the swamp. He told me stories about how she will come out every now and then to snatch people up who wandered too close to her territory and eat them. Now, my uncle was that special brand of asshole that liked to scare little kids half to death, so he would do things like this all the time. I was scared back then, but we took another trip out to see him when I was about 15. I had brought along my friend Tom, who needed a place to stay since his folks were abusive. Anyway, it was me, my mom, my dad, Tom, and my uncle. We would sit around this fire pit he had in his cabin where he used to tell me his scary stories, and he started back up telling us the story about the hag that he'd told me about when I was a kid. I remembered it and laughed to myself as my parents made comments like, "They're a bit old for that now, aren't they?" We spent our time there without incident until we were ready to leave, but me and Tom decided we wanted to stay over at my uncle's place for a little bit longer since we were having a blast over there. My parents begrudgingly agreed. There was a lot of crime going on under the heavy cover of the canopy of gnarled swamp trees, so my parents were naturally a little bit uneasy about it, but me and Tom stayed with my uncle despite my parents' protests. Tom seemed interested in my uncle's story about the hag, much more than I was, so he asked him if he knew anything else about the story. My uncle, to my surprise, had more to say on the matter. He began explaining that the hag could be found if you walked down an old path through the swamp, but you could only reach it by boat. Then Tom had this crazy idea. He asked my uncle if he could take us on that path. I remember looking at my uncle, thinking he was about to break the news to Tom about his story being bullshit that was meant to scare him. But to my surprise, he said, "Sure, we will go tonight." I looked between the both of them. My uncle was smiling. He obviously had something even more devious planned for poor Tom. If only he knew. It was about 6 o'clock at night when we started getting ready to get going on our bullshit witch hunt. My uncle gave us each a backpack and loaded us up with survival gear. I had some reservations about camping out in the swamp, but my uncle was a crazy motherfucker. Once we were ready, my uncle grabbed his gun and we headed out. He got us into his boat and off we went. He guided the motor at the back of the boat while I sat next to him, Tom sitting near the middle of the boat, looking around at the surroundings that were dimly lit by a lamp on the front of the boat. I looked to my uncle and asked the inevitable questions. What did he have planned for Tom? Why was he going so far with the joke this time? My uncle just laughed and said, "You're gonna laugh your ass off. I am going to switch to shorter posts so as to break up the story into easier to swallow bites." We must have been boating for something like 10 minutes before we came to what looked like a dock. It was old and rickety, in much poorer condition than what I was used to. My uncle had picked one hell of a venue for all of this to go down at. At least, that is what I thought. We tied the boat to the dock and made our way onto a narrow path. Tom was excited. This must have appealed to some sort of fucked up sense of adventure in his twisted little head, but I was scared shitless, and I was not about to be the target of the most cruel practical joke on the planet. With Tom far enough ahead, I got to asking my uncle where he heard the story about the hag. It was way too detailed for him to have just made it up on the spot, to which he replied that he had heard it from an old babysitter that used to babysit him when he was a kid. He told me that there was a lot of history behind this part of the bayou, lots of murders and occult activity, but he was a relentless skeptic, so on we trudged down the increasingly narrow path. As we walked, I started getting uneasy. My uncle was too giddy with anticipation to focus on anything but naive Tom practically skipping like a little girl right in front of us, but I was all too focused on our surroundings. The trees in this part of the swamp just looked wrong. They were twisted in ways that seemed unnatural, even for swamp flora, like they were growing on an uneven surface which had far too many rocks underneath. Their branches spewed out from the trunks to hang over us, like the trees themselves were hiding the ground here from the sun's gaze. As we walked further and further, my uncle stopped, as though something was wrong. He had a confused look on his face. He turned to look off to the right, scratching his head. He was looking towards a tree. He called out to Tom, "Hold up a sec," and we waited there for just a few minutes, looking confused towards my uncle. Save for my uncle's lamplight, which cast a dull orange glow on the trees that surrounded us, it was pitch black. It was a bad idea coming out here at night. I looked to my uncle and asked what was wrong. He spoke with a hint of worry in his voice. "We were supposed to meet a friend of mine here, but he must be up further ahead. Come on, boys, stay close now." He started walking forward. By now, I understood what my uncle had planned. He had probably told a friend to wait somewhere along the path in a costume to jump out and scare us. But the longer we walked, the more uneasy my uncle looked. The trees were definitely catching our attention now, either due to my uncle finally realizing something was wrong, or because the extent to which the trees around us had been warped was starting to look utterly alien. I had enough. I told my uncle we should turn back, because things were just getting plain spooky now, a suggestion which was met with approval between the three of us. We turned around to make our way back down the path, and there it was. Directly before us, dimly illuminated in the light of my uncle's lantern, was the most disgusting thing I had ever seen in my life. As my eyes met with the creature's form, I was suddenly overcome with a sense of crushing dread. The thing looked vaguely like a woman, but its proportions were all wrong. The woman, if you could call it that, stood before us, partly naked. Its wrinkled and aged form, draped with bits of dark cloth, which did not hide nearly enough of its grotesque form from my view. It was deathly thin, and its arms and legs were far too long to belong to anything meant to be on planet Earth. Its finger and toenails had grown to an obscene length, and a head of wild grey hair hung over the thing's visage. It was twitching in an unnatural way, as though it was having a seizure as it stood there. My uncle readied his gun, aiming it at the thing. His hands were trembling as he fired off a shot, but as the shot rang out, the thing was gone. I heard a blood-curdling scream come from my uncle, and then the sound of the lamp shattering. The thing was on top of him, its fetid claws tearing away my uncle's flesh as it tossed his rifle aside. I had not even seen it move. I ran in the direction we had come, not even bothering to look back towards Tom or my uncle or the thing. The light was gone, and I was running blind. Eventually, I had run far enough where I could see the light coming from the lantern on the boat that we were brought here in. I heard something running behind me and looked back. It was Tom, just barely visible from the light of the boat's lantern. We reached the boat and pulled the string to start the engine back up. It stalled a few times, but eventually it started up. We turned around and began speeding away on it. We looked back with just enough time to see it standing there on the top of the dock, dragging my uncle's lifeless body in tow. I don't know how we managed to find our way back to my uncle's cabin, but we did. We immediately called the police and then our parents. The cops arrived and we told them what had happened. Of course, none of them believed us, and neither did our parents. But something happened to my uncle. His body never turned up. But me and Tom, we know the truth. I moved to California shortly after that, but Tom is still living in Louisiana. He says he wants to go back. I'm starting to think he's got a death wish. I won't be joining him.
A few years ago, my brother, who was wounded in Afghanistan and has issues with TBI and PTS, disappeared. He'd been having a rough time, dropped out of school, broke up with his girlfriend of 8 years, and had a habit of disappearing into the woods for impromptu camping trips for days at a time. Usually, he would say something beforehand, but this time, he left his car at my mom's place, left his computer in her kitchen with a YouTube music video about a veteran who kills himself, 5-finger death punches if I remember correctly, left his phone and guns, etc. Just plain disappeared. I got a call from my younger brother, then my mother, then the state troopers, while I was at the shooting range with my own unit. I was still in the service. I spent a week honestly believing he had killed himself. Then he showed up again like nothing happened. I've had weird shit happen to me in the woods and overseas, but nothing ever scared me like this. In my grade 8 days, I used to travel a bit. On a trip to an old fort in Canada, the guards took us on a ghost walk because we were staying the night and it would be spooky. Note, the guards telling the stories obviously hammed them up, just so the ghosts were to sound a lot more threatening than the real stories have made them out to be. The first story was kinda lame-ish, an old guard spirit claiming revenge after being killed by prisoners. The guards looked beyond out of it. But on the second story, the guards looked so goddamn uncomfortable, you could tell they hated this shit. They even stated that they hated this part of the tour, as children and babies cry without reason, and people would just ask to leave. Along with that, the guard that was to hold the lantern had their hands shaking visibly, constantly. They told us the story of an officer in the 19th century who had committed war crimes and was sentenced to death, but due to the lack of people sentenced to death in the area, the office was kept in the quarters in the fort until the hanging post was created at the town square. After this dude had been put to death, his spirit was supposed to reside in his quarters that he stayed in. The officer said that we had to guess the room in which he stayed. Note, each room was behind a glass wall, like the image above, and the only light we had was a lantern. So, we walked along the hall and stopped in each room along the way. If you felt a presence or a pressure that you did not in the previous rooms, you were to stay there, and the guards would return briefly. Each room felt so uncomfortable that even staring through the glass into the dim-lit rooms was enough to make people leave. We all stopped at the room we thought to be the most powerful. The majority had guessed right, and the crowd went dead silent. I practically shit myself then and there. Super fucking creepy. Still scares me to this day. This was many years ago when my friends and I were under the legal drinking age. I live in a rural area, so the solution to the youth dilemma has always been to throw a party outside, somewhere secluded. My friends and I decided to throw a party one night in a wooded area on a hill. There is one gravel road that goes up to a radio tower and several areas where the trees thin out, and there is enough of a clearing to start a fire and have 20 to 30 people comfortably drinking without being in the woods, but is secluded enough to not be visible from the road. And the gravel road is long enough going up the hill to have everyone park and not be visible from the road. In short, it is a place that you'd have to specifically check to know there is a party. Myself and 3 friends arrived first to collect wood, start the fire, tap the keg, etc. We drove 2 cars and parked. 2 of my friends were going to get the keg out of the car and set it up, while my buddy Phil and I collected firewood and started a fire. Phil and I walked further up the hill where the woods got denser and there was some dead, dried wood that would work best. As we scrounged for firewood, I felt like I was being watched. It was very dark at this point, and my eyes were pretty well adjusted to the darkness, but you still had to focus to see very far. Because of the uncomfortable feeling of being watched, I froze and started looking around and listening for any noises. I noticed that Phil had done the same. That is when I noticed it. About 15 to 20 feet in front of us was a creature on all 4s. The best I can describe it is that it looked like a wolf, but about 9 feet long, and had glowing red eyes. Its shoulders must have been at least 3 feet wide, and it was thickly built. I was gone. Fight or flight kicked in, and it was all flight. I dropped the wood in my hands and ran down the hill as fast as I've ever run, with no thought of Phil at all. I ran right past the two friends and the keg, got in my car, and left as fast as I could. As I was starting my car, I saw Phil and the other two getting in the other car and doing the same. I went home that night, and Phil and I never talked about it again. Never is in quotes, because one night, about a decade later, we were sitting together in a bar, and I turned to him and said, "So, that night by the radio tower," and he said, "Yep." I continued, "That happened, right?" He answered, "Yep," uncomfortably making it clear that that was the end of the conversation. In a life well lived and a list of scary shit, this is the scariest moment. Nothing else even comes close. This is my first time on this board, and I will tell two true stories that happened to me, as they are the scariest things that happened to me. Believe them or don't, I just want to get them off of my chest. Story 1. When I was young, I attended a daycare center, as both of my parents worked during the day, and there was no one to watch me as a kid. The daycare center often took us on field trips during the summer, and it was very fun. We went to a swimming pool. I did not know how to swim well, but I thought I did. I saw my friends and all the cool kids swimming in the deep end and wanted to join. I quickly realized that I did not know how to swim at all and started drowning. I fell to the bottom of the 12 feet deep pool and felt no pain. Suddenly, I felt an unknown force grab me by my armpits and hoist me up. I kept being pulled up, crying for help, but no lifeguard on duty. I fell back down. I saw the shadow of what looked like an angel to me because it had large wings pull me back up. There was no one behind me, but I felt like something very strong was pulling me up and pushing me to the edge of the pool. Finally, a teacher comes along and grabs my hand and helps me up. There is no lifeguard and no other kid in the deep end of the pool. Nobody was there. Story 2. When I was in 6th grade, I attended a field trip where students went to a kick camp for a week. We engaged in fun team-oriented games like kickball, relay races, Jeopardy-style games where we had to prove we were smarter than the other students, etc. Lots of fun. This took place on an island. On the last day, we were split into two groups, boys versus girls. These groups were then split into smaller groups of 4. The game, a very elaborate Easter egg hunt. Instead of looking for eggs, we were given treasure maps. Each item we had to find was located on the map, but the item itself was a mystery. We had to figure out what the riddle was in order to know what the item was and where to find it. We overanalyzed the last item and went off the reservation. We discovered a house on the island that was burned down but explored it. We saw a treasure chest, but it was out of our reach, and one of our guys in my group almost died trying to get it because the floor from under him gave way. He ran back to us just in time. We left the house and heard voices. We stumbled on a construction crew. They were building what looked like another campsite that looked like ours. A bunch of small cabins, obviously for students, large office buildings, recreational buildings that most likely had a gym inside it. At the center of it all was a giant ditch. It was massive. We tried to get closer to see what was in it because nobody heard us or paid any attention our way as they were all too deep into their work and it was very loud as they were cutting down trees. We saw a dead construction worker in the ditch. People with red helmets lying on the ground with no life in them. They were burying them in the ditch. We freaked out. I told them I'm fucking out of here and ran. Hey, somebody get those kids. We ran and never looked back. We hid in the burned down house for an hour. We did not see anything but heard footsteps for a few minutes. We made it back to camp and realized the final item on the map was on the beach near the boats and never had to leave the area to find it. The prize was a fucking basketball and a gift card. The guys in my group were not friends with me and we hated each other, but this scared the shit out of us and we never talked about it to anybody and did not talk to each other after that. I got one. I usually fought with my dad, and no matter what time it was, I would go out and just go on the road, and once usual things happened, me and Dad fought. I left the house and hit the road. It was around 9 p.m. when I left. I kept on driving until I realized, where the fuck am I? I was on a dirt road. I drove for a few more kilometers and I saw this little Assyrian village. The village itself was spooky, in middle of a valley, old house, quiet as fuck. Usually you hear dogs barking and stuff, but this one was quiet. I had no idea where I was stopped for a few minutes, and this old lady showed up. A tall lady with fair skin and dark hair in her 60s, and she wore a long white dress. And it's around midnight to 1 a.m. Not usual for someone to be out at this time. I decided to ask her for directions. I did not come out of the car, just drove a little closer to her and rolled the window down. And I asked her in Turkish about direction. I'm from Turkey. She was looking back at me the whole time, like observing me from my forehead to my neck. When I asked her, she just shook her head and said nothing. I asked in Kurdish, since it was a Kurdish area, and she again shook her head. After a small pause, she said in a very calm, soothing voice, "Do you speak Arabic?" I learned Arabic from working in a Syrian shop, and I said yes, and I said yes, and I asked for directions, and in a very spooky, calm voice, she said, "Go straight forward." I thanked her, and she started acting weird, like some sort of cat. She stuck her teeth out and moved her hands like a paw. It was so scary. I still remember her white teeth, and she kept on doing that as long as she was visible to me. I looked at her in the mirror, and she was still doing that. She did something like in the pic, and the road was a dead end. Nothing was there. I turned around, and the lady was not there anymore. It still haunts me to this day. Bro, I think I shitted ectoplasm. I was eating Taco Bell and looking at tarot cards online when I started feeling spooked and my stomach started hurting. I think I became possessed because I felt compelled to run to the bathroom. The forces moving made me rip my shorts off and jump onto the toilet seat first, squatting onto it, something I've never done before, but I assumed the position like an acrobat. Something else started as my ass hovered there over the toilet. I could see my stomach muscles spazzing, and the insides of me started rumbling in a low pitch that sounded like voices, dark voices, Fearum, Shraitan. Then it clicked to me what must be going on. Obviously, a demon was taking over my body because it had to take a shit and was trying to use me to do it. At that moment, something tapped the bathroom door, and this spooked my asthma out of me. It was my dog, scratching at the door, whimpering. I wanted to move, but I couldn't. I was frozen there. Shraitan. Guys, I was shaking. But then, suddenly, squatting there, my chakras aligned. It would hurt, but I knew I had to remove the demon. It must have been a large entity, maybe an Oni demon. I could feel its anger. It left my body in one swift motion, and I thought I heard laughing, but I began to pass out. Everything stopped turning white for a moment, and I found myself sitting there, able to move again. I was too afraid and ashamed to look down, but I could see beneath me, and the bowl was a shadowy dark I have never seen before. It was blacker than black, and the closer I looked into it, the darker it all got. All I could do was reach for the roll and try to run, but then another peculiar thing happened. The toilet paper holder began to slowly spin on the wall, completely, until it was no longer dispensing from the bottom, but from the top. And then the bathroom door opened by itself, with nobody there. I don't know why this happened, and for the last week, I have been avoiding going online or to the bathroom, but still, ever since my ass stopped hurting, my luck has turned around. Perfectly normal story. Norrköping, Swedish East Coast, July 20th, 1972. The witness was a 19-year-old girl named Gun Johnson, who... Sorry. I'm a child. Who had been on a road trip to Switzerland with her older sister and her husband and children. When they returned to Sweden, they drove the 19-year-old home, who was still living with her parents. The mother and father and the other younger sisters wanted to know how they had enjoyed their vacation, so they stayed up late at night and talked. Everyone went to bed very late. The 19-year-old shared a room with a sister who was a few years younger, who fell asleep very quickly when they went to bed. Gun was still up and had trouble sleeping. She was awake half the night, and it was only when it started to get light outside around 4 in the morning that Gun was about to fall asleep, and that is when she felt like she was not getting any air. She jerked and woke up, and noticed that it wasn't the blanket or the pillow that was blocking her mouth and nose. She thought she had just imagined it. Gun fell back asleep, but woke up again because the air felt heavy to breathe again. Now she noticed that she could not move normally either, and every movement was a great effort. She was terrified and tried to scream, but she could not. She thought she might have died, but with great effort, she rolled off the bed and slowly crawled towards her little sister, who was sleeping in her bed 3 meters away. When she was halfway across the floor, she looked towards the door. Then she saw a small, ugly green creature looking at her. She had never been more surprised and scared in her entire life. It was only 1 meter tall, with broad shoulders, short legs, and short arms with clawed hands. It also had a large, triangular head with wide eyes. The ugly green creature stood there by the door and smiled at her with its big mouth. But then, suddenly, she was lying there in her bed again and could move as usual, and then she fell asleep almost immediately. Gun tried to forget the horrible thing that had happened, and 2 years passed. But then, one night, she was put into the same coma-like state again, and then a few months passed, and it happened again, but she never saw the little creature again. A few months after the first incident, she got an itchy spot on her belly button about the size of a coin. The rash then started to spread to her arms, back, stomach, and neck, and the worst was 6 months later, when she sometimes had to scratch so much that it bled. Gun went to the doctor and was given tablets and an ointment for the rash. This did not help. After a while, she visited a homeopath and he prescribed tablets with sulfur and calcium carbide. This helped, and all of the eczema disappeared except for the one on her stomach. Okay, here is some OC. I like reading stuff about cryptids, but don't buy into all this supernatural stuff. This story is my mother's, and to be honest, I have always believed it, albeit I still don't consider it supernatural. Be my mother, 20s, working as a nurse in Wales. There are 2 kids, an infant boy and girl, between 6 and 9, sorry, can't remember exactly. Both have cystic fibrosis or something like that, terminal. My mom is really fond of kids and has a soft spot for the little girl. For the months she's been there, they get close and talk a lot. X months later, little boy dies. One day, not long after my mom gets off a shift in the evening, goes home, does whatever, and goes to bed. Dreams of a black background with the little girl standing there. She says something along the lines of, "I wanted to say goodbye and thank you, and I don't want you to be sad. Boy's name and I can run and play now, which we could never do before, so please don't be sad." Dream over. My mom instantly wakes up. Time is like 1:15 midnight or something. Mom gets dressed, drives to the hospital, goes to the nurse on duty at the desk, and asks to see little girl. Nurse looks at her like she's crazy. Little girl went into cardiac arrest at 1:15 midnight and died. Basically, that's it. Now, my mom has told me this story many times when I was younger, but recently, we were looking for photos of me as a kid for my fiancé to see, and we stumbled across an old photo of my mom, another nurse, and the 2 kids, and she told my fiancé the story. I, of course, already knew it, but I got this very strong feeling from looking at the kids. Looking at the little boy made me feel like there was a lot I did not know, like I had many things to learn, and looking at the little girl made me feel like everything was okay, and I could be very happy. I can't find the picture now, but I could possibly find it in the morning and post it in another thread.